Yin, known as the divine, had never contemplated that one day he would truly embody divinity. Chapter 1. The Observer Beyond Time. One afternoon, Yin arranged to meet a friend at a tea house. He extended his hand from the second floor, calling out, "Over here." A man in the lobby immediately spotted him and approached with a smile. The crew-cut man was a web novelist and Yin's university classmate, an individual who seemed to possess a smattering of knowledge across various topics, making him an ideal companion for light-hearted banter. Yin relished their conversations, which meandered from scientific fiction to mythological history, and from astronomy to military anecdotes. The discussions were not overly rigorous, rather, they were whimsical and liberating. On this occasion, they traversed from history to mythology, then to supernatural tales interspersed with Western folklore. Suddenly, Yin remarked, "Lately, as I drift into slumber each night, I feel as though another version of myself rises from my body, and throughout the night, I find myself observing myself until I awaken." It resembles the Western concept of astral projection or the detachment of the soul as depicted in your stories. What do you think this signifies? The crew-cut man did not dismiss Yin's absurd claims with laughter. Instead, he pondered seriously and gathered his thoughts. First, we must clarify. If a person truly possesses a soul, what is its essence? Is it material, or is it energy? Yin contemplated briefly and replied uncertainly, "It seems to be neither." The crew-cut man continued, "What about memory and consciousness? Are they part of the soul, or do they reside within the brain?" Yin asserted confidently, "They exist within the soul. That I perceive my body as an anchor, tethering my soul to this point. I feel that with a mere struggle, I could break free, yet I sense that doing so would unleash terrifying consequences. This sensation inexplicably engenders panic within me, preventing me from pursuing further exploration." Yin suddenly laughed. "Do you think this means I am on the verge of awakening some superpower or embarking on a path of immortality?" The crew-cut man shook his head, setting aside whether what you say is true. If a person truly possesses a soul that is neither material nor energetic, and if memory and consciousness can reside within it, then it transcends mere superpowers or immortality. The S for astral projection or soul travel. These are merely figments of ancient imagination, incomparable to such an existence. Even the deities of historical mythologies or the immortals of Taoist legends pale in comparison. Not even the primordial Pangu, the creator god, Brahma, Chaos, or Azathoth could contend with you. Yin stood dumbfounded. They had just been discussing the human soul, and now the conversation had veered into the realm of supreme deities from various mythologies. "You're being absurd. Could it really be that formidable? By your reasoning, if one possesses a soul, one could be invincible." The crew-cut man replied earnestly, "I am not speaking fancifully. I have a basis for my assertions. Because the universe is composed of matter, and time is the manifestation of the motion and continuity of that matter. If your soul does not belong to matter or energy, and consciousness is not anchored in the brain, but in the soul, what does that imply? Your soul and this universe are akin to two non-overlapping planes. You could transcend this universe, even escaping the constraints of time. Consider this. Is it not so?" Yin responded, "Doesn't that imply that once the soul detaches from the body, it would immediately escape this universe? Could the soul transcend the flow of time, traversing space and eras, becoming an entity that exists outside the timeline? Could I even navigate to any era at will, perhaps altering history?" The crew-cut man shared his thoughts. "Not necessarily." Yin inquired, "Why not?" The crew-cut man explained, "As I mentioned, your concept of the soul and the universe resembles two non-overlapping planes, two planes that lack any points of intersection. If you have no connection to the universe, how can you perceive its existence? Without perceiving the universe, how could you grasp the concept of time, let alone traverse its timeline?" Yin felt a sudden clarity regarding the source of his fear. So, if the soul detaches, it's akin to a ship losing its coordinates and direction, likely adrift in the universe, unable to find its way back. The crew-cut man nodded. "One possibility is that you still maintain a connection to the reality of the universe, existing as an anchor point. In this way, you could observe the universe, becoming what I previously described, a detached observer beyond the cosmos and time, that if you possess different anchor points across various time periods, you might indeed become what you describe as being traversing the timeline." At this juncture, the crew-cut man's tone turned somber. "However, there exists another possibility. The moment you detach from your boat's anchor point, you may be hurled into an unknowable void beyond the universe. This could be another universe, the source of time, or another dimension, an unknown realm beyond human imagination. There, it is conceivable that nothing exists akin to a prison, where your soul could remain trapped for eons, 10 million years, a billion years, until forever. The air grew still as silence enveloped the room, no one daring to speak. Suddenly, the crew-cut man chuckled, pouring more tea for Ian. Your idea is intriguing, quite innovative. I'd like to incorporate your concept into my next book. It might just become a hit. The crew-cut man did not take Ian's words seriously, assuming it was yet another instance of whimsical imagination and unrestrained chatter. However, Ian was overwhelmed with complex emotions as he stood to leave. I must take my leave. If you manage to write it, or if you have any new ideas, do let me know. We can discuss them together. Yet the crew-cut man stopped him, retrieving something from his backpack. Ian, don't rush off just yet. Since I'm using your concept, let me gift you something special. Ian accepted the box handed to him by the crew-cut man and opened it to reveal an irregular stone adorned with an intricate pattern resembling a bug. What is this? A fossil? The crew-cut man replied, a Ridlakey bug, a type of trilobite. Though this fossil may not hold much monetary value, just imagine witnessing a creature from hundreds of millions of years ago come to life before you with the sensation that money cannot buy. Take it home and immerse yourself in the ancient earth and the grandeur of these prehistoric beings. Ian thanked the crew-cut man, glancing at the gift as he walked away. However, as he reached the lobby, a car, out of control, barreled down the street at over 100 miles per hour, crashing through the glass doors and hurtling toward Ian amidst a shower of shattered glass. Ian, clutching the fossil, was sent sprawling like a rag doll. Amidst the pool of blood, Ian's vision gradually blurred. Who was driving so recklessly, able to navigate from the main road straight into the lobby of the restaurant? Upon realizing, a sudden sense of relief washed over. Oh, it turns out to be a Tesla. Chapter 2. We will ultimately irrevocably fade away. Ian felt as though he had soared from his corporeal form, gently drifting towards the celestial expanse. He gazed down upon the towering edifices, the sprawling cityscape, and the vast continents, even the planet itself. Ascending higher, he floated above the orbital plane, only to realize with astonishment that the Earth was undergoing rapid transformation. In the blink of an eye, cities vanished, and with them, all traces of humanity. The tectonic plates seemed to shift, and verdant flora gradually enveloped everything. In that instant, Ian comprehended the magnitude of the changes. Time was accelerating, and what I perceive now might encapsulate 10,000 or even a million years. Whether this was a current flowing against or with the tide remained uncertain. If it were the latter, did it imply the complete extinction of mankind? His gaze turned toward the cosmos, and he was suddenly ensnared by an invisible force, as if being hurled into the boundless universe, disappearing from the earth. An eternal silence enveloped him. He witnessed the birth and demise of countless stars, the rapid collapse of entire galaxies. Such awe-inspiring spectacles were beyond his imagination, so grand and magnificent that they compelled him to reassess his beliefs, rendering his life and aspirations laughably insignificant, instilling a profound sense of dread for his mundane existence. Did our ant-like lives possess any true significance? The genesis of life, the dawn of civilization, the grandeur of technology, were they truly as remarkable as humanity claimed? The entirety of human life, the history of this species, even the earth itself, seemed to be encapsulated in a single phrase he had once heard. We are dust. The race and civilization known as humanity were akin to a fleeting glimmer emerging from the cosmos and obscurities, vanishing in an instant, devoid of meaning, unnoticed, and uncared for, utterly incapable of affecting change. We emerge, we are born, we shine with all our might, and ultimately, we irrevocably fade away, disappearing into that inconsequential cosmic corner, extinguished in a mere moment for the universe. Yin's spirit was jolted. Witnessing such extraordinary phenomena imbued his otherwise obscure and fleeting life with a flicker of brilliance. He transformed into a beam of light, journeying into the depths of the cosmos. Time began to reverse, as he traversed in a manner beyond the constraints of time and dimensions toward the origin of all things. It felt as if a powerful gravitational force at the source of time was drawing him back to the beginning. Eventually, the stars extinguished, and the universe converged into singularity. Everything vanished, and he reached his terminus, Where was this? He mused. In this realm, even darkness seemed to have no presence. He felt as though he himself had dissipated, leaving only a consciousness languishing in infinite void. It was a place devoid of space, time, and all existence. He could only answer himself, for he might be the first life form to arrive here, the sole occupant of this realm. Had he been thrust beyond the universe? Or had he entered an unknowable dimension? He could not cry out or perceive any presence. A sudden trepidation gripped him, echoing the words of a dear friend in his ears. This might be another universe, the source of time, or an unfathomable dimension beyond human comprehension. It could be a realm where nothing exists, akin to a prison where one's soul could be trapped for eons, 10 million years, 100 million years, until eternity. In an instant, his anxiety peaked. Yet, just as this thought emerged, he beheld a glimmer of light before him. He heard the sounds of the sea and the tides, the clarity and warmth resonating through the sound. He even sensed bubbles rising beside him. The gentle sounds evoked deep emotion within him. Before his eyes materialized the ocean, revealing a seabed strewn with gravel. He saw a diminutive trilobite, no larger than a fingertip, scuttling across the sand, accompanied by a long, noodle-like worm writhing upwards in the water. The trilobite, named Ridlakey, and an imperceptibly small, unidentified worm. He recalled his friend's words, realizing what had transpired. Anchor points. The anchor points on Earth had emerged, allowing him to observe the planet. They were his eyes, his anchor and coordinates amidst the vast ocean. He had not anticipated that the trilobite fossil gifted by his friend would help him re-establish his connection to Earth, pulling him from the eternal darkness and the abyss. Yet, the friend likely had no inkling that within that fossil lay not just a trilobite, but also a worm from a distant era. He reached out towards the Ridlakey worm. He broke free from his prison and returned to the universe. His consciousness was drawn back to Earth, pulled from that transcendent, timeless unknown. Anchored at a temporal juncture within the vast cosmos, he found himself on an unremarkable celestial body in a remote stellar region. This was a shallow sea. Sunlight pouring down from above. The seabed was alive with ancient algae and naked ferns, and vast expanses of marine flora resembling tulips swayed gently with the waves. There were also sponge-like creatures with sharp, elongated spines extending from their outer walls, and soft-bodied mollusks embedded in the sand, while trilobites crawled over the gravel. Ian ascended step by step from the seabed, feeling an unsettling peculiarity in this place. It should be Earth, yet it was unrecognizably different. He finally emerged from the shallow waters, standing upon the barren land, an empty continent devoid of life. He gazed upon the Earth of Ian's past, observing the crystalline sky and the sun, realizing he was the sole representative of humanity in this world. What is this? Is this the Earth of the primordial era? Standing upon the shore, he watched as colossal waves crashed behind him, erupting with thunderous roars. The worm, upon Yin's arrival, underwent a transformation. It devoured sand, algae, and oceanic moisture, swelling into a monstrous creature towering dozens of meters high. Both flora and fauna were assimilated into its being. Its back sprouted a massive shell. Spines grew within, and grotesque tentacles emerged from the shell. Gaping fissures in its flesh revealed eerie green eyes peering in all directions. This creature was a horrifying aberration, an invincible sovereign of this era. As Yin's gaze fell upon it, the beast cowered on the ground, motionless, humbled to the point of losing all sense of self. Then, from the shallow sea, a trilobite of ever-increasing size slowly emerged. As it surfaced, it too transformed, developing a human-like torso, limbs, and a head. Evolving into a humanoid figure cloaked in black exoskeleton, a trilobite helmed tightly encasing its skull. This entity approached the shore, gazing longingly at Ian. Inching closer until it stood before him. Ian could sense its emotions as he touched the trilobite's helm. He listened as this ancient life form uttered the first words of this planet, the inaugural bite. God. Chapter 3. The era of origins. Yin Shen stood above the vast ocean, mastering the monstrous giant worm beneath him as it surged through the waves. Here, a day seemed to be shorter, with prolonged daylight and brief nights, while life thrived solely within the depths of the sea. According to Yin Shen's calculations, he found himself on Earth, nearly 500 million years prior to his own era, the Cambrian period. He had only read about this epoch in textbooks, a time of warm climates, radiant sunlight, and a moon that influenced the tides, where countless forms of life flourished beneath the waves, evolving in their quest for supremacy on this planet. He himself was an incongruous entity in this world, unable to touch or interfere with the existence around him, save for the two sentient beings who could perceive him. Only they could witness Yin Shen's presence, and he could only engage with them. Perhaps, in the grand tapestry of the cosmos, he was but a phantom, wandering through the crevices of time and space. The trilobite and the worm, having glimpsed Yin Shen's transcendent essence, derived power from him, power that stemmed from what Yin Shen had once referred to as the soul. The two ancient beings of Earth received different gifts. One gained wisdom from Yin Shen, while the other was bestowed with the ability to merge. The trilobite, endowed with Yin Shen's wisdom, developed an organ akin to the human brain within its armored shell. It acquired vocabulary belonging to humanity and glimpsed scenes from Yin Shen's memories at the moment of its birth, thus gaining advanced creative thought reminiscent of humans. Conversely, the worm received a more peculiar and enigmatic power. Its blood melded with Yin Shen's essence, transforming under his influence. It could assimilate other life forms, seizing their organs and abilities, and alter its own shape at will. Yet, regrettably, the worm continued to act instinctively, devoid of true cognition. The enlightened being was dubbed the trilobite person by Yin Shen, while the worm was named the fusion beast. Beneath him, the fusion beast swiftly traversed the ocean's surface, its myriad tentacles propelling it forward. Yin Shen stood atop its shell, gazing into the distance. There, something unusual emerged from the sea surface, casting a long shadow upon the water as the sun dipped below the horizon. With a swift motion, the fusion beast swam, its tentacles stirring the water vigorously. Yin Shen beheld a solitary island, adorned with rare greenery. The terrain was uneven, pockmarked with marshes, lichens, and moss. Yet it exuded a vibrant life force unlike any other land. Yin Shen marveled at this miracle, captivated by the island's charm. Deciding to halt his aimless journey, he resolved to stay here. On the following day, Yin Shen observed the fusion beast utilizing its agile tentacles to excavate massive stones from the ocean floor, dragging them onto the island. Its appendages transformed into tools akin to chisels and hammers, laboriously shaping the stones. Initially, Yin Shen thought this creature merely harbored a peculiar fascination for stone manipulation, but as he witnessed the stones being stacked, he realized it was constructing a building. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this structure bore a striking resemblance to the pyramids he had seen on television, albeit grander in scale. Towering stones, some measuring over 10 meters in height, rose to form a creation that seemed beyond mortal capability, a testament to divine craftsmanship. Yet, as the stones reached their pinnacle, a different endeavor unfolded. The fusion beast began to shape and carve an ancient, robust temple, meticulously refining every detail. Though it appeared crude and archaic, the outline of the temple had emerged. It was evident that this edifice was not intended for the fusion beast itself. Given its colossal size, the temple was rather diminutive. Yin Shen realized that the fusion beast was constructing a magnificent palace for him on the island. Initially presuming it was merely seeking his favor, he soon recognized that the dim-witted creature lacked the intellect to conceive of such a notion, and it was likely the trilobite person who had commanded it. The trilobite person, trembling with anxiety, prostrated before Yin Shen, who observed the rolling waves with serene composure, having once been a rather laid-back individual in human form. His experiences in this peculiar realm had rendered him even more tranquil. However, the trilobite person was engulfed in trepidation, unsure whether his audacious actions pleased or displeased the deity. In a flurry of anxious explanations, he repeatedly bowed his head, believing this to be the most direct means of beseeching forgiveness from a god. God, palace. Yin Shen grasped his intent. The trilobite person believed that a deity ought to reside within a palace, receiving offerings from all living beings, thus prompting the construction of this edifice. Yin Shen felt neither joy nor indifference. After all, without a corporeal form, he could not experience warmth or cold. To him, a shelter from the elements held little significance, and the concepts of faith and supplication seemed absurd, as his only devotees were two creatures. If he were to comment, he might simply say, "Interesting, quite beautiful." Just a few words ignited the trilobite person's exuberance, causing him to leap with joy. The palace was finally taking shape. The trilobite person awaited Yin Shen atop the pyramid, while the fusion beast bore him to the apex, halting to rest its head against the temple's entrance. At the pinnacle of the pyramid, the ancient, weighty sanctuary opened its grand doors and windows, revealing an interior devoid of furnishings, its sole highlight being its vastness and grandeur. Within stood a statue representing Yin Shen, a gift meticulously sculpted by the trilobite person. It appeared that the trilobite person had inherited the dexterity of human hands, coupled with strength surpassing that of mankind. The statue, carved from an unknown white stone, resembled a relief more than a statue. Positioned before a circular window that faced the sun, the figure radiated an ethereal glow, draped in what seemed to be a luminous garment, its features obscured, leaving only a silhouette visible. Yin Shen then realized that this was how they perceived him. The trilobite person remained prostrate, still addressing him as God, a term of general reverence. Yin Shen revealed his name, Yin Shen. The trilobite person echoed, Insai. The being continued to repeat, Yin Shen. When pronounced as a single syllable, it was accurate, yet when combined, it became distorted. The trilobite person's vocal apparatus differed from that of humans, producing dry, sharp sounds that were somewhat jarring. Yin Shen corrected him once more. Yin Shen. The trilobite person raised his head, attempting to articulate the name, ultimately declaring, Insai. Sun. Insai Shen. Yin Shen allowed him to continue, permitting the trilobite person to exclaim Insai Shen fervently beside the statue, while beneath the pyramid. A fearsome beast emitted hollow sounds. Chapter 4. Wisdom and life. At first, residing within this towering temple felt novel to the deity, yet as time wore on, day after day, it brought forth a sense of ennui. He would not age, nor would he perish. Yet, he possessed no corporeal form, merely a wandering spirit adrift in the primordial oceans of earth. Here, only a creature of amalgamation perpetually emitted a low, gurgling sound as it roamed the sea, accompanied by a three-leaved being engaging him in conversation. The deity stood atop the lofty temple, gazing down upon the vast ocean and the entire island. The expanse of heaven and earth belonged solely to him, yet he felt ensnared, a prisoner. He was not confined within an eternal celestial prison, but rather trapped in a cage named time. Outside the temple, at the entrance where sunlight streamed in, a figure obscured the light, casting a long shadow within the palace. This figure, a colossal entity far larger than himself, was dragged forward onto the platform in front of the temple. Suddenly, the shadow shrank, transforming into a kneeling form beside the temple's massive columns, crawling towards the deity whom he revered in his heart as the source of his wisdom. The three-leaved being presented the deity with some rare treasures from the ocean, seeking to elicit a moment of joy or a mere smile from the divine presence. Perhaps even a glance of appreciation. This time, he brought forth a peculiar shrimp, a gargantuan creature measuring over 5 meters in length. The reigning monarch of the ocean in this era. One could discern the effort the three-leaved being expended to capture this shrimp, evident from the scars on its tough exoskeleton. With a jubilant shout, the three-leaved being proclaimed the deity's name, and the deity finally smiled, igniting boundless joy in the kneeling figure, who began to dance with exuberance. Unbeknownst to him, the deity's amusement arose not from the offering of this oceanic marvel, but from the fact that he could finally articulate the name, albeit incorrectly. Descending from the stone pedestal, the deity observed the still-living giant creature resting upon it, resembling a monstrous shrimp. Suddenly, its massive pincers twitched, striking the stone and creating a fissure. This incited fury and trepidation in the three-leaved being. In a frenzy, the three-leaved being cried out, demanding the destruction of this insolent creature, devoid of wisdom. Yet, the deity remained indifferent, merely marveling at the shrimp and Appo's size. So this is a peculiar shrimp. He reached out, only to remember that apart from the three-leaved being and the amalgamation creature, he could not touch anything. A hint of melancholy flickered in his gaze. With a faint smile, he said, I have seen enough. Do not waste it. With a mere thought, tumultuous waves surged in the ocean. A true leviathan breached the surface. Heading towards the pyramid, the amalgamation creature ascended the pyramid, its tendrils seizing the 6-meter-long giant and consuming it as if it were a mere candy. What of the ocean's ancient monarchs? In the presence of such a mythic beast, they were rendered insignificant. The deity stood at the temple's entrance, as behind him. The mythic creature indulged in the divine offering, while the three-leaved being followed closely. This scene would instill terror in any observer, yet the trio regarded it as commonplace. The deity paused, studying the intricately carved reliefs on the pillars. Devoid of color, the figures were vividly animated. Among them were towering structures, bustling streets, and countless silhouettes traversing vibrant marketplaces. These were crafted by the skilled hands of the three-leaved being, who inherited the deity's wisdom and glimpses of his memories. Yet, he could not comprehend the significance of these images, nor why there were so many people, so unlike himself. He did not grasp the nature of the iron birds soaring in the sky or the peculiar boxes traversing the ground. He simply knew that the deity cherished these depictions, thus adorning the temple inside and out with them. Today, however, was different. The deity pointed at a minuscule, almost imperceptible figure within the imagery. "Behold, this is a human." The three-leaved being eagerly affirmed, nodding enthusiastically as if unable to contain his excitement. I am also a human." The deity shook his head. "You are not human. You are a three-leaved being. You are a sapient creature fashioned from the three-leaved insect." The three-leaved being struggled to understand the distinction between humans and himself. As the deity walked through the temple's corridors, he stated, "I am alone, and so are you. The human race has yet to be born into this world, and you are the only three-leaved being that exists." For the first time, the three-leaved being comprehended the concept of a race, realizing that three-leaved was not merely his name, but the deity's designation for his kind. And he was not human. In that moment, the three-leaved being experienced sorrow, a profound sadness enveloping him. "Oh, Divine One, I, too, desire a name." Suddenly, an idea surged within the deity. If the amalgamation creature could fuse and replicate the traits of life, why not harness its power to fully create the race of three-leaved beings? The three-leaved being knelt in supplication, and the deity casually uttered a name. "You shall be called Litaliki." Once more, the three-leaved being erupted in jubilant celebration, akin to a child. Sorrow came swiftly, yet faded just as quickly. The amalgamation creature was a fantastical, unscientific creation, a biological machine. It could plunder the organs of other creatures, brutally merging their characteristics and genetic fragments. The deity intended to utilize its power to create fertilized eggs or embryos from Litaliki and his predecessor, the three-leaved insect, thus birthing a new race. However, this biological machine lacked precision. The products it yielded resembled a random assortment. To produce the desired beings would require luck, brimming with uncertainty. Yet, the deity harbored no fears, confident in his eventual success, for he possessed but one thing: time. The mythic beast responded to the deity's summons, crawling towards the temple, its mountainous form squeezing itself inside, its myriad green eyes peering curiously within. The deity stood in the grand hall, his gaze fixed upon it. "I require your shell. Is that permissible?" The amalgamation creature's mythic strength was primarily concentrated within its shell, while the creature itself served merely as a control center. Thus, its shell could be detached, allowing the deity to wield it as he pleased. The amalgamation creature emitted a low gurgle, its hundreds of terrifying eyes fixed on the deity. Yet, he perceived a hint of innocence within its gaze. It did not comprehend the deity's words, nor the meaning of such an inquiry. It was a creation of the deity, bound to follow commands without understanding their implications, more akin to a tool than a servant. The deity stroked its skin. "I have erred in my query." In that moment, he felt a pang of sympathy for the amalgamation creature, realizing that wisdom itself was a form of mythic power. Initially, he had deemed the three-leaved being to be utterly inferior compared to the miraculous capabilities of the amalgamation creature. Nowadays, I find that the wisdom and power possessed by the Tri-Solarange truly embody the essence of myth and miracle. People often regard what they possess as worthless, failing to recognize that it is, in fact, an unparalleled myth and force within the boundless expanse of the universe. Chapter 5. The fusion monster. Sally. Yin Shen's hand rested upon the enormous eye of the fusion monster, as if touching a vast, cold crystal. His will extended through the pupil, commanding, "Remove the shell for me." Tendrils emerged from beneath its curled form, gradually lifting the shell resting on its back. The colossal shell dwarfed the temple, positioned upon the steps before it, while the fusion monster lay beneath, as if presenting a gift to the divine. Initially, Yin Shen merely intended to feel the shell, yet to his astonishment, it began to levitate upon contact. With a mere thought, he found he could elevate it even higher. He realized he had the power to control this object, akin to discovering a grand toy. For the first time, he could touch and directly manipulate something as if it were an extension of his own being, directing it at will. He attempted to move other objects, but found no success. The shell was the sole entity he could command. Eventually, as his mind focused, the immense shell began to shrink. In his hand, it transformed into what resembled a horn, as if blowing it could summon the melodies of life. Truly, it was a miracle. Yin Shen began to grasp the essence of this mythical creation. It could be controlled from a distance and altered in size. Objects he infused with his power no longer adhered to the laws of science. He speculated that the abilities of the tri-leaf beings were not limited to what he had witnessed. There must be more powers and methods yet to be discovered. However, he remained perplexed about how to imbue other entities with such mythical strength. Trapped in the crevice of time and space, he relied on the tri-leaf being deity and the fusion monster to maintain his anchor to this universe. His preliminary plan was to create more tri-leaf beings in hopes of establishing additional anchors. Regaining a corporeal form would be even more desirable, for this existence akin to a wandering spirit was utterly terrifying. Holding the shell, Yin Shen rose and beheld the fusion monster, which had become even more fearsome after shedding its shell. He addressed the creature, "Since you can alter your form, why not transform into something more pleasant to behold? This appearance is rather frightening." Though he was alone, the fusion monster could not intimidate him, yet it was undeniably grotesque. Sensing Yin Shen's emotions, the massive fusion monster began to compress, its form diminishing progressively. Hundreds of eyes converged inward, twisting, until it gradually morphed into a humanoid shape. The myriad of tentacles coalesced into 2 legs, resembling Yin Shen's own. The fusion monster transformed into a small girl draped in a flowing white veil, with green eyes, brown hair, and bare feet adorned with pink nails. The ethereal garment enveloped her petite form, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a layer akin to a jellyfish's umbrella, organically growing from her body. Having bestowed a name upon the tri-leaf beings, Yin Shen felt compelled to name this newly born entity as well. Sally. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Sally. The fusion monster Sally nestled beside the god statue, and unlike deity, she did not exhibit surprise at her name. Perhaps not comprehending the distinction between the names and Apos, fusion monster and Apos, and Apos, Sally, and Apos, as she swung her legs, her mouth emitted bubbly sounds like a fish exhaling and chasing after bubbles, her vacant eyes devoid of any sparkle. The mythical shell, referred to by Yin Shen as a biological machine, lay partially submerged in the ocean, its top forming a reef. The 2 figures, one large and one small, sat atop this rocky formation. Yin Shen gazed into the shell, witnessing the birth, nurturing, and immediate demise of life. His emotions shifted from anticipation to delight, ultimately culminating in disappointment. Yin Shen turned to the playful fusion monster Sally, saying, "Another failure. Sally, you are akin to a heartless lottery merchant. The odds are far too low." Sally kicked her legs, splashing the water. Without a command, she seemed oblivious to Yin Shen's words, likely not understanding the meanings of heartless, lottery, or merchant. Continuing to manipulate the mythical shell, Yin Shen embarked on yet another experiment. One failed creation after another emerged, either lifeless upon birth or mere mindless insects. These entities would then be consumed as nourishment by the shell, which would subsequently produce new tri-leaf eggs. Countless attempts resulted in failures, as the sun rose and set in an unending cycle. The isolated island and the ocean remained unchanged, as if destined to persist until the end of time. At long last, Yin Shen succeeded, poised to shatter the monotony of this world. On this day, a multitude of transparent eggs rolled forth from the massive shell, rising from the sea to float upon the surface, sparkling like a collection of precious gems in the sunlight. This was a miracle of life, the birth of a species. "Gleelu," Sally exclaimed in joy. It was unclear whether she sensed Yin Shen's elation or the tri-leaf eggs glistening on the water. Meanwhile, deity, who had been diligently sculpting stone and learning the divine language within the temple, felt the commotion and rushed to the edge of the sea. Yin Shen stood atop the island, gazing at the newly born life, while deity stood behind him, eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of life floating on the ocean. Creatures akin to him. Yin Shen turned and smiled at him. "We have succeeded, deity. You now have companions." Deity's gaze was distant. He was no longer alone. A profound sense of emotion reverberated within him. This was what it meant to belong to a race. Yet, deity found himself at a loss. "God, now that I have a race, what should I do?" His question was earnest. Yin Shen replied with a smile, "You shall be their king, guiding them to procreate and ultimately establish a civilization belonging to you and the tri-leaf beings." Deity appeared bewildered. "What is civilization?" Yin Shen gazed upon the ocean. "It is possessing your own script, your own art and philosophy, and the power to transform and understand the world, a collective birthed and solidified by intelligent beings. It may manifest as a city-state or a nation. As for how to accomplish this, that is for you to determine." Deity observed Yin Shen's retreating figure. "Will the god not teach me? Perhaps you should establish this civilization." I will follow your every word. Yin Shen shook his head. I am the creator of you. You are their king. Chapter 6. Race and kings. Within the warm waters of their marine abode, the eggs of the trilobites began to hatch. In their initial form, they bore little resemblance to humans. Rather, they were akin to mere insects. However, as they matured within the ocean's embrace, their once translucent exoskeletons gradually acquired hues, becoming less transparent and more resilient. They sustained themselves by preying upon coastal creatures and ancient beings, with no natural predators to threaten their existence. Years later, they began to take on humanoid forms. At this juncture, a voice resonated within their minds, a voice that signified the origin of their intelligence and consciousness, the ancestral echo of their bloodline. Come to my side. Return. Under the powerful allure of this summons, the trilobites ascended from the depths of the sea to the shores. They congregated at the base of a pyramid, curiously observing their surroundings and gazing up at the divine edifice. Atop the steps of the pyramid stood a figure identical to them, facing the ocean. Ledriki welcomed them from the lowest tier of the staircase, having emitted the signal that beckoned these beings into existence. He extended his hand with a beaming smile, genuinely elated. Among the crowd was a unique female trilobite, distinguished by her white armor, setting her apart from the rest and capturing Ledriki and Apos' attention. He was momentarily taken aback, then felt a stirring within, a sensation he could not comprehend, an emotion he did not yet recognize as affection. Before the grand and majestic temple, the deity Yin also observed this inaugural assembly of trilobites. Trilobites, insectoids, to be called human yet remained bound to their insectal instincts, though they had acquired human forms. Capable of existing both on land and in the sea, they could not escape the ocean's grasp. They were compelled to reproduce within its depths, remaining oviparous, only able to thrive in coastal waters. Yin surveyed the desolate terrain behind him, akin to the barren surface of Mars. The islands were similarly inhospitable, and the land offered no respite. In this primordial age, only the ocean could cradle life. Life struggled to reshape nature. It could only adapt to it. The amalgamated creature, Sally, stood beside the temple's columns, gazing down at the nascent, fragile beings. Even a mere benign glance instilled a deep-seated terror and an innate chill within the trilobites. More daunting than the cold, lightless abyss of the deep sea. The trilobites could not perceive Yin, yet they could only cower before the mythic entity that was Sally. Despite retaining a humanoid form, petite and delicate, they sensed the dreadful monstrosity lurking beneath her exterior. Under Sally's gaze, they trembled uncontrollably, instinctively kneeling, ultimately collapsing at the base of the pyramid, emitting whimpers and indistinct murmurs. Ugh, eek. Ledriki, standing beneath the pyramid, also directed his gaze upward alongside the other trilobites. That was the temple, alongside the divine messenger, Sally. These newly birthed beings were oblivious to the nature of their surroundings, unaware of the divine emissary. Yet they could comprehend that an exalted existence resided above them. Ledriki turned to address the trilobites, raising his hand. The tides surged, eroding the shoreline, as an irresistible force overwhelmed their will, lifting them from the earth to stand upright once more. Arise, fear not, for you are the children of the divine, the chosen progeny of the deity. In this world, there is naught to fear or revere save for the divine. Ledriki held a disdain for the amalgamated creature, Sally, having never regarded her as significant. His casual command to construct the pyramid was indicative of his perception. He considered himself the divine progeny. While the amalgamated creature was merely a servant of the deity, he was the executor of divine will. Ledriki's communication with the trilobites transcended mere vocal exchange. It was akin to imprinting his thoughts directly into their minds. Yin observed this unfolding scene, as anticipated. Ledriki's power was not solely rooted in wisdom. It was fully manifested upon the emergence of his kind. He could summon all trilobites, exert control over them, and convey his intentions into their very being. No one could defy his will. Indeed, he wielded dominion over all sentient beings in this realm. This power belonged to Ledriki, a force of intellect and consciousness, derived from the ancestral essence of their bloodline, inspiring boundless reverence among the trilobites. Their gaze was filled with fervent admiration for Ledriki, mirroring the awe he bestowed upon Yin. Ledriki raised his hand and proclaimed, "From this day forth, we shall be the sovereigns of land and sea, the chosen kin of the divine to govern the world. I am your king, Ledriki." All trilobites echoed his fervent declaration, their voices rising in a cacophony of fervor, albeit with pitchy, hollow tones. King. Yin was the creator of Ledriki, the deity who endowed him with wisdom, while Ledriki was the creator of the trilobites, the supreme king who bestowed life upon them. Ledriki guided them to a valley behind the pyramid, carving out numerous caverns within the rock face, and using the excavated stone to establish a city. As Yin had foretold, he founded his own city-state amidst the wilderness. These caverns connected to the seabed. Thus, beyond the valley, there lay a city beneath the waves. They resided on the island, venerating the divine, hunting in the ocean, and propagating their lineage within its waters. This place appeared akin to the mythical origin of Nuwa creating humanity, a paradise reminiscent of Eden. This seemingly insignificant isle on earth became the cradle of sentient life, a sanctuary apart from humanity. At long last, Ledriki found himself with family. He took the female trilobite adorned with white armor as his queen, and naturally, they bore their first child. Overcome with joy upon the moment of his child's birth, Ledriki eagerly ascended the pyramid with his offspring by his side. Together, they climbed step by step toward the temple, ultimately kneeling before it. He whispered to his child, "Look, the divine observes you from there." However, his child gazed at the temple with confusion, seeing nothing beyond the colossal statue and the stone platform. There is nothing there, just some rocks. A chill enveloped Ledriki as he regarded his child, disbelief and profound disappointment reflected in his eyes. His pupils mirrored sorrow, loss, and bewilderment. He understood that his child could not perceive the divine, nor share in the glory and gifts bestowed upon him by the deity. Chapter 7. The King of Faith and Wisdom. Ledriki knelt beneath the statue, enveloped in despair, his expression akin to the collapse of the heavens. Yet, the god Yin found amusement in his anguish and inquired, "Why do you so fervently wish for them to see me?" Ledriki, arms outstretched, earnestly addressed the deity atop the altar. How can one believe in a god they cannot perceive? How can they heed the divine will? Yin questioned further, "Why must they believe in me?" At that moment, Ledriki found himself at a loss for words. To him, belief in the divine required no justification. Yin pressed on, "Or do you believe their faith in me holds significance for my existence? Or that without their belief, I would cease to be? I am here. Whether they see me or not, I remain ever present. I have no directives to bestow upon you. Your sole purpose is to thrive and cultivate your own civilization." Ledriki, still on his knees, advanced to the feet of Yin, declaring, "We believe in you not because you require us, but because we require you." He struggled to articulate his thoughts until, through the temple's beams, he glimpsed the vast ocean and the sun. Just as life requires water and light. Yin chuckled softly. An avowed atheist. Even if the true creator of the universe stood before him, he would regard him merely as a powerful higher being. The concept of divinity in his mind differed profoundly from Ledriki's. His expression was indifferent, tinged with disdain for the notion of God, despite being referred to as such by others. Conversely, Ledriki was resolute in his faith. However, a subsequent utterance from Ledriki moved Yin. He rested his head upon the altar, pressing it against Yin and Apos' feet, tears glistening in his eyes. His tone grew somber, imbued with sorrow. "O divine being, my greatest fear is that if I were to perish, who would serve you in this temple? Who would guard this sanctuary until the end of time? If my children cannot glimpse you, how shall this legacy endure? You are exalted above all. You can bestow wisdom and life upon creation, transform this desolate and lifeless world, yet you cannot alter your own solitude." Yin gazed at him, initially inclined to respond that this was merely Ledriki's perspective. He did not require anyone to safeguard this monumental tomb. Nor would he linger in this temple until the sands of time had run their course. One day, he would depart, and what they guarded was not him, but merely a stone. Yet, upon witnessing Ledriki's tears, his heart unexpectedly softened. "What is it that you desire?" Ledriki wiped his tears and looked up at Yin. "I wish to forge a magnificent civilization, one that will never fade. I want them to eternally venerate you, to forever gather beneath this temple. I shall bind all the Tri-Leaf people with an unforgettably sacred oath, ensuring they safeguard this palace through generations, embedding their faith in you within their very bloodlines." Yin shook his head at the still naive Ledriki. "These aspirations hold meaning solely for you. To me, they are of no consequence. There is no eternal civilization. Even the sun in the sky shall inevitably extinguish, and the universe is inexorably headed towards annihilation. No matter how grand a civilization may be, it cannot withstand the ravages of time. Even the most devout faith shall be forgotten. The most towering and resilient temples and statues shall ultimately succumb to ruin. Ladiki could not comprehend the full weight of these words. They resonated through the corridors of time and eternity, a mystery beyond his reach. Yin caressed the helmet upon Ladiki's head, his voice lacking its usual detachment and emptiness. But if you are willing to pursue this, then pursue it. If these aspirations embody your understanding of the meaning of life, Ladiki finally declared, if one day I should perish, please take something of mine and place it by your side. Thus, I shall accompany you eternally. Yin watched Ladiki depart the temple, and for the first time, he perceived Ladiki not as an insignificant creature, a mere byproduct of his own creation, but as a living being, a person imbued with emotion. They surrounded the lofty temple, continually expanding their city, encircling the pyramid and temple at its heart. The Tri-Leaf people had grown from mere hundreds to thousands. This island finally began to exhibit the faintest semblance of civilization and city-state. The Tri-Leaf people learned reverence. Civilization began to allocate power, and they dared not utter Ladiki's name, referring to him instead as the King of Wisdom, designating their city as the Gifted City, signifying that all was bestowed by the divine. In the valley behind the pyramid, a palace was constructed where Ladiki and his children resided. Ladiki appointed his sons to various roles within the Gifted City, overseeing construction, food supply, and the safeguarding of stores. They wielded power and unified thousands of Tri-Leaf people, who, once equal, were now divided into distinct classes. This Tri-Leaf kingdom, or city-state, began to develop a rudimentary power structure. Ladiki was the king, and his sons became the first generation of Tri-Leaf nobility. One day, Ladiki's second son rushed in, kneeling before him, panic etched upon his face. Great King of Wisdom, another has been claimed by the sea. Ladiki sat upon the cold stone seat, gazing at his son. How many? He asked. The entire squad did not return. Ladiki rose, anxiety coursing through him, not solely for the loss of life, but for the hidden dangers lurking beneath. The term claimed by the sea referred to those who ventured into the deep and never returned, and most were destined to remain lost forever. This was not the first occurrence. As the population of the Tri-Leaf people grew, their food supplies began to dwindle, even as they attempted to dry sea plants for sustenance. They were colossal beings in this era, and thousands congregating could easily deplete the surrounding waters, while land offered no nourishment. Their existence was jarringly out of place. This world was unprepared to embrace the civilization of the Tri-Leaf people. In the Gifted City, starvation began to take hold. They were compelled to venture into the deep sea, an expanse far from the tranquility they envisioned. The ocean could nurture life, yet it could also consume it. Many Tri-Leaf people became lost in the depths, ensnared in perilous waters, or encountered unforeseen circumstances, never to return. Ladiki understood that the civilization of the Tri-Leaf people was facing its first crisis. If he could not overcome this threshold, the dream of establishing a magnificent civilization would remain but a distant aspiration. Chapter 8. The ancestral fish on the grand thoroughfare of the God-given city. The lifeless bodies of the Triads lay before the wise King Lydlik, their eyes forever closed. Hundreds of Triads knelt in solemn silence, a mournful atmosphere enveloping the air. Though no words were spoken, all gazes were fixed upon King Lydlik, their primordial ancestor, their supreme ruler. Lydlik placed his hand upon one of the corpses, feeling the youthfulness of the departed, now lost to time. For the first time, he felt the terror of death and the fragility of life. I shall find a way to resolve this, he vowed. In the eyes of the mourners, Lydlik's promise shone like a beacon of truth and faith, a decree for change amidst crisis. A fervent chant arose from the crowd, reverberating through the air, as if Lydlik were not merely their king, but their deity. Wise king, wise king. Lydlik believed himself to be the wise king, and as such, he felt a natural obligation to protect his people. Yet, he found himself powerless, once again casting his gaze towards the towering pyramid at the heart of the God-given city. Under the starlit night, Lydlik ascended the pyramid, where Triad sentinels guarded the steps. This sacred temple was a domain only for the wise king, for any other Triad. To tread upon its steps was an unforgivable sin. Before reaching the summit, he beheld a figure radiating a celestial white light, standing at the pinnacle of the stairs. In the darkness, it shone with resplendence. The light danced like threads across the sky, seemingly connecting with the stars above. The figure poised to transcend this world at any moment. In awe, he could not help but exclaim, God. He hurried up the steps, chasing the light, fearful that it might vanish into the celestial expanse. Sally, with her braided hair, sat obediently on the steps, her large green eyes fixated on the distant sea. She resembled not a living being but a mere doll. The divine being gazed at the heavens and the stars, as if awaiting his approach. As Lilac drew near, the figure spoke. Do you know? Life should not exist on this land in this era. Yet here, miracles of life flourish. Before our arrival, this place was already verdant. Lilac turned to look where the divine being pointed, puzzled as to why the deity spoke of terrestrial matters while gazing skyward. The star-studded sky, when contemplated for too long, could easily disorient one, making the stars and galaxies appear to swirl. Yet, the divine being seemed to hear Lidlac's unspoken thoughts and continued. For the factors influencing life are not found in the earth, but in the distant skies and the cosmos. We are likely near the poles of the earth, or in a uniquely special place, where an atmospheric layer shields us from radiation. It must be the ozone layer, allowing us to witness the plants here. This is truly a miraculous land, an Eden of life. Lilac struggled to comprehend the deity's words. The murmurs seemed less directed at him and more like the musings of a god. Yet, he understood that the divine being was unveiling the mysteries of their world, revealing truths invisible to mortal eyes. As they trembled before the vast, blue expanse of the sea, the divine gaze pierced through the stars and galaxies. Divine guidance has led us to this miraculous land of life. It is you who has allowed us to thrive here, to be sheltered, and to establish our race and civilization. If miracles truly exist, then you are the architect of such wonders. The divine being bowed its head, and in Lidlac's eyes, the figure emanating boundless light cast its radiance upon him. Have you encountered difficulties? Lilac found it hard to voice his troubles. He had assured the divine that he would forge a grand civilization, overflowing with confidence, believing it to be an effortless task. He was the divine's firstborn, the inaugural intelligent being crafted by the deity. Yet, as soon as he embarked on this journey, he was beset by challenges. Over the years, he learned the depths of sorrow, joy, and love, but this time, he understood the weight of shame. Kneeling before the divine, he prostrated himself against the cold stone, unable to meet the gaze of the god. Food. God, we require sustenance. His voice trembled with earnestness and reverence. Divine One, please grant me guidance. The divine being regarded the wise king as one would a child yet to grow. It lifted Lilac and led him into the temple. Ashamed, Lilac kept his head bowed, listening to the divine impart wisdom that illuminated the path ahead. The most primitive civilizations were those of hunting and gathering. Advanced civilizations learned to domesticate livestock and cultivate crops. Although planting was not feasible at this moment, I can teach you the ways of husbandry. Lilac heard this term for the first time. Husbandry? Outside the temple, the shell of the amalgamated creature Sally was embedded in the wall, visible from within. Inside the temple, stone basins housed marine plants that evidently did not belong to the land, now withered and dead. The divine being touched the shell, and light radiated from its fingertips. The massive shell responded to the divine's command, gradually becoming transparent. Through the translucent shell, pure seawater was revealed, teeming with bizarre life forms. The most abundant being a creature resembling a fish but encased in a thick shell. This is a recent creation of mine. I wish to call it a fish, though it may not entirely fit that definition. Lilac pressed against the transparent shell, observing the creatures within. Fish. The divine being pondered for a moment before declaring, let it be known as the ancestral fish. In moments of idleness within the temple, the divine was passionate about creating new life, a rare hobby in this era. An ever-increasing array of species and life forms would hasten the transformation of this world into one familiar to him. Though he had become adept at utilizing the shell of Issa as a random generator, he had yet to create the mythic beings he envisioned, akin to Lilac and Sally, but had stumbled upon several unexpected creations. This was a jawless fish, surviving by siphoning nutrients from the water. It bore armor, its appearance somewhat fearsome. Though dubbed a fish, it did not belong to the true category of fish. The divine pointed to the jawless fish within the shell, saying, this shall be the sustenance I bestow upon you. Chapter 9. Food and new species. The vivacious ancestral fish floundered in the hands of several sons of Lidiki, who stood before the palace, maintaining his regal demeanor. However, his sons, brimming with impatience, proclaimed from their elevated position to the citizens of the God-given city, their voices resonating with fervor. Behold, this is the sustenance bestowed upon us by the divine. The ancestral fish, The eldest son of Laidiki held the ancestral fish aloft, bending down to gaze at everyone with eyes that stirred the soul, his mouth uttering words of profound impact. The divine has imparted unto the great king of wisdom the method to create food, and henceforth we shall possess an unending supply. From this day forth, no one in the God-given city shall perish from hunger, nor shall we risk venturing into the treacherous depths of the sea. After his proclamation, he knelt before the pyramid, lifting the ancestral fish high and kissing the ground, his demeanor bordering on madness. The second son of Laidiki leapt from the platform. The divine created the king of wisdom, fashioned us, and provided us with food that only the lineage of the king of wisdom may partake. The divine is the supreme sovereign of all creation, while the king of wisdom reigns as the unparalleled monarch of all sentient beings. We are the destined race that governs the earth and sea, the firstborn of the divine. Only the divine and the king of wisdom can guide us and illuminate our path. They roared, raising their arms, their voices deafening. Recently, there had been those who dared to question the authority of the king of wisdom and the power of the divine. A few who sought to abandon the God-given city in search of a different path, thus threatening their standing. Although the king of wisdom Laidiki possessed the ability to command the power of all the three-leaved beings, he was evidently reluctant to enslave them directly. Much like the divine did not impose his will upon him, the sons of Laidiki were eager to announce such momentous news, ensuring that all recognized the divine's immense creative power and the king of wisdom's role as the divine's emissary. This also served to highlight their own authority and status. They were the sons of the king of wisdom, destined to govern all creation in place of the divine and the king of wisdom. Outside the rudimentary structures constructed of massive stones, throngs of three-leaved beings gathered, and the palace of the king of wisdom was swarmed with people. Their exoskeletons varied in hue and height, with men and women forming separate groups on either side. All the three-leaved beings gazed up at the king of wisdom and the divine gift. In the sunlight, the ancestral fish shimmered with radiant brilliance. At that moment, Laidiki finally spoke, displaying a composure far surpassing that of his sons. He had long emulated his creator in various ways, as if those of high stature ought to convey their words in such a manner, rendering his speech all the more persuasive. We are the favored race of the divine. In this world, whether on land or in the sea, no challenge can thwart us. We are destined to become the most resplendent civilization, eternally shining beneath the stars. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, the cacophony overturning the entire God-given city, reaching even the temple atop the pyramid. In the name of the divine, the king of wisdom, nothing can bring us down. We shall ultimately dispel all darkness and conquer the seas. This time, every three-leaved being felt the greatness of the divine. Hope surged upon every face. On the island, vast expanses were marshland, teeming with life, with edges thickly carpeted in moss. Some of these marshes connected directly to the sea, while others remained isolated, shifting with the ebb and flow of the tides. The three-leaved beings of the God-given city congregated beside these marshes, lifting one large stone basin after another, filled with wriggling ancestral fish that splashed water everywhere. Splash! The three-leaved beings poured the ancestral fish into a marsh, drenching many present, yet all erupted in laughter, a stark contrast to the previous silence. Hurry, hurry, over there. They then blocked the tide's entry with stones, enclosing the area. If we pour them in, will they multiply? The king of wisdom said so. This is a gift from the divine, along with the method bestowed by the divine. As the king of wisdom Laidiki approached, all knelt to receive him, forming a line at the marsh and shoreline. Laidiki's gaze fell upon his sons, their eyes alight with anticipation, hoping to be chosen by him. This was a position of greater power than others. To govern the divine gift of ancestral fish meant controlling the sustenance of the entire God-given city. However, the king of wisdom ultimately turned his attention to his eldest daughter, who bore an exoskeleton as white as that of the queen, possessing the same slender and graceful form. From this day forth, you are entrusted with safeguarding and watching over the ancestral fish. They are our food and the future of the divine land. She looked up at the king of wisdom with delight and then knelt. Great king of wisdom, I shall protect these ancestral fish diligently and fulfill the duty you have entrusted to me. Thus, the female population of the three-leaved beings began to assume authority. A multitude of female three-leaved beings followed the king of wisdom's eldest daughter into the marshes to oversee and cultivate the ancestral fish. Most of the time, they would submerge themselves in the water, observing the fish from beneath, akin to shepherds guiding their flocks. The female three-leaved beings first cultivated the ancestral fish in the island and Apos' marshes, feeding them according to the methods imparted by the divine, caring for them in accordance with their nature. They witnessed the ancestral fish begin to reproduce, multiplying as if by magic, ever increasing in number. To the three-leaved beings, this method of cultivating ancestral fish contained boundless secrets, a manifestation of the divine's supreme power. They had grasped the knowledge granted by the divine, mastering the art of reproduction and the control of life. The divine had transformed their long-standing methods of survival through fishing, truly enabling them to command their existence in the world. Lydiki's eldest daughter stood by the enclosed marsh, watching as one ancestral fish after another was caught, radiating the vitality of life. All the three-leaved beings rejoiced at the bountiful harvest, the shore beside the marsh alive with merriment. The white female three-leaved beings exclaimed, "Life is truly filled with miracles, and the divine effortlessly creates and bestows such wonders. What an astonishing power this is." Thus, they finally liberated themselves from the woes of hunger. Residing in the God-given city, they sustained themselves through aquaculture and fishing, offering tribute to Lydiki. Here, as the King of Wisdom had proclaimed, was indeed the true land bestowed by the divine, a place sheltered by divine grace. In the marsh, several ancestral fish swam freely, foraging for tiny organisms in the silt as sustenance. They suddenly ventured deeper, unexpectedly discovering an opening leading to the sea. Bloop! Bubbles rose to the surface as the leading fish darted through the opening. The ancestral fish departed the marsh, delving into the vast ocean. From that moment forth, a new species emerged within the depths of the sea. Chapter 10. Words and Myths. Having resolved the issue of sustenance, the God-given city attained a profound stability and commenced its prosperous development once more. A population of a few thousand was merely a starting point. Ladriki aspired to construct a city-state housing tens of thousands, perhaps even 100,000 souls. He could hardly envision what a city of such magnitude might look like. Standing atop the palace's lofty walls, he gazed at the edifices within the God-given city. Beyond mere residences, the city boasted salt-drying grounds, food processing workshops, warehouses for provisions, and immense wells connecting to the sea, among other structures. In the distance, he observed marshes encircled like cultivated fields, where female tri-leafers leaped into the water to drive and capture schools of fish. He had created numerous innovations that infused life into this place. I had once made a promise to the deity, vowing to forge a civilization that would never fade, where all would guard and honor the divine. 10,000 years. 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, until eternity itself. He turned to his queen. "Do you believe I can achieve this?" The queen gazed at Ledriki with adoration, her eyes brimming with tenderness and aspiration. "You are the King of Wisdom, the firstborn of the gods, the source of all wisdom. You shall undoubtedly succeed." Ledriki smiled, clasping her hand as he looked towards the sea and the setting sun. "Indeed, I shall accomplish this, for it is my vow to the deity, my oath to the supreme Inzate." Beneath the sunset's golden light, the city bustled with activity. The eldest daughter returned from fishing, raising the catch high amid a throng of fellow tri-leafers, earning a chorus of cheers, both women displaying expressions of mutual approval. At that moment, Ladriki's eldest and second sons ran towards him. Having experienced the previous crisis, his sons sensed unease and resolved to document the mythos of divine creation and the legend of the wise king to showcase the deity's greatness and Ladriki's power. They intended to convey to all the nobility of their lineage that they were chosen by the gods. The tales of the deity and the wise king were inscribed upon the face of a massive stone, while the narrative of the wise king guiding the tri-leafers in the creation of civilization adorned the reverse. They prepared to erect this monument at the entrance of the God-given city. Ladriki gazed at the standing white stone, observing the scenes depicted in its carvings, images of the deity descending upon the earth and sea, guiding them to this sanctuary, each tableau resonating with his own experiences. Yet, he felt an absence, as though the essence of a civilization crafted by a wise race was lacking. Rather than an epic of myth, it resembled the primitive scrawls of a tribe dwelling in the wilderness, inscribing their incomprehensible marvels upon cave walls. There was a missing element: writing. Ladriki recalled the words spoken to him when the deity created the tri-leafers. True civilization must possess its own script, its own art and philosophy, wielding the power to transform and comprehend the world. He sought counsel from the deity, What should divine writing resemble? The deity, observing the amalgamated shells embedded in the temple walls, appeared to be gazing into a vast transparent aquarium, watching the creatures swim within. As he moved forward along the stone wall, "Have you not yet created your own writing?" Ledriki followed closely behind the deity. "O Divine One, you have not taught Ledriki the language of the gods." He had learned to speak, yet never how to inscribe. The deity shook his head. "My script belongs to me. It is my memory and beauty. It is not for you, nor for the Trilefers." He looked at Ledriki. "Writing is the most vital vessel of a civilization. If you wish to establish a civilization for the Trilefers, you must create a script unique to you." The deity did not provide direct instruction on crafting their script, for he regarded it as a human endeavor, not one for the Trilefers. Ledriki felt bewildered, uncertain of where to begin. Until that day, he had not even fully grasped the necessity of possessing writing. The deity lightly touched the amalgamated shell, which immediately ceased to be transparent, instead shimmering with radiant lines. With a fingertip, he drew a circle and simultaneously illustrated the emanating light. "This is the sun," Ledriki grasped, albeit vaguely. The deity then sketched a simple crescent beneath. Informing Ledriki, "This is the moon." Understanding dawned upon him. To Ledriki, writing was merely simplified imagery. He inscribed a single wave upon the shell, proclaiming, "This is water." Then he drew 3 waves, exclaiming in excitement, "This is the sea." Under the deity's guidance and instruction, one primitive character after another was birthed. Observing the shell adorned with these enigmatic symbols, Ledriki's eyes sparkled, his hands tightly clenched. Writing, a force that originated from images yet wielded greater power than mere illustrations. He sensed an enchanting vitality within these symbols, capable of expressing the mysteries and secrets of the world, enduringly recording and transmitting them through time. Life and species appeared to transcend their ordinary essence through the possession of writing, becoming extraordinary and sublime. Existence without writing contrasted starkly with that of a written culture. And they had taken that pivotal step. The Trilefer script did not necessitate knowledge of beasts or flora. They needed only to know the sun, moon, and stars. They required no understanding of machinery or technology, only the elements: wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Their realm of understanding was not vast, nor were the concepts they needed to grasp numerous. Thus, creating their own writing was not an insurmountable task. Ledriki, proficient in sculpture, crafted stone tablets within his palace, chronicling every character he had devised. He then summoned his sons and subjects, declaring that they had finally acquired writing. His sons and subjects were perplexed, lacking comprehension of the significance of writing. Ledriki, however, showcased its utility to the world for the first time. The inaugural record they inscribed was a myth. Upon the monument established before the God-given city, not only were there images, but also inscriptions. The deity created all beings, fashioning his firstborn, the wise King Ledriki, followed by his servant, the mother of life, Sally. All eyes were raised to the images and symbols. Some astute Trilefers, piecing together the reliefs, began to grasp the meaning of the writing. Thus, they truly perceived the deity for the first time, understanding the miracles manifested by the divine. With the advent of writing, the Trilefer civilization embarked upon a new phase of development, shedding the shackles of barbarism and ignorance, and finally becoming worthy of the title of civilization. Chapter 11. Do you see? Before the great well that connects the city of divine grace to the sea, a multitude has gathered today, as if to partake in a grand ceremony. Among the throngs of thousands of the 3-leaved people, a diminutive figure, staggering slightly, emerges from the underwater city beneath the well, stepping carefully across the submerged stone steps and onto the sunlit land for the very first time. This is his inaugural encounter with sunlight, as well as his first glimpse of the magnificent city of divine grace. The fierce brightness overhead leaves him disoriented, while the cheers of the multitude ignite a fervor within him. He catches sight of a figure surrounded by throngs, a towering 3-leaved man adorned with a crown of stone, who extends his hand toward him from above. "Come hither." The young 3-leaved man approaches the crowned figure and kneels before him, as the crowd falls into a hushed reverence. Bearing witness to this miraculous moment, the wise king places his hand upon the young one's head. "My child, I bestow upon you wisdom and knowledge. You, who inherit my bloodline, shall henceforth be a part of the city of divine grace." All eyes among the 3-leaved people are riveted upon this spectacle. Even those who have witnessed it before cannot help but be awestruck by the majesty of this power. It instills within them a sense of reverence and longing, illuminating the essence of the wise king and the mythical strength he embodies. Relying on his innate power as the wise king, Laidiki transfers his memories and fragments of knowledge into the young, three-leaved man's mind, not only granting him wisdom and legacy, but also enabling many within the city of divine grace to swiftly learn the art of speech. The young three-leaved man opens his mouth, hesitates, and finally utters, "Father." Laidiki responds, "I am your father, but above all, I am the wise king of the city of divine grace, your king. In the presence of others, you shall address me as king." Within the palace, the wise king's family gathers around a long stone table, laden with meticulously prepared ancestral fish. This family, now quite numerous, includes grandsons and even great-grandsons, yet today, the spotlight shines on his youngest son. The wise king celebrates his son's transition into adolescence, marking the transformation from a creature of the sea to a being of the land. His eldest brother gazes at him warmly. "Welcome to our family, my brother." Another brother slaps him on the shoulder. "In due time, come to the storeroom. I have some splendid treasures to show you." His sister gazes at him with gentle affection. "Tomorrow, I shall take you to the waters to see the ancestral fish. You have never witnessed such beauty, have you? Sunlight piercing through the depths. Thousands of fish swimming gracefully. It is beyond description." As dinner draws to a close, night descends, casting a beautiful moonlight that illuminates the palace with an ethereal glow. "You have grown, and it is time you possess your own name," the wise king declares, exchanging a knowing smile with the queen, who is poised to reveal the name she has chosen. However, before she can speak, the young three-leaved man exclaims, "Yasiel. Is my name Yasiel? Does it mean moonlight?" Indeed. Yasiel means moonlight, a name of exquisite beauty. The language of the three-leaved people, a product of the dialogue between the divine and Laidiki, possesses a unique accent that, while intelligible to the divine, might be deemed unpleasant. Within this distinctive dialect and its innovative script lies a linguistic system that even the divine cannot fully comprehend. Yet, this is not the moment for semantic deliberation. The queen gazes at her youngest son in astonishment. "How did you know?" she inquires. "I have told no one but your father." The young one simply replies, "You told me. I heard you calling my name from within you." Yasiel then turns to his brother, smiling brightly. "The storeroom is vast. I must see it tomorrow." He nods at his sister across the table. "The sight of the fish swimming is truly beautiful. I have already seen it." Laidiki regards his son with pride. "You possess the ability to perceive the thoughts and consciousness of others." The family gazes at Yasiel in shock. This is a power reserved for the wise king alone. The young three-leaved man, however, remains oblivious to the gravity of this distinction, believing it to be a common ability shared by all. Little does he realize that such mythical prowess has been inherited solely from the wise king. Seated at the head of the stone table, Laidiki observes his youngest son with a glimmer of joy in his eyes. "Yasiel, you are remarkable, truly remarkable." His laughter resonates, a rare display of unrestrained emotion before the three-leaved people, even among his family. Today, he is overwhelmed with joy, for he has long carried the weight of mythic power. Having received divine mandates from the divine, he yearns to forge a grand civilization, yet no one comprehends him, nor can anyone walk alongside him in this quest, let alone inherit his strength and ideals. He is the wise king, the ruler of the three-leaved people, surrounded by thousands of kin. Yet he feels a solitude akin to that of the divine. At this moment, however, it feels different. He perceives in Yasiel the potential to carry forth his will and vision. Together, they ascend the seemingly interminable staircase, traversing the pyramid-like heights toward the sacred temple. With each step, a sacred emotion wells up within him. Since Laidiki had once brought his eldest son here, only to depart in disappointment, he has refrained from inviting anyone else to behold the divine. In his eyes, those devoid of mythical power are unworthy of an audience with the divine. To him, those lacking even the ability to perceive the divine will merely profane the sanctity of the gods and sully their temple. Before the temple, the two three-leaved figures, one large and one small, kneel in reverence. The wise king Laidiki gazes at Yasiel, filled with excitement and anticipation. "Yasiel, do you see?" Kneeling, Yasiel gazes into the temple, cautiously lifting his head, allowing his sight to extend along the floor into the depths. He beholds shells radiating with the light of myth, the supreme artifacts of creation. Beneath the altar sits a young girl, a fusion of terrifying power and monstrosity named Sally. The moment he lays eyes upon her, he envisions a colossal beast, akin to a mountain, with countless limbs and hundreds of fearsome eyes fixed upon him, plunging him into a chasm of despair. At last, he sees the divine, a being transcending the ages, commanding the very fabric of time, emanating a brilliance akin to the stars, engulfing him in light, rendering all within his gaze a blinding white. Yasiel stares, his mind rendered blank. He echoes the words spoken upon first encountering the divine, God. Chapter 12. The blood of myth, an ethereal and desolate voice resonated within the temple, devoid of any emotion, much like the passage of time itself. Enter. Yasiel, filled with trepidation, stepped into the grand hall, feeling his body tremble. A manifestation of both fear of the powerful mythical being and the weight of his own source of strength. He gazed anxiously at the brown-haired girl with green eyes, only to find that she paid him no heed. Her emerald gaze was fixed upon the sky beyond the temple, akin to a mighty shrimp in the ocean. Oblivious to the trilobites beneath, he regarded the deity upon the altar with reverence, lowering his gaze after a mere glance. The radiance emanating from the divine was blinding, rendering it impossible to behold directly. Ladlik, is this your son? Beneath the altar, even the god of wisdom could sense Ladlik's pride and joy. Indeed, O divine one, he has inherited my bloodline and mythic power, possessing the honor to see the gods and receive their oracles. O great Yin Shen god, at last, Ladlik has found my successor. He shall inherit my strength and lead the god-given city towards a more distant future, a greater future. He will also carry forth my will, serving and honoring the divine. Yasiel observed his father, the king of wisdom, exalted and revered by the throngs of trilobites that surrounded him, each extolling the greatness of the king. Now, he bore witness to the humility of his father, beneath the feet of the deity. The Yin Shen god looked at Yasiel, sensing the uniqueness of this young trilobite. Unlike Ladlik and Sally, he was not a direct offspring of myth, but an entity imbued with mythic power through later cultivation. What is your name? The deity inquired. Yasiel hesitated, momentarily lost for words until he realized the question was directed at him. In a flurry of panic, his mind blank, he stammered, Yasiel, O great god, O great Yin Shen god, my name is Yasiel, son of Ladlik, the king of wisdom. The Yin Shen god beckoned him forward, placing a finger upon his forehead. The fact that he could touch him indicated the emergence of a new anchor point in this world. A revelation dawned upon him. Mythic power could indeed be inherited. Yet, why was this so? The instant the Yin Shen god made contact, Yasiel's entire existence, his birth, growth, and transformation into a being, flooded his consciousness. And he instantaneously comprehended everything that belonged to Yasiel. At the dawn of life, he had merely been an egg. Yet this egg, unlike others of his kind, contained a hereditary power, possessing the mythic might attributed to Ladlik, transcending the mundane. The Yin Shen god witnessed the egg gradually awaiting its emergence in the warm sea, until it broke free from the underwater city. From that moment forth, Yasiel possessed a power entirely distinct from ordinary life, and he observed Yasiel grow incrementally, eventually emerging from the depths through a great well to bask in the sun, receiving wisdom and knowledge. Yasiel did not wield the same dominion over all trilobites as Ladlik, nor could he pass down knowledge as inheritance. However, he possessed a power akin to telepathy, enabling him to discern the thoughts of other trilobites. He had merely inherited the weakest fragment of Ladlik's strength. Nonetheless, even that was a fragment of mythic power. The Yin Shen god discerned an anomaly in Yasiel's inception, further validating his long-held yet unproven suspicions. While mythic power originated from him, it did not entirely manifest in the same elusive form that transcended the universe and materiality, existing within the interstices of time and space. Rather, it was a tangible substance that could be observed. Mythic matter? The secret of the anchor point lay here, embedded within the very essence of the body. The origins of mythic power resided in this, capable of replication and inheritance. A rare smile spread across the Yin Shen god's face, a sight seldom witnessed since his arrival in this ancient era millions of years prior. He finally comprehended the distinction between Ladlik and Sally as mythic beings, understanding why they could perceive him, while other trilobites could not. Those cells, altered and mutated by his radiance, were the wellspring of their power and the reason for the birth of the anchor point. Such scarce mythic matter seamlessly integrated into the entire corporeal form, rendering it nearly negligible, which explained why the Yin Shen god previously struggled to identify the source of mythic power within Ladlik and Sally. Searching aimlessly was akin to fishing for a needle in a haystack. However, having glimpsed the key through Yasiel, everything transformed. Understanding how mythic power was birthed and recognizing that it lay hidden within the bloodline, he naturally devised a means to extract and fabricate it. The Yin Shen god withdrew his finger, falling into contemplation. Yasiel, emerging from his blank state, gasped for breath. In that fleeting moment when the divine touched his forehead, it felt as though he had gazed directly into the very concept of time. He witnessed stars exploding into oblivion, saw the flow of time reversing, and glimpsed the horrors imprisoned by the passage of ages. It was an ineffable silence and despair, a terror so profound it coursed through his very bones, compelling him to avoid reflection. The Yin Shen god observed Yasiel. His power was too feeble to remain within the temple any longer. After permitting Yasiel to behold the divine, Ladlik instructed him to wait outside the temple. Yasiel felt a wave of relief. His mythic power was not as formidable as his father's. The mythic hybrid creature beside him was already overwhelming him. Within the temple, only the Yin Shen god and Ladlik remained. The Yin Shen god turned to Ladlik and asked, "Why the rush to find a successor?" Ladlik raised his hand, the once lustrous bone armor becoming coarse, resembling rock. For the trilobites, this was a sign of aging. Although he remained robust, he could feel himself gradually descending from the pinnacle of life, approaching a turning point. "Oh God, I shall grow old and ultimately fade away. There are some things I can accomplish, yet others I must leave for the next generation." The Yin Shen god suddenly comprehended. It felt as though, in the blink of an eye, the trilobites had evolved through several generations. Life was incredibly fragile in the face of time. "I intend for Yasiel to inherit the throne of the King of Wisdom, to accomplish what I can no longer do." The Yin Shen god regarded Ladlik, contemplating for a long moment before finally speaking. "You may proceed as you see fit." Chapter 13. The race of the fusion monsters. Yin Shen did not concern himself with who would become the next wise king. His interest in the Tri-Leaf people stemmed solely from Ridley, for Ridley was the king of the Tri-Leaf. Upon the divine altar, he appeared to have transformed into a stone statue, lost in contemplation. There was a pause in his consciousness, a fleeting moment of drowsiness. The sun outside the temple rose and set multiple times, rendering time and light powerless against him, like the gentle breeze slipping through his fingers. Once, he believed a century to be an interminable duration. Now, it seemed but a blink of an eye. He had lost his sensitivity to time and recognized that he was no longer a short-lived being with a lifespan of less than a century. He had transcended time itself, an existence that could flow against the current of time and rise above the river of ages. It dawned on him, "I am no longer human. What am I?" There was no answer. He turned his gaze to Sally, the fusion monster seated beside him. Despite the passage of time, she remained unchanged, a testament to her nature. Yin Shen could sense that she would not age, or rather, the length of time required to induce such an effect was beyond imagination. He placed his hand on her face, lifting her chin, gazing into her verdant eyes. "Why do you not age?" Sally would not respond, and he could only engage in a dialogue with himself. "Is it because your power is life? Or is it due to the unique location of your mythic blood? Or perhaps another reason altogether? Since his mythic blood could grant him an anchor point, could it not create even more?" He pondered. A few mythic cells could bestow extraordinary powers, and a few drops of mythic blood could transform one into a mythic being. If such mythic substance were abundant, could he not forge a vessel capable of containing himself, allowing him to descend once more into this world? With newfound direction, Yin Shen conducted his next experiment within the temple, harnessing the power of the fusion monster's shell. This time, he sought not to create mere life, but to engender mythic beings endowed with extraordinary powers. The mythic shell, filled with warm seawater, resembled a vast womb nurturing life after life. Yin Shen extracted the bizarre forms of life he had previously created, allowing them to begin the process of gestation anew. Failure became the norm. Success was a rarity among millions. Yet, during this endeavor, he uncovered certain secrets of the mythic blood. The powers and abilities of Ridley and Isa and Apos' mythic blood were utterly distinct, yet there existed points of intersection. Mythic blood was indestructible, an almost eternal substance, akin to Yin Shen himself. Apart from being inherited by the next generation, it would persist in the body even after death, ultimately decomposing and dispersing into the earth, sea, and air. Ridley and Isa's powers could be passed down through bloodlines, while mythic blood would split and expand with the successful birth of life. However, this division occurred only in the early stages of life, halting once life had fully formed. Yet to this day, he had not succeeded in creating a life that inherited mythic power, and the natural gestation process would surely prove more challenging. At long last, Yin Shen completed his experiment. Through the translucent, glowing shell, he observed several hard spheres resembling brown stones floating in the water. Isa stood beside him, bending down to gaze within the shell. Glug glug. It seemed she could perceive that the power of these brown embryos originated from her. With but a single thought, she could control them. She was their progenitor, the queen of the fusion monsters. Yin Shen stood before her, scrutinizing these nascent mythic beings. Had he succeeded? He shook his head. Success was only partial. He had created new fusion monsters, yet could not endow them with the entirety of their source of power from Sally. They had merely acquired a fraction of her weaker abilities known as fusion, devoid of the power to create life. These new fusion monsters could fuse and seize the organs and talents of other beings, possessing an almost indestructible strength, rendering them difficult to kill. However, they could not truly be deemed immortal. For every few centuries, they underwent a cycle, erasing all ordinary cells and reverting to an embryonic state, only to grow anew. They died first, only to be reborn. Yet, upon this new growth, they became entirely different fusion monsters, scarcely related to their predecessors. Only the fusion monster queen beside him possessed true, indestructible power, much like Ridley's Wisdom King ability. Such force could exist in this mythic bloodline and power solely as a singular entity. Yin Shen raised his hand, and the embryos broke free from the shell, soaring out of the temple. The sound of their passage through the air was piercing. The stones tore through the waves, plunging into the ocean. Hatching, being born, growing, all transpired in an instant. Terrifying, worm-like behemoths emerged from the depths, roaring at the sun above. With the tri-leaf people having their own race. The fusion monsters too became a recognized species. By the seaside, the white female tri-leaf person flitted through the water like a fish, turning to beckon her brother. Yesel, jump down. Sister, I'm coming. Yesel stood atop a massive stone, joyfully leaping into the marsh below. His sister joined him, diving deeper in pursuit of a school of fish. When they resurfaced, each had caught a primordial fish. Look, what a big one! Yesel exclaimed, thrilled by the size of his catch. Yet even more delighted that his sister had shared the experience with him. She told him, there are even larger ones in the sea. Father once caught something bigger than this stone, with pincers longer than you. The gods call it the great shrimp. Yesel's eyes sparkled with wonder, longing for the depths of the ocean, those unexplored and unreachable realms. The sea was shrouded in mystery and peril, yet it beckoned irresistibly. He yearned to see those distant places, to conquer the depths feared by all tri-leaf people. At the ocean's infinite horizon, did land exist that dwarfed even the sacred ground bestowed by the gods? The midday sun blazed brilliantly. In his peripheral vision, indistinct black shapes darted beneath the sun, plunging into the sea. This immediately captured the attention of many tri-leaf people on the shore, including Yesel and his sister. What is that? Suddenly, a colossal creature broke through the ocean's surface, causing a violent explosion of water. The horrifying monster roared upon the waves. Its fearsome form and immense power seared into Yesel's vision. While the other tri-leaf people cried out in terror and fled the shore, Yesel remained transfixed by the creature. He thought to himself, if I possessed such formidable strength, I could conquer the ocean, venture to its very end, and seek that fabled land. Chapter 14. The priest of the divine outside the city bestowed by the gods, an ever-growing throng of tri-leafed beings had gathered. All were trembling as they gazed upon the colossal beasts emerging from the ocean, their gaping maws seemingly intent on devouring the very sun from the sky. Some were so overwhelmed with fear that their legs buckled beneath them, collapsing onto the sand, scrabbling backward before crawling into the safety of the crowd. What is this? How could such gigantic monsters exist? What do these creatures intend to do? Surely they cannot ascend ashore. Amidst the throngs, the wise king, Rydlick, advanced to the shoreline, becoming the steadfast heart of the assembly. Upon beholding the terrifying titans roaring towards the heavens, he immediately turned his gaze to the pinnacle of the pyramid temple. He recognized these creatures as mythical beings birthed by the god Sane, acknowledging their resemblance to the fusion creature, Sally. Raising his hand high, he captured the attention of all. The crowd focused on this robust tri-leafed figure adorned with a crown. His every gesture resonated with the populace. Fear not. These monsters are servants of the divine. As Rydlik spoke, his voice echoed within the minds of all present, a peculiar force quelling the restless and frightened throng into silence. Upon hearing that these creatures were divine servants, their trepidation waned, replaced by awe as they beheld the fusion beasts, marveling at the might of the gods. He instructed a few of his sons to soothe the populace and to caution them to keep their distance from the colossal beasts. Rydlik then hastily ascended to the apex of the pyramid temple, where he found the deity admiring his own creation. The god, Yin, lowered his gaze to the ascending Rydlik until he halted, kneeling before him. "How do you find it? Do you like it?" Rydlik was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the god's intent. Yin continued, "This is a gift I bestow upon you. With them, whether in the depths of the sea or upon the land, nothing shall impede your stride. Do you not wish to establish a great civilization? How can one be considered great while confined to this island?" Rydlik gazed at the god in astonishment, never expecting such a gift. The deity inquired, "Do you not appreciate it?" Tears streamed down Rydlik's face as he shook his head. "Oh, divine one, your eldest son shall forever remember this day." However, after a moment's contemplation, he added, "Might I bestow this opportunity upon my son?" Yin and Apos' words carried no discernible emotion. Only those endowed with wisdom and power may communicate with and command these fusion creatures. Mere mortals cannot master these mythical species. Rydlik hastily replied, "My son, Ysel, is certainly capable. He has inherited my bloodline and talents." His affection for his son was evident. "Bring him to me tomorrow, and I shall grant him the mark to command the fusion creatures." Yin had no objections. His endowment of these fusion beings served not only to aid Rydlik in realizing his ambitions, but also to ensure the tri-leafed beings nurture these creatures. Through cycles of death and rebirth, and the transformation between embryo and life, the mythical essence possessed by these fusion creatures would continue to grow, one day yielding sufficient mythical substance. Were it not for the necessity of extracting Sane's mythical blood to create the fusion beasts, Yin would have desired to craft even more to expedite this goal. Meanwhile, Ysel remained by the seashore, captivated by the spectacle of the monsters, until he was summoned back to the palace of the wise king. Upon his arrival, he discerned an unmistakable glimmer of joy in his father's authoritative gaze. His father descended eagerly from the throne, placing a hand upon Yazel's shoulder. With eyes brimming with expectation, his father regarded him, a weighty yet joyful sensation enveloping Ysel. "Ysel, are you prepared? Starting tomorrow, you shall become the priest of the divine." Ysel, hearing this term for the first time, appeared bewildered. "Priest? What is that?" Rydlik explained. "A priest is one who venerates and serves the gods, the divine emissary on earth, the proclaimer of their will. You shall receive the gods' permission to select a fusion creature as your companion, embodying the divine will in this world." Upon hearing of the fusion creatures, Ysel's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I am willing." He spent the night in fervent anticipation, unable to sleep, and upon exiting the palace, he took a jubilant stroll along the towering walls. Under the moonlight, the entire city bestowed by the gods lay before him, and he gazed at the boundless horizon of the sea, clenching his fists. The ocean and the land. "I shall conquer you both." Thus, he stood before the palace, contemplating the ocean until dawn, when he followed his father to the temple. This was his second encounter with the divine. As before, he dared not gaze directly upon that magnificent being transcending time and light, humbly bowing his head as his father had done before the altar. From above, the voice of the deity resonated, inquiring, "If you possess a fusion creature, what would you wish to accomplish?" The excitement that had surged within him since yesterday remained unabated. Lowering his head in a posture of reverence, he spoke with fervor, "O great God Sane, if I may be graced with the power of a divine servant, I wish to accompany my father in exploring the ocean. I aspire to construct a new city in the depths of the sea, transforming it into a new city bestowed by the gods, extending your glory into the depths of the ocean. Furthermore, at the ocean's end, I seek the fabled land, where the citizens of the divine city may cultivate a new paradise, just as my father has envisioned. As my father has said, we are the firstborn of the gods, the chosen dominators of land and sea. We shall conquer the ocean and ultimately reign over the land." Ysel spoke with impassioned fervor, his very being trembling with exhilaration, feeling his blood boil. Unlike his father, who was inherently conservative and humble, Ysel was filled with a spirit of adventure and impulsiveness. Rydlik, listening to his son's fervent words, gazed at him with pride. "Ysel, do not disappoint your father's expectations. The The deity's finger touched Yazel's forehead, radiating light that coalesced into an eye symbol upon his brow. From this day forth, it shall be yours. In Yazel's mind, another voice resounded, a chaotic and frenzied consciousness intertwining with his own. He sensed the other side of the ocean, a fusion creature now irrevocably linked to his fate. According to the tri-leafed being's myth, the Song of the Wise King, on this day, the god appointed the second wise king, the heir to his will. The noble Ysel, son of Rydlik, became the first priest of the city bestowed by the gods, the divine spokesperson. The servants of the divine known as priests emerged into this world, endowed with the ability to control and nurture fusion creatures, allowing them to amalgamate with various species and wield an array of powers. Each of them possessed the might of the divine and the power to see into the hearts of men. Chapter 15. Setting sail for the sea, the waves relentlessly erode the sandy shore, producing frothy white crests. Ysel plunges into the ocean, ascending a rock and surveying his surroundings. Come forth. A colossal beast bursts through the tranquil waters, revealing a maw lined with razor-sharp teeth aimed at Ysel. This formidable creature could effortlessly consume both Ysel and the rock he stood upon. Yet, Ysel remains undaunted, sensing a profound connection with the creature before him. Though it appears fierce, it possesses an innocence akin to that of a newborn, as pure as a blank canvas. Extending his hand, Ysel caresses its rugged, rock-like brown skin. What is your name? He inquires. I am Ysel, he continues, which means moonlight, the glow cast by the moon as night falls, a sight cherished by my mother. She bestowed upon me the most beautiful vision in the world, hoping I would embody the essence of moonlight, illuminating the earth rather than blinding it like the sun. The creature remains still, gazing vacantly at the jubilant, three-leafed being. You have no name? Then allow me to give you one. Ysel decides on a name for his companion. Nini. Haha. From now on, you shall be called Nini. Let us venture into the sea together. Your immense strength ensures that nothing shall impede your path. In the Cambrian seas, the amalgamation creature stands at the pinnacle of existence. Not a single life form dares to confront it. Its gigantic form alone signifies invincibility, and more importantly, it never loses its way. The temple of the god of the sea and the abode of the mother of life, Sally, will always serve as its coordinates, guiding it homeward no matter the destination. Ysel recalls his father's tales of how the mother of life, Sally, effortlessly erected the miraculous pyramids and temples in mere days. And he aspires for Nini to inherit a fragment of her power, enabling him to construct a city surpassing the divine gift. Kneeling atop Nini's head, he grasps the folds of its brown skin tightly as the creature cleaves through the ocean's surface, racing like a tempest across the waters. His eyes widen in exhilaration, feeling as if he commands the entire ocean. Shadows fade from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, years pass. A thunderous roar reverberates. Nini returns from the depths, dragging a mysterious dark stone from the ocean floor onto the land. The creature, named Nini, has undergone a complete transformation, growing from a height of several meters to over 20. It has morphed into a spiny echinoderm, covered in terrifying spikes, yet simultaneously able to transform these spikes into tentacles and other biological appendages. Some spikes have already transformed into tentacles, dragging the boulder it has unearthed from the seabed. Upon reaching the shore, the tentacles transform into sharp metal chisels, while several spikes morph into tentacles adorned with eyes that observe from various angles. Dozens of sharp chisels become mere phantoms, continuously carving out a human silhouette from the colossal stone. Upon closer inspection, it resembles a three-leafed being adorned with a crown. This is Ysel's offering to his father, the wise king, crafted with great effort from the depths of the sea. A statue carved from stone matching the color of the wise king's bone armor. The following day marks the birth of Lydiki. Ysel positions the statue in the stone plaza before the Palace of Wisdom, drawing the attention of all the inhabitants of the divine gift city. As they behold the towering statue, cheers erupt among the crowd. Such a massive statue, effortlessly raised. Prince Ysel is the priest of the gods, endowed with divine power. Truly remarkable. News spreads that Prince Ysel is coming of age and preparing to accept followers. The wise king emerges from the palace, surrounded by admirers, and gazes upon the statue. Ysel hastens forward, kneeling before his father. Great wise king, your son Ysel presents this gift to you. May your noble visage forever stand tall in the divine gift city, akin to the stars that never fade. Lydiki gazes proudly at his fully grown son, patting him on the shoulder. Well done. However, I would prefer you place the statue beneath the temple rather than here. Ysael heeds his father's command, instructing Nini to relocate the statue to the base of the pyramid. The once mighty statue, now dwarfed by the pyramid's grandeur, appears as a guardian of the staircase leading to the highest sanctuary. Laidiki observes this scene with satisfaction, then fixes his gaze sternly upon his son. Ysael, never forget your humility before the gods. Ysael nods, affirming, the god of the sea shall always be our master. I shall never forget. Laidiki's expression softens, his gaze drifting beyond the pyramid's edge toward the sea. Ysael, have you not longed to explore the deep ocean? Ysael is momentarily taken aback. Then a look of uncontainable joy spreads across his face. Do you permit me to leave the divine gift city? Laidiki grasps Ysael's hand, leading him to the center of the street, ascending a high stone platform. He proclaims, my son Ysael shall represent me, guiding those willing to venture into the depths of the sea alongside his followers. They will forge a new homeland, establishing another city under divine protection. The divine gift city is becoming overcrowded, and even with the divine methods of nurturing the ancestral fish, it is beginning to show signs of saturation. To continue developing, they must venture elsewhere to create new cities and homes. Laidiki has long entertained the idea of founding an underwater city in the deep sea, and many in the divine gift city are aware of this ambition. The individual chosen to establish this underwater city will become its ruler and have it named after him. With Nini fully matured and Prince Ysael skilled in harnessing the creature's power, he stands as Laidiki's ideal candidate. Ysael, do you accept this? Ysael, though filled with anticipation, never imagined he would truly be chosen. He believed his elder siblings, with their greater renown and experience, would be favored by their father to embark on this journey into the depths. Suppressing his overwhelming elation, he kneels and bows deeply to the stone floor. I accept. Ysael, under the watchful eyes of the gods, shall conquer the ocean and carve out a new land of blessings. Chapter 16. The gift of authority. The young Yesai is imbued with an irresistible charm. His heroic spirit of adventure and fervor flows unabashedly from his words, allowing all to feel its intensity. With a raised arm and a thunderous call, he inspires a multitude to follow, igniting a fervor in the hearts of all. Follow me. Together, we shall conquer the seas and become the sovereign rulers of the ocean. We shall establish a new city, comparable to a divinely bestowed realm, a promised land where we can unleash our vengeance and ideals. Under the watchful gaze of the divine, we shall forge the future. A throng of exuberant youth erupted in fervent cheers, rallying around Prince Ysael as he made his way to his residence. These intrepid and adventurous souls aspired to become Ysael's followers, yearning to accompany him into the depths of the ocean to forge new homesteads, conquer the seas, and achieve feats far surpassing those of their forebears. Meanwhile, a figure rushed into the palace of the wise king, disregarding the guards stationed at the entrance, and stood before Laidlik. He was Laidlik's eldest son, the very child whom Laidlik had once joyfully cradled before the divine, proclaiming his lineage. Standing beneath the throne, he gazed at the towering male Trifid, who stood with his back turned, frantically shouting in anger. Father, why Ysael? Why is it always him? It is he who has become the priest, he who possesses the fusion monster, and he who ventures forth to establish new cities. His teeth clenched tightly, his pupils dilated and trembling with intensity. Father, do you have any idea how long I have been preparing to venture into the deep sea to establish a new city? Have you any notion that I have been waiting for you to tell me that I am the one you have chosen? Did you know? Father. Ladli slowly turned around. Unlike his impatient and furious eldest son, he appeared dignified and composed. He first cast a glance at his son, then spoke softly, Be silent. First, I am your king. Only then am I your father. Is this the tone with which you address a king? This time, his eldest son was entirely different from before. Upon hearing him demand silence, it seemed to touch the most profound scars within his heart. In an instant, he emitted a somewhat unpleasant laugh, a sound that appeared to mock his own suffering. Silence. Silence, silence, silence. Do you not know how to utter my name? You were not like this when confronted with Ysair. I am the great king of wisdom, a being of significance, bestowed with a name by you. I am called Ens. In truth, signifies a blessing. For his eldest son is a divine gift bestowed upon him, and the birth of marked the pinnacle of his joy. At that time, was filled with anticipation for his firstborn, believing him to be the future heir and companion of his aspirations and ideals. Yet, The magnitude of expectation was matched only by the depth of disappointment. The eldest son gazed up at his father and lamented, "Since the day of my birth, you have never called my name. Yet, since the arrival of, you have lovingly called out. I too am your son, your firstborn. Father, how greatly favored you are by the divine, for you have bestowed everything upon Yesai. You have granted him strength, conferred upon him the authority and grace that were gifted to you, and even bestowed upon him the amalgamation of the divine bestowed upon you. Why are we unable to receive such blessings? Why am I not worthy of them?" Upon hearing his son mention God, Ridley's gaze instantaneously transformed from indifference to a piercing intensity, akin to a blade, directed sharply at Ernst. "Oh, are you questioning me, or are you questioning the divine?" Ensi shook his head, uttering, "I dare not." Though he hesitated, his thoughts lingered elsewhere. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence as Lydric fixed a piercing gaze upon his son. Ensi stood resolutely, unyielding in his stance. Despite the affront presented by Ensi, Lydric ultimately chose to extend his forgiveness. Upholding his regal dignity, he addressed Ensi in an imperious tone, declaring, "I do not favor Yeser. I shall afford you both equal opportunities." Ensi met his father's gaze, his eyes brimming with skepticism. Yet, he refrained from further comment and turned away. The fierce contention between Lydric and his eldest son left him feeling both disappointed and sorrowful. This prompted him to contemplate the premature initiation of his plans. Ensi's words ignited a reflection within Lydric, prompting him to question whether he had indeed shown undue favoritism towards Yeser, neglecting to provide opportunities for his other sons. It was nearly time to commence. Ryder has ascended the temple once more, but this time he does not seek the guidance of the divine. "O God, I beseech your assistance in bestowing a portion of my divine blood upon some of my offspring." He implores the god Yin to grant his powers to his children, enabling them to become priests endowed with mythical strength. Although Lydliki outwardly professes disdain for his other children, he secretly cherishes them and yearns for their improvement. The deities upon the altar observe Lydliki, the once confident king of wisdom, now waning with age. The chasm of desire cannot be satiated merely by abundance, and the mountain of resentment will not dissipate through acts of kindness. Lydliki seems oblivious to the divine admonitions and omens. He gazes upward with a smile, declaring his faith in his children, asserting that they shall become the most devoted servants of the deity. They will be the prodigies who forge new realms of divine grace, leading the tri-leaf people to dominion over land and sea. The god Yin chuckles lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. "Your power is also finite. When you relinquish a portion, you shall find your strength diminished, perhaps even extinguished. Prepare yourself, especially regarding the power of the King of Wisdom, for it is the supreme authority and singular divinity on your path. Once you let go, it cannot be reclaimed." Lydliki kneels, expressing gratitude to the deity for permitting his caprice, and vows to bring his children to the temple on the morrow. The god Yin shakes his head, expressing a desire to avoid such an encounter. "No need. This is your strength and authority. You alone shall decide to whom it is bestowed." The deity placed his hand upon Lydiki's head, instantly revealing all that lay within the depths of Lydiki's consciousness. Every memory, every moment from his life, and all the knowledge within his mind unfolded before the deity without reservation. The deity imparted the desired knowledge and methods directly into Lydiki's awareness. Possessing the ability to create the hybrid race, the deity naturally held the means to extract and transfer the essence of mythic blood. However, this method bore little significance to the deity. The essence of mythic blood could multiply through the nurturing of life, which was what the deity sought. This transfer merely divided 3 portions into 3, leaving the total unchanged. In the eyes of the King of Wisdom, a radiant white light burst forth, the gift of divine power. Lydriki has received the divine techniques bestowed upon him by the gods, representing the first of its kind in the world. This will also serve as the supreme secret art of the future royal lineage of the Morians. Chapter 17. The Kingdom of Hinsai. Within the Palace of Wisdom, Lydlik summoned his 4 sons and 2 daughters, accompanied by the nobility of the god-given city. The nobles whispered amongst themselves, speculating on the purpose of this gathering. Was there some unforeseen circumstance? The esteemed Prince Yesai had yet to depart. Could there be changes in plans? Perhaps the king had altered his decision. In the majestic and rugged palace, the most striking feature was the carved stone tablets inscribed with Lydlik's script, encircling the walls and enhancing the palace's air of civilization while showcasing his greatness. Seated upon the throne, Lydlik was flanked by his queen, who radiated joy and encouragement as she gazed upon her children. The king's authoritative gaze fell upon his kneeling progeny, Ens. The eldest son stepped forward, addressing the wise king. Lydlik regarded him. This child who had once filled him with boundless joy and expectation, only to be cast aside due to disappointment. I have promised you all an opportunity. I am your father, and I am your king. A king's promise is one that shall never be broken, be it to the divine or to you. Rising from his throne, Lydlik and Apos' towering form and commanding presence compelled all to bow. He descended step by step while articulating the reason for this summons. Last night, I beseeched the divine to bestow my powers upon you, and the gods have acquiesced. They have showered you with the brilliance of strength. From this day forth, you shall bask in the divine radiance and become priests of the gods. As he descended to stand before his sons, a luminous glow emanated from Lydlik, resembling a multitude of fireflies cascading from his being, both sacred and dreamlike. Yet, the attention of the three-lobed people was fixated on Lydlik's words, their expressions betraying astonishment as their pupils dilated. They were unprepared for the revelation that the king could transfer his unparalleled power and profound wisdom to others. What did this signify? The true royal lineage of the three-lobed people was about to emerge, with bloodlines surpassing all else. The wise king's strength would not be reclaimed by the divine upon his passing. The wisdom he bestowed would eternally govern the three-lobed race. Lydlik placed his hand upon his eldest son's head, his previously stern gaze transforming into one of serenity and warmth. I grant you my powers. May the wisdom of the divine be imprinted upon your bloodline. Neither the seas nor the abyss shall hinder your progress. Mountains and lands shall no longer mark the end of your journey. Children, the God-given city is merely your starting point. Venture forth to the ends of sea and land and carve out your own world. As he uttered the name of the divine art, the gift of power, the luminous orb spread outwards, swirling above the palace like a sea of stars before merging into Enz's body. However, Enz failed to perceive the peace and expectation in his father's eyes, entirely lost in the ecstasy of newfound power. He felt immense strength coursing through him, transcending his identity as a mere mortal born to the wise king. He was now the master of divine wisdom. All knelt, fervently shouting praises to the wise king, God of Ensai. Wise king. They yearned for the king's brilliance to illuminate their beings, even if only for a moment, for it represented the supreme authority bestowed by the divine. Lydlik divided most of his power into 6 portions, bestowing them upon his sons and daughters. However, the part that contained the wisdom to commune with all beings and wield the supreme knowledge of the three-lobed would remain with Lydlik himself. In a corner, a noble from the God-given city etched this monumental scene onto a stone tablet. Days later, it would adorn his estate, attracting countless admirers from the city. This tablet became the most treasured heirloom of the noble family, and the artwork was aptly named the bloodline of royalty. As the gift of power concluded, the princes, who were to depart the God-given city to establish their realms, multiplied from 1 to 4, igniting a fervor throughout the city. The wise king's eldest son, second son, and eldest daughter were also set to journey into the sea, seeking a warm maritime region or island to establish their dominion. Soon, once prepared, the other princes would follow suit, becoming new pioneers. Enz rode upon a fusion beast, leading his followers as they turned to gaze back at the God-given city. Yes, I shall not be outdone. I am the future wise king. A throng of three-lobed people departed the God-given city, dispersing in different directions toward the ocean, ushering in a new chapter for three-lobed civilization. As waves of people left, the once bustling God-given city grew quiet. Under the radiant sun, colossal waves surged in the ocean, revealing various monstrous forms on the surface, some resembling sea urchins, others akin to starfish or jellyfish. Yet, they all hailed from the same lineage, the mythical life forms known as fusion beasts. Upon each beast stood several three-lobed individuals, led by the princes and princesses who had previously departed the God-given city to carve out territories. After many years, they returned to their homeland, the land blessed by the divine. Enz gazed into the distance, momentarily lost in thought, the God-given city. Yes, I turned to his followers with a smile, proclaiming, "We have returned, bearing glory." A female three-lobed held her child's hand, pondering, "I wonder how our father fares." They returned on this day to commemorate the birth of the wise King Lydlik. 10 princes and princesses arrived at the God-given city to pay homage to the wise king, presenting their gifts while announcing the successful completion of their missions to establish new territories. The city governed by the wise king had expanded from 1 to 8, all progressing toward a brighter future. The once dreaded ocean, shrouded in mystery, now sparked the interest of the youth, who eagerly discussed exploring the deep sea for new, uncharted realms. City-states proliferated, evolving into a kingdom. A noble from the God-given city stepped forth, bowed, and knelt, exclaiming, "Great wise king, the God-given city shall serve as the capital. It is time to name the kingdom you have established." With all the princes and princesses present, Lydlik had long since contemplated a name. He gazed at his children with pride and contentment, saying, "You have done well, truly worthy of my lineage. You have not shamed the power bestowed upon you by the divine, nor the supreme honor of the divine priesthood." He stood tall, raising his staff high. "The kingdom of Hinsai. From this day forth, you shall all be part of the kingdom of Hinsai." The name signifies the realm of those who believe in the god of Hinsai. Chapter 18. The origin within the temple. Sally stood obediently before a colossal, mythological seashell embedded in the wall, her eyes peering through its luminous surface at the myriad of peculiar creatures within. Cradled in her arms was a flower pot, housing a golden chalice-shaped bloom, whose fragrance seemed to enchant her. The divine being had entrusted her with the care of this flower, and thus she frequently held the pot, inhaling its delightful scent. Suddenly, the flower within the pot began to stir, its golden petals splitting open to reveal a gaping maw, poised to snap at Sally, emitting a chilling screech. This was the true nature of the flower. It was a bizarre life form existing between the realms of animal and plant. Yet, faced with the menacing fangs mere inches from her face, Sally stood still, seemingly oblivious to any sense of danger. Only her previously motionless green eyes, akin to glass orbs, began to rotate and fixate upon the flower pot. Darkness spread behind her as a terrifying shadow loomed, the essence of a mythological creature at the apex of the food chain enveloping the space. In an instant, the drooling, ferocious flower wilted, paralyzed by an instinctual fear. It became evident that she was, in fact, the most fearsome sovereign of anomalies on this planet. This was the Sun Chalice flower, a creation of the divine, randomly fused and modified from a creature known as the ancient chalice found in the depths of the sea. He intended to cultivate more plants on this island, observing which could adapt and thrive, thereby enriching the monotonous and barren landscape with vibrant life. However, it was likely that they would only flourish on this divine-given isle. Beyond its shores, they would succumb to the ravages of radiation. In this era, only the ocean remained a sanctuary for life. The miracle of the three-lobed people belonged solely to them, not to any other beings. Deep within the temple, Lydiki knelt at the altar, incessantly recounting to the deity the tales of his sons and 2 daughters upon their return. He spoke of the gifts they offered, how much he cherished them, even if he feigned nonchalance before his children. Each achievement they accomplished outside was enumerated by Lydiki, and he knew well how the citizens of the divine city celebrated their exploits and adventures. The accomplishments of his children brought him greater joy than his own illustrious feats. Yesel had established a city nearly as grand as the divine city, complete with a tower that surged from the seabed, soaring to a height of 100 meters. He had also instituted a code of laws, which Lydiki planned to refine, ensuring its application extended beyond Yesel's city to the entirety of the kingdom of Hinsai. Enz was commendable as well. He treated his subjects well, attracting many who wished to seek refuge with him, and his city was only slightly inferior to Yesel's. Lydiki had once worried that their newfound power might lead to arrogance and loss of direction. Yet a smile graced his face as he realized that his children surpassed his expectations. The devotees below poured forth their confessions, while the deity above listened in silence, either lost in slumber or having dispatched their consciousness to distant starry seas. Lydiki, within the temple, felt entirely different from his presence outside. In the divine city, he was the exalted king of wisdom, stern, aloof, decisive. Yet within the temple, he was the firstborn of the divine, unreservedly revealing his joy, mirth, and sorrow, akin to a child. As his incessant chatter neared its conclusion, Lydiki lifted his gaze to the deity's shadow, his aged eyes gleaming with yearning. "O great god of Insei! At last, I stand before you, proudly proclaiming that Lydiki has founded a magnificent kingdom. Just as you envisioned, I have established the world and Ampos, first civilization of wisdom." Upon reaching this point, Lydiki's tone grew fervent, as if the aspirations and dreams he had harbored for years were on the cusp of realization. Yet, this is still insufficient. It is far from enough. I shall not merely forge a great civilization, but fulfill my promise to you. At that moment, the deity within the temple stirred, as if its consciousness had returned from another realm. The gaze of the divine being fell upon Lydiki, and it shook its head with a smile. Have you not forgotten? Even after all these years. Lydiki, still kneeling with his head raised, chuckled in response. How could I forget my vow to the divine? Yesel and his siblings had waited long in the Hall of Wisdom for their father, the King of Wisdom, who finally entered, flanked by his attendants. Yesel observed his father closely. The once great King of Wisdom was no longer youthful, having aged considerably since a few years prior. Though still tall and majestic, he had become stooped. Adorned with a crown and leaning upon a scepter, he ascended to the throne and seated himself. You have all come, he declared. Yesel and the others immediately knelt and hailed the King of Wisdom. Lydiki raised his hand to bid them rise, scrutinizing their appearances before breaking into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. You have all done well. The city of Ens is commendable. I hear many nobles wish to leave the divine city to seek refuge with you. Yesel, I must visit the stone tower you have built. I wish to see if it truly reaches such heights and displays such beauty. As he mentioned each name, smiles illuminated their faces. After sharing his praises, Lydiki's expression turned serious. The reason I have summoned you today is for a matter of utmost importance. The divine has bestowed upon us the ocean and the land. We have now ventured into the ocean, yet we have yet to locate the continent. The divine has granted us everything, and we must fulfill their expectations. The King of Wisdom's gaze drifted into reminiscence and contemplation, as if he were transported back to the shores echoing with the sound of waves. The deity transcended time and space from beyond the cosmos, arriving here to impart wisdom and the miracle of life. In the distance lay a vast expanse of land stretching to the horizon, where he had emerged from the warm sea, standing before the divine. That is the place of my birth, the land of the divine's descent. We must find it and establish a city there, at our origin. Who among you is willing to seek out the land and the origin? Yesel, having anticipated this, inquired, Oh, great King of Wisdom, where exactly is that legendary, boundless land? Ens interjected, Oh, great King of Wisdom, are we not being overly hasty? After all, the kingdom of Heinsai has just been established, and our territories are only beginning to stabilize. Is it truly necessary to seek the continent now? Lydiki did not impose his will upon them, nor did he divulge the location of that continent. He merely stated, If any among you wishes to, you may come to me. Chapter 19. My concern the queen was gravely ill. On the third floor of the Palace of Wisdom, she sat in a stone chamber by the window, gazing outside. She had witnessed the transformation of this desolate land into a magnificent city, having once labored alongside the wise king to establish the first dwelling of the divinely granted city. She had ignited the flame of civilization, paving the way towards enlightenment. Once, she watched the sun rise over the golden pyramids of the gods and the barren valleys, and now, she beheld the sun's dying rays illuminating the layered structures of the divinely bestowed city. The dawn of civilization had only just begun, yet she sensed her own curtain call approaching. Red Leaky approached her stone chair from behind, embracing her gently. I have spoken with the children. I wish for them to traverse the seas in search of land, the origin where the divine descended, to fulfill my final dream. A smile spread across the wise king's face, a testament to a lifetime of pride. To the one who discovers the origin, I shall bestow the throne and place the crown upon his head. The queen, pulled from her reverie by the beautiful landscape outside, turned her gaze to the aged Red Leaky. Is it not too hasty? Some endeavors are better left for our children to undertake. They need not be completed in our lifetime. Rushing may impose undue pressure upon them, leading to outcomes far from our expectations. She caressed Red Leaky's face, her eyes filled with tenderness. We have grown old. Perhaps it is time to pause and rest, my king. Red Leaky shook his head. Though aged, the spark of ambition still flickered in his eyes. He had founded the divinely granted city and established the kingdom of Hussein, igniting the embers of civilization and ensuring their brilliant blaze. He was merely one step away from his ultimate goal. He believed he could achieve it, just as he had accomplished his previous grand feats, for he was the wise king, the favored son of the gods. I cannot wait any longer. We have conquered the seas. It is time to reclaim the land. We are the chosen sons of the gods, destined to rule both ocean and land. At the very least, I wish to witness our dominion over both before my passing, so I can depart before the divine without regret. I shall tell the gods, I have succeeded. I have fulfilled your expectations and presented my vow before you. The queen looked at him quizzically. A vow? Red Leaky smiled but remained silent. He had anticipated the arrival of many, yet as night fell, only Yeser entered the Palace of Wisdom to meet Red Leaky among the 7 children. The offspring had been distributed across various lands. Although Red Leaky remained their king, they no longer relied on him as they once had. His sons and daughters had carved out their own cities and territories, prioritizing their own rights and domains over their father's dreams. Though a sense of loss washed over him, Red Leaky's eyes sparkled at the sight of Yeser. He entered the palace under the moonlight and knelt before his father. Wise king, I wish to seek the origin and establish a new city there. Red Leaky gazed at Yeser and gradually rose, stepping down to meet him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Embracing his son, they exited the palace together, side by side, and sat on the ground. In that moment, the king's authority faded away. Good. Yeser, you are not merely my son, you are my companion. As a father, I have grown old and must rely on you to realize my dreams. For the first time, Yeser spoke intimately with his father, feeling joy intermingled with sorrow at the acknowledgement of his father's age. Father, I shall fulfill your dreams and ideals. Red Leaky laughed heartily. A rare display of vulnerability. When you return, I shall present you with a gift, the most precious treasure I possess. Red Leaky gazed into the water's reflection, revealing a tall male trisomy with dark bone armor, his gaze resolute and commanding. He touched his crown, as if contemplating its removal. This crown was not a natural formation nor a crafted artifact. It was a manifestation of his bone armor, grown under his control after ascending as the wise king. An integral part of his being. The gods declared that a king must wear a crown. Why must a king don a crown? The queen inquired, observing his silhouette. Perhaps to signify the distinction between the king and others? Yet, you seem imbued with greater authority since acquiring it. Red Leaky nodded. Indeed, the crown symbolizes the king. But beyond its emblematic nature, it harbors no peculiarities. However, if the crown possesses unparalleled wisdom and the essence of a divine pact, it becomes something entirely different. It not only signifies the wise king, but also embodies the covenant between royal and divine authority. The queen shook her head. Another vow? What pact has the king made with the gods? A smile graced Red Leaky's face. I vowed to the gods that I would forge an everlasting bond with all trisomy, embedding our faith in the divine within our very bloodlines. At that moment, the deity's voice echoed within him, ethereal and haunting. These things hold meaning only for you. To me, they are inconsequential. No civilization is eternal. Even the sun will eventually extinguish, and the universe will inevitably face its demise. No matter how great a civilization, it cannot withstand the ravages of time. Even the most devout faith will fade, and the grandest temples and statues will crumble into ruins. Even today, he could not comprehend those words, unable to envision the extinguishing of the eternal sun or the cosmos's end. He had never witnessed the collapse of the indomitable halls over time. He believed that the civilization he created would endure forever and that his faith could never be extinguished. Regardless of the passage of time, Red Leaky finally articulated his plan. I will ensure that all trisomy never forget their faith in the divine. I shall inscribe my will into the bloodline of the wise kings, so that all who wear this crown will, like me, humbly prostrate themselves before the gods. This is the covenant with the divine. Anyone who dons this crown shall offer their will and utmost faith to the gods. Only by surrendering one's will to the divine can one become the wise king. Red Leaky gazed out at the towering and magnificent pyramids, his face alight with fervor, bordering on madness. Thus, all future wise kings shall follow in my footsteps. The kingdom of Hussein shall forever bask in the divine's radiance, safeguarding the sanctum of the gods until the end of time, until the sun's final breath. Upon hearing this, the queen rose. Disbelief etched on her face as she regarded Red Leaky. He had never forcibly swayed the desires of his children, nor had he ever wielded the power of the wise kings. He was a benevolent and rational ruler, the true embodiment of wisdom. However, she had not anticipated that Red Leaky would first wield the power of wisdom against his own lineage and children. My king, do you truly intend to proceed in this manner? Did you not assert that the divine does not concern itself with such matters? Is it truly worth it to act upon your own desires at this cost? The queen grasped Red Leaky's hand firmly. Release this notion. The divine has declared that your oaths are unnecessary. and the children may not wish for the will and shackles you seek to impose upon them. Lady Lyke's determination surpassed the queen's expectations as he gazed into her eyes, which were filled with unwavering resolve. The divine may be indifferent, yet I care. Chapter 20. The crown of wisdom beneath the high platform constructed of stone. A throng of people gathered, their voices filled with inquiry. Is there truly land that stretches endlessly? Shall we uncover the origin of our existence? Will miracles descend upon that place? Yesel, with arms outstretched, appeared to embrace the sky and the mountains. Indeed, that land harbors the most expansive territories, where we shall erect the grandest city upon the earth. My companions and I shall become the second trifoliate people to tread upon the land after the King of Wisdom. We shall become an epic, inscribed in the annals of greatness. He gazed down at the multitude of youthful faces, their eyes brimming with longing and admiration. The young denizens of the God-given city had heard tales of Yesel, the first priest of the divine, the pioneer who ventured into the ocean to establish a city beneath the waves. He had delved into uncharted depths, encountering the most fearsome volcanic eruptions. He had charted the seas of the kingdom of Yin Shen, drafted the first codex of laws, and sought justice for the wronged. Each of these deeds echoed in their minds at that moment. Within the God-given city, Yesel was revered as a hero. Noble, righteous, and humble, he embodied a fervent spirit of adventure, armed with the wisdom and strength to overcome all challenges, as if all virtues converged upon him. And now, the hero extended an invitation to them. Come, follow me and become my companions. Together, let us weave an epic that will be remembered by generations to come. A radiant light ignited in the eyes of the youth, a reflection of their dreams. Adventure was always exhilarating, especially in the company of His Highness Yesel. Once more, Yesel set forth alongside his companion Nini and his followers, hundreds of the strongest trifoliate people trailing behind the amalgam creature, riding the towering waves into the depths of the sea. They were so young and robust, filled with dreams as they journeyed toward the horizon, evoking admiration and even envy. Suddenly, as they departed from the God-given city, the amalgam creature Nini turned her head to glance back, sensing something, yet upon turning, she saw nothing amiss. Not far from the God-given city, Enz and the second prince stood at the center of a cluster of reefs. Beneath them, an amalgam creature resembling a starfish and another akin to a burrowing worm, hidden among the chaotic rocks. They watched as Yesel led a throng of trifoliate people on their grand expedition. In contrast to Enz, the eldest son of the King of Wisdom, Yesel appeared to be the anointed sovereign, the embodiment of a king in the ideals of all trifoliate people. Enz regarded the amalgam creature Nini and spoke. When he returns, he shall be king. His brother inquired, if you know this, why do you not go? A cold smile crept upon Enz's lips. Father has long decreed that Yesel shall inherit his throne. If I go, would he choose me? He harbors no affection for me, only favoring his youngest son. Clenching his fists, Enz declared, there are some things that one cannot rely on others to provide. Only that which one acquires oneself belongs to them. His eyes flashed with a cold light, his expression filled with determination and reckless madness. Father is aging. The great King of Wisdom shall eventually decay, and a new era will supplant the old. Yet, whose era the new one shall belong to remains unwritten. I cannot wait for Yesel to return. If he does, we shall have no opportunity left. The Father wields the mightiest powers of the King of Wisdom, and none can betray him, the second prince cautioned. Enz unveiled his plan. He is the King of Wisdom, yet he is not the king of the amalgam creatures. We cannot defy his will, but the amalgam creatures heed not his commands. They are the mythical offspring of the mother of life, Sally. The control mark of the amalgam creatures has long since shifted to them, and they now obey our commands. Moreover, Father has transferred the power of the wisdom kingship into the crown of wisdom, and he has resolved to place the crown upon Yesel's head upon his return. He has become exceedingly frail, no longer the strong and sagacious king he once was. Whoever claims the crown of wisdom shall ascend as the supreme king of wisdom. The second prince posed a question that evoked their deepest fears. And what of the gods? At the mention of the divine, Enz trembled, yet swiftly turned to the second prince, exclaiming, have you ever seen a god? Have you witnessed a god descend from the temple? They are but a being confined within the temple, unable to leave the lofty pyramid. The god is merely a statue upon an altar. Trust me, I have seen the god. Seizing the power of the wisdom kingship, the God-given city is but an insignificant isle. The entirety of land and sea shall belong to us. He clenched his fist and proclaimed, The city bestowed by the divine shall return to the divine. Let it remain here eternally. Everything else in the world shall be governed by us. The second prince felt a stir within, his own greed and ambition for the wisdom kingship awakening. If Inz could lay hands on the power of wisdom, why could he not? What do you wish of me? Inz leaned close to his ear and whispered, I desire your amalgam creature and its burrowing abilities. In an instant, Inz's amalgam creature struck, a tentacle piercing through the second prince's chest. The prince stared in disbelief at his brother, fingers outstretched, but under Inz's resolute and icy gaze, he was torn asunder by the amalgam creature under Inz's control. Inz extracted the brow bone of his younger brother and consumed it. It bore an eye-like circular mark. Piece by piece, he chewed the blood-stained bone, a mad smile flickering across his face. Do not blame me. This is the price of aspiring to be king. The amalgam creature, resembling a burrowing worm, howled in anguish, ultimately submitting at Inz's feet. The Palace of Wisdom had undergone numerous renovations, transforming into a castle towering over 20 meters, crowned with a structure reminiscent of a lighthouse. Within this tower resided a stone discovered near the depths of a volcanic sea, which would emit a dazzling light by night, guiding the trifoliate people of the ocean back home. As dawn broke, Ridlakey ascended the spiral staircase of the stone castle alone, gradually making his way from the lowest tier to the pinnacle of the God-given city's lighthouse. He gazed upon all that he had created, a satisfied smile gracing his features. With arms outstretched, he uttered the spirited words of his youth, I am Ridlakey, the king of wisdom for all living beings. Power surged forth, and brilliance erupted. All the trifoliate people emerging at dawn beheld a wondrous sight. A dense array of luminescence radiated from the lighthouse, replacing the stars that adorned the sky above the God-given city. Ultimately, all the glowing light returned to Ridlakey, merging into the iconic crown atop his head. Wisdom is the most potent mythology in the world. The divine has bestowed wisdom upon me. Today, I shall place wisdom upon this crown. May all who don this crown bask in the glory of the divine and govern with wisdom, shepherding the multitude on behalf of the gods. The originally dark gray crown atop Ridlakey's head gradually transformed into a pitch-black hue before it fell away. In an instant, Ridlakey seemed to age even more profoundly. He cradled the crown in his hands, a smile gracing his face. The crown of wisdom. As he stood on the brink of conclusion, his will and ideals would endure within this very crown. Thus, this supreme artifact of the path of wisdom was born, destined to reign over generations of the Tri-Leaf people and countless civilizations and intelligent races to come. It is named Wisdom, and it embodies sovereignty. Chapter 21, Proverbs and Destiny. Ridlakey, having relinquished the crown of wisdom, sat within the palace, cradling the diadem. His murky eyes sparkled with joy, as if beholding the most exquisite masterpiece of his own creation. He closed his eyes, and the mythic power within the crown began to stir, as though tiny flames flickered atop the black, bone-like circlet, etching intricate patterns upon its surface. Hiss, minute. Almost imperceptible lines intertwined to form delicate designs on the crown, yet anyone endowed with the power of wisdom who grasped it could discern the inscriptions. God spoke, I am alone, and so are you. The race of man has yet to be born into this world, and among the tri-leafed beings, you stand solitary. In solitude, the divine forged the wise King Ridlakey, and from Ridlakey's own loneliness, the tri-leafed beings were born. Thus, a race was initiated, and a kingdom was established from this moment forth. God proclaimed, I am your creator, and you are their king. Ridlakey etched the words spoken to him by the deity, a dialogue between himself and the divine, a guiding light from fate. When these words coalesced, they became the covenant between the tri-leafed beings and the gods. Once this was complete, as long as he imprinted the will of the bloodline's progenitor upon the bloodline before his death, this perfect masterpiece would be fulfilled. It was not merely a supreme treasure, but the ultimate answer of Ridlakey's life. Ridlakey grew increasingly exhilarated, pouring his spirit into this artifact. God spoke to me. The chasm of desire shall not be filled by mere abundance. The mountain of resentment shall not vanish due to benevolence. As he inscribed these words, a thunderous roar resonated from beneath the earth, shaking the entire city of divine grace. Boom. Ridlakey halted his actions, glancing outside, puzzled by the tremor. What sound was this? Could it be a nearby volcano erupting? The tri-leaf beings laboring within the city also paused, looking about in alarm. They witnessed a scene from their most harrowing memories. The grand palace of wisdom collapsed in an instant, reduced to ruins. Amidst the swirling dust, a colossal creature erupted from the ground, roaring with fury at the heavens. A fusion beast emerged, its snail-like eyes darting about, catching sight of Radliki, the wise king, stepping forth from the palace. It aimed directly at him, launching an unhesitating attack. Radliki's expression morphed into one of shock, tinged with disbelief. The divine's admonition coincided perfectly with his inscription of those words, as if fate itself had conspired for this moment. Dozens of guards emerged from the corridors, racing towards the palace, while the wounded crawled from the debris, charging towards the terrifying figure of the fusion beast. Protect the king. Safeguard the wise king. Clearly, this was the first assault upon the city of divine grace, and the wise king and Apos' inaugural encounter with assassination. The guards inside and outside the palace flailed about like headless flies, too frantic to rescue their king, ensnared in peril. Radliki recognized the creature was targeting him. He immediately identified the fusion beast and cried out the name of its master. Is it Boon? This name belonged to the second prince, meaning to repay. Yet it was evident that this colossal worm, under Boon's command, had not come to repay but to slay him. Boon, as the wise king, I command you to cease this at once. His voice echoed in the minds of all tri-leafed beings, even reaching those across the sea in another city. Yet, it was clear that Boon was not the instigator. His very existence had faded from this world, rendering Radliki's command futile. Not Boon. Then who? A name surfaced in Radliki's mind, recalling the divine admonition he had just inscribed. But it was too late. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The hidden conspirator delivered a thunderous strike, leaving Radliki no opportunity to voice a second utterance. The gaping maw of the fusion beast loomed ever closer, its horrific mandibles descending upon Radliki. A shadow enveloped him, poised to conclude the mythic journey of the wise king. Is this death? On the other side of the sea, En's gazed toward the commotion in the city of divine grace, having also heard the proclamation of the wise king invoking his royal authority. Boon, I command you to stop this at once. Hearing the familiar words and tone, though still authoritative, they bore a sense of urgency. It was evident he was in dire straits, time leaving no room for composure. Ens, knowing the peril his father faced, felt tears stream down his face. His father, the great wise king, was truly on the brink of death. He idolized him, for he was the creator and harbinger of civilization, the possessor of wisdom's power. He was magnificent, compassionate, and sagacious. In Enz's eyes, he was an insurmountable mountain. Yet, he was also biased, despite being the eldest son. The divine had bestowed everything upon his firstborn. Why could he not grant the throne to his own son? Cupping his face, Enz knelt upon the ground, tears flowing as he cried out, Not me. It was Boon who killed my father. It was that ambitious wretch, intent on seizing the wisdom of kingship, who brought about my father's demise. I am the wise king chosen by my father. I should have been the rightful heir to the throne. As everything spiraled towards the inevitable worst outcome, the deity emerged from the temple. He stood before the sanctum, observing the chaos unfolding below. Beneath the heavens, atop the pyramid, he raised his hand. Stop. A single, succinct command halted everything. The very fabric of time froze at the behest of the divine will. To outsiders, this was unimaginable power. Yet to the deity, it was not so miraculous. He could not alter the passage of time throughout the universe, but could suspend his own synchronization with it. He could not change the cosmos, yet he could alter himself. He was a wandering soul transcending the universe, an observer unbound by time. He first gestured, and the monstrous burrowing creature instantly perished, reverting to a mere egg. Radliki, caught in a life-and-death crisis, was liberated from peril, though he remained unaware due to the stasis of time. Then the deity's gaze shifted towards the direction of Ensign. Chapter 22. Unable to ascend to kingship, Enz felt a moment of disorientation before he found himself kneeling beneath the lengthy steps of the pyramid, which seemed to stretch toward the heavens. The temple? Panic surged through him as he sat up on the ground, his expression reflecting sheer terror. What is this? How did I end up here? His gaze dropped, unwilling to look upward at the steps, fearing that his sight might disturb some presence at the pinnacle. Enz was not merely frightened by this sudden transformation. He was also terrified of the temple at the summit of the pyramid, housing an unfathomable and majestic existence among the deities. I must flee. He trembled, yearning to crawl downward, when suddenly a radiant light cascaded down the steps. The brilliance flowed from above, spreading like spilled mercury, its color an intense white. This was not the sun's light. It was a pure and sacred illumination. as if a force blossomed from the very depths of the soul. All expressions faded from Inz's face as he turned around. His eyes, now saturated with light, transformed into a pure white. Raising his head, amidst the radiance, he beheld a shadow, an entity transcending time and space, unbound by any constraints. He recognized what it was. Inza's shoulders slumped, his hands drooping like limp noodles at his sides. He seemed to lose all strength, kneeling on the ground. His head held high to gaze at the star-like silhouette above. The god of Insai. It was the first and last time he would witness a deity. This god was not a motionless stone, entirely unlike the vision he had shared with his father in the temple during his youth. The deity did not leave the temple because it was confined there. Rather, it was the universe that repelled him, rendering his presence indifferent to any location. So this is what divinity is. Inz raised his hand toward the deity, as if embracing the light. God, will you punish me? The voice of the divine echoed from the heavens. The son who slays his father. Your life and death are chosen by your father. Your sins are defined by him. The god merely cast a glance at Inz before withdrawing his gaze back into the temple. As the light receded from the highest step, Inz collapsed entirely to the ground. Just as Inz, like a pile of sludge, crawled down the pyramid steps, he was surrounded by a group of tall, robust trifoliate guards. They advanced upon him, subduing him and dragging him onto the main road. Inz offered no resistance as he was pulled away. He cast one last glance at the towering statue of the great king of wisdom, which Ysel had erected in honor of his father. The streets of the god-given city were lined with citizens of the kingdom of Hinsai, who gazed in disbelief at the prince being escorted away. Is that His Highness Enz? How could it be Enz? This is impossible. He is the son of the great king of wisdom. What is the meaning of this? Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes, Enz was brought before Lydiki, forced to kneel upon a bed of rubble. The once grand and magnificent palace lay in ruins, its stones concealing the bodies of fallen trifoliate beings. Lydiki's eyes were fixed on Enz, filled with a mix of incomprehension, anger, and sorrow. How dare you commit such an act? Have you killed your father? You have offended the divine. As a priest of the gods, you wielded the power granted to you to slay your king. Before Enz could respond, Lydiki raised a stone-like egg, demanding an explanation. Speak. How is it that the fusion monster of your brother Boone is in your possession? Where is Boone? Enz did not shy away. His gaze held no trace of remorse. As he casually replied, What do you think, great king of wisdom? With your sagacity, it should not be difficult for you to deduce my actions. Lydiki's fury ignited further, and he roared at Ensign. But I wish to hear you say it. Enz turned his head aside, his voice defiant, yet still unable to meet his father's eyes. I killed Boone, and I extracted his brow bone. I consumed it, thereby gaining control over his fusion monster. As for his corpse, it lies upon the sea. Upon hearing this, Lydiki trembled with rage. You wretched child, you seek death. At that moment, the queen rushed forward, grasping her husband's arm. Do not kill him. Lydiki glared at his queen, his eyes ablaze with fury. He has slain his brother. He has murdered Boone. He wishes to kill me, his father. Boone is also your son. Why should he not pay the price for his actions? The queen implored Lydiki, pleading, Because we have lost one son, we must not lose another. The queen fell to the ground, clutching Lydiki tightly. And I do not wish for you to take your own son's life. That would be the most tragic fate imaginable. Please, do not let it come to pass. Exile him far away, let him never return. The queen urged her eldest son, begging, Quickly, plead for your father's mercy. But Enz laughed heartily, kneeling with a disdainful expression. I am innocent. I am your firstborn. I am the next in line to be the king of wisdom. How could I accept that I am not the king? How could I endure the thought of someone else sitting upon the throne? Even if you do not kill me today, I shall eventually slay Ysel. He looked directly at his father, clearly stating, I refuse to become a king. I would rather die. It was evident that Enz was resolved to forsake life. Upon hearing this, Lydiki, who had been furious moments before, was now left with only coldness in his gaze. He descended step by step from the crumbled palace, addressing Enz as he walked. Enz, if someone must kill you, it shall be I, your father, not your brother. The sharp tip of the scepter pierced through Enz's chest, blood flowing from its ornate engravings. Lydiki took his son's life with his own hands. Amidst the pool of crimson, Enz heard his mother's heart-wrenching cries, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Lydiki, uncertain if he beheld his father or the crown atop his head, until he ultimately lost consciousness entirely. Chapter 23. Return the struggle for power. the patricide. It is unclear when it all began. Perhaps it started in the joyful days of childhood when Ins was led by his father, deity, into the temple of the gods, only to later witness the profound disappointment in his father's gaze. It could also be said that the fate of fratricide was sealed the moment Yesai awakened his innate talents. However, at this juncture, such deliberations are futile. This farcical drama has finally drawn to a close. With a thud, deity withdrew his scepter and cast it to the ground, the bone staff producing a dull thrum. In that instant, he staggered, and his guards rushed to his side in alarm. The king, the wise king. He firmly grasped the arm of a nearby guard to prevent himself from collapsing. After a few labored breaths, he regained his composure and gestured for the body of Ins to be removed. Turning around, he beheld the queen, seated on the ground, mouth agape, unable to produce a single cry. Deity's eyes brimmed with remorse. It was unspeakably cruel to force a mother to witness her child perish before her eyes, especially at the hands of her own husband, the child's biological father. I am sorry. Truly, I am so very sorry. Deity repeated his apologies. Even as he recognized that he was not much better off than she, he lifted the queen into his arms and departed from the desolation. Though he struggled to carry her, he held her tightly, bending slightly at the waist, an act that stripped him of the regal demeanor he typically embodied. Yet in this moment, he cared not. Let us go home. All the three-leaf people knelt in reverence, acutely aware of Deity's sorrow, even though his face betrayed no emotion. Nor did he display any sign of weakness. The queen, now unable to ingest even a morsel of food or sip water, began to slip into a state of unconsciousness. Ins, where have you gone? Why do you not return home? Have you gone to play in the sea again, despite my forbiddance? Boon, you have been mischievous with your brother. I shall not let you off the hook today. In her dreams, she incessantly called out the words she once spoke to her children in their youth, the hope she had for them when they were born, and the admonitions she offered as they grew into spirited rascals. In those days, she was youthful, surrounded by her innocent and charming children. Deity remained by her side, listening to her murmurs and holding her hand. Days later, the queen suddenly awakened, her consciousness restored. It was a fleeting moment of clarity. Deity understood that she had reached the twilight of her existence. His visage darkened, as if tears were about to spill forth. However, when the queen opened her eyes and gazed upon him, he mustered a smile. You are awake. The queen, acutely aware of her dwindling time, looked at Deity and then at the hand he held. No need for apologies. I do not blame you. I simply cannot comprehend how Ins has become this way. How did everything come to this? With each word, her voice grew softer. When Yesai returns, pass the throne to him. You are weary. It is time to rest. Deity nodded, his voice choked with emotion. Very well, very well. The queen's pupils flickered with a faint light, though it was evident that the brilliance was dimming. Her once bright eyes gradually turned to a stony gray. Deity watched as the queen lay upon the stone bed, her body becoming increasingly rigid, transforming from flesh into a lifeless statue. The queen had passed away. This dealt Deity another devastating blow. Having just lost 2 sons, he was now bereft of his most beloved. At that moment, urgent voices echoed from outside, as individuals rushed in, their anxious chatter colliding with the guards who barred their entrance. Great wise king, are you unharmed? How could Ins do this? How could he kill Boon and betray his father? What has become of him? Has Ins lost his sanity? Some spoke with genuine concern, while others sought to test the waters. The remaining 2 sons and 2 daughters finally returned, accompanied by their children and grandchildren. Deity did not turn back, but simply uttered, "Let them enter." The family surged into the room, only to be met with the sight of the deceased queen, and an immediate hush fell over the commotion. After a long silence, someone finally spoke. Mother? Deity's eyes were clouded with sorrow as he addressed his children. You have all returned. Take a moment to bid farewell to your mother. He then slowly exited the room, navigating past the collapsed wisdom palace, and retreated to a hidden chamber adorned with intricate murals. The stone door of the chamber closed behind him as he sat alone in the darkness. Deity removed his crown of wisdom once more and began to engrave the oath upon it, continuing the unfinished sentences. Yet, his mindset had shifted entirely. When he first engraved those words, he felt pride and elation. Now, he was enveloped in desolation. His life was not as perfect as he had boasted. He was not as great as he had imagined, having overlooked and lost much along the way, truths he had previously failed to recognize. The divine voice resonated. Deity, The chasm of desire cannot be filled simply by giving abundantly. The mountains of resentment will not vanish with the bestowal of kindness. Upon completing this phrase, he could no longer restrain his tears, covering his face with his hands. "Oh God, did you know this would come to pass? Regrettably, I did not heed your guidance." He had vaguely understood the divine message but had chosen disbelief. Perhaps the divine, foreseeing the impending tragedy, sighed before uttering those words. After a lengthy period, Laidiki gradually emerged from his sorrow. His face bore no expression, solely focused on the slow etching of his wisdom crown. He wished to remain oblivious to the happenings of the outside world, to all other matters. His sole desire was to complete the covenant between himself and the divine. Days later, Laidiki finally emerged from the hidden chamber. A companion offered him the scepter, informing him that the funeral arrangements had been made. Laidiki, however, replied, "Let us wait a while longer." He raised the crown of wisdom high, his voice resonating across the sea. "Yes, have you found the origin? If so, return to us." Chapter 24. The edge of the sea. Yasiel had never ventured so far from the city bestowed by the gods, nor had he ever witnessed the ocean's vastness, an expanse so immense that it seemed to stretch infinitely. The notion of land felt like a mere myth, a realm unreachable by mortals, a domain reserved solely for the divine. They traversed a stormy vortex capable of shattering islands, where the swirling tempest intertwined sky and sea, with terrifying thunderbolts plunging from the clouds to the depths of the ocean. The anguished cries of him and his companions echoed as they were dragged forward by the grasp of tentacles. Wails of despair resonated from the creature Nini, who fused with them as they fled in a frenzy, pursued relentlessly by the destructive storm and thunder, as if those forces possessed sentience. Exhausted, they finally escaped the tempest's grasp. After their escape, Yasiel and his companions erupted into laughter, the exhilaration of surviving the struggle against the storm filling them with joy. However, once their mirth subsided, they realized they had lost their way. After navigating a considerable detour, they managed to reorient themselves and set forth in the direction indicated by the wise king. Soon, they encountered a bizarre marine expanse that boiled all life into oblivion, where bubbles surfaced alongside masses of lifeless creatures. Had it not been for the protection of Nini, they would have perished in that treacherous realm. They faced unforeseen dangers and bore witness to the vastness of the world, which ignited within them an infinite reservoir of strength. On that day, as they rested, a follower inquired, "Your Highness Yasiel, when shall we arrive at the origin?" "Very soon," Yasiel replied. "And how soon is that?" The follower pressed. "Very soon means." "I cannot say for certain," Yasiel admitted. Under the night sky, the trio of leaf people, resting against the rocks, gazed incredulously at Yasiel. Yasiel laughed heartily. "Though I cannot pinpoint the moment of our arrival, I am certain we are nearing our destination. We are retracing the footsteps of the gods and the wise king, following the very path that the divine once charted for him to discover the land of the gods. As long as our direction remains true and our landmarks unerring, we shall surely find the origin." The confidence radiating from Yasiel eased the spirits of all present, and laughter bubbled forth once more. Another young man stood and asked, "Your Highness Yasiel, will our tale be inscribed in the epic?" "Indeed. But how can your highness know such things so many years hence?" Yasiel nodded with unwavering assurance. "I certainly know." The crowd marveled. "Is it prophecy?" One queried, while another posited, "Or has the supreme deity Yin Shen revealed this to you?" Yasiel shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Upon my return, I shall ensure our story is etched into permanence. A millennium hence, our tale shall not merely be an epic, but a myth." Realizing how epics and myths come to be, the crowd erupted into laughter, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. The following day, they set forth once more. It was a cloudless, radiant day when Nini, sensing something amiss, swam with renewed vigor, emitting roars as it detected the essence of the former mother of life, Sally, lingering in these waters. "Look, what is that?" someone shouted. Many emerged from the depths, eyes fixed on the horizon. They beheld a line dividing the sky from the sea, which simultaneously marked the ocean's boundary, drawing a conclusion to the boundless aquatic realm. "Land. It is land. We have finally found it. Your Highness Yasiel, do you see?" Yasiel, engulfed in indescribable ecstasy, grasped the meaning behind the phrase. The end of the sea is land, fully comprehending his father's lingering attachment. The ocean possessed its own serene vastness, while the land bore the weight of infinity. He led the trio of leaf people and Nini toward the horizon, ascending gradually. Origin, I have found you. Yasiel knelt in the sand, burying his face within it. Having endured countless hardships to finally arrive at this sacred place, the birthplace of the wise king, the progenitor of the leaf people. Shall we truly establish a city here? Your Highness? One of the leaf people asked. Build a city? Yasiel shook his head and proclaimed loudly to the land, No, we shall erect 10, even 100 cities. I aim to leave the footprints of the kingdom of Hinsei across every inch of this land. Gazing at the coastline, he observed an abundance of flora and fauna thriving near the shore, the ideal habitat for the leaf people. His joy was boundless, nearly compelling him to dance. Look at this coastline. It is abundant enough to cultivate ancestral fish. This is our perfect home. They set up camp, and Yasiel even instructed Nini to carve out structures embedded in the cliffs for their temporary residence, preparing for the influx of leaf people yet to come. Just as they laid the foundations for the new era of the kingdom of Hinsei, Yasiel was suddenly struck by the voice of his father, a stark contrast to his own excitement, resonating with sorrow. Yasiel, have you found the land of origin? If so, return swiftly. Yasiel turned abruptly, gazing out at the sea. Though his father had not spoken, he sensed something was amiss, and it was undoubtedly grave. Yasiel instructed his followers to remain and establish the new city while he summoned Nini to hasten back to the city bestowed by the gods. Upon his return, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped him. Your Highness, Prince. The citizens of the city bestowed by the gods bowed in sorrow, their eyes reflecting a profound grief. As if a shadow had fallen over the entire realm. He hurried towards the Palace of Wisdom, only to find the once majestic structure reduced to ruins. With only a few remnants like the stone fortress and the left-wing palace still standing, a guard knelt before him, saying, Your Highness, please accept my condolences. Yasiel rushed through the corridor, entering a chamber where a stone coffin lay. His mother, the queen, the wise king's consort, lay silently within. He dropped to his knees, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at the coffin. Mother, from the shadows, Lydric emerged, saying, Yasiel, my son, I have awaited your return. Yasiel looked up at his father, confusion clouding his mind. What transpired in my absence? Chapter 25. Let go. Yasiel never anticipated that his departure would signify a farewell. He had fulfilled his long-held dream, conquering the seas and setting foot on the continent and the land of origins. Yet, he had not even glimpsed his mother before her passing. He stood beside his father, watching as the queen's stone coffin was interred in the cemetery. This place overlooked the sea and was the oldest district of the city of the divine gift. It was here that Red Leaky and his queen had once established their legacy. Every brick and tile bore their imprint, though most of the elder companions had long since departed. At that moment, Yasiel turned to his father, grappling with disbelief. The wise king, is it truly ends in boon? Red Leaky neither affirmed nor denied it. Instead, he simply told his son, the path to kingship involves not merely acquisition but, more profoundly, loss. Red Leaky then turned away, departing from the cemetery. Follow me, commanded Yasiel. Where to? Red Leaky gazed toward the pyramid at the end of the avenue, a smile gracing his face, accompanied by a sense of ease. To meet the divine. Yasiel's body stiffened. He sensed that something momentous was about to unfold. His father, walking ahead, felt the weight of his son's emotions without needing to look back. Do not fear, Yasiel. You shall excel beyond me and become a greater king. On the stone-paved thoroughfare of the city of the divine gift, the populace emerged from their homes, forming lines along either side of the main road. They watched as Red Leaky led his son, flanked by guards, toward the pyramid. As they passed, the crowd immediately knelt, bowing their heads and placing their hands upon their chests. It appeared as though they traversed a pathway sanctified by blessings and reverence, aware that the old king was relinquishing his reign to the new. They mourned the old king and Apos' decline even as they offered blessings for the wise and just new king. Red Leaky ascended the steps with his son, accompanied by a retinue bearing 2 stone coffins toward the temple. The first was destined to inherit the authority of the wise king before the divine, while the others contained the sinners who had transgressed and their progeny. Within the coffins lay the bodies of Ins and Boone, the wise king's sons. Ins was the mastermind, yet Boone had acquiesced to his brother's schemes. None of this could remain hidden before the wise king and the divine. As the old and new kings entered the temple, the sinners knelt outside. Within the sanctuary, the deity Ins awaited Red Leaky, examining the portraits that Red Leaky had carved for him, as if it were but yesterday. The newly born Red Leaky had sculpted statues within the temple, mimicking Yin's tone and learning the divine words, his intonation peculiar, comical, and exaggerated. Time. How swiftly it passes, Red Leaky mused, observing the deity's silhouette, the shimmering light brushing against his face, the towering presence appearing grand from his kneeling perspective, unchanged since their first encounter. I had envisioned standing proudly before you, presenting a satisfactory conclusion to my life. Instead, you witness my most disheveled and powerless moment. A grotesque farce of father and son in conflict. Eames regarded him, his frail, hunched form, akin to sandstone, signifying that he had reached the twilight of his existence. Yet, his eyes remained as devout as in days gone by. He extended his hand. Red Leaky, what do you desire? He even cast a glance at Sally, who stood like a doll before the column. Though their bloodlines clashed, Sally's unique life force and immortality could perhaps extend Red Leaky's existence. Should Red Leaky beseech it? Eames was willing to grant him that boon. Red Leaky seemed to grasp Eames' intention and shook his head. Divine One, it is time to let go. I must release you, as you must release me. My reluctance to relinquish has led to today's bitter fruit. In the end, I took my firstborn Enza's life. I too am your firstborn. I have received ample favoritism. Eames lowered his hand, uttering no further words. You decide. A childlike smile spread across Red Leaky's face. For the deity still favored him as in days of yore, despite his defiance of divine will and the absurdity of his thoughts and desires. Yasiel, come here. He beckoned his son, drawing him to kneel alongside him at the base of the altar. Yasiel knelt at the feet of the divine, yet his gaze remained fixed upon his father. King, Yasiel exclaimed, but Red Leaky replied, Here, I am no longer your king. In an instant, Yasiel's voice choked with emotion, tears streaming from his eyes. Father, Red Leaky smiled with satisfaction, lifting his hands to grasp the crown atop his head, slowly elevating it before placing it upon Yasiel's brow. From this moment forth, you are the king, the second wise king of the kingdom of Hinsei. Yasiel wept uncontrollably, his shoulders trembling. He was Red Leaky's youngest son. Raised under the weight of expectations and favoritism, his father's attention and affection shielding him like a mountain, granting him the courage and strength to pursue his dreams, rendering him fearless in the face of adversity. Yet now, that mountain was about to crumble. In helpless protest, he uttered, No, you are the king. You shall forever be the king of the Tri-Leaf people, the king of the kingdom of Hinsei, the eternal wise king. Red Leaky laughed softly, his eyes gently closing. Only the divine is eternal. No matter how much we acquire, we ultimately shall decay and lose. As he spoke these words, Red Leaky's eyes finally shut, never to reopen. His final will and strength surged forth, transforming into an ethereal luminescent outline that merged with the crown of wisdom. The black crown fused with Yasiel's armor, intertwining with his bloodline. In that instant, Yasiel felt the collective will and consciousness of all the Tri-Leaf people manifest within his mind. His consciousness resembled a galactic river, each star representing an individual Tri-Leaf spirit. He stood as the sovereign above this cosmic expanse, capable of commanding its movement. He inherited the wisdom of the ancient king Red Leaky, along with his father's aspirations and ideals. Meanwhile, Red Leaky, having lost everything, began to petrify, ultimately transforming into a statue, kneeling before the divine, as he had promised. He would eternally guard the deity until the sun extinguished, until the end of time. Chapter 26. Faith in the Divine. Unrelated to the divine, Laidlac had perished. Ishin gazed upon the ocean beyond the temple, ensnared in memories of bygone events. So much had transpired. Indeed, it had been an eternity. In Sai, Sun, In Sai, Shun. In a daze, he recalled Laidlac's clumsy yet comical voice, calling out his name before the temple gates. Outside the temple, the sinners who had committed patricide and blasphemy heard Laidlac's final proclamation, announcing that all the Tri-Leaf people would recognize Yesai as the second wise king of the kingdom of Sane. At the moment Yesai donned the crown of wisdom, all Tri-Leafed people became aware of the events unfolding within the temple. The old king had departed, and a new king was crowned. The sinners outside the temple were instantly engulfed in tears, some collapsing in disarray on the ground. They mourned the loss of the wise king, but more so, they wept for the unknown fate that awaited them. Yin Shen cast his gaze upon the gathered Tri-Leafed people surrounding the two stone sarcophagi and spoke with a tone of authority. Silence. Cease your noise. As his words echoed forth, a force surged within the Tri-Leafed people, affecting their primal bloodline. The weeping abruptly ceased. They could no longer utter a sound. In their fright, they discovered that their very bodies were transforming. Their vocal organs vanished entirely, their hardened exteriors softened, and two appendages resembling tentacles sprouted from their heads. They resembled not humans, but rather insects or perhaps soft-shelled crustaceans. They could only bow repeatedly before the temple, beseeching the divine for forgiveness. Everything came to a halt. They had become a distinct species, one better suited to thrive in the depths of the ocean than on land. They had been divinely punished, stripped of their right to speak. Their future lay not upon the land, but in the profound depths of the sea. Yin Shen regarded Laidlick and addressed the newly crowned wise king Yesai. Depart. Leave this place. Take the people of the gifted city to the mainland and establish your kingdom. Do not return. His voice, akin to Laidlick's sovereign wisdom, imprinted itself into the minds of all tri-leaved people. This utterance obliterated any memory of the location of the gifted city from their minds, rendering them incapable of recalling its name, and once they departed, they would forever be lost, unable to find their way back. With Laidlick's demise, Yin Shen lost all interest in the establishment of this kingdom and chose to withdraw his attention. Yesai gazed at the deity in panic, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Great God Yin Sai, why is this happening? Have we erred in some way? Yin Shen descended from the altar, surveying the remnants of Laidlick's creations, his voice echoing within the hall, hollow and indifferent, devoid of the leniency once afforded to Laidlick. Yesai, everything I bestowed upon you was solely due to your lineage from Laidlick, not because of your own merit. The deity paused. He was my firstborn. You are not. This place was the divine gift bestowed upon Laidlick, a paradise shared between him and me, not yours. Yesai approached, kneeling before Yin Shen, pleading with a voice filled with urgency. Desperate for the divine to reconsider. God, do you no longer require us? We are your devout believers, the very first life you created. Yin Shen chuckled lightly. Without a god, you may still survive. Everything will proceed as before, but do not disturb me further. I require neither your offerings nor your faith. Finally, the exalted deity uttered words that Yesai would never forget, resonating like the tolling of a great bell in his mind. Your faith in me is your concern. It does not pertain to me. Yesai, as if in a daze, descended from the pyramid, echoes of his father's recent words ringing in his ears. The path to kingship is not merely one of gain, but also of loss. The covenant between the divine and the wise king existed solely between the deity and Laidlick. Ending with Laidlick's passing, the divine favor was exclusive to the first wise king Laidlick. The divine firstborn was he alone, not the other tri-leave people. Yesai summoned all the citizens of the gifted city, declaring his decision to depart with them. I am your new king. Yesai, the wise king of the kingdom of Sane. I inherit my father's wisdom and ideals. I am the heir to his will. We shall journey to the mainland and establish a new gifted city. We will follow in the footsteps of the wise king and the divine, creating our future in that equally magnificent land across the sea. As Yesai concluded, despair washed over the gathered tri-leaved people, thousands kneeling in unison, weeping as if the sky itself had collapsed upon them. They had just lost their king and felt forsaken by the divine. Yesai descended from the platform and entered the crowd, lifting one person after another, speaking in reassuring tones. The divine has not abandoned us. We still have the land of origin, a broader expanse promised to us by the divine. There lies an endless land and vast shores suitable for nurturing ancestral fish. The wisdom bestowed upon us, the ancestral fish, the language and script we possess, all remain intact. One day, we shall earn the divine and Apos as forgiveness and return to this promised land. For now, we shall venture to the other side of the sea and forge a more glorious future. By the shore, countless tri-leave people departed their homeland, delving into the ocean, accompanied by swarms of ancestral fish controlled by the power of wisdom. They would first reach Yesai City and then set forth from that underwater city to the legendary land of origin, another realm bestowed upon them by the divine. Unbeknownst to many, a small faction of tri-leave people had been banished to the deep sea, descendants of Ens and Boon. These individuals were called the forsaken people of the divine, forever stripped of their ability to speak, condemned to live without the divine tongue. They sprouted antennae upon their heads, communicating through touch. In the depths of the ocean, they birthed a new lineage of the tri-leave people. The Ode to the Wise King Laidlick. Epilogue: the first wise king ended his illustrious life before the divine, betrayed by his son and mourning the loss of his queen. He bequeathed the throne to his most exceptional son Yesai, along with the vows and agreements made with the divine. However, the deity, enraged by Laidlek's death, expressed disappointment at the Trileve people's crimes of patricide and fratricide. The divine retracted the promised land, casting all Trileve people from the sacred domain. The deity erased their memories of the location of the gifted city, ensuring they would never return to that divine paradise. Even upon reaching the outskirts of the gifted city, they would forever wander upon the sea, unable to set foot upon that divine isle. Chapter 27. The island adorned with sun-cup flowers. Yin Shen stood atop a high vantage point, observing the throngs departing from the city of divine gifts, as numerous amalgamated creatures forged a path ahead. The Trileve people returned once more to the sea, their wise and powerful leaders commanding the hybrids to drive away the dense shoals of fish, retreating with the setting sun from this paradise that belonged to him, Laidlek and Sally. The world fell silent, the once vibrant city now rendered desolate. Yin Shen turned back to witness Laidlek kneeling before his statue. Perhaps it is best to leave this place, devoid of so many companions, he mused. The sea and land are the true abodes of civilization. This is but an island. He longed to pat Laidlek's shoulder as he once did, yet his hand passed through the form of Laidlek, startling him momentarily as he grasped the reason. Laidlek's divine blood had been entirely bestowed upon his descendants and the crown of wisdom. This corporeal shell had become merely ordinary, stripped of the powers he had once endowed upon Laidlek, and lost its anchor. Gazing at his radiant hand, a surge of nameless fury welled within Yin Shen. Am I dead or alive? He yearned to shatter everything before him, yet he raised his hand only to let it fall. Anger and impatience would bear no fruit. His sole reliance lay in the inexhaustible passage of time and life. He could transform everything, accomplish anything. All that was required was patience. His fear of solitude had morphed into disdain, and now he had begun to embrace it. A deity without companions. He sat on the steps of the temple, observing the serene land of divine gifts, watching as the sun's rays gradually spread over the architecture of the city, and the moon traversed from one side of the night sea to the other. After several cycles of the sun rising and setting, he finally rose. Sally. The girl turned her gaze towards him, her large eyes fixed upon him. She scampered to his side, craning her neck and emitting a sound. Gulu gulu. Yin Shen descended the steps. Let us take a walk. Together they ventured down from the temple, with Sally cradling a flower pot. Yin Shen paused before the statue erected by Yeser for Laidlek, then wandered through the desolate city of divine gifts, arriving at the marsh where the progenitor fish were once nurtured. Ultimately, he halted upon the shoreline. The tides eroded the beach, strewn with rocks and gravel, while Sally planted her cherished sun-cup flower not far from the shore. Its tendrils, akin to tentacles, extended deep into the ground, liberating itself from the confines of the stone pot. This half-plant, half-animal entity began to unleash its vibrant vitality. In mere days, it grew over a meter tall, soon sprouting additional young shoots beside it. Reproduction, proliferation. The land of divine gifts became a tapestry of sun-cup flowers, carpeting the beach and coastline, climbing up hills and valleys. Gradually, it encroached upon the desolate city of divine gifts, breathing life back into the once empty metropolis. The entire realm transformed into a golden sea of blossoms, with the towering pyramid temple standing at its heart. In this era, it epitomized a true paradise, a dreamlike wonderland. As he beheld the shimmering golden expanse, the wind stirred the blooms, creating a mesmerizing dance that dazzled and disoriented. Yin Shen felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. So beautiful. Sally, uncertain of her feelings, quietly ventured into the golden flower sea, inhaling the fragrant aroma and reclining comfortably beneath the sun. One day, Yin Shen called Sally back from her hideaway among the flowers. He resolved to temporarily slow his perception of time, allowing himself to drift into slumber. For him, this was a means of transcending time. Awakening after a deep sleep could mean 100 years or even thousands had passed, akin to traversing the river of time. Sally, I shall sleep for a while. Remain in the temple and do not wander away from the land of divine gifts. Wait for my return. He stepped into the statue, his radiance gradually receding within, rendering any peculiarity undetectable. He awaited a transformation in the power of the divine blood or some shift in extraordinary strength and authority, hoping that at some point he might alter his current state. In the dim temple, Sally nestled beside the statue, swinging her little legs, her vacant gaze fixed upon the distance as she emitted her unique sound. Gulugulu land. Following their initial successful arrival, the Tri-Leave people skillfully navigated around all dangers to reach the origin land, which came to be known as the Yesser route, commemorating Yesser and his companions' monumental achievement in discovering this sacred territory. The second generation of the wise king, Yesser, led thousands onto the land, all awestruck by its vastness beyond imagination. The origin land. Is this where the gods descended? Does it all belong to us? They knelt upon the shore, kissing the earth and calling out the names of the divine and the first wise king, Lidlaki. Their faith in the divine remained unshaken, perhaps even more fervent than before. Though exiled from the land of divine gifts for the irredeemable sins committed by the Tri-Leave people, they acknowledged their faults, not the gods. For they had witnessed the boundless might of the divine and the horrific judgment meted out to those who blasphemed. Now, gazing upon this boundless land, they felt not cast away by the gods, but rather that the divine had bestowed upon them a broader realm of divine gifts. This was a place where they and their descendants could forever dwell and thrive. The expansive nearshore boasted a warm climate, abundant marine flora and fauna, ideal for nurturing the progenitor fish gifted by the gods. Just as Yesser had declared, this was the most suitable place for their existence, filled with hope and promise for the future. Yesser stood atop the coastal cliffs, extending his hand towards all the Tri-Leave people who had arrived at the origin land. I have said it before, the gods have not forsaken us. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, some were moved to tears, while others buried their heads deep in the sand, as if to capture the essence of the divine lingering in this place. It seemed that by doing so, they could attain the same divine protection as that of the city of divine gifts. 3 colossal hybrids toiled to carve out great stones for the construction of the new city, while other Tri-Leave people assisted, simultaneously establishing their own fishing grounds along the coast. With the passing of Inns and Boon, their hybrids also came to belong to the new king, Yesser. Observing the fervent activity in the origin land and the city taking shape, joy radiated from Yesser's eyes. His followers inquired, "My king, what shall this city be named?" Yesser, adorned with the crown of wisdom, fell into contemplation. This is the place of the gods' descent, the birthplace of our great first wise king, the origin land of the Tri-Leave people. Yet, all that has come to pass is due to the arrival of the divine. Let it be called the city of divine descent, just one word different from the city of divine gifts. In this way, it appears as though nothing has truly changed. Chapter 28, A Place Without Home, decades later. In the city of divine descent, there exists an artificial lake that connects to the sea, housing an underwater city and a breeding ground for the Trifoliate people. This lake bears a resemblance to the ancient well of divine gift, albeit on a much grander scale. Within its depths, colossal shrimp, the sovereigns of the ocean, are ensnared by ropes crafted from marine ferns. Several tall and robust Trifoliate warriors wield bone spears as they engage in fierce combat upon the lake's surface. Charge! They bellow, their battle cries echoing as the magnificent sea creatures become extensions of their will, moving in synchrony with their commands. The clash of bone spears coincides with the snapping of the shrimp's massive pincers, igniting fervor among the onlooking Trifoliate spectators, who erupt in cheers and roars. At the forefront of the lake, a figure adorned with a crown sits upon an intricately carved high-backed throne, observing the youthful warriors in their struggle. These individuals are primarily descendants of Yesser, endowed with the gift of wisdom and power. Over the decades, many have emerged with such gifts, a few have awakened their bloodlines, while the majority have received their powers as blessings from the royal lineage. The aging royal family of Trifoliate people bestows their gifts upon their progeny. However, these heirs lack the fortunate fate of their second-generation counterparts, who have directly received divine blessings in the form of mythical beings. The elder generation has not yet completely passed, leaving the inheritance of such beings uncertain, and it is not guaranteed that they will be the ones to inherit. Thus, some have sought alternative paths, taming and controlling the colossal shrimp or other marine creatures to gain unique abilities, thereby acquiring formidable combat skills or supplementary powers. As the performance concludes, these robust Trifoliate nobles kneel upon the lake's shore beneath the throne. You have performed admirably. Fearless and unyielding, you have skillfully wielded the gift of wisdom. You are indeed worthy heirs of the ancient kings and deserving of your noble status, proclaims Yesser, the second king of wisdom, rising to extend his scepter towards them. One by one, he calls their names. In my capacity as the king of wisdom, I confer upon you the title of divine priest. From this moment forth, these young nobles truly become priests, joining the ranks of the most powerful individuals within the kingdom of Hussein, second only to the king himself. Great king, we shall forever adhere to the faith of the divine and submit to your reign, they declare. Yasser feels a swell of joy at the emergence of such remarkable successors. Sensing the burgeoning strength and prosperity of his kingdom of Hussein, he muses that should these heirs be dispatched to other regions, they would undoubtedly establish additional cities, thereby expanding the territory of Hussein. The city boasts an extensive network of wide canals that flow like rivers, serving as thoroughfares for the Trifoliate people. Yasser, riding upon his amalgamated creature Nini, traverses the canals towards the palace, where all who behold him bow in reverence. From an elevated perspective, one can observe throngs of people and bustling marketplaces along the main thoroughfare. Vendors sell pickled fish, sun-dried seafood, fresh ancestral fish, and an assortment of other marine delicacies. Various bone artifacts, bone plates, bowls, knives, and spears are prevalent, crafted from the remains of deceased Trifoliate individuals. However, the kingdom of Hussein appears untroubled by such practices, as only those of noble blood are granted proper burials. Distinct from the city of divine gift, the city of divine descent features towering stone walls at its periphery, delineating a hierarchy between the city and its surroundings. The inner city is predominantly inhabited by the elite and their servants, while those who wish to enter must pay taxes. This legal framework was established by Yasser, the second king of wisdom, following the codification of the kingdom of Hussein's currency. Surrounding the city are numerous villages populated by merchants, laborers, and fishermen serving the aristocracy. Along the coastline, grand cities have emerged, and the kingdom of Hussein now boasts 17 cities. Social dynamics have grown increasingly complex, with a multifaceted hierarchy of rights and a diverse array of professions. Along with the countless villages, the population of Hussein has surged to several 100,000, a feat unimaginable even to the first king of wisdom, Ledrich. In this regard, Yasser has surpassed his father. Upon returning to the palace, several dignitaries from the kingdom of Hussein await him at the entrance. Your Majesty, the legal code has been revised and stands ready to the south of the palace. This urgency is what propelled Yasser and Apos' swift return. He dismounts from Nini, eagerly following the officials southward, a throng of followers in tow. The legal code represents one of the most significant achievements of his life. This marks its 7th revision, and he believes it to be the final iteration. In his eyes, it is a flawless codex. Inscribed upon a stone tablet, the legal code is situated outside the palace, bearing the divine script composed by Ledrich. Standing before this monument, Yasser touches the words crafted by his father and the gods, pride illuminating his eyes. Father, I have not disappointed you. From the moment he returned to the palace until he took his throne, he felt as though he were floating on clouds, immersed in his own splendor. He had established multiple cities, created a legal code, and expanded the kingdom of Hussein. He accomplished feats that even his father could not, forging a great nation and earning the admiration of many. While Ledrich resides within his palace of wisdom, surrounded by divine tablets, Yasser displays his codex adorned with tales of his daring adventures etched upon the walls. Today, he is overcome with elation, excitement coursing through him as he rises from his throne to wander the palace, reflecting on his past exploits. Suddenly, an individual rushes in. Your Majesty, the Grand Princess wishes to see you. Yasser's expression shifts. He hastens to another city, entering a structure reminiscent of the ancient palace of divine gift. Inside awaits an elderly female Trifoliate. Yasser exhales a sigh of relief, his previously hurried pace now slowing. Sister, what brings you to seek me so unexpectedly? Yasser greets his elder sister, who bears a striking resemblance to their mother. She once guided him through marshes to fish and led him into the depths of the ocean on adventures. She rendered his childhood idyllic and instilled within him the seeds of courage and daring. To Yasser, she is not merely a sister, but a matriarchal figure akin to a mother. The Grand Princess appears somewhat melancholic, her gaze fixed upon the distant sea. Yasser inquires, Sister, is there something weighing on your heart? Turning to face him, the Grand Princess's eyes reflect the gentle warmth reminiscent of their late queen. My king, do you believe we shall ever return to the land of divine gift? Will we see Father and the gods once more? Yasser responds resolutely, of course. I remain the king of wisdom. The crown of wisdom still rests upon my brow, and the covenant between the gods and the Trifoliate people endures. As long as we atone for our transgressions, we shall undoubtedly return to the land of divine gift. Yazel remained oblivious. Yet he could not help but notice how his tone and demeanor had become strikingly similar to that of Lydlik. A radiant light sparkled in the eyes of the elder princess as she gazed lovingly at her brother. That is well. That is well, she sighed. A sense of relief washing over her, as though she had unburdened a heavy heart. If one day you are able to return to the land bestowed by the divine, please take my remains with you. Bury me beside our mother. I miss her dearly. Yazel embraced his sister gently. Do not fret. There is still ample time. When the moment arrives, we shall return together to reunite with our mother and father. Shortly after Yazel had returned to the city of divine descent, news reached him just a few days later. The elder princess had passed away. Upon receiving the news, Yazel sprang to his feet, only to sit back down in a daze. He recalled his sister's words and suddenly became acutely aware of the fear and confusion that lay within his heart. No matter the heights of glory he might achieve, no matter the monumental deeds he might accomplish, they could not shield him from the inner turmoil and uncertainty. Nor could they quell the yearning of all the Tri-Leaf people to return to the land granted by the divine. Moreover, they were haunted by the dread of being forsaken by the divine and the sorrow of being cast out from the paradise promised to them. Their will and spirit had lost their sanctuary, rendering them akin to wandering souls adrift at the ends of the earth. Deep within, Yazel, like the other Tri-Leaf people, remained steadfast in his longing to return to the land bestowed by the divine. In their eyes, that place was their ultimate sanctuary. Chapter 29. The Cup of the Sun. The Jessel route is lined with numerous underwater villages, connecting to the grand underwater city of Jessel. While most of the Trifoliate people have adapted to life on land, a portion still prefers to dwell beneath the waves. This route also serves as a trade path, frequented by merchants from the kingdom of Hisensai. Various sea monsters, each with distinct forms, pave the way. Among them a colossal starfish-like creature adorned with a bony palace upon its back, where the wise king sits. Hundreds of Hisensai guards flank the procession, accompanied by a few priests riding peculiar shrimps. As they journeyed, the most abundant creatures encountered were the trilobites, alongside shadows of ancient fishes. With the Trifoliate people cultivating fish schools, this species began to spread throughout the ocean. The wise king has arrived. Our supreme ruler of the kingdom of Hisensai is here. Behold, the mythical beast bestowed by the divine. Along the route, the Trifoliate villagers celebrate the arrival of their wise king Jessel, gazing in awe at the monstrous amalgamation. Filled with reverence, many even follow at a distance to bid farewell until he is out of sight. In the absence of the divine, Jessel is their god. Upon reaching Jessel City, thousands of Trifoliate people emerge from the depths, surfacing to greet their king. The Lord of Jessel City surfaces, kneeling on the beast's back before the palace. Great wise king, your subjects welcome your return. Jessel steps forth, gazing upon the waters with a hint of nostalgia. It has been long since his last visit. Guided by the Lord, the immense creature descends back into the depths. Beneath the azure, transparent sea, bubbles continuously rise. The underwater realm is a magnificent city where vast numbers of Trifoliate people reside, navigating through submerged structures. Some drive fish towards the ancient flora formed by bioluminescent creatures, while others patrol the waters above with bone spears. Upon entering Jessel's former palace, the Lord cautiously inquires, "Wise king, what brings you back this time?" Instead of answering, Jessel poses a question. In these years, has anyone ventured to the sacred land? Or rather, has anyone seen it? The Lord of Jessel City pauses. There has been no news of the sacred land for decades. If it weren't for your mention, I might have forgotten that it exists in these waters. I can't even recall its direction. He strains to remember, but something seems to suppress his recollection of the sacred land's location, rendering him unable to recall. Realizing the implication, the Lord exclaims, "My king, you wouldn't be considering returning to." His excitement surges. The second wise king Jessel gazes into the ocean's depths, his expression gradually merging with that of the former ruler, Lydlik. The same devotion, the same steadiness. I wish to glimpse the sacred land once more, not yearning to bask in the divine light again, but seeking a thread of guidance. I desire the divine to direct us, the future of the Trifoliate people. How shall we, the descendants of Lydlik, atone for our sins? Across the boundless ocean, a group of Trifoliate people and several amalgamated creatures traverse the waters, casting nets to search this expanse. They drift aimlessly, akin to blind sea worms, for over half a month, yet yield no results. They scour every inch, from the surface to the depths, yet find no trace. An invisible force seems to steer them away from the fabled sacred land. thwarting their every effort to approach the divine sanctuary. It must be right here. It is undoubtedly here. Why can we never locate the sacred land? On the back of the amalgamated creature, an elderly trifoliate noble breaks down. This is divine punishment. The gods have condemned us to never return to the paradise promised. He rushes forth, facing the infinite sea, kneeling atop the creature's head, weeping bitterly. He was among the most esteemed nobles of the once sacred city. Unlike the younger generations, who merely dream of the sacred land, he witnessed the calamity that befell the first wise king and the blasphemer, Ennis. He felt the shock of the first wise king's demise and the sorrow of being cast out from the sacred land. Born under the protection of the divine, he grew up gazing at the deity's palace. He heard the great first wise king Lidlich proclaim, "We are the favored children of the gods." As he watched the sacred city fade from view, his heart ached, and with age, his longing for the divine protection grew ever stronger. He despaired. Perhaps we shall never return to the sacred land. His generation could still trace this ocean's location through vague memories and records. But what of future generations? Jessel lifted the elder, who once followed his father, and spoke to him. The gods will forgive us. We, the wandering children, shall one day return home. Jessel had hoped that even if he could not step foot upon the sacred land, a distant glimpse would suffice, yet he returned disheartened. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, urging others to seek traces of the sacred land upon the surface, harboring a glimmer of hope that perhaps the divine would recognize his devotion and persistence. The sacred land, adorned with seas of golden sun cups, envelopes the ruins of a city. Sally is the sole being capable of freely moving across this vast island. The entire expanse is her garden. She often sits on the steps before the temple, mimicking the divine as she watches the sunset and the moonrise, or gazes up at the deity's statue deep within the temple, spending entire days in reverie. Occasionally, she wanders through the flowery ruins, caressing the crowns of sun cups and inhaling their fragrant essence. These sun cups have shattered the once orderly stone pathways. Sally traverses the towering blooms. Reaching the shoreline where the deity commanded her to plant the first sun cup, she retrieves a stone pot she had once discarded. With a gentle tug, she plucks a golden flower, intending to place it into the pot and cradle it, as she usually does. Violently uprooted, the half-plant, half-animal flower emits a shriek, baring its fangs. As it struggles, Sally grips it firmly and exerts her strength. Snap! The stem breaks in two. Is it dead, Gulu? Sally utters, though she pays it no mind. She casts the severed sun cup into the sea and reaches for another. In the depths of the ocean, the sun cup floats away with the currents, gradually vanishing into the distance. Chapter 30. Divine Guidance in the Waters Not Far from the City of Ysel. A group of soldiers from the kingdom of Hinsai patrolled the sea, led by two young priests riding upon strange shrimps. These priests had recently been bestowed the title of priesthood by the wise King Ysel. Following the king's command, they had traversed these waters time and again, until one could no longer contain his curiosity. Is the city granted by the gods truly here? We have counted every stone beneath the waves. If such a vast island exists, surely we would have found some trace of it. The other priest, with a smile, regarded him. Dare you question the great wise king? Or the power of the divine? The young priest immediately fell silent, knowing better than to continue. Understood. I shall search earnestly. The king's will is paramount. Though warned, the other priest shared the sentiment that their search might end in futility. With a sigh, he recounted a tale known throughout the kingdom of Hinsai. One that everyone was familiar with, yet each retelling evoked a different emotion. It was known that the sacrilegious Insi had slain his own brother Boone. Seizing the Rua monster, a divine gift bestowed upon Boone, Insi, wielding the power granted to the Tri-Leaf people, sought to slay the eldest son of the gods, the great wise king, Ledlick. His voice resonated like a melodious chant, weaving the narrative of great tragedy. Such a grievous sin manifested within the divine paradise of the gods and at the foot of the divine hall. In disappointment and sorrow, the gods rained down their wrath upon the people of Hinsai. The descendants of the sinner were cast into the abyss of the deep sea, and the citizens of Hinsai could never return to their former home. O divine beings, when will you forgive our transgressions and once again illuminate the realm of Hinsai with your brilliance? After reciting this widely cherished poem of Hinsai, he shook his head. We mortals cannot hope to tread upon the divine threshold until we receive the gods' forgiveness. Though both priests felt that this endeavor was destined for failure, they diligently executed the will of the wise king. They split into two routes, delving deeper into the waters. The young priest, accompanied by a band of soldiers, stirred the waves as they swiftly traversed the surface, and in the distance, he glimpsed a glimmer of gold upon the sea. The azure waters, so pure, contrasted sharply with the brilliant golden hue. What floats upon the sea? Let us investigate. A group hastened towards it, and the priest, extending a bone spear, retrieved a golden flower known as the sun's cup from the water. None had ever beheld such a thing, having seen only the golden sun in the sky. What is this? Its color resembles that of the sun. How marvelous! The priest inhaled the floral fragrance, irresistibly drawn closer. Then, instinctively, he took a deep breath. The pollen from the sun's cup, upon entering his body, interacted with the mythic blood coursing through the young priest. No one could have anticipated the profound transformation that ensued. The mythic blood underwent a qualitative change, akin to how a chimera assimilates the organs of other life forms into itself. The primordial mythic blood of the path of wisdom perfected a portion of its genetic fragments from the sun's cup, marking a significant advancement. Golden luminescence began to emanate from the priest, who, in a trance, released his grasp on the sun's cup, allowing it to float. The power of wisdom granted the priest the ability to perceive the hearts of others, to read minds, and to communicate with any life form. However, their influence had never been able to directly affect external objects. Yet now, everything had shifted. His power could extend beyond his own being, directly impacting the outside world. Meanwhile, the entire battalion of soldiers, as they inhaled the golden glow emanating from him, succumbed to a fragrance that penetrated the depths of their minds. In a state of terror, they found themselves immobilized, slowly sinking beneath the waves. Fortunately, their innate ability to survive underwater spared them from peril. The young priest, however, remained oblivious to this turmoil. His eyes radiated golden light as his consciousness was transported to a golden island. He beheld the very spot where the sun's cup had once rested. Standing upon the shore, he was surrounded by a vast sea of golden flowers swaying in the breeze. The floral expanse stretched along the coast, concealing a magnificent city beneath its bloom. Where am I? He gazed around in bewilderment, unable to fathom how he had transitioned from the sea to this ethereal realm, filled with flowers reminiscent of a divine paradise, a beauty so breathtaking it was almost suffocating. It was only when he noticed the city devoid of walls, alongside a marsh enclosed by stones, that realization dawned upon him, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. Though he had never witnessed it firsthand, he had heard countless tales of this place, the city granted by the gods. This was indeed the city granted by the gods. Lifting his gaze towards the center of the island, he spotted a colossal pyramid. Atop the pyramid, amidst the radiant light, he discerned a temple that seemed to shimmer in and out of existence. And there was the Temple of Insai. He finally understood why this object bore the hue of the sun. It was a manifestation that flowed from the land bestowed by the gods, the blooming sun's flower at the foot of the divine hall. Meanwhile, in Ysel City, the bloodline of wisdom underwent a transformation, and the wise crown-bearer, Ysel, was the first to sense it. Who is it? Who has perfected the power of wisdom? He activated the powers of the wise king, immediately identifying the source of the change, exclaiming the name of the young priest, Schroeder. The name signified an oath, a favored choice among the royal lineage. Swiftly, the wise King Ysel commanded his chimera to navigate towards this sea, with the guards of the kingdom of Hinsai surrounding the area. Under the gaze of thousands, the divine priest Schroeder nervously maneuvered his strange shrimp to halt beneath the chimera. The massive ruler of the ocean appeared as diminutive as a shrimp before the mythical being. Schroeder approached the king, kneeling before him to present the divine artifact he had acquired. Great wise king, I offer you this divine creation. May the light of the gods forever shine upon the realm of Hinsai. Upon seeing the golden flower, Ysel gasped, recognizing it immediately. The sun's cup. He had known of this flower's name and learned it from his father. It was the divine creation cradled by the mother of life, Sally, possessing a brilliance akin to the sun above. He had never imagined that this seemingly unremarkable artifact among many divine creations would hold such a connection to the power of wisdom. In that instant, he felt as though fate had long been predetermined. The gaze of the divine seemed to have foreseen this moment across the river of time. O divine beings, was everything arranged by you? Memories flooded Ysel's mind of his childhood, recalling his father's words. Ysel, do not fear. Everything is arranged by the gods. His sharp gaze fell upon the young priest. Such a phenomenon could only exist within the hallowed halls of divinity. It cannot possibly manifest here. From whence does it originate? What have you witnessed? Char Dinger trembled under the gaze of Ysair as he recounted the extraordinary events he had just encountered and everything he had seen. Upon hearing his tale, Ysair and the elderly tri-follower beside him reacted differently. One beamed with a joyful, relieved smile, while the other was overcome with excitement, gesticulating fervently. The land bestowed by the divine. He had beheld the land granted by the gods. Ysair raised the sun chalice aloft, cradling it as if it were an unparalleled sacred relic. This sensation was akin to the one he experienced in the presence of the crown of wisdom. His eyes brimmed with tears of joy, and amidst his heartfelt laughter, he emitted a fervent cry. This is the guidance of the divine. The gods have not forsaken us. They have granted us a future. If we continue to walk in accordance with divine direction, we shall surely attain divine forgiveness. Chapter 31. The High Priest and the Temple. When the king returned from the city of Jessel, the entire city of divine descent erupted in jubilant celebration. Thousands of people converged into a vast sea, welcoming the king's return on both sides of the wide waterway. For the wise King Jessel had once again brought back the revelations of the divine from the land bestowed by the gods. Upon the back of the fusion creature, the king graciously accepted the kneeling and shouts of the people, yet his thoughts had already soared far away, half lost in memories, half contemplating the future. King. A young three-lander beside him gazed at the sun cup, which radiated a brilliant glow under the sunlight. Is this truly a divine revelation? This boy, the grandson of Jessel, was also a natural bearer of wisdom and power. Each time Jessel saw him, he felt as though he were gazing upon a younger version of himself. The child, however, seemed not to ponder so deeply. He simply felt that the sun cup resembled something forcibly broken, though it was wondrous and beautiful. It did not seem like a gift from the gods. Rather, it felt as if it had been discarded by someone. Jessel grasped the child's hand, gazing at him with a reverent and earnest expression reminiscent of when Liedlich had once held him. He spoke with an undeniable tone. Ari, you must always remember, before the divine, there are no accidents. Everything is the will of the gods. The fusion creature halted at the end of the waterway, and Jessel led the child step by step down the stone bridge. He proudly declared, "It is my devotion that has moved the divine." Jessel firmly believed this to be true. 2 squads of guards lifted the sun cup, which had been replanted in a rectangular stone basin. As they passed through the broad avenue, the cup of the gods, behold its sun-like hue. This must surely be a divine artifact taken from the sun itself, blessed by the gods. O divine one, you have once again bestowed upon us your revelations. The three-landers in the city surged forward in ecstatic excitement. Yet, as they approached the sun cup, they halted abruptly. They yearned to draw near to the divine gift, but feared that their humble mortal forms would tarnish its divine radiance. Thus, they could only kneel and gaze up at the resplendent cup of the gods, their hands clasped on their chests, overcome with tears. Jessel felt joy and delight at this scene, turning to Ari and saying, "Look, everyone believes this to be the divine revelation granted to us." The three-landers remained devoutly faithful to the great divine, certain that the divine would see them. Jessel recalled his father and how he had gained the favor of the god Insai. His father had constructed a pyramid temple for the divine, offering his own sacrifices. Jessel had seen these images in the murals of his father's palace of wisdom and on the stone tablet that stood before the city of divine descent. Temple. Jessel whispered these 2 syllables, and in that instant, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Yes, a temple. He would build a temple even grander and more magnificent than the pyramid temple his father had erected. He wanted to show the divine the devotion and faith of his followers. Upon returning to the palace, he summoned the ministers of the kingdom of Hinsai to discuss this matter. The king gestured with authority to describe the kind of temple he envisioned, one that must be magnificent and wondrous enough to be worthy of the divine's noble status. The ministers recorded his words on stone tablets while informing the king of the estimated number of craftsmen and laborers required. Among the crowd stood the divine priest Schroeder. After the wise King Jessel concluded his plans to construct a temple for the god Insai, he turned his gaze to Schroeder. "My king." Schroeder approached and knelt at the feet of the wise king. Jessel descended and placed a hand on Schroeder's shoulder. "Schroeder, you are the first high priest of the divine and the one who discovered the sun cup and received the divine revelation. Henceforth, you shall serve as the chief priest in the service of the divine. In the future, the temple of Insai shall also be under your care." The title of high priest denoted one who had been enhanced with advanced wisdom and power after receiving the sun cup. Overwhelmed with excitement, Schroeder's eyes widened. And after a moment of shock, he knelt and exclaimed, "My king." Yet Jessel immediately interrupted him, saying, "You should thank the divine. It is the divine who has granted you all." Schroeder nodded fervently. "The great god Insai will surely forgive us our transgressions because of the king's devotion." When all was said and done, the palace fell silent. Ari looked at his grandfather, who sat alone on the throne, and asked with confusion, "My king, did you not say that the divine does not require the faith and offerings of mortals?" Jessel gently stroked his head. "The divine does not require the faith and offerings of mortals, yet takes joy in them. Just as a father does not need gifts from his child. But when the child presents a gift, the father rejoices at the child's heart. The divine is our father, the supreme father of all three landers." Ari nodded, somewhat understanding. Behind the palace lay a spacious and splendid chamber, originally intended for the display of the sculpted works of the wise King Jessel, who had inherited his father's love for sculpture. At this moment, however, the opulent chamber had been entirely cleared out and transformed into an indoor garden. The citizens of the city of divine descent had sourced the richest soil from the seabed to fill the ground, and the sun cup was to be transplanted here. Be careful. This is a divine gift. Any mistake would be blasphemy against the divine. We must not err in any way. Schroeder's voice called from outside as a group of Threelanders carried in the rectangular flower pot. While the temple had yet to begin construction, Schroeder, the chief priest, held only a nominal title. His most pressing task was to nurture the sun cup. Should the divine gift perish in his care, he would surely face the wrath of the wise King Jessel. Schroeder carefully transplanted the sun cup into the soil. The other priests following Schroeder inquired, "Will it come back to life?" Schroeder confidently asserted, "Since the divine has granted us the sun cup, it will surely thrive here." Whether it was Schroeder's words that proved prophetic or the inherent resilience of the sun cup, the once broken flower revived with newfound vigor in the soil. This divine blossom not only regained life, but also produced two offspring nearby. They heralded the future of the priestly lineage and became the origin of extraordinary power. The epic of Hinsai. King Jessel sought the divine's forgiveness, and the merciful deity bestowed the sun cup. Even though the divine had cast out the firstborn, the god still watched over the descendants of Lydlik. By drinking the divine power from the sun cup, the divine priests would gain the elevated powers of the high priest. However, this sun-like artifact also served as a forewarning to the people of the kingdom of Hinsai. Its power akin to that of the sun in the sky, capable of nurturing life, yet also capable of bringing calamity. Alas, King Jessel did not comprehend the divine's mercy and its profound meaning. Chapter 32. The riot and the collapse of the statue. Yeser led a group deep into the land, discovering a saltwater lake nestled in the interior. Here, amidst the desolation, lay an expansive surface of shimmering white waves, with salt deposits along the shore resembling clusters of fluffy clouds. Beneath the lake, a dormant volcano lay long extinguished. "My king, this place is quite suitable for what you seek. Just a bit further ahead will take us there." As they circled the vast saltwater lake, he beheld a rugged mountain standing majestically beside the water. The azure sky and towering peaks created a scene where clouds appeared to float around the mountain's summit, while the lake below mirrored the beauty above, evoking a dreamlike atmosphere. Yeser felt a surge of joy. This is it. He ascended the mountain, gesturing toward the entrance of the path. "At this entrance, we shall carve two statues, one of my father, King Ridlik, and the other of myself. The statues shall kneel on one knee, embodying deep reverence for the divine, as if welcoming the deity to the temple we shall construct in his honor." Although the temple was yet to be built, Yeser already envisioned the moment the divine presence would grace their creation. He climbed higher, discussing the construction with several ministers from the kingdom of Hinsai, contemplating the greatest miracle they could offer to the divine, his father's statue guarding the sacred city. Here, he and his father would jointly safeguard the divine sanctum. Finally, they reached the mountain's peak, where the air was thin and fierce winds howled. Standing there, Yeser felt as if he could encompass the entire world within his gaze. This sensation reminded him of his youthful days, standing atop the pyramid temple. Yet the perspective here was even more expansive, with the mountain's grandeur surpassing that of the pyramid. "Here, this very summit shall be leveled, and upon it, we will erect the most magnificent and splendid temple known to man. Beyond the priests serving the divine, thousands would be stationed here eternally to guard the deity." Yeser was so exhilarated that he even envisioned a name for this temple, gazing at the surrounding clouds. When completed, it would surely appear as if it were perched upon the very pinnacle of the heavens. "Let it be called the Temple of the Sky." The temple Yesser envisioned was less a mere sanctuary and more akin to a city. He was immensely satisfied with this location, dreaming that once established, he too would earn the deity's favor like his father. This shall be done. We must complete it swiftly, within 5 years, without fail. One minister raised his gaze. 5 years. Yes, sir, with an unwavering tone, questioned, is that unachievable? The minister hastily nodded, absolutely, my king. In 5 years, you shall behold the temple of the sky. Yet, impatience flickered within the king. All were aware that such a monumental undertaking would require considerable time and effort. Constructing a city is one matter, but the temple of the sky was no ordinary city. The intricate sculptures, opulent chambers, and the unimaginable divine gardens would demand a multitude of highly skilled artisans laboring day and night. Just the mere thought of carving a colossal statue of the king, towering hundreds of meters high, conjured images of unfathomable exertion and time. At that moment, no one dared voice such concerns. Yes, sir, unlike his father, possessed a daring spirit and audacity. He had ventured into the depths of the sea to establish the first underwater city and had led a small group to chart new territories. It was this very audacity that had brought him to his current achievements. However, Yesser lacked his father's grace and compassion. Those who dared to offend or slander him faced death at his command. In his pursuit of enforcing laws, he had sent many three-leafed individuals to the guillotine, including members of the royal family. This iron-fisted approach ensured his edicts were obeyed across the realm. As time passed, Yesser, no longer youthful, began to feel the weight of his mortality, particularly after the loss of his sister. This awareness bred impatience within him. He sensed many unfinished endeavors, with time and death looming ominously behind him. With a decree from King Yesser of the Kingdom of Hinsai, the entire realm sprang into action, all following his command. Thousands of three-leafed individuals trekked long distances to construct the divine temple of the sky, including a creature capable of burrowing through the earth and a newly appointed high priest. For years later, the temple of the sky emerged. 2 lifelike statues, each hundreds of meters tall, graced the cliffs, while a celestial staircase led from the mountain's base to its summit, connecting to the temple floating above the clouds. The mountaintop had been leveled by the burrowing creature, establishing a platform for the temple and the city where the servants of the divine would dwell. The temple soared several meters high, adorned with opulence. While the primary structure was crafted from local stone, many elements featured rare gems and treasures sourced from the sea, transported from far afield. A creature had been assigned to ensure the steady delivery of these materials. Yesser himself had retrieved a flawless slab of pure white stone from the ocean's depths, personally carving the statue of the divine Yin Shen, which now stood at the mountain's foot. This endeavor was nothing short of miraculous, achievable only through the combined might of the creatures and priests. On the precipice, hundreds of three-leafed individuals climbed perilously without safety measures, chiseling away. In the distance, more figures toiled. One three-leafed individual, wearied, swung his tool, oblivious to its drop. His head swayed, and he finally plummeted from the heights, meeting a fatal end. Another had fallen. It's low. The other artisans showed no surprise. They had grown accustomed to such tragedies. This marked the 4th incident of the day. And to construct the temple of the sky, dozens, even hundreds, perished each month. This month was particularly brutal, with the overseers pushing them relentlessly to meet deadlines, resulting in over 100 deaths in just half a month. Witnessing yet another fall, the workers bore no expression. The deceased was merely a precursor to their own fate, perhaps tomorrow or the day after. Beneath the temple of the sky, a pale, royal three-leafed individual anxiously shouted at the nobles overseeing the construction, "Hurry! We must move even faster. Only 1 year remains. It must be completed this year." The overseer was Yesser's nephew, underscoring the importance Yesser placed on the temple's construction. The wise King Yesser was desperate for swift results, while those below, in a bid to please him, disregarded all caution. The relentless pressure and the escalating death toll finally ignited a rebellion among the three-leafed commoners and artisans tasked with building the temple of the sky. In the dead of night, a figure stealthily entered a chamber, shattering the royal individual's skull with a stone hammer. Even with immense power and wisdom, one is vulnerable in slumber. Suddenly, hundreds, even thousands of people surged forth, decimating the Leaf People's corpse soldiers and nobles, leaving not a trace behind. All the Leaf people, both commoners and artisans, stood upon the steps, roaring in fury, even weeping bitterly. They were dead. All of them dead. We are free. Let us hasten back to the sea. Only by extinguishing the Leaf royal family could they hope to escape this place. Otherwise, should the royal family, possessing the fearsome Ru giant, discover their flight, no matter how swiftly they fled within 100 miles, evasion from the relentless pursuit would be impossible. As everyone reveled in celebration, a colossal beast, measuring 20 to 30 meters in length, emerged from the darkness, roaring in fury as it lunged at all living beings. The robust artisans, who had slain the Leaf royal family, turned pale, their voices trembling as they gazed upon the shadow that loomed like a demon in the dark. This is bad. The Ru giant has gone berserk. The uncontrolled amalgamation of monstrous creatures slithered and crushed down from above, mercilessly trampling and consuming countless souls in its path. Buildings collapsed in ruin, massive stones tumbled from heights towards the mountain's base, and a towering pillar over 20 meters high crashed down upon a concealed statue. Boom! The statue of the deity Yin Shen, situated at the foot of the mountain, shattered into a heap of rubble. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, only the beast's furious roars breaking the stillness. Even the artisan leaders, who had dared to slay nobles amidst the chaos, felt as though the heavens had collapsed around them. They gazed despairingly at the white rubble, now resembling exquisite jade, unable to discern any trace of its former glory. Yet, they understood well what this debris once symbolized. No. How could this be? We did not do this. We did not. They had fought against and despised the tyrants who had driven them to desperation, never once contemplating that they would commit such a blasphemous act against the divine. Chapter 33. In the name of the divine, Yesai looked at the collapsed statue with his entire being trembling. He stood beneath the stone steps, his fists clenched tightly. How dare you? The first utterance was barely audible, but it was soon followed by a thunderous outcry. How dare you desecrate the divine? The fleeing artisans and those who had constructed the temple were all captured and forced to kneel before the lake, awaiting their grim fate. All struggles and resistance were futile before the wise crown of Yesai. The artisan leader, who had personally slain royalty, gazed at the towering figure adorned with the crown and smirked bitterly. He had acted to satisfy his own desires, yet he did so in the name of the divine. God is God, and you are you, Yesai the king. The statue of the divine was not destroyed by us. It is a manifestation of the divine's wrath towards the king. He spread his arms towards the heavens. King, do you see? The divine refuses to accept your faith. No matter how grand the temple you build or how precious the offerings you present, they cannot shield you from the divine's disdain. The artisan leader seemed to have resigned himself to his fate, expressing his grief and rage towards the bloodline of royalty that towered above him. Perhaps we are all indeed born with sin, the original sins of desire, slaughter, and tyranny, which led the divine to cast us out of the divine paradise. Otherwise, why? Once we distance ourselves from the divine's feet, do we begin to quarrel, kill, and deceive, perpetually treading the path of original sin? Only King Lidlich is the true firstborn of the divine, the genuine wise king. The artisan leader's words pierced Yesai's heart. Enveloped in fury and fear, the king turned around, his gaze blazing with rage. You, who desecrate the divine, I shall not kill you. The divine and King Lidlich are merciful. I shall grant you mercy today. However, you and your descendants shall become slaves, eternal slaves. Kneeling below, the artisan leader felt his consciousness slipping into chaos. Yesai's words resonated like a celestial decree. His authority as the wise king was an inescapable divine punishment for every sentient being. Summoning all his strength, he shouted, "It is you who desecrate the divine. It is you, King Yesai. You are unworthy of wearing the crown of the wise king. You are unworthy of having Lidlich and Apos, s." His words faltered abruptly. For the first time, Yesai unleashed the full extent of his powers as the wise king, extending his hand towards the thousands of kneeling trifolium. Light and shadows poured from his fingertips, and in an instant, the eyes of all the kneeling trifolium turned hollow. Their self-awareness was fundamentally distorted, their memories thoroughly altered, transforming them into obedient slaves. Simultaneously, the marks of royal punishment appeared upon their foreheads, a symbol of slavery. This mark would be passed down through their bloodline, condemning their descendants to an inescapable fate of servitude. They would never erase the imprint of the wise king's power that had been inflicted upon them. Lidlich's initial widespread application of his powers aimed for future generations to inherit his covenant and oath with the divine. Conversely, Yesai wielded his powers to punish his defiant subjects. A trembling noble from the kingdom of Heisai approached him, kneeling in trepidation. "My king, shall we continue the construction of the Sky Temple?" The rampaging amalgamation had devastated large portions of the structure, destroying the divine stones and the statues intricately carved by the king himself, not to mention the numerous skilled artisans who had been warped into slaves. It was evident that completion would be impossible within the projected time frame. Even an additional 4 years would prove arduous, for some rare treasures could only be found deep beneath the sea. That was the kingdom of high-sized decades-long treasury, once lost. It was irretrievable. Without sparing a glance at the noble, Yesai replied, "Of course we shall continue, and we shall construct it even better, even more perfectly. This time, no mistakes shall be permitted." The noble trembled, his voice quaking as he inquired, "My king, when will it be completed?" The previously impatient king now displayed an unexpected calmness. "Within 10 years. He paused briefly. "Aside from these slaves, do not recruit any more artisans for the time being." After speaking, he turned to depart on the amalgamation, followed closely by hundreds of guards. After releasing his pent-up emotions, Yesai suddenly felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. The noble's words echoed like nails driven into his heart. Was this truly the divine's wrath? He questioned himself, probing the depths of his pious belief. "O divine, have I truly erred? It seemed implausible. I believe in the divine. I serve the divine. What have I done wrong?" Yesai felt lost, uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong. He struggled to comprehend whether it was a mistake to believe in the divine or to punish those who desecrated it. Unlike his father, who could always dwell at the divine's feet, receiving constant guidance, Yesai possessed his father's strength, yet lacked his father's divine favor. Far out at sea, a terrifying horde emerged from the deep ocean trenches, breaching the surface and invading the waters of the Trifolium, ravenously seizing the scattered primordial fish schools. They bore shells akin to insects, their elongated lower bodies encased in soft shells, resembling shrimp tails. Their upper bodies were similar to the Trifolium. But whereas theirs was of bone, these were clad in soft armor. Their arms had lost dexterous hands, transformed into 2 massive spikes. On the surface, the denizens of the kingdom of Heisai, tasked with herding the fish, finally recognized these entities, their panic erupting. What are these?" An elder quickly identified them. "They are the condemned, the damned punished by the divine, emerging from the abyss." They had not escaped far before the monsters caught up to them. The creatures, with their shrimp-like lower bodies, were far more adept at surging through the water. Their spike-like arms pierced through their chests, instantaneously slaying them on the spot. These monsters, ravenous and indiscriminate, devoured the Trifolium on the scene, the tableau gruesome and horrifying. The creatures were descendants of the ancient Yin Boon, stripped of the advanced wisdom belonging to the Trifolium, possessing only the instincts and cooperation of beasts. They communicated not through language but through the touch of their antennae, uniting in a terrifying legion of the damned. Once merely 100 condemned, they had multiplied into nearly 10,000 over decades in the abyss. Now, the abyss could no longer contain their existence, and they surged forth towards this domain. Chapter 34. The hatred within the blood in the city of Yesel. Nearly 10,000 monsters besieged the walls, engaging in a brutal slaughter against the valiant soldiers tasked with its defense. Radiance streamed from the ocean's surface into the depths, as corpses began to rise from the abyss. These wretched souls possessed formidable combat prowess, their madness and bloodlust overwhelming. Although the soldiers had undergone training, their tranquil and peaceful lives rendered them ill-prepared to confront the monstrous entities that surged forth from the abyssal depths. The sheer number of these creatures led to a swift retreat of Yesel's defenders, who fled from the surface into the city. Alas, the Lord of Yesel, riding atop a colossal shrimp, fought valiantly against the onslaught, but ultimately found himself encircled and slain by a creature towering over 2 meters. Both he and his steed became prey for the ravenous beasts. His loyal guards shouted for the Lord's son to flee, for the city was lost. "Quickly, go tell the king. The cursed offspring of Ensi have returned." The Lord's son, paralyzed with fear by the throng of monsters surrounding him, fled desperately into the distance, while his guards valiantly shielded him from the relentless pursuit. As the guards fell one by one, thousands of monsters surged into the underwater city, bringing forth a massacre from which none would escape. Yesel had fallen. The monsters claimed dominion over this prosperous underwater realm, seizing their fishing grounds and all that belonged to them. Under the moonlight, a handful of battered trilobites crawled from the depths. They hastily ascended the shore and entered the city of divine descent. Yesel was roused from slumber, and upon entering the grand palace, he welcomed the Lord's son, who was also of the Yesel lineage, a scion of royalty. He knelt in despair within the hall, and his first words were, "My king, Yesel has perished." Yesel immediately rose, his expression grave as he gazed upon the young man. "Perished? What has transpired in Yesel? Where is your father?" The son recounted the horrific events that had befallen Yesel, his voice trembling as he struggled to recall the ghastly scenes. "My father is dead, devoured by those wretched souls. It is likely no one in Yesel remains alive. My king, the forsaken sinners, cast out by the divine, have emerged once more from the abyss." Yesel's pupils dilated. After all these years, he had thought he would never cross paths with Insi or Buon again, yet fate had reintroduced them in such a dire manner. The ministers of the kingdom of Hussein swiftly approached him, exclaiming, "My king, we must reclaim Yesel. It is our most vital underwater city. We possess other cities and numerous villages in the deep sea, and should these sinners establish a foothold, they will pose a grave threat." Yesel was resolute in his intent to reclaim Yesel, yet these sinners were unlike the subjects of Hussein. These abyssal wretches had been stripped of the divine wisdom bestowed upon them, devolving into creatures akin to trilobites and primordial fish, their bloodlines scarcely resembling that of the trilobites. The powers of the king of wisdom could not contend with them. After a moment of contemplation, Yesel devised a strategy. Send several priests with the Ruach giant to reclaim Yesel. Drive these sinners back into the abyss. While the resurgence of these sinners shocked Yesel, he did not perceive it as an immediate crisis. Yet, an ominous feeling lingered within him. Not long ago, the temple built for the divine had encountered misfortune, and even the statue he had crafted for the deity had collapsed. Now, the punished sinners had re-emerged within the domain of the kingdom of Hussein. As if the gods were indeed casting down calamity, a group of divine priests rode upon the waves atop colossal shrimp, one of whom stood atop the head of the Ruach giant. From afar, they beheld the rampaging monsters in the sea, and the leading royal priest wore a disdainful expression. These loathsome creatures should remain confined within the abyss. The monstrous behemoth descended upon Yesel, terrifying tentacles extending hundreds of meters from the water, ensnaring, tearing apart, and impaling the vile creatures. In the ocean, none could withstand their might. The mythical Ruach giant, a servant of the divine, was accompanied by the favorite of Shayli. The appearance of the fusion monstrosities sent the terrified invaders of Yesel fleeing in all directions, not daring to look back. However, this was not the end. They dispersed into the ocean, fleeing from the fusion monstrosities, yet they continued to raid and assault villages and cities unguarded by such beings. One or two fusion monstrosities could defend a city, but they could not secure such a vast expanse of ocean, nor could they eradicate the monsters entirely. Furthermore, these creatures reproduced at an alarming rate, particularly upon entering the fishing grounds of the kingdom of Hussein. The monsters multiplied, while the trilobites struggled to endure. The subjects of Yesel and the descendants of Insi clashed in this realm, engaged in a fateful conflict of unexpected proportions. Hatred continued to spread through their veins, and the cycle of slaughter remained unbroken. In the divine cup garden of the royal palace, this once serene indoor garden had transformed into a golden sea of blossoms, filled with the sun cups carefully tended by the high priest, Shrad. With a wave of his hand, the water held in his basin was poured into the soil. This was the power belonging to the high priests. As Shrad inspected the sun cup, he inadvertently pricked himself on its roots. "Hiss!" he exclaimed in pain. He then realized the roots of the sun cup were burrowing into his bone armor and flesh, as if seeking to merge with him. Could it be, Shrad pondered, that the true purpose of the sun cup is not merely to consume its pollen, but to unite with oneself, allowing mastery over this divine creation? He had long suspected the sun cup was a hybrid of plant and animal, and witnessing its tendrils infiltrating his flesh confirmed his hypothesis. A divine creation. I knew it could not be so simple. Filled with excitement, Shrad immediately embarked on this line of research. He believed he could not only become the first high priest, but perhaps also forge a path toward harnessing divine power. Through repeated attempts, he communicated with the sun cup using his wisdom and authority, ultimately succeeding in integrating the sun cup into his very being. With a thunderous rumble, the stone doors swung open, and Shrad emerged from the divine cup garden. His appearance had transformed entirely. Tendrils snaked through the cracks in his bone armor, taking root within his flesh and intertwining with his organs. While invisible within, they were evident from without, as the sun cup and Apos, blossoms swayed upon his shoulder. Strange yet imbued with an unusual beauty, he wielded divine magic. In the realm of illusions, Shrad waved his hand, and the blossoms of the sun cup unfurled, casting golden luminescence over a radius of dozens of meters. Anyone who inhaled the fragrance would fall into the illusion crafted by Shrad, allowing him to directly influence all within that vicinity. Even the divine priests could not escape his mirage. This power rivaled that of the Ruhak giant, representing an alternate path to greatness. Shrad was exhilarated, convinced he had discovered the true path. How powerful! This strength is indeed the divine gift bestowed upon us. The priest beside him cast a worried glance at Schroeder, for this bizarre form appeared decidedly abnormal. Schroeder, High Priest, is this truly permissible? They are not mere lifeless entities. They are living beings. Perhaps the divine power bestowed upon us should not be employed in this manner. Upon hearing the other's doubts, Schroeder shot a displeased look in their direction. Do you require me to decipher the will of the divine? I am the one who has received divine revelation. Chapter 35. The absence of the divine at long last. The celestial temple was constructed amidst numerous obstacles, taking over a decade to reach its completion. This magnificent edifice, which consumed a significant portion of the resources of the kingdom of high sense and the energy of Yasser, stood majestically in the heavens, as its name suggests. It was an unfathomable marvel, a sanctuary befitting only the gods and their devoted servants. Yasser gazed upwards, his eyes piercing through the sea of clouds to glimpse a corner of the celestial temple. It was finally finished. With a heart filled with trepidation, he traversed the heavenly staircase. Towering statues, carved into the mountains on either side, depicted two kings kneeling in reverence, awaiting the descent of the divine. This path was reserved solely for the king of high sense and the gods. Others could only ascend via a narrow trail alongside. At this moment, Yasser climbed the path, excitement and anxiety surging within him, nearly rendering him breathless. He dreamily gazed at the lofty celestial temple, whispering, "Oh, Divine One, do you see? This is the gift I present to you. My father, Lydlik, and I share an unwavering devotion to you." He stepped into the temple, anticipating the grandeur of the central hall. Within, apart from the exquisitely crafted divine statues, there was naught but emptiness. In the first year, the king visited the celestial temple to seek divine counsel, yet the gods did not descend. In the second year, Yasser knelt beneath the statue. "O God, if you hear my prayer, grant me enlightenment. I am here to heed your will and accept your guidance regarding my fate." Once more, the king sought the celestial temple for divine counsel, but the gods remained absent. By the 10th year, the sun rose in the east and set in the west, while stars emerged in the darkness. In that abyss, the aging Yasser knelt alone in the great hall. The divine had not come. Despair washed over him as he gazed at the statue, which, unlike the one carved by his father, exuded a mysterious warmth akin to the light of the stars. The statue he had sculpted stood tall and imposing. "Have I truly erred? O God, if I have wronged you, grant me a sign or punish me." His voice trembled as he knelt beneath the statue. Please do not abandon us." At that moment, the high priest Schroeder emerged, humbly kneeling behind Yasser. "My king, the gods have not forsaken us. They have always been present." Yasser turned to him. "Did you hear the divine revelation?" Schroeder, gazing fervently at the statue, proclaimed, "The gods have bestowed upon me divine magic. This is their revelation. The gods refuse to descend due to the sinners, those who have fled the abyss of punishment. They disturb the realm of the divine. Only by eradicating them and driving them back to the abyss will the gods once again look favorably upon us." As the high priest for many years, ruling over the celestial temple and the grand city, he had become a figure of immense power, beneath whom all others bowed. His aura grew mysterious and ethereal, his speech imbued with an entrancing authority. He repeatedly asserted his status as the chosen one of the divine, unable to tolerate the notion that the people of high sense had been abandoned by the gods. If they were forsaken, what did that make him? The high priest of the celestial temple? News arrived from the guards who had come from the city of divine descent, bearing tidings from the distant seas. "My king, the sinners have slain the lord of Shirluin city, and the citizens have suffered great losses." The guard was deeply pained, recognizing some of the deceased. By the time the high priest arrived, all the sinners had fled. "My king, we have lost far too many. The sinners, like wild beasts, ravaged the seas, plundering the fishing grounds of the Tri-Leaf people and attacking their cities. The amalgam creatures had slaughtered countless sinners over the years, their numbers only growing. Moreover, the sinners had become increasingly cunning and vicious, retaliating against the citizens of the High Sense Kingdom, leading to the current predicament. The amalgam creatures numbered only 7, most scattered across coastal cities, making it difficult to restrain the sinners. The citizens of High Sense grew ever more reluctant to venture into the distant seas, retreating to the near-shore or continental cities, gradually losing control over the ocean. If this continues, the seas may no longer belong to the kingdom of High Sense, but to these sinners, remarked a nearby minister. That is the maritime territory close to the divine realm, if occupied by the sinners under divine wrath. Though unspoken, Yasser understood the profound blow this would strike to his authority. At that moment, High Priest Schroeder again interjected with his perspective. My king, it is precisely these sinners who have disturbed the divine, causing the gods to refrain from descending upon the celestial city. If we can expel these sinners in the presence of the divine, they will surely take notice. Yasser turned to Schroeder, intending to express an alternative thought. But upon noticing a detail, he suddenly inquired, Schroeder, why do you not age? In that captivating tone, Schroeder replied, My king, it is because the divine has granted me magical powers, the strength of the cup of the sun. The cup shimmered upon his shoulder, casting golden shadows that enveloped him in an aura of mystery and sanctity. He had only recently discovered the secret of the cup. After merging with it, he had transformed into a being between plant and animal. The cup had extended his lifespan, and he estimated it to be over 50% greater than that of ordinary tri-leaf people. He had long desired to showcase his divine powers to the King of Wisdom, seeking greater authority and recognition. He urged Yasser once more, My king, this is the power of the divine cup. Not only does it endow us with wisdom and authority, but it also elevates our very existence. Only by completely merging with the cup can one attain the true blessings of the divine. This is the miracle bestowed by the divine, a testament to the fact that their radiance has never departed from us. Yasser's body was increasingly frail. He could no longer traverse the seas with the vigor of his youth. Initially, he harbored disdain for the notion of assimilating foreign entities into his being to gain power. Yet at this moment, he felt a stirring of temptation. Could it truly be? Schroeder demonstrated his power, the symbiosis with the cup, and the realm of divine magic. By drinking from the cup of the sun, you may gain divine strength. By merging with it, you may coexist with the divine. He conjured illusions, transforming the hall into an ocean, the stone slabs into a water surface. Schroeder walked upon the water, kneeling before Yasser. My king, behold, this is the power bestowed upon us by the divine. Like the gifts of authority, it derives from the divine magic. You are the king of High Sense, and the divine power rightfully belongs to you, as long as you wish it. Chapter 36. Divine Arts and the Cup of Divinity. Ali, the grandson of Yasser, has transitioned from a mere child to a robust young man, accompanying his grandfather to the Sky Temple to pay homage to the divine. It is evident that Yasser is nurturing him as a future king. As the sun descends, the aged Yasser, stooped and leaning on his staff, strolls by the lake at the foot of the mountain. He suddenly halts, gazing at the sunset. A group of three-leaf beings is pouring fish fry into the lake, which, upon maturation, will serve as sustenance for the priests of the Sky Temple and the servants of the divine. Yasser recites the covenant between the deity and King Lydlik, those sacred words inscribed upon the crown of wisdom. In solitude, the deity created the wise King Lydlik. In Lydlik's loneliness, the deity birthed the three-leaf beings. Thus, races began, and kingdoms were established from this moment. Ali perceives his grandfather's hesitation regarding the initiation of an all-out war against the sinners. To cleanse the ever-growing multitude of sinners, it would likely require the combined forces of 7 fusion monsters and the mobilization of tens of thousands to expel those who breed like pests into the dark abyss. This would be the largest conflict since the dawn of sentient life. Even the proud and arrogant King Yasser must tread carefully. He gazes into the lake's reflection. I have aged. Lost in thought for a long while, he suddenly queries, Ali, do you believe this war should be waged? Ali is momentarily taken aback before descending into contemplation. The words of the Lydlik covenant echo in his mind, and he slowly recites another passage. The deity proclaimed, I am the creator, and you are their king. Ali immerses himself in the profound essence of this statement, envisioning the scene when the deity stood upon the shore, observing the sunset and the birth of the three-leaf beings. How strikingly similar it is to the present moment. Perhaps, when the deity uttered these words, it was a revelation to the great King Lydlik, that the deity had fashioned him to be a magnificent ruler, to shepherd the living in place of the divine, for that is the king's duty. Ali turns to his grandfather. King, perhaps it is time to cease. Did you not say that everything is divinely orchestrated? Perhaps the more we act, the more we contravene the will of the deity? Yesser remains noncommittal. Each individual interprets the Lidlic covenant in their own manner, and he has heard them all, much like Schroeder, who has never even glimpsed the deity, yet presumes to fathom the divine mind. You may speak the truth, yet King Lidlic also declared, the deity does not care. I do care. Fury ignites in his eyes. How can I permit these sinners to desecrate the realm of the divine? With every step they take into the sea, they blaspheme the deity. How can I allow them to occupy the ocean, which was granted to King Lidlic? It is the deities, granted to the people of the kingdom of Hussein. The aged Yesser ultimately resolves to lead the charge himself, to eradicate those who desecrate the divine in the sight of the deity, driving them back into the abyss forever. The waters of the land bestowed by the deity must not be sullied or approached by these sinners. However, to achieve this, he must possess a robust physique. Ali observes his grandfather, his aged visage bearing an almost frenzied determination. His gaze intensifies upon the crown, which may not only embody the power of the wise monarchy, but also serve as a curse, stemming from the first wise king, the original mythical being, King Lidlic. Yesser summons the high priest of the Sky Temple, revealing his intention to embrace the divine art of the cup of divinity. Since it is a divine gift, the king must master it. Schroeder gazes at the king with excitement, his divine art now recognized by the wise king, solidifying his position as the high priest of the Sky Temple and as one chosen by the divine. Your wisdom and brilliance are unparalleled, my king. Use the divine power bestowed upon you to punish those who betray and desecrate the divine. The deity's favor will surely descend upon you, and the lands gifted by the divine will once again open their gates to you. In the Sky Temple, before the deity, Yesser kneels at the feet of the divine. Accepting the power of the cup of the sun, Schroeder and two other priests conduct the ceremony, implanting the cup of the sun within Yesser's very being. Oh, great deity, I shall fill your cup to the brim and imbibe the strength of your gifts. May your divine power infuse my mortal form, and may my faith forever linger beneath your altar. Yesser watches as the myriad roots extend, embedding themselves within his flesh. Pain envelopes his mind, yet a formidable power flows into his body, rekindling the vigor of his youth. Yesser's entire being levitates, suspended in midair within the temple. A golden radiance envelopes the vicinity, drawing all into Yesser's consciousness and illusions, even the mightiest Schroeder unable to resist. What unfolds before Yesser and Apos' mind is a vision etched in the depths of his memory. A towering existence transcending time and age stands upon the divine altar, instilling in him a dread of gazing upward. Others who beheld the divine fell into madness, losing all strength and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Thousands of soldiers and priests from the kingdom of Hussein, armed with bone spears, forks, nets, and various weapons, infiltrate the waters surrounding the city of Sherluin, encircling it from the surface to the depths. The priests riding the peculiar shrimp lead them, with 7 fusion monsters forming the vanguard. Yesser stands upon the back of the fusion monster, Nini, and in the sunlight, he radiates a golden glow, the golden chalice upon his shoulder shimmering magnificently. He feels invigorated, as though he has returned to his youth, a time when he traversed the seas and abysses, disregarding all dangers and challenges. He raises his staff. O deity, look upon me. I shall once more deliver divine retribution upon those who desecrate the divine. Yesser had long devised a plan, allowing these monsters to infiltrate the towns of the kingdom of Hussein, gradually gathering the scattered creatures from the sea into this area, before subsequently surrounding them with his forces. Kill. All soldiers and priests of the kingdom of Hussein surge forth, pouncing upon those who dared to occupy their towns and plunder their fishing grounds. The nets ensnare the powerful bodies of the monsters, binding their weapon-laden hands and strong tails, while other soldiers pierce their forms with bone spears. The monsters, wielding hands as sharp as spears, tear apart and slay one Hussein soldier after another. Yet, with the emergence of the fusion monsters and the high priests, the tide turns overwhelmingly in their favor. This is a massacre. The combined might of the 7 fusion monsters and the high priests is insurmountable. Chapter 37. The Lost Crown of Wisdom. From dawn until dusk, carnage ensued, transforming the warm sea into a chilling expanse. the pure azure waters into a crimson tide, and the surface and depths became littered with corpses. Nearly 20,000 monsters were slain, leaving only a few thousand. Fear gripped the creatures as they pooled their remaining strength to exploit a weak point in their encirclement, breaking free into the depths of the dark, frigid trench from whence they came. Yasiel, emboldened by his resounding victory, pursued relentlessly, calling upon his valiant warriors and followers as if summoning the champions of the divine city to embark towards their origins. Chase, drive them back to the abyss. The damned should remain in eternal darkness. While other high priests could scarcely shift a stone the size of a head, Yasiel not only lifted his own body but soared through the winds. He soared high, leading the charge of his forces, while 7 fused monsters tore through the waves, pursued by thousands of Hinsai soldiers. A sense of exhilaration coursed through him as he drove the sinners to desperation, with no escape above or below. Ignoring all else, he drew upon the power of his bloodline and the cup of the sun, reaching toward the unfathomable depths above the trench. Unbeknownst to him, the cup of the sun, his symbiotic companion, began to change. The battlefield extended into the deep abyss. The front lines stretched to their limits as Yasiel charged ahead to prevent the mass escape of the sinners into the abyss. Gradually, he distanced himself from the main force, accompanied only by a handful of royal guards and a singular starfish-like fused monster. However, his overwhelming and unrivaled power instilled in him a sense of invincibility. Not far beneath him lay the unfathomable trench, and Yasiel, defying gravity, plunged into the throng of monsters, allowing himself to be besieged by a dozen of them. With a wave of his hand, he summoned towering waves, sending several monsters crashing away, their bodies shattering mid-air like rotten flesh. A towering sinner, over 2 meters tall, lunged at Yasiel, leaping from the surface of the water with a piercing strike aimed at him. The monster opened its horrific maw, yet no sound escaped. Nevertheless, its fury was palpable. Witnessing the demise of so many kin evoked a profound sorrow, even in their simple minds. Yet, no amount of rage could bridge the chasm of power that separated heaven and earth. Yasiel extended his hand, grasping the creature in midair as if it were but an insect. The crowned king of Hinsai scrutinized the beast, recognizing that such a size could only belong to a direct descendant of a noble bloodline. The very thought that a creature such as this once shared the same blood as he repulsed Yasiel. How grotesque, he mused, offspring of the patricidal. With a swift motion of his fingers, the monster burst apart in the sky, its entrails raining down into the sea. This spectacle was witnessed by countless soldiers of the Hinsai kingdom rushing from afar, and in that moment, he appeared as an incarnation of divinity. The king, the wise king, the divine power granted to him was irresistible. He would annihilate these sinners. Nearby royal guards surfaced and cheered. This was no mere battle. It resembled a grand feast, or perhaps a performance dedicated to the gods. The cup of the sun upon Yasiel's shoulder grew increasingly radiant, emitting a golden glow akin to the sun itself. He activated the cup, unleashing a divine illusion that led countless monsters astray, causing them to surface from the depths, only to be struck down by Yasiel or turn upon one another. Yasiel glided across the water's surface, effortlessly dispatching these sinners, his movements fluid and whimsical. As if he were dancing, he felt like the protagonist, presenting the most beautiful symphony to the gods, punishing the divine's transgressors. Ends. Boon. You two blasphemers, offspring of the patricidal, witness the might of the divine. This is your retribution for your treachery. The more he wielded his power, the more formidable the cup of the sun became. This peculiar flower, known as the cup of the gods, had never encountered one with such a potent mythic bloodline. And yet here was Yasiel, freely unleashing its power. Unbeknownst to him, the cup on his shoulder continued to swell. Suddenly, it began to writhe, emitting a grotesque shriek. Yasiel, who had been reveling in his might, found his steps abruptly halted, his expression frozen in shock. He lost control over his power and his body, staggering into the depths of the ocean. What is happening? Yasiel gasped in horror, glancing at the cup on his shoulder. The once beautiful artifact had split open, transforming into a terrifying maw that lunged towards his head. Yasiel could only watch in helplessness as the cup's intent was not to kill him, but to devour the crown of wisdom he wore. The supreme artifact imbued with vast divine power and the authority of the wise king. Panic surged within him. He roared in silence, unable to summon the fused monsters from afar, stripped of even his wisdom and power. Just then, A tremendous force struck his back. A resounding impact echoed as a sharp blade pierced through his armor. A furious monster had launched itself from below, delivering a fatal blow to Yasiel. The razor-sharp spike tore through his neck, severing his head from his body, sending it flying like a projectile. The descendants of the patricidal unleashed a lethal attack, their ancestral hatred and bitterness igniting within their veins, culminating in this moment of explosive wrath. As the world spun in chaos, Yasiel could scarcely comprehend this fate. He recalled Enza's words, that even if cast into the abyss, he would return to slay Yasiel and claim his throne. Was this truly fate? With a splash, his vision was engulfed by the sea, consciousness fading into darkness. Silence enveloped him, the world grew still. In a hazy state, he beheld a towering, warm figure before him. Standing in the backlight of the temple, its long shadow stretching across the stone floor. Yasiel, only the divine is eternal. No matter how much we acquire, we will ultimately decay and lose. A surge of elation filled Yasiel's heart, his spirit invigorated in an instant, akin to the last rays of the setting sun. Father, have you come to take me? Are you here to bring me back to the realm of the gods? Yasiel sighed in relief, as if a burden he had carried for a lifetime had been lifted. I knew the gods would forgive us. He reached out to grasp his father's hand, yearning to follow him to the divine hall, only to awaken abruptly, realizing he possessed nothing but a head. Everything faded like a fleeting dream, taking his consciousness with it. The second wise king, Yasiel, had met his demise. Bubbles floated in the water as the crown atop his head detached, plummeting into the eternal, icy abyss. 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, until it descended into the unfathomable depths, a chasm even the fused monsters could scarcely reach. The wisdom of the trifolium was lost. Chapter 38. Is it reincarnation or destiny? The second generation of the wise king, Yesier, has perished, yet the carnage persists unabated. More sinful souls are driven back to this abyss from afar, their shadows slipping beneath the water's surface. The soldiers of the kingdom of high sense remain oblivious to their king's demise, continuing their desperate struggle against these monstrous beings, relentlessly pursuing the condemned under divine judgment. In the name of the gods, only the hundreds of nearby guards witnessed Yesir's death. They halted all movements in unison, gazing at that expanse of sea. A headless corpse floated upon the waves, adorned with a bizarre golden flower of brilliance. The king is dead? The royal guards could scarcely believe the sight before them. The king is dead. Some laid down their bone spears, impaled by the onslaught of the sinful, seemingly unfeeling. Their eyes fixed upon Yesir's lifeless body. How could this be? It is impossible. Madness enveloped them, as if the foundational pillar of their faith had crumbled. After a fleeting moment of paralysis, they surged forth frantically, disregarding all perils to reclaim Yesir's body. The sun's chalice emitted a piercing shriek, unleashing a mythic force of the high priesthood that stilled all movements of the high-sense soldiers and the sinful within several dozen meters. The headless giant's corpse was entwined by a flower with jagged fangs, writhing upon its stem. The sun's chalice failed to consume Yesir's head and the crown of wisdom. In its rage, it shattered the sinful soul that had slain Yesir. Its roots, embedded within Yesir's flesh, pulverized his bones, devouring his entire being and the essence of his mythic blood. At that moment, the sun's chalice underwent a complete metamorphosis, truly coming to life. Simultaneously, the other sun's chalices within the bodies of several high priests from the sky temple began to rebel. Those who dared to harbor this bizarre entity, straddling the line between flora and fauna, and thus acquired power not their own, were destined to pay a price. Foremost among them was the chief priest, Schroeder. He commanded a fusion beast over the distant waters, ruthlessly targeting hundreds of the sinful, proclaiming divine retribution as he reveled in slaughter. Laughing maniacally, he raised his hands. Wretched, loathsome creatures, you have no right to exist in this world. The gods show mercy to mankind, granting you the abyss. How dare you defy divine will and crawl forth from the depths? The monstrous fusion beneath his feet opened its gaping maw, swallowing several sinful souls whole. As he prepared to continue his performance, extolling his noble identity as a divinely appointed figure, the sun's chalice within him began to stir, roots piercing through his armor and erupting from his body. Sun's chalice, do you dare to defy me? Schroeder was momentarily taken aback, then vehemently reprimanded it. He wielded his wisdom and authority, attempting to communicate with the sun's chalice. The gods have bestowed you upon me. I am your master. His tone was initially lofty, but as he continued, it brimmed with panic and dread. The sun's chalice within him was not as formidable as the one that had accompanied Yesir. He could still move, albeit ineffectually, unable to wield any divine arts or mythic powers. The roots of the solar flower incessantly consumed his flesh, bursting through his armor. Desperately, he grasped at the stem of the solar flower. No, no, I am the chosen one. The gods will not abandon me. The gods will not forsake me. Amidst his piercing screams, the sun's chalice split into several segments, devouring his head. Yet, the mutated sun and Apos' chalice met a grim fate as the priest of the gods seized the opportunity, commanding the fusion beast to tear it apart. However, the chief priest, Schroeder, could not be saved. He followed in the king's footsteps, perishing in this war that would be recorded in history. Across various realms, one after another, high priests of the Sky Temple found themselves in dire straits. Cries of despair echoed as they could not comprehend why the sun's chalice would suddenly turn against them. "O gods, is this your punishment for us?" Amidst the chaos, numerous monsters broke through the encirclement, retreating into the depths of the sea. The slaughter gradually subsided. Only 1,000 sinful souls remained, fleeing back to the abyss. The royal guards retrieved the head of the second-generation wise king, Yesir, from the hands of a few sinful souls, yet they could not locate the rest of his body. Even more alarming, they failed to find the crown of wisdom. "Prince Ali, this is..." A kneeling guard could not finish his sentence, shame overwhelming him as he took his own life before Yesir's grandson. Ali, standing atop the fusion beast, Nini, Ali cradled Yesir's head tightly in his embrace, his tears flowing freely. "King, this war bore no victor. The sinful endured slaughter, driven back into the abyss, while the kingdom of high sense lost its wise king and the divine power of wisdom bestowed upon them. The epic of high sense as mortals, ensnared by bloodlust, tyranny, and desire, wielded the power granted by the gods to commit wanton acts of violence. The gods reclaimed the supreme authority bestowed upon King Laedlic. Those burdened with original sin were unworthy of wearing the crown of wisdom. Henceforth, the earth and ocean would know no wise king, only the king of high sense." The sun's chalice sensed its transformation. It felt different than before. Sunlight warmed its being, and it recognized joy and danger alike, as other sun's chalices flaunted their blooming flowers, only to be torn apart by the priests and fusion beasts of the kingdom of high sense. It concealed itself, floating away with the waves. In the distance, a shadow of an island emerged, igniting a thought within its mind. Perhaps it could take root there. The island drew nearer, and it rejoiced at the sight of its kindred. A golden sea of flowers swayed from the coast, as if welcoming their arrival. It yearned to settle here. It floated onto the shore, its roots entwining, transforming into legs as it crawled upward. Rustle, rustle. Something seemed to traverse the flower sea. Before it could react, a hand seized it. Green eyes locked onto its consciousness. A terrifying aura reminiscent of a demon stirred deep-seated memories within its veins. Fear paralyzed it, rendering it immobile. Long ago, its progenitors had been captured in such a manner. Gurgle? They departed from the land of divine gifts, adrift upon the sea. From one end of the kingdom of high sense to the other, then back again, encircling the known world. At this moment, they returned to Sally's grasp. Everything felt as though it were a cycle. Chapter 39. The awakening of the divine. Sally cradled a flower pot in one hand while grasping the captured sun cup in the other. It was evident that the newly acquired sun cup was far more exquisite than the one nestled in the pot. With a playful toss, she discarded the flower from the pot and planted the freshly caught sun cup into it. Her petite figure navigated through a sea of blossoms, weaving past the densely clustered sunflowers. Under the sunlight, the flower cup swayed rhythmically, reminiscent of the undulating waves of the sea. With each step up the pyramid steps, Sally, transformed into her human form, appeared particularly amusing due to her diminutive stature. She lifted her legs high with exaggerated effort, as if she were calling out with every exertion, her body swaying from side to side. Upon reaching the base of the statue, she placed the flower pot on the altar, as she had done countless times over the years, offering it as a tribute to the deity. As she prepared to ascend the altar and sit beside the divine figure, a sudden burst of starlight shone from above, accompanied by a gentle voice that resonated from above. Such beautiful flowers. Sally gazed upward. The statue emanated strands of radiant light, like flowing ribbons, as a luminous silhouette gradually emerged from within. The deity had finally awakened. Sally halted her ascent, releasing her grip and standing still. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her body leaning forward, hands clasped behind her. Indeed, she resembled a fish blowing bubbles. This sight evoked a chuckle from the radiant figure descending from the altar, who placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, their gaze shifting to the sun cup. The nascent consciousness within the sun cup, unaware of the warmth surrounding it, was paralyzed by fear. It had just escaped from the grasp of a malevolent entity, only to confront another incomprehensible terror. It had never encountered such a formidable presence, beyond the realm of imagination. Its awareness sensed a colossal star standing at the end of time and beyond the universe, a dazzling shadow that seemed poised to breach the boundaries of reality, entering its world with unimaginable power. A hissing sound escaped it, not by choice, but as fear overwhelmed its capacity to remain silent. The sun cup unfolded, unleashing its extraordinary power, sending ripples through the air. Yet, to the deity, this display of might seemed inconsequential. It remained unfazed, standing firm, untouched by the commotion. However, this extraordinary power, capable of directly influencing reality, caught the attention of the deity, perhaps the very reason for his awakening. Fortuitously, within such a brief span, the blood of myth had undergone a transformation, exceeding the deity's expectations. As the consciousness within the sun cup trembled in terror, the deity's hand descended upon it. The deity's ability to touch it indicated that it was, as he had anticipated, an anchor point, a being infused with mythic blood. Yet, to comprehend the events transpiring within it, the deity needed to observe further. The previously quivering sun cup abruptly ceased all movement. Its consciousness plunged into a void, devoid of sensation. Before the deity, time seemed to reverse, revealing a succession of vivid images. The celestial temple, the garden of the divine cup, the second-generation wise king, Yeser. The fateful clash between Yeser's kingdom of Hindsight and the descendants of Ins and Boon. The pursuit of immortality leading to the sun cup's backlash. Ultimately, the wisdom of kingship was lost to the abyss, and within the bizarre flower, a new intelligence was born from Yeser's demise. The deity witnessed it all. He grasped the events that transpired during his slumber, contrasting sharply with the serene realm granted by the divine, where tumultuous changes had unfolded. Had Yeser also perished? The deity withdrew his hand, his expression inscrutable, though a hint of wistfulness tinged his tone. Sally dashed ahead to the seaside, while the deity followed her leisurely through the floral expanse. Standing at the shore, Sally turned to him, her green eyes sparkling with anticipation. As he approached, she transformed into a radiant beam, leaping into the ocean. Boom! A colossal wave surged forth. In an instant, the once adorable girl morphed into a monstrous figure towering 70 to 80 meters high, with countless terrifying green eyes and numerous tentacles extending from the depths. Waving in the sky, the creature bore the deity away from the divine realm, just as it had once brought him here. Across the vast ocean, the deity's gaze pierced through the depths to glimpse the wise crown lying beneath the abyss. With a mere thought, the crown began to rise from the cold, dark depths of the ocean. Finally, it breached the surface, floating before the deity. The wise crown emitted a soft glow, accompanied by a gentle chime, as if the departed Lateriki sought to communicate with the deity through this medium. The deity shook his head in resignation. Lateriki, we agreed to let go. Now truly release your hold. There is no need to bind your descendants any longer. Let this be the conclusion. The wise crown, glowing faintly, drifted toward him, seemingly wishing to rest upon his head, yet ultimately recoiling in fear, as if it deemed itself unworthy of such a divine honor. In the end, it diminished in size, settling upon the deity's right middle finger, resembling a dark ring. Raising his hand, he stood in the center of the ocean, calling out to the world with the power of the wisdom kingship. Streams of glowing light traversed the expanse from the ends of the heavens, converging upon the ocean, encircling the deity like a celestial river. The mythic essence of wisdom scattered throughout existence, and the powers lost with the demise of the royal lineage, and the tri-leaf people returned in response to the summons of the wise crown. Ultimately, they all converged into the crown, which transformed from its original black hue to a shade of dark gold, imbued with a breath of immortality. The deity retracted his elevated hand. As the brilliance enveloped him, the black ring became obscured, vanishing from sight, as if it were drawn back into the folds of time and space along with the deity's power. Chapter 40. Divine Power and the Birth of a New Mythical Life. Yin Shen traversed the sea of golden flowers of the sun cup. where thousands of golden chalices blossomed simultaneously, releasing a cascade of golden pollen. The wind swept through the islands adorned with gold, gathering the pollen into a swirling vortex. This scene, reminiscent of a fantastical dream, was accompanied by an intoxicating floral fragrance. However, Yin Shen could not perceive the scent of the flowers, nor did he sense the breeze that brushed past him. The genetic fragments within the sun cup were consumed by the mythic blood contained within the crown of wisdom, which, alongside the mythic blood of Lidlaki, began to transform, evolving from a rudimentary form to something more exquisite. The power of wisdom and authority underwent a metamorphosis. Unlike the initial form of wisdom and authority, which merely influenced consciousness and thought, it was now fully manifested, becoming divine power capable of directly intervening in the external world. With a mere thought, the city of divine grace submerged beneath the floral sea shifted accordingly. A thunderous sound echoed as Yin Shen raised his hand adorned with a ring. He could distinctly feel that the entire city was cradled within his grasp. It was as if he could effortlessly lift the entire city with a mere exertion of strength. A smile graced his face. Is this truly so formidable? His astonishment stemmed not only from the sheer magnitude of this power, but also from his newfound ability to interface directly with reality. Although he still lacked a physical form, possessing such power allowed him to intervene directly in the tangible world. Yin Shen wandered through the ruins of the city, meandering above the floral expanse. Standing atop the valley's summit, he no longer required the strength of others to seize the elements of this world. Yet, as he honed this power, he sensed its imperfection. It was not a matter of insufficient strength, but rather a lack of refinement and transformative quality. It was akin to comparing a water wheel powered by water to a steam engine or an internal combustion engine, let alone the likes of electrical or nuclear energy. This power could surely become more potent and wondrous. At night, Yin Shen gazed at the mythical shells embedded in the walls of the temple, reflecting on the transformative power he had garnered from the mythic blood of wisdom and authority. This contemplation birthed a new notion, an idea previously conceived but unachievable, the creation of a new mythical life. He had initially envisioned a being that possessed both life and wisdom as its powers, thereby forming a wholly distinct mythical existence. However, the stark contrast between the two powers and their respective mythic blood engendered fierce opposition. A single life could not simultaneously embody two powers. Nevertheless, this new discovery illuminated a path forward, the creation of a novel mythic blood and avenue. As the mythic blood sought perfection and completeness, he could extract genetic fragments from both the life and wisdom powers, allowing them to randomly combine within the mythical shell, and observe whether a new form of mythic blood could emerge, one distinct from Lidlaki and Sally. Perhaps the progenitor of another mythical life would be born from this endeavor. Yin Shen was intrigued. What sort of existence would arise from the fusion of life and wisdom powers? Before proceeding, he required a vessel capable of containing the mythic blood. Yin Shen turned to glance behind him. In the corner, the sun cup, which had been secretly observing him, sensed the gaze of this formidable deity upon itself. In an instant, it turned its flower cup away, trembling, weak, and helpless. The sun cup, ensnared by Yin Shen's presence, emitted a cry akin to a defiant child struggling against restraint. Despite having briefly escaped Yin Shen's presence during the day, it dared not flee, for it could evade Sally's grasp, but not the deity's control. It felt intuitively that this being was the source of all mythic power and its own origin, its supreme ruler and creator. The sun cup was placed within the mythical shell by Yin Shen. It could neither speak nor express its consciousness, yet its desire to escape was palpably intense. It pressed against the thin wall of the mythical shell, writhing towards the outside. Yin Shen, through the transparent barrier, waved at the sun cup. Sleep now. When you awaken, everything will be different. The bud of the sun cup slowly closed, its consciousness descending into slumber as it gently sank to the bottom layer of the immense shell, its roots embedding themselves therein. The experiment commenced. Time and again, attempts were made, each culminating in failure. The process was monotonous. Returning with disappointment became the daily norm. Yet within this routine lingered the anticipation of that singular surprise. Day after day, year after year, at last, the awaited surprise arrived. A new mythical life had come into being. Yin Shen stood motionless within the temple, gazing at the scene within the luminous wall. The sun cup within the shell had transformed drastically. Though still golden, it now cradled a human head within its chalice. The gender was indiscernible, yet it was unmistakably the visage of a child, eyes closed in slumber. Listening closely, he could hear the gentle snores emanating from the flower cup, imbued with a profound, mysterious power, eliciting a drowsy sensation with every sound. Yin Shen attuned his senses to this force, and suddenly, the entire world shifted. He vanished from the pyramid temple of divine grace. Yin Shen surveyed his surroundings. This was yet another grand temple, illustrious and towering. His own statue loomed within, yet it was evident that this was not the realm of divine grace. Exiting the temple, he beheld the view outside. The edifice stood atop a mountain peak, encircled by a city, with an endless lake stretching at the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing the snores once more, he continued forward, discovering the core consciousness of the Sun Cup, sleeping amidst an indoor flower garden. This was the birthplace of the Sun Cup, the divine garden of the Sky Temple. The king has arrived. Hurry to greet the wise king. The high priest S.C. Chardinger had already departed. The rushing three-leafed beings dashed through Yin Shen's shadow, vanishing into the light behind him. Is this a dream? A glimmer of curiosity surfaced on Yin Shen's face. It was a dream, yet it transcended mere dreams. It resembled a realm birthed from mythic cells, a fantastical yet eternally existing dream world. Even if the life and master it once depended upon faded away, as long as the mythic blood remained undiminished, this dream world, born of bloodlines, would endure eternally. Chapter 41. BOLO, the new mythical life. While indeed a fusion of the powers of life and wisdom, cannot be said to transcend the former two. Rather, it exists in parallel. Its domain lies in dreams and illusions, or, in simpler terms, the realm of dreams, a force born from the powers of life and wisdom, yet distinctly different. The abilities of Liedlich allow for a telepathic connection, manifesting thoughts into extraordinary mental energy. In contrast, this newly born mythical life cannot read minds nor translate thoughts into mental force, yet it can conjure dreams and intrude upon the dreams of others. Sally possesses the power to create life and achieve immortality, able to alter her form at will, even changing size. While she cannot truly be immortal, her lifespan far exceeds that of a trifolium. Her body, akin to Sally's, possesses the wondrous ability to traverse the realms of dreams and reality. The god Yin retrieved the cup of the sun, which unfurled its petals automatically. The head within the cup slowly opened its eyes and yawned. It then caught sight of god Yin and immediately felt overwhelmed. It withdrew its head, attempting to retract the open flower, but Yin's outstretched hand rendered it immobile. Through the power of wisdom, Yin imparted the language of the kingdom of Hussein into its mind, initiating a conversation. Who are you? The cup of the sun looked up at Yin, bewildered. Who am I? Yin sensed it quickly acclimating to the knowledge and language he had imparted. Has anyone given you a name before? Or would you like to choose one yourself? The cup of the sun surveyed its surroundings, timidly gazing at Yin. Then, who are you? Yin chuckled softly. They all call me God. If you wish, you may call me that too. The cup of the sun still seemed puzzled. What is a god? Yin had encountered this question before. Essentially, it is an entity endowed with immense power, so great that mere mortals find it difficult to comprehend. Yin's explanation stirred something within this nascent mythical being. Then I shall also be called God. The flower stem of the cup began to sway, and the once fearful entity was suddenly engulfed in thoughts, as if bestowing a mighty name upon itself was of utmost importance, filling it with exhilaration. Shall I be called Flower God? No. Perhaps Sun God, Illusion God, or Dream God would suffice. Its thoughts flitted about, lacking firmness. Yin regarded it and remarked, God is merely a title, not a name. When you possess power that transcends all, others will bestow the title of God upon you. The head within the cup glanced at Yin and then down at itself, feeling small and insignificant. The title of God seemed unattainable, which left it somewhat disheartened. Yin noticed its disappointment and encouraged it to select a name for itself. I know of a sun god named Apollo, yet apart from your golden hue, you share no other resemblance to the sun. The cup of the sun, feeling slightly irked, retorted, Apollo is not a pleasant name at all. To this somewhat childish mythical being, Yin inquired, then what do you intend to call yourself? With newfound determination, the cup of the sun declared, I shall be called Bolo. Yin quipped, pineapple? The little head within the flower cup seemed to catch the jest. It is Bolo. Outside the temple, on the steps, Bolo wobbled as it descended, its tendrils moving just as swiftly as its legs, yet it felt it was not fast enough. Glancing at the steep staircase, a thought suddenly surged forth. It turned the vast flower cup upside down, transforming it into a splendid golden cloak, concealing its lower half. Draped in this garb, it revealed only its head, resembling a child clad in clothing. Then, it leaped into the air, floating down from the heights. The golden cloak swayed in the wind as it glided effortlessly. "Wow, look at me riding the winds," Buello exclaimed with glee. In the valley, it traversed the ruins of a city and meandered through swamps. Its body, cloaked, moved not like running but rather like a serpent or a specter gliding across the ground. It could vanish into reality at any moment, leaping into its dream world. It existed between the realms of reality and dreams, joyfully wandering in the domain of deities, within the garden of the god of his saying. Life on the island was not particularly thrilling, but it was nonetheless pleasant. However, Buello was clearly not a child who would settle for solitude, unlike Ian and Sally. He possessed an insatiable curiosity and yearned for the new and exciting things beyond. Standing on the beach, he gazed longingly into the distance of the sea. At last, he approached the divine presence. "Hee, great deity," he said, twisting and turning his form as if making a somewhat bashful request. After spending so much time together, he no longer feared Ian as he once did. Without even looking at him, Ian perceived Bolo's intentions. "Is the temple not to your liking? Or is this island too small? Is the world outside truly better than here?" Buello shook his head. "Oh deity, while this place is wonderful, it is unchanging. Much like your greatness, eternal and magnificent. The outside world may not rival your realm, but it is in constant flux." Bolo's eyes sparkled with yearning. "There, each day brings new faces and new things. Every morning is different, and every person and city holds fresh stories." Like a child, Buello danced around the deity's feet, pleading earnestly, "Oh deity, why do you not venture into the world outside? How delightful and vibrant it is." Ian, however, was not swayed by Bolo's enthusiasm. "I do not relish chaos," Buello cautiously inquired. "Is it because you cannot truly descend into this world?" Yin's gaze fell, and Buello trembled, kneeling upon the ground. "How did you know?" Buello quivered. "I learned it from Sally." Ian replied, "How could Sally possibly tell you?" Though somewhat frightened, Buello felt a sense of pride in his boldness. "I saw it in Sally's dreams. He was a little rascal, impulsive, speaking without thought, doing whatever came to mind." Ian remained silent, immersed in the mythical conch shell, not inclined to engage in lengthy conversation with the little sprite. Yet Buello bounced behind the deity, like a child yearning for adult attention. "Oh deity, allow the clever and wise Buello to alleviate your burdens. I shall surely discover a way for you to descend into this world. Then, as your messenger, I will accompany you to explore the grandest cities on earth." The child twirled in excitement. "Together with you, my most intelligent messenger, we shall savor the finest foods, inhale the sweetest fragrances of flowers, feel the winds atop mountains, and the waves of the sea, while listening to distant travelers recount their life journeys and captivating tales." Ian chuckled at Bolo's innocence and audacity, unveiling the child's true desire. "You merely wish to run outside and play, to deceive the divine with falsehoods. Do you comprehend the consequences that may ensue?" Buello trembled at the thought. While he may be incapable of accomplishing this task himself, he can certainly seek out someone who can. The deity Ian intended to teach this boastful lord of dreams and this childish figure a lesson, reminding him that every individual must bear the weight of their own words and actions. "If you are unable to fulfill this, I shall confine you within the realm of dreams for a century, barred from escape." This stratagem struck at the very core of Bolo's vulnerabilities, sending a chill down his spine. His greatest fears were solitude and the loss of freedom. Chapter 42. The Messenger from the Divine Realm Through the Winds and Waves. A golden figure emerged from the horizon, gliding across the sea surface. It floated over the reefs and brushed past the water, eventually landing atop a roof in the city of divine descent. The early morning in this city resembled a newly awakened being. People spilled from their homes onto the streets. As the gates opened to allow both entry and exit, the crowd grew denser and the noise escalated. The marketplace buzzed with customers eager to buy and merchants keen to sell, showcasing an array of fresh goods that captured the attention of Buello. La la la. He flitted through the streets and throngs like a golden butterfly, yet no one could perceive his presence. He longed for others to see him, for only then could he truly be seen. He was a peculiar being capable of traversing the realms of dreams and illusions. In the marketplace of divine descent, The citizens and traders of the kingdom of Hinsai engaged in commerce using a unique stone currency inscribed with the symbols of a wise crown and scepter. Stalls offered dried fish, soft-shelled clams, seaweed, and a variety of meticulously crafted bone and stone artifacts, along with rare treasures plucked from the sea, alongside an assortment of peculiar items. Bulo paused before a group of individuals confined in stone cages, curiously observing the emaciated and filthy Trifolians. These beings were trapped in small, low cages, unable to stretch their bodies or extend their arms, clearly suffering. What transgressions had they committed? Why were they imprisoned? With his back to Bulo, a slave master, while needing a type of underwater plant to make rope, answered, "They are slaves. Their ancestors committed the unforgivable sins of blasphemy and affront to the wise king. Thus King Yeser condemned them to servitude. How about it? Would you like to purchase some? The children born to these slaves are also slaves. Acquire a few healthy ones, and your family will have generations of servants to command." Bulo regarded the dull-eyed Trifolians and remarked, "You Trifolians are truly terrifying, treating your own kin as if they were mindless creatures, enslaving them like the progenitor fish, ensuring that their descendants will never attain freedom." The slave master turned around, amused, and said, "We Trifolians? You make it sound as if you are not one of us." Just moments ago, someone had been conversing with him, yet he saw nothing. Bulo wandered aimlessly, devoid of targets or destinations. Everything in this world piqued his curiosity. Even a few Trifolian children playing by the roadside could captivate him for half the day. He noticed a line of Trifolians marching out of the city, the elderly among them kneeling before the city wall, facing the sea and calling out with voices heavy with age. Their expressions were devout, imbuing their cries with a sense of sanctity, while more Trifolians gathered in the city to watch, some clasping their hands to their chests, eyes closed, reciting the same words. Additionally, some elders had convened to pilgrimage to the Temple of the Sky, being unable to rest in the land granted by the divine. To be buried at the foot of the Temple of the Sky was still a worthy fate. It was said that His Highness Eri had a distaste for the High Priest of the Temple of the Sky, having recently engaged in direct conflict. Who could forget that King Yeser was punished by the divine due to High Priest Schroeder's consumption of sacred gifts, resulting in the loss of the wise crown to the abyss of magic? How could His Highness Eri not harbor grievances against the Temple of the Sky? Their voices grew quieter, as if afraid others might overhear. After Yeser and Apos' passing, Eri and Apos' father ascended to the throne, but the loss of the wise crown fundamentally weakened their reign. And Eri's father, now aged, struggled to uphold the kingdom. Eri wielded military power and commanded the 3 hybrid monstrosities left by King Yeser, emerging as the most influential figure in the kingdom, practically its de facto ruler. Bulo paid little heed to the intrigues of power and conflict. He had only heard that these people were heading to the Temple of the Sky. That place was, after all, his birthplace. It was time to return. He wished to see what had become of his homeland, that beautiful garden of the divine cup. The Temple of the Sky, a grand edifice akin to a palace inhabited by giants, housed a congregation of priests kneeling beneath the statue of the deity Yin Shen. Leading them was a female Trifolian, guiding her companions in prayer. With hands clasped before her chest and eyes tightly shut, she radiated profound devotion. Her alabaster armor sparkled with silver points like starlight, a rare and exquisite sight. After their prayers concluded, the group slowly retreated, facing the statue as they exited the temple. Once outside, the solemnity dissipated. Being a gathering of youth, they crowded in the colonnades, exchanging questions and even engaging in playful pursuits. One female Trifolian cautiously approached the only person not caught up in the merriment, earnestly asking her, "Star, do you think the divine truly exists?" As the sole high priestess among them, Star confidently replied, "Of course, it exists. How else could we come to be? From where do our powers originate? Our wisdom, our sustenance, our words and language, all are bestowed by the divine." The other hesitated, as if about to inquire further. Star, having discerned her thoughts, stated directly, "We cannot see the divine because we have not witnessed its glory. Those burdened with original sin are unworthy to stand before the divine." Yet, Star, emulating her father and ancestors, turned solemnly to utter the age-old divine proclamation. Whether mortals believe in the divine or perceive it, the divine exists, right there. Star's father was the current high priest of the Temple of the Sky, the very priest who once cautioned High Priest Schroeder about the potential issues with the divine cup's divine arts. Her lineage traced back to Shilin, the fourth son of Lydlik, whose name also meant starlight. Her father named her Star, a testament to his affection. Currently serving as the priestess of Insa, she was destined to inherit her father's position as the high priest of the Temple of the Sky. However, as a consequence, she could never leave the Temple of the Sky, nor could she ever descend from this city of divine servants or depart from the holy mountain. Descending through stone steps, she arrived at the Garden of the Divine Cup, where she resided nearby. Kneeling outside the garden, she closed her eyes to perform divine arts. Projection. This was a technique she had discovered, allowing her to forge contracts with other life forms using her divine bloodline. Drawing on the granted divine arts of royal favor and the illusionary powers of the Divine Cup. Yet, it remained imperfect, with numerous unresolved issues. In stark contrast to the notion of merging with the Sun Cup to explore the path of wisdom and power. Star believed that true strength lay not in external forces, but in the power of one's own wisdom and consciousness. Regrettably, she dared not share these thoughts with her father, for he forbade her from exploring the powers of the Sun Cup, declaring it forbidden and cursed. Although unable to leave the Temple of the Sky or the Holy Mountain, she hoped to harness this power, utilizing the eyes of other life forms to glimpse the world beyond. Just as Star projected her consciousness onto a primordial fish at the mountain's foot, exploring the sacred lake through its eyes, a figure suddenly emerged from the Garden of the Sun Cup. Wow, what incredible divine arts! How did you conceive of this? Bolo reclined upon the blossoms of the flower garden, cradling the largest bloom in her arms, her face nearly brushing against it. Meanwhile, Xing turned her head, her mouth agape in astonishment. She had never anticipated that someone would be concealed within the divine chalice of the flower garden. Their gazes locked, and a new narrative began to unfold. Chapter 43. The Return of the Divine. Bolo gazed at Xing with a playful smile, noticing her mouth agape, yet silent. A sense of confusion filled his mind. Has she been rendered speechless by fear? Xing's astonishment was profound. Why did the cup of the sun not consume him? Bolo pressed on. Hey, how did you manage that? To project your consciousness so far and control the fish in the lake? As a being of myth. The master of dreams, Bolo discerned Xing's divine technique with ease. He could traverse the realms of consciousness and illusion, locating the fish under her command. Xing, further alarmed by Bolo's words, felt an overwhelming dread. How could he possibly know my divine powers? She retreated several steps, eyeing him warily. Who exactly are you? Bolo opened his arms, effortlessly lifting his body as if carried by an unseen force, then descended like a falling petal. He approached Xing, seemingly unaffected by her apprehension, as if they were old friends. I am Bolo. What is your name? You possess remarkable abilities. Can this projection power allow anyone's consciousness to manifest in this realm? And afterward, can one feel the wind, savor the taste of food, inhale the fragrance of flowers and the sea breeze? Bolo's rapid-fire inquiries yielded no answers, though Xing sensed no malice in him. That is my divine technique, but it is not yet complete. She regarded him with a curious gaze, realizing he was merely a youthful spirit, yet unlike any being she had ever encountered. I am Xing. What, exactly are you? You look so peculiar, unlike any of us. And you can speak, a being not of the three-leaf tribe, yet capable of speech. Truly strange. Bolo regarded her with disdain, an expression that conveyed her provincial ignorance. Have you ever seen a god? Visited the Divine Hall? Xing replied, This is the Divine Hall. With an air of superiority. Bolo retorted, I refer to the land of the divine, the Yin Shen temple established by the first wise king, Lydlik. If you have seen the murals carved by Lydlik for the gods, you should know this. This is the visage of the divine race. In such a brief span, Xing experienced more astonishment than in her entire existence, which was not surprising, for although born of noble lineage, she had never left this sacred mountain. You have been to the land of the divine? No. How dare you refer to the great wise king in such a manner? Bolo proudly raised his head. I am a messenger of the gods, coming from the land of the divine, bearing the mission bestowed upon me by the gods. Xing wished to inquire further, but Bolo was not inclined to continue. Xing, if you are resolved, come seek me to become my companion. Simply call my name, and I shall come to you. Together, we shall undertake an unparalleled, magnificent endeavor. Bolo's cloak billowed, swirling with layers of dreamy starlight, as a potent, extraordinary force surged within the garden of the divine cup. Before Xing's astonished gaze, he vanished into another world, his dream realm. Chasing the ethereal light, Xing watched as the hem of his cloak brushed past her, his graceful form disappearing into the heights. She stood there for a long while, at a loss for words to describe their surreal encounter. As a high priestess and heir of the Shuren family, she could not fathom his presence or how he had come and gone. His power far surpassed her own. Was he truly a messenger of the gods? In a rush, she sprinted through the colonnade and steep stairs, arriving in the temple, kneeling upon the floor. "O Divine One, are you still watching over us?" She gazed up at the statue of Yin Shen, reciting the oath of Lydlik. The divine spoke. In the past, she had recited these words with a sense of confusion, merely echoing what others had said. Yet now, that confusion gradually dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of fulfillment and security. This was a world with gods, and they were a race under divine protection. Although tempted by Bolo's invitation, she felt fear. She had never left the Sky Temple and the Sacred Mountain, her home and entire world. While curious about the outside realm, she was equally fearful of departing from her familiar surroundings. In the city of divine descent, all within the royal palace knelt in reverence. An atmosphere of mourning enveloping the palace. The king had died, and without a doubt, Ailey was the new king. He stood in the palace, watching as the deceased king was placed into a stone coffin, which he himself bore to the royal tomb. Ailey felt little sorrow at his father's passing, far less than the tremendous shock he experienced at the death of his grandfather, Yeser. Growing up by Yeser's side, he had listened to and witnessed the great deeds and legends of the king. He held disdain for his somewhat feeble father, yearning to accomplish feats akin to those of Yeser. However, the power of the king of Hinsai was gradually waning. Having lost the supreme authority of the wise king, the king of Hinsai could no longer command the royal families with the same ease as before, and the city-states of the Hinsai kingdom no longer submitted as they once had. Adorned with a new crown, Ailey summoned the ministers of the Hinsai kingdom to his chamber. "What news from the Sky Temple? Is the Shuren family willing to surrender the Rua behemoth?" In a bid to solidify the authority of the king of Hinsai and suppress the other 4 royal families that wielded fused beasts and were growing increasingly powerful, Ailey planned to reclaim the 7 fused beasts. His first target would be the Sky Temple. The ministers trembled in fear. "But that is the Hall of the Gods." Ailey nodded, yet remained non-committal. "Gods do exist. But what of it? They are like distant stars, too lofty to even cast a glance upon the mortal realm. Do you think they care about our actions? Do they concern themselves with whether we are devout or hypocritical?" Turning his gaze, he leaned down to observe the quaking ministers kneeling before him. "Who do you think we are? The firstborn of the gods, King Lydlik? No. They merely view us as a detestable swarm of vermin, unworthy of their attention. Will they punish me? Will they despise me for my actions? No, the gods would not. We are not even worthy of their disdain or punishment. How could the exalted gods spare a glance at us? They favor only their firstborn, and even the great King Yeser could not beg for a mere fraction of their grace." Ailey spoke lightly, yet his heart raced, breaths growing heavier. He had once witnessed King Yeser and Apos' fervent devotion to the divine, sacrificing all for the gods, only to lose everything in the end. He had once held unwavering faith in the gods, and though he did not deny their greatness, he would no longer offer his all as Lydlik and his grandfather Yeser had done. With a calm demeanor, he declared, "The divine belongs to the divine, and the king belongs to the king." Chapter 44. The Clash of Royalty and Divinity in the Stillness of the Night. The celestial temple loomed in the moonlight and the sea of clouds, shrouded in an air of mystery. 3 monstrous beings, akin to small mountains, traversed the lake before emerging to advance towards the celestial temple. The amalgam creature ascended the steps amidst the darkness, followed by thousands of soldiers from the city of divine descent, their weapons drawn, as they surged into the sacred mountain. The gates of the city were flung open, and the throng of soldiers on the stairs was ushered inside, heralding a meticulously orchestrated assault upon the city of the divine servants. Before anyone could react, chaos ensued, and blood was spilled. The assailants were none other than the king's guards. In the pandemonium, some recognized their identity by the moonlight. King's soldiers? How could they dare to attack the temple? Many remained incredulous. The soldiers of King Eli of Hinsai were swiftly seizing control of the city of divine servants. More figures pressed towards the apex of the sacred mountain, where the celestial temple stood, the heart of this realm, where those tasked with the rites and service to the deities resided. At that moment, the overseer of the celestial temple stepped forth, furious as he called out the name of King Eli. "Eli, why do you assault the sanctuary of the gods? Do you seek to desecrate the divine?" Under the old priest's command, an amalgam creature wielded its vine whip, ensnaring dozens of soldiers and casting them down from on high. Yet, two other amalgam creatures surged forth, thwarting the old priestess' efforts. In the darkness, a voice, heavy with authority, resounded. It is you who desecrate the divine, scions of the Chiron family, guilty of the same sin as Schroeder. It is you who have breached the taboo, defiling the divinely bestowed chalice, and thus have invited calamity. You are the disgrace of the royal lineage, the architects of its decline. Now, you dare to usurp the sanctuary of the divine. As king of Hindsight, how can I tolerate your unforgivable transgressions? King Alai of Hindsight stood atop the amalgam creature Nini, slithering into the heart of the city of divine servants. Advancing slowly along the expansive corridor towards the old priest and the battlefield, he observed as his adversary gradually succumbed to peril. Facing two foes was no trivial task. Ultimately, the Chiron family's amalgam was ensnared by two others, and the old priest was subdued and brought before Alai. Gazing at Alai, the old priest's initial fury began to wane. Alai, have you not forgotten the sins committed by Schroeder? In the broad corridor of the temple, Alai approached the old priest. Staff in hand, Schroeder was one of your Chiron kin. The sins he committed must be borne by you. The newly anointed King Alai thrust his staff through the old priest's heart, akin to the judgment once meted out to the sinner Insi by Lydlik. Such execution was the utmost insult and punishment to the royal family. The transgressions of his adversary would forever be nailed to the pillar of shame, witnessed by posterity. Alai turned to address his soldiers and all within the city of divine servants. It is over. The Chiron family has deceived the gods and King Yesel. Schroeder of the Chiron family violated the taboo, deceiving King Yesel under the guise of divine prophecy, leading him to battle against the sinful. It was he who, by breaching the sacred, caused the demise of King Yesel, resulting in our loss of the divine wisdom of royal power. All of this stems from Schroeder's impersonation of the divinely inspired. Such blasphemers do not deserve to occupy the temple of the divine. I, Alai, your king, am the true messenger of the divine, the earthly representative of the gods. Thousands of soldiers roared in approval, while others in the city of divine servants knelt before Alai in submission. Alai extracted the old priest's brow bone, the Rua seal bestowed upon the royal bloodline by the gods, the authority to command the Rua giants. It was now his, granting him dominion over the fourth Rua giant, marking his initial step toward consolidating and reclaiming royal authority. The slumbering star was awakened, rushing forth from the temple. She remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Everything had come to an end. Atop the sacred mountain, the temple howled in the biting wind as she beheld her aged father's corpse being dragged away, bloodied and mangled. The air was filled with the soldiers' cheers and the wails of mourning, her gaze unfocused, as if she were a statue, standing dazedly above. She felt as if she remained ensnared in a dream, yet to awaken. What she witnessed was but a nightmare. This is not real. This is not real. This is not real. As the body passed before her, she could no longer contain herself, rushing down to collapse upon her father's corpse. Ah! She cried out, her grief erupting uncontrollably. King Alai observed the star, fully aware of this heir of the Chiron family. Tears were a sign of weakness, as royalty. One should bear their death with pride, not display such disgraceful vulnerability. It was a humiliation to be likened to the base slaves and commoners. Though repulsed, Alai harbored no intention of executing the star. As fellow royalty, he could not annihilate another branch of the royal family, for that would only weaken their collective power. Alai had long devised a plan, intending for the star to become the bride of his son, thereby allowing his offspring to succeed the Chiron family as the new overseer of the celestial temple, transforming the remaining Chiron kin and the temple's priests into his own power. Take her away. As the star wept, soldiers forcibly dragged her away. Even though she was a high priestess, she was insignificant before Alai and the four amalgam creatures. The struggle for royal power and divine authority among the tri-leaved people had now commenced. Within the confines of the city of divine servants' prison, moonlight streamed through a narrow window barely wide enough for an arm. The star contemplated her escape. She understood that remaining here would lead only to a grim fate. However, two priests guarded her, and an amalgam creature stood at the prison's exit. The slightest movement would alert both the priests and the creature, inevitably reaching the ears of King Alai, the terrifying tyrant who loomed as an indomitable force. Panic seized her, chills coursing through her body, rendering her tremulous. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, a figure emerged in her mind, an odd yet powerful being. The star knelt before the moonlight filtering through the window, clasping her hands in a prayerful gesture towards the divine messenger, Bolo, beseeching him with her fervent plea. Bolo, messenger of the divine, if you can indeed hear me, I implore you to respond to my request. Please, save me. As night fell, a gentle breeze and ethereal starlight descended upon the city of divine servants. The dreamlike starlight swept past the amalgam creatures, who remained undisturbed as it surged into the corridor of the prison, causing the two soldiers stationed there to collapse to the ground. With a soft thud, Bolo materialized within the prison. Wherever he passed, one tri-leaved being after another succumbed to slumber, the two priests unable to escape the same fate. He effortlessly penetrated the stone cell door as if it were non-existent. My companion, you have finally come for me. Are you ready to embark on a grand adventure together? The star beheld Bolo, grasping onto him as if he were a lifeline. Messenger of the gods, Bolo, I find myself ensnared in a dire predicament. Please, rescue me. Bolo chuckled, shaking his head as he began to dance around the stars, the golden, resplendent cloak billowing gracefully at its edges. Indeed, I have come precisely to save you. As he halted his steps, Bolo stood before the star, his gaze fixed upon it with an unusual seriousness. However, in saving you, you must render me a favor. The star inquired, what do you seek in return? Bolo replied, you must perfect your projection divine art and then impart it to me. He had not forgotten the sacred mission entrusted to him by the divine. Chapter 45. Nothing can bear the will of the divine. Had she escaped? No, that was inconceivable. Ailey's piercing gaze scrutinized the individuals within the temple. Someone had betrayed me. His suspicious eyes roved over each person, some tasked with guarding, others with surveillance. Eliminate them. The condemned shouted, my king. We did not. We truly did not. We saw a shadow, then fell asleep. It is not our fault. It is not our fault. Ailey, indifferent to their pleas, knew that a king need not require evidence for execution. Mere suspicion sufficed. He pointed to two priests of the divine. You are of royal blood. I do not wish to investigate whether it was one of you who facilitated her escape, but I now grant you both an opportunity. The one who fled from you must be recaptured, or your families and children shall perish alongside you. The two priests trembled. My king, we shall certainly bring her back. A minister approached, attempting to console Ailey. My king, she is but a woman. If she has fled, we can select another from the Shuren family. Ailey chuckled, perceiving her escape as an advantageous opportunity. No royal lineage should be underestimated, especially that of the heir to the Sky Temple. Where could she possibly go? Only to the other three noble bloodlines, for they alone would dare to shelter royalty. It was a perfect chance to test the resolve of these three noble families. Ailey summoned his three sons, commanding the three Rua giants to heed their orders. He instructed each son to lead a contingent of troops and Rua giants to the city-states of the three noble bloodlines, to track down where Xing had gone. He sought to discover who would dare to offer her sanctuary, as this would provide him with a pretext to retaliate against them. Perhaps even reclaim a Rua giant and solidify the power of the king of Hixinsai. Unbeknownst to him, however, Xing was accompanied by a terrifying mythical being. The desolate land lay before them, dotted with towering boulders, grotesque stones casting ominous shadows in the darkness. Xing and a group from the Shuren family had fled to this place, intending to rest before setting off at dawn. In a single night, she had transformed from a highborn royal and divine priestess to a fugitive of the Hixinsai kingdom. Just yesterday, she possessed everything. Now, she found herself utterly devoid of all. Father, Xing sobbed, curling up in a corner behind the rocks. She dared not display her fragility before others. She was now the pillar and hope of her entire family. Bolo emerged, peeking from behind the stone. Why are you crying? Startled, Xing quickly wiped her tears. I am not. Bolo stepped forward, fully revealing himself. Stop wiping your eyes. I saw everything. You were crying. Unfettered by sorrow, Bolo could not comprehend the notion of grief. He perceived the world as filled with joy. Xing ceased her concealment, admitting, my father was killed by the king, and I do not know what to do. I feel so weak, so useless. I do not even know where to go tomorrow. Bolo could not fathom her despair. If it is truly so unbearable, then defeat that king. Let him pay for his actions. Xing lifted her gaze. But he is the king of Hixinsai. Bolo straightened. Alone, you cannot, but now you have companions. And possess the immensely powerful master of dreams, the messenger of the divine of Insi, the envoy of illusion and dreams. Clever and astute. Bolo's string of titles left Xing bewildered, while he himself became invigorated by the excitement of his own words. Indeed, this is what adventure is about. The grand epics and heroic tales. Like a magnificent dancer, he twirled, expressing his inner joy, yet he felt that dancing alone was insufficient. With a golden cloak billowing, he grasped Xing's hand, twirling her into the dance. Beneath the starry sky, the two danced in the moonlight. Xing, let us defeat that king together. Let us embark on this magnificent and glorious adventure. Bolo relished the thrill of new stories, despising monotony and constraints. Xing appeared dazed, completely under Bolo's control of rhythm and movement. Yet, she found it far more liberating. Her initial fear gradually subsided. She realized Bolo was right. Her father must not have died in vain. I will make that tyrannical king pay. Bolo fell asleep, cuddling beside Xing like a child. She tilted her head to observe him. A messenger of the divine? She had never encountered such a being. Is this what it means to emerge from the land bestowed by the gods? What kind of place could evoke such carefree joy? In his dreams, Bolo encountered a deity. The god permitted his audience, allowing Bolo to enter the divine dream. The dream crafted by the god was unlike his own, filled with endless skyscrapers and cities stretching to the horizon, controlling the skies, the earth, and the seas. They even gazed upon the stars above. Miracles and divine power were inadequate to describe such might. Bolo stood in awe beside the god. Could such a powerful race truly exist? Is this the legendary divine race? Here lies the world of the divine. The god stood atop an iron tower, overlooking the bustling metropolis teeming with millions. Deep in thought and recollection, it seemed that only through these memories could he remember who he was and whence he came. The god spoke. Once I was. 3 words, steeped in boundless sorrow and nostalgia. Now he stood on earth. The distance to his homeland measured not in light years, but in eons. Bolo, somewhat understanding yet still bewildered, took a moment before addressing the god. Great deity, your messenger has found someone. She will surely create the true divine descent technique. She is a genius, a pioneer of divine arts. Bolo chattered incessantly, akin to a child boasting about a sandcastle or a toy. The god paid little attention, perhaps never truly hoping that Bolo could provide him with answers. Bolo, nothing in this world can bear the will of the divine. Unfazed by the challenges, Bolo remained optimistic about the future, filled with hope. This is merely the beginning. I shall find her. I am destined to travel with the divine as a messenger. Chapter 46. The son of the king named Sky Xing stood before the entire Shuren family, summoning her courage for the first time to embrace her role as the successor to the high priestess of the Sky Temple. I know that fear grips us all. We have lost our home, cast out by the king. Yet, this is not our fault. As she spoke, heads lifted, revealing the defiance in their eyes. Her words flowed with increasing fervor and passion. With all eyes upon her, she summoned every ounce of strength to declare, the tyrannical king has slain his own kin and desecrated the sacred halls of the divine. We must not passively accept the atrocities he inflicts upon us. We must rise in defiance. He is unworthy of the throne, she asserted, and we ought to unite with other noble bloodlines to overthrow his reign. Instantly, voices echoed in agreement. Indeed, the king has erred. Why must we bear the burden? They proclaimed their lineage as descendants of the noble Raid Liki, asserting their right to justice. He has no justification for the murder of our chieftain. He has even attacked the Sky Temple. He is no longer a king, having forsaken his faith in the divine. Once downtrodden, the clan members began to find their courage anew, inspired by Xing's awakening words, and together they embarked on a new journey towards the city-state of Sumo. This place was the domain of the Sumo family, their first sought-after ally and source of reinforcements. However, as they entered the outskirts of the Sumo city-state and made contact with the Sumo family, they did not find the expected support. Instead, they were met with relentless pursuers. Stian, whose name signifies son of the Sky King, rode forth, commanding fearsome giants in pursuit of them. In the distance, 2 divine priests approached, accompanied by 200 elite soldiers of the Hainsai kingdom. This is bad. It is the Ru giant. Wang dispatched individuals to assassinate us. The terrifying Ruck beast emerged from the sands, obstructing their path and devouring one of the trifoliated. Stian stood atop the Ruck, casting a frigid gaze upon them. Flee. Where do you intend to flee? You blasphemous sinners, daring to betray the king, shall face his wrath. Stian, having apprehended Xing, uncovered irrefutable evidence of the Samo family's treachery, filling him with elation. Such an accomplishment would undoubtedly earn him royal commendation, serving as a significant milestone on his path to kingship. The tentacles of the colossal Rua monster lashed down, piercing through a dozen of the Trifolium inhabitants in the village, among them several members of the Shiren family. Xing extended his hand. Divine art. A force seemingly conjured from thin air repelled all the surrounding tribespeople, leaving her exposed directly before the colossal creature, Ru. Alas! The Luha behemoth roared, its drool splattering all over her. Its repulsive maw loomed from above, resembling a vast, pitch-black abyss intent on devouring her. Paralyzed by fear, she realized that the scheme she had devised paled in comparison to the overwhelming force before her. Her courage, in the face of the Luha behemoth, appeared as laughable as that of a mere jester. Descendant of Sally, I am your adversary. A golden figure materialized before Xing, as Polo, with sheer determination, managed to obstruct the colossal creature towering over 20 meters. Tendrils emerged from beneath the golden garb, transforming into vines that extended several meters in length. Ensnaring the monstrous Ru and simultaneously rescuing Xing, Prince Stian gazed at Polo, astonished much like when he first encountered Xing. What manner of being are you? Bolo revealed a smile, declaring, I am the one appointed by the divine to enact your punishment. Stian, in a fit of rage, shouted, kill him. Ugh! The colossal creature of Ru felt his fury, its eyes transforming into a crimson hue, its entire form swelling like a balloon. As the monstrous being appeared on the verge of breaking free, the tendrils began to snap one by one. Boro's dominion lay within dreams. Yet it paled in comparison to the life force embodied by the Ru creature. In an instant, Boro summoned the power of dreams, preparing to invade the creature's consciousness and draw it into the realm of slumber. At that moment, Xing leaped forth, ascending upon the roots of the tendrils and the Ru creature, racing to stand before Stian. The prince drew forth a divine weapon forged from the tips of the Ru creature's tentacles, gazing at Xing with unwavering courage. Xing, you are no match for me. The disdainful gaze of the battle-hardened prince did nothing to provoke Xing's composure. She swiftly charged towards Stian, brandishing an equally formidable weapon. The clash of their divine powers resulted in a continuous struggle to ensnare or disrupt one another's movements. While Stian possessed greater combat experience, Xing wielded a more potent divine power. Let us both enter the realm of dreams and illusions. At that moment, a golden radiance erupted from Polo. A surreal starlight enveloped Stian and his colossal ruck, causing them to lose consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Xing drove her weapon through Stian's chest. The star had slain Stian, leaving her entire being weakened, her weapon slipping from her grasp. The bravery and fearlessness she had just displayed had vanished entirely. This was the first time the star had taken a life, and she was terrified, her hands stained with blood. She gasped for breath, her heart racing as though it might leap from her chest. Balo enveloped the Rua giant in a luminous embrace, hovering gracefully to the star's side. She clutched Balo's garment, as if seeking solace in his presence. Are you afraid? The stars defiantly reply, not at all. Bolo erupted in laughter, perceiving Star's stubbornness. I have stated before, with my presence, victory is assured. Star reclaimed the Ruach behemoth of her father and the Shiren clan, while in the distance, the two divine priests, engaged in combat with the Shiren people and the village guards, surrendered as well. From these captives, she gleaned the king's orders regarding Hinsai. My scheme had been unraveled by the king, and Aaliyah had dispatched others to the 3 royal bloodline families. Our collaboration with the others faltered, as the other 2 royal bloodlines posed a threat of fusion beasts, and none dared to extend their assistance to us. Alone, we alongside the Samo family stood no chance against the king. Bolo, filled with excitement, rose to his feet. I have devised a plan. Star turned to him, inquiring, what is your plan? Bolo gestured towards the direction of the city of divine descent. My plan is to march directly into the city of divine descent and defeat that king of Hinsai before all. He may attempt to ambush us, but why should we not ambush him instead? If we return now, he possesses but a single Ruach behemoth. Why should we fear him? Star was taken aback by Bolo's audacity, yet she found it plausible. Bolo urged, fear not. A true warrior must face the battle head-on. Rest assured, everything is guided by the divine. Polora, hesitatingly leading the star, ventured forth into the open. Quickly, this moment is the most opportune. It must not be missed. Almighty Ru, heed my command. Let us embark. Burrow's plan was fraught with peril. However, Xing, while acknowledging Burrow's scheme, had also made her own preparations. She and the Samo family simultaneously dispatched a letter to the other two royal bloodline families, informing them that they had reclaimed the Luha behemoth from the Shuren family and were en route to the royal capital to challenge King Ali. She did not expect their assistance, but hoped they would endeavor to delay the two princes until the final outcome of the conflict was determined. They set forth, accompanied by the heir of the Samo family and the Luha behemoth. Xing cautiously inquired of Burrow, "Burrow, have you truly received divine guidance?" Burrow found it somewhat peculiar. "Oh? Isn't this what you all call out? Why can you speak while I cannot?" Star gazed at Polo with astonishment. "We cannot receive divine guidance, which is why we claim that everything is a manifestation of divine will. Polo, you are a messenger of the divine. You should be able to perceive it. How can you speak so recklessly?" Polo found this assertion perplexing. Why could those who were bereft of guidance proclaim that everything was a divine signal, while those who could receive it were rendered mute? In any case, God does not seem to care. Though he uttered these words, Polo still felt a twinge of fear about the possibility of being confined by the divine upon his return. Does God truly remain indifferent? Who can fathom such mysteries? How could they ever hope to decipher the will of the divine? He sensed that he could no longer speak freely. Missteps would be met with consequences. Polo experienced a transformation, maturing in ways he had not anticipated. Perhaps this was the true reason God had led him away from the land of divine gifts. Chapter 47. My kingdom. King Ali of the Kingdom of Zinsei returned from the Celestial Temple with his royal guards, catching sight of the ocean and the magnificent city by the shore from afar. Despite having reclaimed the Celestial Temple, the city of divine descent remained the capital of the Zinsei Kingdom. He relayed the intelligence received from afar. Stian had returned news that the Shuren and Samos families were colluding. Indeed, as I suspected, the Samos family was the second to betray the kingdom. The ministers beside Ali expressed their admiration for his tactics, pledging their loyalty and reverence. If he could reclaim the Ruhu behemoth from the Samos family, the other two royal bloodline families would have no choice but to submit entirely. Ali smiled, lost in contemplation. In that moment, he envisioned wielding the same power and glory as his grandfather, King Yeser, where there would be but one will in the entirety of the Zinsei kingdom, that of King Ali. Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerged from the earth, cleaving the formation of royal guards in two, catching over 20 unprepared individuals who fell into a sandy pit. The surrounding guards immediately shouted, "Attack! Form ranks! Everyone scatter and surround the king and the Ruhu behemoth." However, their horror deepened as another Ruhu behemoth crawled from the sea, advancing towards the king. On both land and sea, the three-life people, belonging to the Shuren and Samos bloodlines, converged upon them. Undeterred, the king prepared to confront the approaching Ruhu behemoth while issuing orders. "Sound the horns. Let the garrison in the city come forth to greet us." The horn echoed, conveying a message to the distant city of divine descent. In truth, such a commotion could not escape the notice of the city. "Someone is attacking the king. Open the gates and support King Ali." Everyone gathered, readying themselves for battle. The walls were in chaos as voices rose and feet rushed. At that moment, a golden figure descended from above, standing atop the city gate. Its radiant form and divine visage captivated all eyes. It extended its arms, casting a colossal golden illusion that loomed over the walls, mirroring its movements. The immense illusion bore no actual harm, but instilled a profound sense of dread among the city's inhabitants. Indeed, all activity came to an abrupt halt. Soldiers, who had intended to charge out, recoiled in fear. "What is that on the wall?" The massive shadow loomed over the city of divine descent, terrifying the guards atop the walls and inciting widespread panic. Crowds in the streets fled in all directions, shouting, "Run!" The soldiers of the city of divine descent, gripped by terror, retreated or huddled in corners, trembling at the thought of attracting the attention of the gigantic shadow. Yet, several priests of the Yeser family emerged, gazing at Buello. "Who are you? What are you?" The colossal shadow spoke. "I am the messenger of the divine. Those who forsake the faith shall inevitably face divine retribution." The priests, doubtful, were nonetheless awestruck by the extraordinary power that surpassed their comprehension. Even King Yeser, who once planted the cup of the sun, could not achieve such magnitude. "Impossible. You are an illusion. Everyone, do not fear him. The power bestowed by the divine can surely vanquish him." The priests summoned soldiers to charge forth while they themselves attacked Buello. With a mere wave, the shadow unleashed the power of dreams from above. "The power bestowed by the divine. The grace given to me far surpasses yours." A multitude fell into slumber, hundreds collapsing to the ground. No one dared approach anymore. Numbers bore no significance against such power. One individual could block an entire city, stripping thousands of their will to resist. No reinforcements came to aid Ailey, leaving the king of Zinsei isolated and defenseless against the onslaught of the Shirin and Samos families. As Ailey faced the overwhelming odds, he found himself in a familiar predicament, a strong sense of absurdity washing over him. In an instant, he grasped the feeling of the old priest of the celestial temple, as if he were a mere pawn in the hands of a formidable force known as fate, or perhaps the divine will. Ailey also noted the commotion in the city of divine descent. The unfathomable shadow cut off the reinforcements, shattering his hopes. The only distinction was that the celestial temple and the holy mountain were dead ends, while the city of divine descent faced the sea. The king raised his scepter, harnessing his most potent wisdom and authority, striking with all his might at one of the Ruhu behemoth's eyes. The behemoth beneath him, Nini, immediately repelled the other Ruhu behemoth, fleeing the battlefield towards the distance. The royal guards, who had been fighting for Ailey against the Shirin and Samos families, were caught off guard as Ailey abandoned them. The king, the city of divine descent, is over there. Ailey fled back into the sea. Xing stood atop the behemoth, gazing down at the royal guards. I am Xing of the Shirin family, the new high priest of the celestial temple. I am the servant of the divine and the messenger of its will. Your king has lost. Surrender. In a brief span of time, her demeanor transformed profoundly. She faced the multitude without fear, no longer weeping in the face of death and crisis. A significant change in a person is never simply a matter of time, but rather the losses and gains experienced throughout the years. In the distant sea, schools of fish swam in the warmth of the near shore, but here, far from land, life began to dwindle. In a long-abandoned village of the Three Life People, an unexpected group intruded. At the forefront, wearing a crown and appearing disheveled, was Ailey. Since the battle of the lost wisdom kingship decades ago, the kingdom of Zinsei had gradually forsaken its hold on the distant sea. Ailey had once contemplated a return, yet never imagined it would come to pass in this manner. He awaited his two sons on the ocean's surface, hoping they would return with the Ruhu behemoth, believing he could still alter the tide of defeat. Ultimately, he received the grim news of one son dead and the other captured. Dondi is dead. The names of his three sons represented the sky, the earth, and the sea, reflecting Ailey's former aspirations. Now, with the sky and earth lost, only the sea remained. What does this mean? Is it mocking me? Is it saying that the sky and earth do not belong to me? Is my fate to hide in the cold depths of the sea? He laughed, though even his bravado could not conceal the desolation welling within. Of the three fused creatures belonging to the Yeser family, only one remained, the first granted by the divine. He gazed longingly at the coastline of his origin. My kingdom. How could the realm of King Yeser be lost to me? Ailey struggled to accept his failure. He had lost power, glory, and strength. This pain surpassed even the loss of life. Turning away, he led the remaining followers into the depths of the ocean. The descendant of King Yeser retreated into the sea. The second generation of the wise king, Yesel, traversed the ocean to discover the origin of the divine and the firstborn, King Lydlik, thereby laying the foundation for the kingdom of Hussein. Now, his grandson has lost everything and returned once more to the depths of the sea. Chapter 48. The Queen and the Divine Messenger the Star, commanding the colossal Rua beast, led her army into the city of divine descent, where the entire city erupted in jubilant cheers to welcome her. Once proud nobles now lay prostrate along the streets, as if the city had always belonged to her, eagerly awaiting her inspection. The great priestess of the divine and the emissaries from the land bestowed by the gods were present. Please accept the offerings from the people of Hainsai. Welcome, priests and messengers of the divine, to the land of divine descent. More and more individuals knelt, gazing up at Bolo, adorned in a resplendent golden robe, as if he were a deity. His distinct features, so unlike those of the tri-leaved, symbolized divinity and the unreachable myths they revered. Behold, that is the visage of the legendary deity, the mother of life, the servant of the gods. And the king of the Rua beasts, Sally, bore a similar countenance. The star priestess, aided by the divine messenger, was indeed the chosen one. Thousands proclaimed, Child of the divine, child of the divine. The faithful pursued the Rua beast, some crossing their arms, while others sang fervently the oath of Lydiki, resembling a frenzied congregation. They cheered and shouted, their voices hoarse from the fervor of their belief, an energy both sacred and absurd. Just days ago, the star was but a sinner, now transformed into the chosen of the gods. She received all within the palace, becoming the new sovereign of the city of divine descent. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, cast fearful glances at Bolo, that ineffably terrifying mythical being, the messenger of the divine. Star, you stay with them. I shall explore the palace. I have seen the palace of King Lidiki, but have yet to behold this one. Bolo thrived on the vibrancy of life and the allure of the new, yet loathed such formalities, perceiving these elaborate rituals and the deceitful machinations of power as shackles weighing heavily upon the spirit. He disregarded the overtures of the Hainsai nobility and turned away. The noble families of the city of divine descent exchanged anxious glances, bewildered as to where they had slighted the divine messenger, yet they dared not inquire of the terrifying mythical being. They quickly gathered around the priestess Star, the young woman destined to become the pinnacle of the Hainsai kingdom. The swiftness of victory was almost surreal, leaving Star in a daze. Surrounded by adulation and flattery within the palace, she found herself unaccustomed to such attention. Child of the divine, here are offerings for you. Star gazed upon the stone tablet carried by two, depicting the crowned king of wisdom surrounded by kneeling figures. Their faces alight with longing and fervor as they witnessed the king bestowing divine power upon his progeny. The legacy of wisdom and authority endures eternally. What is this? They opened their arms in excitement, flattering Star. The stone tablet of royal blood. It was a relic from the age of divine favor, capturing the sacred moment when the great King Lidiki conferred power upon his heirs, commemorated by the inaugural nobility present at the time. Behold, this is the ancestor of the Shilin family, the fourth son of King Lidiki. Star had heard of this artwork, but now saw it for the first time. As her fingers brushed its surface, she felt transported to the era of King Lidiki, a time before the Tri-Leaved were exiled from the divine paradise. The age of divine favor, such a distant term, one that made Star feel it was beyond her reach. Suddenly, an odd thought surged within her. How long must time seem to the divine? Had they forgotten what once was? Or was it merely a dream from the night before? Not long after Star and the Samos family entered the city of divine descent, the two other royal bloodline families arrived, bringing with them the last son of King Eli and two Rua beasts. Their first act was to present the Rua beasts to Star, along with a collective notion that a king must be chosen anew, one who could only emerge from the royal bloodlines. Star, only you are worthy to become the king of Hainsai. While they spoke these words, their furtive glances were cast upon Bolo beside her. This was the reason for presenting the Rua beasts and the necessity for Star to ascend to kingship. Nothing could rival the power of the divine will, not even its uncertainty, for none dared to speculate on the attitude of the gods. Star was taken aback. Me? I am the chief priestess of the Sky Temple, a servant of the divine. She felt a pang of anxiety, yet Bolo remained undaunted. Let us reign together. It is merely a crown added atop the chief priestess's head. Star regarded Bolo, questioning, is that permissible? Bolo dismissed her concerns. It is but a Tri-Leaved king. Why not? Looking into Bolo's smiling face, Star felt an unexpected ease about the situation. With Bolo standing beside her, there was nothing to fear. The sky was clear and unclouded. Before the palace of the city of divine descent, the citizens of Hainsai gathered to witness the event. Held back by a line of soldiers at the foot of the steps, they gazed up at the majestic palace, excitement coursing through them. Even before the figure they awaited appeared, with a rumble, the channels flanking the palace erupted as the Rua beasts emerged, spraying fountains of water that cascaded down like rain. Star, crowned, stepped forth from the palace, making her way down the steps for all to behold. One by one, the royal bloodline families emerged, accompanied by the nobility of the city of divine descent, lords from various city-states and towns. Great King of Hainsai, Star, we shall forever remain beneath your scepter and crown. Obeying the divine will bestowed upon you. May you lead Hainsai towards a brighter and more distant future. Before the witness of thousands, Star accepted the scepter passed down from King Lidiki and ascended to the throne that was rightfully hers. A celebration for the birth of the queen. Bolo waved, as dreamlike starlight transformed into a shower of blossoms. Illusions of fireworks erupted skyward, bursting into dazzling displays. At the foot of the palace steps, rows upon rows of Tri-Leaved knelt, extending like waves across the horizon. Queen, child of the divine. This moment froze in time. The queen sat high upon her throne, the divine messenger adorned in golden vestments standing beside her, bearing witness to her sanctity and sovereignty. The stone tablet recorded this scene, and the epic chronicled this everlasting chapter. Chapter 49. I am the messenger of God, having recently ascended to the throne. Star resolved to abolish the institution of slavery, thereby liberating the wretched souls condemned to their fates by King Yin in the name of divine authority. It was, in essence, a curse that had persisted through generations. She had witnessed firsthand the abject conditions of the slaves, trembling at the horror that had remained unaltered for countless generations. She was poised to amend the legal code, stipulating that even if these slaves bore the eternal mark of punishment imposed by the wise king, it would henceforth be illegal for nobles and merchants to treat them as mere commodities, to be slaughtered like livestock. Within the palace, several ministers and a throng of nobles expressed their outrage. This is tradition, this is law. The code compiled by the wise king states that slaves are guilty and must endure punishment. Star was undeterred by their fervor. Although not inherently obstinate, she possessed an inexplicable tenacity when confronting what she believed to be just. Then let us amend the code, she declared. The ministers vehemently opposed her. That is the code established by the wise king, the law set forth by King Yin. Even if you are the reigning monarch, you must uphold the will of those who came before you. Star sat immobile upon her throne, her gaze unwavering. What if King Yin was mistaken? The ministers retorted. How could King Yin be wrong? The resistance proved far more formidable than Star had anticipated. It was evident that nearly all those in positions of power and influence opposed her initiative. Without slaves, who would tend to their fishing grounds? Who would operate their bone-carving workshops? Who would provide the labor for their merchant caravans? Who would sustain and serve their lavish lifestyles? The atmosphere grew tense. However, the authority of the crown, even when diminished, was not something ordinary nobles could contest. They were more anxious and fearful than Star's ministers. From the crowd, someone stepped forward and knelt at the foot of the throne. Your Majesty, I have heeded your command, but amending the code is no simple task. It requires convening scholars to deliberate, and that will take time. Star, born of royal lineage and raised in the celestial temple, understood that issuing a decree and its subsequent implementation were two vastly different matters. The nobles of the kingdom of High Sense had long mastered the art of double-dealing. Yet, if the ministers could be persuaded to relent, she would have taken the first step. At that moment, Star felt a surge of elation, believing she had achieved something monumental. She eagerly sought out Bolo to share her sense of accomplishment. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a radiant glow upon Bolo, who was arranging a stone chess set on the table. Upon noticing Star's arrival, he turned with a smile as warm as the summer sun. Star, come see. This is a game from the city-state of Samo. It's incredibly fun. The queen removed her crown and seated herself beside Bolo. Bolo animatedly explained the rules of the game, recounting how he had acquired the pieces from a cunning merchant who had no inkling he was trading with a messenger of the gods, foolishly attempting to deceive him with flattery. Star listened intently, initially eager to express her own excitement, but Bolo's voice soothed her urgency. It was as though his presence instilled a profound sense of peace within her. Once Bolo finished, Star smiled at him, her eyes narrowing with delight. I spoke with them today. I intend to abolish King Yin's edict on slavery and erase it from the code. Bolo stood in exaggerated astonishment, his expression a melodramatic tribute to her bravery. Star, I admire you immensely. You are absolutely right. Yet, he quickly furrowed his brow, shaking his finger in warning. But those people will not relent easily. You must be cautious. Having traveled through the kingdom of High Sense for so long, Bolo was no longer the naive soul he once was. Star, however, remained unafraid, her voice steady. King Yin was wrong. As a priestess of the gods, it is my duty to rectify his mistakes. The notion of enslaving the artisans who constructed the celestial temple was his idea, not a divine mandate. She then turned to be on the lookout, adding, and I fear them not, for I have you. At this juncture, Star felt a powerful emotion bubbling within her. Shy yet exhilarated, she understood her choice and recognized her feelings. She rose, gazing into Bolo's eyes. Bolo, stay by my side. I can share my royalty with you. All that I am is yours. Bolo, in his youthful innocence, stared blankly at Star, perplexed by her words. When Star boldly confessed, Bolo, I like you, his face flushed crimson, and he felt utterly at a loss. But I do not intend to stay, Bolo stammered, longing to explore the world and witness its wonders and miracles. His words stumbled forth, his mind a blank slate. Suddenly, he grasped a splendid excuse. one that could not easily be countered. I am a messenger of the gods and must return to their side. I am here to seek the divine arts and fulfill the mission bestowed upon me. Star looked intently at Buello. And then what? Will you return? Buello shied away from her gaze, frightened of making promises. I do not know. The temple has many matters. The gods have numerous mandates for me. And Star discerned Bolo's hesitation. He did not wish to remain by her side. He was a free spirit, unbound by any constraints, even those imposed by himself. But having summoned the courage to express her heart, she did not anticipate the response she had hoped for. Feeling an overwhelming sense of shame and anger, Star could no longer bear to hear Bolo's clumsy refusal. In a fit of rage, she placed a stone tablet upon the table and turned to leave. Your divine arts. That is all you care about. That is all you know. It is yours now. Go. Never return. She had long completed her task, yet fear of Bolo's departure had kept her from revealing it. Buello opened his mouth, yet ultimately fell silent. Star stormed out, awaiting beyond the lookout to call her back or come forth to console her, but silence enveloped her. She turned to glimpse Bolo's reaction, only to find the air filled with fading starlight. The table stood empty, devoid of his presence. Star rushed back, halting at the table, the ethereal starlight dissipating into nothingness. Buello, she cried, yet he had already vanished. Buello had truly left, escaping without a word. Regret washed over her for her impulsive actions, realizing she had lost something invaluable. However, she refrained from voicing her remorse, instead shouting defiantly into the palace's expanse. If he is gone, then let him go. I have the mighty Ru. I am the queen of high sense, and I am no longer the weakling I once was. I am strong now. I do not need you. Chapter 50. The dream fairy beneath the pyramid temple, the sea of flowers in the sun's cup continues to bloom. The wandering child, Buello, has returned to the realm of the gods, greeted once more by Sally, who sits atop the high steps, gazing at him, producing that familiar bubbling sound. It is uncertain whether she is genuinely greeting him or merely expressing her boredom. Much has transpired outside. Lives have been lost. A new king has ascended, marking a transition from one era to another for the Tri-Leaf people. Even Buello himself has undergone changes, yet this place remains unchanged. Time seems to have halted here, a formidable force dividing the divine land from the outside world, even severing the flow of time itself. Oh, great deity! Buello has returned. The god is not within the temple this time. Instead, he stands in the colonnade beside the temple, observing the bas-reliefs that lately carved for him in days gone by. Buello wonders how many times the deity has gazed upon this scene. Once, he did not comprehend. He longed only for the fresh and the unknown. Now, however, a faint understanding has begun to dawn upon him. When he cherishes someone or something, those beautiful memories transform into his most treasured possessions. Buello kneels before the god, gazing up at him in silence, studying the contours of his profile. Have you found your answer? The god inquires. A smile graces Bolo's face. The answer was not discovered by me. It was revealed by another. Oh, deity. I encountered a girl, the one I mentioned to you, endowed with extraordinary talent. Her name is Xing, your priestess, and she is now the queen of the kingdom of Hinksai. Xing has perfected her consciousness projection technique, and it was she who guided me on how to manifest your presence in this world. Buello gestures animatedly, akin to an orator. One individual's strength is feeble. Alone, one cannot achieve much, but what if 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000? Xing has unveiled the truth to me. Strength knows no bounds. If I cannot do it alone, then I shall create a race. 1,000, 10,000 of myself, coalescing into a vast dream world. A realm capable of harboring the god's essence. Thus, you shall be able to descend into this world. As he speaks, his words gradually slow, and Buello becomes lost in reverie, recalling a certain person and a particular event. The god gazes at Buello, who, in his contemplation, suddenly becomes aware of the deity's scrutiny. It seems this journey has changed you significantly. Your carefree white dream now bears hues of color. Buello, what have you gained? And what have you lost? Buello looks up at the god, Divine One. I do not know. I cannot fathom my own heart. Yet the god tells him, you have already comprehended. You merely resist relinquishing your freedom, unwilling to confront the reality of your maturation. Buello, in this world, for every gain, there is a loss, and in every loss, there lies a gain. If you refuse to sacrifice anything, you are destined not to attain what you desire. The wind sweeps across the sea of flowers. stirring waves and lifting Bolo's golden cloak as he drifts upon the floral expanse, encircling the deity. He adores the wind, yearning for it, much as he yearns for freedom. What splendid weather we have today. The god stands at the heart of the divine city, cloaked in the light of the sun's cup, resembling a celestial star that has fallen to earth. Streams of white luminescence emanate from the god's shadow, cascading into the sky and diffusing in all directions. The god observes the sea of flowers swaying beside him and inquires, "Bolo, what shall your race be called?" Bolo appears to have contemplated this long ago, responding joyfully, "Let them be named dream fairies, ethereal beings wandering through dreams, safeguarding the garden of the divine." Such an ordinary name, it hardly aligns with Bolo's character, the god remarks. "Would you not choose a more formidable name? Do you not wish to carry the name of the divine?" Bolo reminisces about his own birth in the dialogue shared with the deity, unable to suppress a laugh that escapes him. While chuckling, he shakes his head. The name God carries too much weight. Merely invoking it can compel countless individuals to lay down their lives. Everyone claims the name of the divine. Every act is a testament to his guidance, and every choice is a manifestation of his will. I do not seek such burdens, nor is it my desire. I am but a dream fairy, wandering in my own realm of dreams. I long for the carefree existence of one. At this moment, Bolo pauses, then adds, "Perhaps I could welcome a few more friends." The god gazes silently at Bolo. He has finally grasped the essence of reverence. The god places his hand upon Bolo's head, causing his golden cloak to flutter violently before billowing upwards. A circle of ethereal starlight unfurls, spreading outwards for hundreds of meters. Bolo's roots delve into the earth, transforming into a colossal sun's cup, while the head within the flower slowly closes its eyes. The sovereign of dreams has fallen into slumber. Bolo scatters a portion of his dream power, the mythic essence, into the sea of flowers, and immediately observes the sun's cup blooms undergoing transformation. One by one, immense dream bubbles rise, enveloping those sun's cups. The golden flowers withdraw their buds, nurturing the emergence of dream fairies. One by one, 7 or 8 dream fairies are born, dispersing throughout the floral expanse. As the buds bloom, tiny heads emerge, peering curiously into this world. Giggles resonate across the floral sea. The dream fairies unleash their power, transforming a small patch of flowers into a fantastical realm suspended between dreams and reality. When they flourish throughout the divine land, they may coalesce into a vast dream world, allowing the deity to descend from the interstice of time and space into this realm. The dreams of countless fairies shall undoubtedly accommodate the divine will. Here shall become his greatest and most steadfast anchor, or perhaps the embodiment of his intent. The deity gazes upon the colossal sun's cup and addresses Bolo. "You have done well, exceeding my expectations." Though Bolo remains in slumber, his eyes still tightly shut, his voice resonates from the realm of dreams. "This is my promise and my recompense. It was you who created me and guided the course of my life. You permitted my folly and tolerated my transgressions. In comparison to all that you have granted me, my contributions are but trivial." Chapter 51. The Nightmare of Return in the Abyss of the Deep Sea. The former king adorned with a crown commanded the Rua behemoth to arrive at this very place. Here, he witnessed with his own eyes the demise of his grandfather, King Yeser, during the battle for the lost crown, as the power derived from the sunflower consumed the second generation of the wise king. He was immensely powerful, so exquisitely perfect. He was the most cherished offspring of King Lidlik, the discoverer of the land of origin, and the protagonist of epic myths. Ultimately, however, he could not withstand the forces of fate. Now, as his grandson and heir to the throne, I have come to seek power from those sinners. A look of shame suddenly crossed Ali's face, and he almost turned to leave. Yet, upon recalling those who betrayed him, those who betrayed the Yeser family, his steps halted abruptly. His gaze, once filled with uncertainty, gradually transformed into unwavering determination. "King Yeser, I do not wish to do this. However, if I do not, I shall lose everything, and the Yeser family will lose everything as well. I refuse to accept such a fate. I will make those who defy the will of the king pay dearly, and I will let those who dare to covet and steal the throne of the Yeser family know that we are the true masters of Hussein." The Rua behemoth emitted a mournful roar before crashing into the water, plunging into the dark, bottomless abyss. "O sinners, heed my call and come to me. I shall release you from the boundless abyss of magic and grant you the wisdom you once lost. You will be bound by my will and fight for me." The essence of wisdom and power permeated the deep sea, resonating in the minds of those who could hear the words. Even beneath the ocean, the sound of the tides could still be faintly heard. Suddenly, a flurry of bubbles erupted from below, sweeping past the Rua behemoth and King Ali. Following the bubbles, a multitude of creatures surged forth from the abyss of the deep sea. Those sinners, once banished by King Yeser, re-emerged once more. The monsters encircled Ali, yet they feared the might of the Rua behemoth and dared not approach. The sinners' terror towards the mythical creature that once slaughtered them was palpable, their memories of fear and death deeply etched within their very blood. With a deafening sound, a tentacle extending over 100 meters seized a tall sinner, pulling him before King Ali. Ali extended his hand and placed it upon the sinner's head. Grant of power. The royal family's secret divine art manifested yet again. But this time, the recipient was a sinner. Born of the Yeser lineage, he was inherently a being of power, and sharing a portion of his essence posed no detriment. This thin thread of bloodline could not awaken the wisdom within him. Yet for these sinners, it was different. The blood of wisdom returned to them. Even though they could never speak again due to the divine decree, silence. Be quiet. They were liberated from their previous ignorance, transforming back into a race of intellect. Moreover, with their regained wisdom and language, they could communicate through the tentacles atop their heads. One by one, the towering monsters climbed atop the Rua behemoth, prostrating themselves at Ali's feet, pledging their allegiance. "Ha! I told you, I have not yet lost." Ali's previously despondent demeanor was swept away, replaced by a visage filled with hatred and fury. "Kill that woman. At all costs, she must die. That is my kingdom, the throne of the Yeser family. No one shall take my place there." In the city of divine descent, a figure stood upon a stone platform, shouting downwards. "We are all descendants of the three-leaf people, emerging from the land blessed by the gods. Our ancestors once dwelled in the realm of the divine, gazing upon the halls of the gods and swearing oaths. In the beginning of life, we were all the same. We are all children of the divine." His voice was hoarse as he extended his hand. King Yeser lost the divine grace of kingship and the crown due to his offenses against the deities. It was his tyranny that invoked divine retribution, and we are not responsible for it. We are free, and we are also the children of the gods. Below the rough stone platform, a dense crowd gathered. The words of the figure atop the platform resonated with countless responses as they excitedly raised their arms in unison. Among them were those of lowly birth, slaves, and artisans. Yet they shared a common identity, the devotees of the Star Queen. Followers and admirers of the star were scattered throughout the city of divine descent. Some revered the Queen's charisma. Others sought her efforts to amend the laws. Still, others cherished her compassion. Amend the laws, liberate the slaves. Among the crowd, there were certainly dissenters, furious to the point of calling upon the city guards to disperse the gathering. "Nonsense. You speak nonsense. You are the sinners who blaspheme the gods, the descendants of sinners." Chaos erupted. In a distant alley, several nobles observed the scene. "It is time." The three Rua behemoths under the Star Queen and Apos' command. One is governed by the priest of the Sky Temple, and another in Apos' master has agreed to our terms. What should we do now that the tyrant has returned? What does it matter that he has returned? Does he believe it is still the time when King Yeser wielded the wisdom of kingship? The wisdom of kingship has been lost, and the glory of the Yeser family is no more. A person may possess multiple Rua behemoths, but controlling them is another matter entirely. Managing even one Rua behemoth in battle is no small feat, especially when it requires the distribution of power to guard different territories. By nightfall, a multitude of monsters emerged from the depths, advancing towards the city of divine descent. Though they lacked legs and could not remain on the ground for long, their powerful lobster-like lower bodies could stand firm, and their arms, capable of crawling, wielded formidable lethality when swung. With a thunderous roar, a giant beast erupted from the central lake, unleashing a bellow. The waves surged, creating a torrential downpour nearby, awakening the city from its slumber. A voice rang out from the royal palace as the Star Queen reacted swiftly to the imminent crisis. "Block it." The star's Rua behemoth obstructed the onslaught, entangling itself with the monstrous foe. A fierce battle erupted between the two terrifying creatures within the city's lagoon, gradually submerging into the depths, causing the ground to tremble and structures near the central lake to collapse. Outside the city of divine descent, shadows of terrifying monsters drew closer, launching an assault upon the city. Their powerful tails could leap several meters high, scaling the walls. The guardians of the city panicked, recognizing these creatures. They are the sinners. Block them. Drive them away. They must not breach the city. Once, the canals excavated by King Yeser led directly to the underwater lake. Now they served as a stronghold for the attackers of the city of divine descent. Ali stepped onto the shore, gazing at the familiar royal capital. Hussein, your master has returned. Chapter 52. Bonds and freedom. The uniform ranks of the sinners relentlessly charged towards the city of divine grant, while all the monsters remained eerily silent, devoid of any cries. Yet, the terror and oppression concealed within that silence far surpassed the roar of battle. On the city walls, the voices of the defenders rose and fell. Kill. Slay them. Hurry, I cannot hold this position. Throw down stones and crush these forsaken sinners. Where is the reserve guard? Where have they gone? Where is the high priest? As night passed, the walls were littered with corpses, and one corner of the ramparts had collapsed. The most brutal of slaughters unfolded here, with the gaps in the ruins filled with the fallen. Yet, the city of divine grant held its ground. King Ari did not allow the colossal Ruach monster to rampage within the city. He merely sought to restrain the creature in the hands of the star. For in his eyes, this was his rightful capital. Moreover, he commanded thousands of sinners, sufficient to breach the city's defenses without the aid of the Ruach. As dawn broke, both sides coincidentally ceased their hostilities. The sinners retreated to the sea to lick their wounds and regroup, while the city of divine grant hurriedly repaired its walls and mourned the fallen, bracing itself for the impending battle. King Ari awaited the moment when the sinners would decisively overpower the defenders and breach the city. Meanwhile, Star anticipated reinforcements. She had sent a message through special channels during the sinners' earlier assault, and the Ruach monsters were expected to arrive today at the earliest. It is King Ari, someone reported. He has returned. Injured soldiers came forth to relay what they had witnessed from the walls. Star had already surmised, I understand. You may rest now. The reinforcements will arrive today. Several soldiers approached, leading a group of prisoners to the palace. Your Majesty, these individuals attempted to assault the city gates, and we apprehended them. The Sky City had once fallen due to treachery from within, and Star was not naive enough to let her guard down. Descending the steps, she regarded them. Is this how you demonstrate loyalty to your sworn king? The nobles kneeling before her retorted, You are not our queen. You are the queen of those wretched sinners. Star remained unfazed. She had heard such words before. What, then, was the oath you once swore? Was the promise made before the gods merely an empty declaration? She did not wait for a response, for at this juncture, argument and justification held little significance. With her scepter directed at them, she declared, You shall face the judgment of death and pay for your sins and evils. They were taken away, their previously inflated pride dissipating, leaving them in a heap of despair. However, the reinforcements Star had long awaited, along with the 3 great royal bloodlines, did not arrive. Instead, she received the grim tidings that the Temple of the Sky and the City of Divine Servants had been overrun. The 3 great royal bloodlines had betrayed her, just as they had once betrayed King Ari. The Temple of the Sky was lost. Star felt a tremor run through her. This was her second time losing the temple. What of the Samo family? She urgently inquired about her allies. Lord Samo has been slain. A new lord now reigns, came the messenger's reply. Upon hearing that her most crucial and loyal companion had perished, she faltered momentarily, steadying herself against a pillar of the palace. Betrayal. Once again, betrayal. Had the offspring of the Lydric family, after departing from the paradise of divine promise, all turned to such treachery? They sought to have Ari kill me and seize the throne of the king of Hinsai. Star composed herself, knowing it was time to prepare for a retreat. Thousands of sinners assaulted the walls repeatedly, and the defenders could finally withstand no more. The city fell, and the monsters surged in like a tide. The former king, accompanied by the forsaken denizens of old, invaded this sanctuary known as the Land of Divine Generals, where chaos reigned within the palace as the retreating royal guards ushered the queen towards the gates leading to the opposite shore. Your Majesty, hurry. Meanwhile, many of the slaves Star had once pardoned, along with the lower-class citizens who supported her, fled alongside her through the open gates, all too aware that remaining would spell their doom. Like wild beasts, the sinners scaled the walls and surged through the gates. King Ari stood atop the head of the Ruach monster, entering the city of divine grant. From his elevated position, he immediately spotted the retreating procession in the distance. With Star, crowned and staff in hand, standing out prominently, Star sensed his gaze and turned to meet it. Their eyes locked. King Ari, towering above, bore a cold and defiant stare. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Images of her father's murder by King Ari flashed through her mind. The same chilling gaze she had witnessed then. The nightmare she had once vanquished had returned. A surge of rage and hatred swelled within her. Ari. In turn, Ari addressed her, star of the Shiren family. I once told you that a true king would never show weakness. Even in defeat, one can rise again. However, this time, I shall not grant you the opportunity for a resurgence. Star departed with the slaves and numerous loyal commoners, while the ministers and nobles prepared to welcome the return of the former king, as they once had for the Star Queen, in the land of divine grant. Beneath the blooming sea of flowers at the Pyramid Temple, the largest sun chalice unfurled a bubble of dreams, where dream fairies swam through a reverie, whispering as if in a dream. Suddenly, the ruler of dreams, Boro, awakened to Star's voice. Boro, the tyrant we once united to banish, has returned. Alas, I am not as formidable as I imagined, nor as resilient. Upon seeing him, my first feeling was not hatred, but fear. I have lost. In the illusion of dreams, he beheld the fallen city, the frenzied monsters, and the wails of the Hinsai people. Boro opened his eyes. The golden sun chalice retracted, and the flower cup toppled, transforming into a figure clad in golden robes. Anxiously, Boro floated into the divine hall, collapsing in the center. God, I wish to leave the land of divine grant once more. The deity seemed to have anticipated this moment, having already discerned Boro's heart and choices. Are you willing to forsake your freedom? Boro nodded. In these past years, I have gained some understanding. I now grasp the meaning of your words, Divine One. Loss and gain are intertwined. As one ages, they lose youth and time, yet gain experience and wisdom in return. To grow is to relinquish one's former innocence. Having received a parent's love, one is also bound by that love. When one gains companions, bonds form, and freedom diminishes, for true freedom is solitude. Boro gazed at the deity, a smile gracing his face. His former smile had been innocent, akin to the brilliance of summer and Apos' sun. Now, it resembled the warmth of winter's sun, inviting and comforting. I fear unfreedom, yet I fear solitude even more. I wish to be with Star. Boro departed the land of divine grant. The deity did not inquire when he would return, for he understood that when the time was right, the wandering child would naturally return. The first time Boro left, he was filled with confusion and anticipation. This time, he departed with determination and confidence, knowing what he desired and what he must do. Chapter 53. Are you prepared to die standing? In the rugged wilderness, bizarre rock formations jutted into the sky like claws and blades. Xing, having fled through this desolate landscape, was left with merely a few hundred followers. Surrounding this jungle-like rocky desert, King Ali led thousands of soldiers loyal to him, scouring the area for her whereabouts. Just as the former king had foretold, he would not grant Xing any opportunity to escape. Xing could not flee any further, having departed from coastal cities, fishing grounds, and the embrace of water and sea. There was no other place in this world for the Tri-Leaf people to survive. This world had never belonged to them. It was a home and a bounty bestowed by the gods, allowing them to dwell in this harsh realm. How desolate it was. It had only become vibrant due to the might of Insai, and thanks to divine grace, it possessed vitality. Alas, we failed to cherish the gifts from the gods. As Xing stood atop a monstrous stone, gazing at the land, she expressed her lament. Although her expression was inscrutable, her words and sighs conveyed her profound frustration. Reports continued to come in from behind her. The Sky Temple had closed its doors to us. The Samo family had slain our emissaries and sought our location, but fortunately, we remained concealed. The looming presence of the rude giant and King Ali appeared from the south. Regrettably, only bad news arrived. Xing even made concessions to the three great royal bloodlines, willing to relinquish her throne and hand over the scepter, prepared to lead her followers to establish a new city. Yet no one was willing to accept her. One dreadful news after another instilled fear and despair among the people, diminishing their morale. However, as queen, upon realizing there was no retreat or assistance, Xing grew resolute. She smiled, her laughter capturing everyone's attention. Do you know? I am familiar with this place. I have been here before. Back then, my father was slain by King Ali, and I fled here with the people of the Shiren family, while the divine messenger Boro had yet to return to the realm of the gods. Xing paused, as if recalling a memory. Now, once again, she had lost everything. But this time, that person was not by her side. Hearing the queen recount her tale, Many in attendance rose, captivated by her words. The atmosphere shifted. The initial panic and fear gradually dissipated. I was lost, uncertain of my choices. It was the divine messenger Burrow who urged me to overthrow the tyrant King Ali. I know that many of you are still confused and afraid. If no one comes to aid us, we shall rely on ourselves. If we lose, I shall die alongside you. A gentle smile graced Xing's face. I apologize for my immaturity, which led to this failure, and I thank you for remaining by my side. One by one, people stood, encircling Xing, kneeling and calling out, Queen of Stars. This is not your fault. It is the tyrant who betrayed King Yesel, who betrayed the gods. He unleashed the monsters from the abyss and will surely face divine retribution. Someone hesitated before boldly asking, Your Majesty, do you regret it? For us, the lowly ones? Your origins are so noble, the heir of the royal bloodline of the Shen family, a priest serving the gods. Is it worth it for us? Xing removed her crown and held it close. I am not one to weigh the merits and demerits, nor do I understand what is worth or not. At the very least, I do not regret it. For the dignity of a ruler does not stem from this crown, and the followers of Hinsai do not follow me for this scepter. It is because we are striving for what is right. Even if we fail, we will have failed on the path of righteousness, and in the future, others will tread the path we forged. It is precisely because I am right that you honor me as your queen and are willing to follow me. The crowd's spirits were lifted, and they began to follow Xing in retreat once more. The Sky Temple was not an escape route. Together, they would withdraw to a more distant place to start anew. The wind stirred up clouds of dust as the massive rude giant carried Xing's followers through the sands. In the distance, shadows began to emerge, breaking through the veil of dust and coming into view. A mournful cry echoed, another rude giant, producing a chilling sound. It was King Ali and his formidable army. In this barren world, Xing and her followers found themselves encircled by Ali's forces. Though one can rise from failure, it is exceedingly difficult to overcome it again. For the returning adversary is likely to be even stronger and better prepared. King Ali's booming voice resonated. Xing of the Shen family, I have finally found you. The former ruler raised his head proudly, his piercing gaze cutting through the dust to land upon Xing. I shall not accept your surrender, for I cannot abide weakness in royalty, nor do I wish to witness a ruler's cowardice, even if she is but a false queen. Queen of Stars, are you prepared to die standing? Xing had anticipated this moment. She gazed at King Ali as he approached, and upon finally discerning his form, she declared, I shall not beg for mercy from a tyrant, nor plead for compassion from the murderer of my father. I only hope that after my death, you may possess the dignity befitting a king. Spare my followers. King Ali was evidently not a man of compromise. He was a king, exalted and resolute. He vehemently rejected her plea. Those who do not obey me face only the path of death. Oh, King Ali, you remain as brutal as ever. Ali paid no heed to the accusations of cruelty, believing that a king should indeed be so. If everyone could loyally heed the king's words, I would gladly bestow my mercy upon them. Alas, this world is rife with rebels and ambitious souls who defy royal authority. This was a war without retreat. Only one side was destined to survive. The followers of the Queen of Stars leapt from the giant and spread out, forming ranks with their bone shields, as if standing shoulder to shoulder with their queen and the rude giant in battle. Kill! They roared, summoning their courage. Slay the false king. The approaching soldiers raised their bone spears high. For the Queen of Stars, the line soldiers interlocked their bone shields. Yet it was evident that King Ali's forces held a distinct numerical advantage. Ali and Xing commanded their respective giants in combat, both wielding the power of divine arts to manipulate swords and spears against one another. From dozens of meters away, organized ranks of spearmen hurled their bone javelins towards the Queen of Stars. After each throw, they would retreat, only for another line to advance forward. The javelins fell like rain, embedding themselves in the giant's flesh, causing it to thrash restlessly while threatening the queen. This forced her to divert her attention to defense or evade the onslaught. Under King Ali's relentless assault, Xing gradually found herself in a precarious situation. Chapter 54. This is not the will of the gods. King Ali wielded his sorcery, directing spear after spear towards Star. Some were deflected by her sword, while others were thwarted by the staff in her left hand. The end of the strong bow was near. Star of the Shen family, you cannot endure much longer. Star gazed resolutely at King Ali. Did you not declare that a king should stand and die? At this juncture, do you still wish for me to beg you? King Ali paused momentarily, then erupted into uncontrollable laughter. He looked at Star with astonishment, almost ecstasy. He could not bear the thought of being vanquished by a feeble woman. He longed for a truly formidable opponent. Ha ha. Good. Excellent. This is the gaze befitting a king. Though Ailey spoke thus, his attacks did not relent. They grew increasingly ferocious. The mightier the adversary, the more one ought to take them seriously. He spread his arms wide, unleashing his sorcery without restraint. As the colossal ruck beneath him was controlled with even greater precision, its numerous appendages striking like whips. Meanwhile, a line of spearmen launched another volley. Star at last made a misstep. Several swords under the control of Ailey's sorcery were ensnared by the ruck, significantly diminishing her strength. Protect me. The tentacles of the ruck retracted, enveloping Star like a flower bud. Yet the retracting appendages were no match for the speed of the spears, and in that fleeting moment, Ailey and Appo's spear pierced through the gap towards Star. As the spear loomed larger before her, Star and Appo's pupils dilated in alarm. Her mind raced through memories like a cinematic reel. Impossibly swift. Father, family, friends. And that figure clad in golden robes, smiling at her. I have lost my father, lost Boro, lost my friends, and now I am to lose my very life? At that moment, a golden vine descended from the heavens, deflecting Ailey's spear. Bang! In the desolate sky, a golden light accompanied the setting sun, cascading down towards Star. The divine messenger, draped in golden robes, descended upon her, riding the winds and light. I have returned, Star. He appeared somewhat changed, yet his familiar smile remained. It was Boro. Though the Queen of Stars inwardly rejoiced at the sight of Boro, her thoughts remained focused. Seizing the opportunity, she hurled her staff with swift intent, using her sorcery to bring Ailey crashing down from the ruck. Ailey tumbled onto the sand, immediately scrambling to flee while commanding his ruck to ensnare Star. Boro's dream sorcery was a moment slow to activate. Instinctively, he wrapped a vine around Ailey's legs, suspending him in midair. Another vine, akin to a spear, aimed at Ailey's brow but halted abruptly. Boro felt a surge of uncertainty. Despite his formidable power, he had never taken a life, even in the city of divine descent, where he merely lulled the guardians to sleep, avoiding direct confrontation. He yearned for adventure, yet detested bloodshed. Adventure was but a dream, while bloodshed was the stark reality. It was then that he realized the profound contradiction between dreams and reality, akin to crafting an airplane to reach the skies, only to find that dream turned into a tool of war and slaughter. Star's ruck was ensnared, unable to break free. She relinquished the creature, leaping from above, passing Boro, and advancing towards Ailey. Let me handle this. She spoke softly. You do not possess the hands of a murderer. You are a divine messenger from the realm of the gods, a beloved child of the divine, untainted by sin. I am the three-leafed one, born with original sin, cast out from the garden of the divine. Star retrieved her sword from the ground, her steps resolute. Turning to Boro, she smiled. Release him, Boro. I do not wish for your hands to be stained with the blood of others, tainted by the sin of murder. She faced her fears, determined to defeat her foe with her own hands, to end the enmity between herself and the tyrant Ailey, and to conclude this tumultuous beginning. Nearby, the two colossal creatures clashed, while more soldiers engaged in relentless combat. Ailey, sprawled on the ground, coughed repeatedly, a trace of panic in his eyes as he glared at Star, barking orders. Foolish. Foolish. To possess the advantage yet still choose to duel. Star of the Shillen family. You are truly the epitome of folly. Star remained unmoved by his words. Her sword was razor-sharp, her hand unwavering, just as her heart was steadfast. A true king is defined by inner principles and morals, earning the title of a genuine ruler. Mortals, through their dedication and conviction, can unleash extraordinary power. Without these, how do they differ from insects? How do they differ from the foolish monsters of the sea? Ailey raised his bone spear. Then I shall kill you here, to prove that only victory matters. The clash of sorcery ensued, swords and spears colliding. Their battle raged on, each fiercely striking at the other. Even when battered and exhausted, neither the new nor the old king would concede, refusing to show any weakness or retreat. At last, with her waist barely able to straighten, Star deflected Ailey's bone spear with her sword, gripping her staff as if it were a long spear aimed at him. Die, tyrant. Star thrust the staff into Ailey's chest, mirroring the moment Ailey had taken her father's life. Ailey glanced down at his chest, stunned, as if struggling to accept his fate. Even as Star withdrew the staff, he stubbornly held himself upright, blood gushing from his mouth and trickling down his shattered armor. Ailey turned to Boro, a grim smile adorning his face. Divine Messenger, is this all the will of the gods? Is it their desire to punish me, this unworthy king? Boro, shaken by the harrowing scene, shook his head. This is not the will of the gods, nor their choice. It is your own decision, as well as my own desire. Boro regarded the weakening Ailey with a measured tone. All things in the world return to the divine, yet the divine grants all beings the opportunity to choose. Upon hearing this, Ailey displayed no joy, only profound despair. He would rather this be a divine punishment, a disdain for his actions. At least then, it would signify the gods' attention upon them. He slowly closed his eyes, his voice laden with sorrow. Indeed, in the eyes of the divine, we are but a swarm of contemptible insects, unworthy even of their gaze. Despicable beings. No matter how one strives to maintain their dignity, no matter how one arrogantly proclaims their royal status, when death arrives, they must still succumb to the dust, entangled with the earth. Star gazed at the fallen Ailey, her staff slipping from her grasp, as if all strength had been drained from her. Boro rushed forward to embrace Star, who smiled at him. Boro, I am stronger than I ever imagined. She has finally shattered the demons within her heart and vanquished the greatest adversary of her life. Chapter 55. The shift of eras in the cerulean expanse of the lake. The progenitor fish leaped forth from the water. One by one, the villagers from the hamlet at the foot of the mountain and the commoners residing in cave dwellings emerged, gazing towards the distant plume of dust. As they discerned the approaching figures, adorned with the emblematic look creature of the Shiren family, an air of restlessness enveloped the crowd. The queen has returned. Indeed, the queen has returned. The Star Queen, accompanied by the divine emissary. The throng gathered by the lakeside, fervently waving and cheering towards the horizon. On the mountainous pathway leading to the city of divine servants, rows upon rows of soldiers knelt in anticipation. While the decrees set forth by the late King Yeser had long been disregarded, numerous priests and nobles were shackled before the gates of the city of divine servants. Their bodies tightly bound, Star and Bolo ascended the steps side by side. Observing the familiar surroundings, she could not help but exclaim, "Who would have thought that after such a long detour, we would return here?" As they continued their ascent, the towering statue of King Radlik, kneeling on one knee, humbly averted its gaze to the ground. Its eyes fell upon Star and Bolo. Bolo, do you think King Radlik foresaw the fate of his descendants? That we would become what we are today? Bolo pondered for a moment before responding. He must have hoped for his children to surpass him. He was a great and benevolent king. Yet, he was not a god and could not foresee the future. Star suddenly recalled the divine admonition, widely regarded as a warning to King Radlik. Indeed, it marked the inception of the original sin of the Tri-Leaf people. The chasm of desire cannot be satisfied merely by abundance, nor can the mountain of resentment vanish through benevolence. The divine had long perceived all. Yet King Radlik stubbornly believed in his progeny. Star occasionally mused upon what might have transpired had King Radlik heeded the divine counsel. Had they not been exiled from the paradise of divine promise, perhaps they would still bask in divine protection, yet devoid of a future. Oh, Divine One, was our expulsion from the paradise of divine promise a gift of future and freedom? Star reclaimed the celestial temple while dispatching envoys to reclaim the city of divine descent and vast territories. Seated upon the throne in the palace of the city of divine servants, several individuals suggested an immediate declaration of war to punish the 3 royal bloodlines that had betrayed the Star Queen. However, Star shook her head. Let us bring an end to all of this. Cease the warfare. Cease the endless slaughter among the royal bloodlines for the sake of the crown. Let time reveal who is truly in the right. She was not inclined to continue the conflict. The other 3 families had already fortified their territories, their domains, cultivated over generations, resembling an impenetrable fortress. Any attempt to compel their submission would necessitate further bloodshed. Bolo looked at Star and remarked, "This means there will be no more Hussein." To which Star replied, "What is absent is merely the king of Hussein. Hussein endures in the hearts of all. We are Hussein, and Hussein embodies all Tri-Leaf people, not merely a crowned individual. Perhaps, when the crown of wisdom was lost, it was destined for this moment." The kingdom of Hussein fractured into 4 realms, each established by the 4 royal bloodlines. The kingdom of Hussein, founded by King Radlik, flourished under King Yeser's quest for its origins. For generations perished. In the depths of the ocean, an abandoned ancient city lay submerged. At the heart of the city stood a colossal tower, its pinnacle breaking the surface, inscribed with the name of Yeser. Waves of sinners returned from the shallows to the depths, converging here. The newly enlightened sinners were markedly transformed, having liberated themselves from the shackles of the deceased King Ari, the bearer of their bloodline and wisdom. Though wise leaders remained scarce, as long as the blood of wisdom continued to flow, the number of enlightened sinners would surely grow. The first of the enlightened sinners ascended the pinnacle of the ancient tower and proclaimed to all sinners, from this day forth, "We shall bear a new name, the people of the abyss. We hail from beneath the abyss, and here we shall forge our kingdom." Thousands gathered, reclaiming the underwater city once constructed by King Yeser and his progeny. They learned to shepherd the progenitor fish and inherited the script of the Tri-Leaf people, establishing a new realm amidst the vast ocean. Years later, in the Star Kingdom, the cessation of internal strife among the royal bloodlines followed the absence of the King of Hussein. Freed from the oppression and restraints of the Hussein monarch, the royal families no longer feared the repression accompanying their expansion. They shifted their focus from internal matters to the horizon beyond, dedicating their efforts to governance and territorial expansion. They courageously dismantled their shackles and ventured forth, establishing cities, towns, and villages. Each nation adopted distinct laws and systems. Some wholly inherited the institutions of Hussein, while others emerged under the influence of merchants and artisans. Some transformed into devout religious states, attracting numerous fervent followers, regardless of their status as slaves or commoners. Everything seemed to flourish, vibrant, and brimming with life. On a particular day, after listening to the reports of ministers and priests, the Star Queen summoned all present. "After all these years, your efforts have surpassed my expectations. The prosperity of the Star Kingdom is a testament to your hard work, and as your queen, I express my gratitude." The court responded with reverence. Star instructed everyone to return to their places before announcing, "Today, I shall declare a momentous event." She gestured for a young Tri-Leaf woman, the current priestess of the Celestial Temple, to rise. Before all, she entrusted the scepter, a legacy of King Radlik, to this priestess. "From this day forth, you shall be the high priestess of the Celestial Temple and the queen of the Star Kingdom." The young priestess, overwhelmed, clutched the scepter and knelt, stammering, "Your Majesty, I. Meanwhile, the ministers were in disarray, bewildered by the queen's decision to transfer the throne. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this?" The queen had long prepared for this day, meticulously arranging for her successor, awaiting the moment when the Star Kingdom and the Celestial Temple would no longer require her presence. "The Star Kingdom no longer needs me. I must pursue my own desires." Her gaze swept over the assembly, and in an authoritative tone, she proclaimed, by the name of the Star Queen, "I bid you to honor the new queen and the high priestess of the Celestial Temple." The new queen ascended the throne, receiving the homage of all. Star stood behind the newly appointed queen, witnessing the birth of the new ruler alongside the divine statues. When the assembly raised their heads, she had already departed through the side corridor, vanishing from their sight. Chapter 56. A letter from afar. The path from the city of divine servants to the Celestial Temple ascends steeply and winds intricately, with exquisitely carved railings adorned with clouds. Surrounding this pathway, one can behold the vast expanse of sky and the sea of clouds. Walking upon it feels akin to stepping onto the staircase leading to paradise, evoking a profound sense of reverence and awe within one's heart. At this moment, Xing hastens upward, her steps filled with eager anticipation. She fervently wishes to see that figure, to share the news that she is no longer a queen. Upon arriving at the cup of the god's flower garden, she spots Polo squatting in a corner, tending to flower pots like a child. This sight suddenly brings to mind their first encounter, prompting a smile to grace her lips. Back then, Polo had burst forth from the sun cup's flower bed, startling her as she had thought she encountered a strange creature. Throughout her journey, he had remained by her side, offering timely assistance during her most challenging and perilous moments. Quietly, she approaches Polo from behind, intent on surprising him with a sudden exclamation. "You are unusually quiet," she remarks. Polo raises a finger to his lips, whispering, "Shh, they are asleep." For Polo, these sun cups are alive, akin to innocent children, lacking wisdom and yet brimming with potential. Carefully, Polo and Xing step outside, where he leans closer to her and whispers, "What brings you here so suddenly? Shouldn't you be discussing matters with them?" Xing smiles and replies, "The discussions have concluded." Polo, visibly pleased, inquires, "So soon?" She nods, her words laden with meaning. Not only have the discussions finished, but she will no longer engage in political affairs. I will have more time to be with you, Polo. Without waiting for Polo's response, she gazes earnestly at him. For all these years, I have kept you confined here. I am sorry for the burden. Polo shakes his head, swaying joyfully. I am happy to accompany you. His eyebrows arch playfully, though he admits it has indeed been a bit stifling. Suddenly, Xing proposes, in that case, let us embark on a journey and seek adventure together. Polo glances at her, skeptical at first, thinking she offers mere comfort. He chuckles, you are so busy. How can you possibly leave? Yet, Xing continues, I shall no longer be a queen, nor a priestess of the celestial temple. Polo is taken aback. What of the throne? Xing shakes her head. From the beginning, I was ill-suited to be a ruler. I have accomplished all that I could. It is time to pass the mantle of the high priestess and the throne to a more suitable youth. She embraces Polo, resting against him. Have you not always spoken of traveling the world to see what it truly holds? From now on, we are free. I am no longer bound by the throne or my priestly identity. I need not be busy every day. Henceforth, I will be by your side. Wherever you wish to go. Polo gazes at Xing, momentarily speechless, feeling a surge of emotion and immense joy. A radiant smile spreads across his face, akin to the gentle rays of the sun warming the earth. When do we depart? Xing, having relinquished all her burdens, focuses solely on Polo. We can leave whenever you desire. With exuberance, Polo twirls her around, his golden cloak flowing. Then let us depart now. Xing nods, smiling. Indeed, let it be now. Polo laughs heartily, exclaiming, the tale of the queen has concluded. Now begins the adventure of Xing and Polo. Together, we shall traverse to the ends of the earth, to witness the most splendid sights and embark on the greatest adventures. Xing affirms, wherever we go, as long as you are by my side, it is enough. Hand in hand, they transform into a cascade of starlight, vanishing from the cup of the god's flower garden of the celestial temple. The starlight glides across the sky, dissipating into the distance. Legend has it that some have glimpsed two golden and silver figures racing across the ocean's surface, while others have spotted ethereal gold and silver surrounding fiery meteors atop a volcano. A merchant on his journey encountered two peculiar beings, enthralled by their legendary tales, yet could never recall their appearance. The stories of the Star Queen and the Divine Messenger endure in the realms of Hinsai and the Tri-Leaf people. Wherever there is novelty, there shall they be found. In the land bestowed by the gods, a dreamlike bubble shatters in the distance, yet that mysterious force traverses the seas, reaching the fabled domain of the Enai gods. Since Polo created the dream demon race, this divine land has flourished with life. These dream demons not only inherit Polo's mythical lineage, but also embody his innocent and romantic spirit, spending their days in playful revelry, blissfully unaware of worldly troubles. They frolic through the floral expanses of the divine land, soaring along the coastline and in the skies, with one exception, fear of Sally. Hee hee, come catch me. Not a chance. I wish to sleep. I must deliver a message to the temple. Suddenly, a dreamlike bubble emerges from a dream demon's flower cup. Upon noticing it, the demon glances toward the temple, apprehensive. The terrifying creature lurks within, causing the other dream demons to cower. They do not fear meeting the gods. Rather, they dread the lurking presence of the Rua giant king within the temple. This dream demon, akin to entering the realm of death, cautiously approaches the temple's grand entrance, peeking inside. Oh, it's not here. Just as the dream demon expresses relief, a slender hand reaches out from the side, seizing it and bringing it before the divine presence. The blooming flower cup cradles the dreamlike bubble, which enlarges until it reaches over a meter in diameter. Great God, your messenger has arrived. Within the dream bubble, the visages of Polo and Xing materialize, followed by a series of breathtaking scenes. There are cities amidst torrential rain, tri-leaf people fishing near the shore at sunset, volcanic eruptions, and caravans crossing deserts to witness mirages upon the horizon. Life, in all its myriad forms, renders the desolate world vibrant. In comparison to volcanoes and mirages, life stands as the greatest miracle in this world. Within each scene, Polo and Xing are present. Finally, Polo and Xing bow to the deity. O great God, this is Polo's gift to you. Though I cannot travel alongside you, I can serve as your eyes. God, the world beyond is truly magnificent. A radiant white light emanates from the divine figure, and the shadow within gradually opens its eyes, casting its gaze upon the shifting images within the dreamlike bubble. Has the world outside truly transformed in such a way? Chapter 57. The egg of dreams in the vast and desolate temple, rain cascaded down outside the pyramid, creating a gentle patter as droplets danced upon the steps, flowing through the crevices. The windows of the temple framed the bustling world of rain beyond, a sight once cherished by the deity Yin, yet now, his mind wandered elsewhere. His gaze was fixed upon the mythical shell, a wondrous creation adorned with intricate patterns, serving as the very machine of life itself. Originally nameless, it had now been bestowed with the title of the mother shell of all things within the mythology of the Tri-Leaf people, believed to have birthed all life in existence. Within this mother shell, a new dream creature was born under the watchful gaze of the deity. Unlike its kin, this being cradled an egg within its embrace, a beautiful entity clad in golden divine robes, now lost in slumber. From the egg, one could glimpse its dreams, a realm of fantastical, soft light, devoid of color yet brimming with infinite marvels. Ethereal light emanated from the dream, casting its glow upon the tangible world, illuminating the feet of the divine. Softly it shone, akin to moonlight spilling onto the earth. Ah, a new companion. It seems even more formidable. Its dreams are so vivid. Several dream creatures giggled as they flocked around the deity, their curiosity piqued by the newborn within the mythical shell, whispering to one another in hushed tones. Yin's hand brushed against the towering shell, transforming it into a transparent marvel. The immense shell was embedded in one side of the temple, revealing only a portion of its profile from within. Yin felt the essence of this dream creature, sensing its power of dreams, second tier. The dream creature had undergone a transformation. Much like the Tri-Leaf people's wisdom lineage, it had attained second-tier capabilities. This journey had spanned many years for Yin, filled with countless attempts. At last, he discovered the key to perfecting the blood of the dream creature's myth, allowing its power to transcend from the realm of consciousness into the fabric of reality. The Tri-Leaf people utilized the pollen of the Sun Cup to enhance their wisdom, acquiring a force akin to mental prowess. In a remarkable twist, the dream creature drew upon the eggshells of the Tri-Leaf people from their infancy as a medium to interface with reality. Thus the eggshells became vessels for the dream creature's nurturing of dreams. It was through the possession of wisdom and consciousness that dreams were born. It was through imagination and reverie that the Tri-Leaf people transformed their thoughts into instruments for exploring the world. The Tri-Leaf people and the dream creatures formed a harmonious circle, intricately intertwined. Roam between dreams, O fairy. Unleash your powers. The deity's words resonated within the consciousness of the dream creature, prompting an immediate transformation. The golden cloak unfurled, morphing into a grand floral chalice. It shifted from a humanoid form into a magnificent solar blossom. The eggshell that had once cradled its head gently floated upwards, radiating a brilliant light of dreams, resembling a sun of reverie held high. The dream egg gradually expanded in its swirling dance, with the light illuminating the realm of dreams, gradually encompassing the vicinity. Yet, this dreamscape was a blank canvas, devoid of any substance. Memory stood as the cornerstone of dreams and the sustenance for the dream creatures. The more powerful memories it consumed, the more perfected and potent its dream egg would become. Yin extended his hand, light cascading from his fingertips. The faint glimmer of starlight descended, landing within the dream egg of the dream creature. Should a mortal nourish a dream creature with memory, they would irrevocably lose that memory. The dream creature did not merely take their memories, it seized their very lives. However, it was evident that this dream creature could not extract anything from the deity's memories. A mere fragment of Yin's recollections of snow transformed into endless glaciers within the dream creature's realm, causing the dream egg to be enveloped in frost. Unable to withstand the chill, the crown of wisdom upon Yin's finger erupted with power, connecting to the dream creature. The light of dreams surged forth, expanding hundreds, even thousands of times. The luminescence spread, breaking free from the temple and the pyramid, enveloping the entire land bestowed by the divine. Within its slumber, the dream creature murmured, "Snow, so cold." Yet, a more astonishing phenomenon unfolded beyond the temple. The incessant rain morphed into a tempest of frost, with white snowflakes cascading down to the earth. Yin stepped outside the temple, extending his hand to catch the falling snow. However, the snow passed through his divine hand and landed gracefully upon the ground. Sally, imitating the deity, caught a snowflake and presented it before him. The throng of dream creatures, having never witnessed such a sight, joyfully burst outside to greet the snowfall. Yin withdrew his hand, manipulating the snowflakes with his mental prowess, causing the diamond-shaped ice crystals to spiral upward, hovering in midair. When dreams penetrate reality, they possess the power to alter it. Such was the marvel of divine capacity. As the bud of the sun cup closed, the immense bubble gradually retracted into its core, awakening within the realm of dreams, descending into the present world. Emerging from the mother shell of all things, the dream creature faced the silhouette of the deity. My creator, the great god of creation, the supreme Hussein. Thank you for the gift of life. The deity nodded silently. The second-tier dream creature, now possessing the dream egg, wielded abilities akin to wishes fulfilled, yet these powers were not without limitations. It could transform sand into stone and gems, but not into gold. It could turn water into snow and ice, but not into oil. Rather than altering the essence of matter, it reshaped and refined it. Each dream creature bore its own name, and the newly born one was no exception. The dream creature declared to the deity, Divine One, I have chosen my name. It shall be Hela, signifying light and hope. Unlike its more animated counterparts, this nascent dream creature preferred to dream, reveling in its own world of imagination. Yet, akin to all dream creatures, it retained an essence of innocence and purity. Hope. Why this name? The dream creature Hela replied, I cherish this word, hoping that my existence may bring light and hope to this world, just as you have bestowed wisdom and life upon it. The deity responded, the world remains indifferent to whether I create life and wisdom, just as it does not concern itself with your potential to bring hope and light. Those who care are but humans, the tri-leaf people, as well as Hela and I. Yin imparted fragments of his memories to Hela, recollections of metalworking, pottery, oil refining, and gem crafting. As Hela's dream egg grew more potent, the expanse of her dreams widened. Embracing the dream egg, she slumbered beneath the divine altar. As her dreams gradually enveloped the entire pyramid, casting ethereal light across the realm of the divine. After many years, the once dilapidated pyramid temple was rejuvenated within Hela and Apos' dreamscape. The shattered steps and faded murals began to regain clarity, impervious to any filth or dust. Various adornments embellished the divine hall, with grand metallic doors and an array of jewels embedded in the temple's dome. Countless metallic creations emerged, with lamps illuminating the pillars and stone walls. The vacant, breezy windows now adorned with stained glass, while the night is illuminated by golden lights. The resplendent glow emitted by the opulent lanterns refracts upon the dark golden exquisite artifacts, casting a radiant brilliance upon the once somber and desolate temple. The enchanting dream demon, Shira, has transformed the divine land into a true realm of deities. And in this moment, the temple of the gods has indeed become a sacred sanctuary, untouched by the mundane. Chapter 58. The poet who composes epics. A century has passed since the establishment of the four great kingdoms, and the memory of the once revered Hussein has faded into obscurity. Even the second generation of the wise king, Yeshel, has become a mere myth, and the enmity between King Arli and the Queen of Stars has transformed into a distant reminiscence, only occasionally mentioned in casual conversations. The tales of even older times have been gradually forgotten, leaving only the prestigious and noble names lingering in memory, while the events themselves have become indistinct. On this day, two figures returned to a small town outside the city of divine descent. The town, evidently a fishing village, was inhabited by residents whose livelihoods depended on the sea, permeated with the scent of fish and brine. Let us stop here, Buello said, holding Star's hand as they stood by the water, gazing at the remnants of Yeshel's legacy. Shall we not continue onward? Star inquired, looking at Buello. We have journeyed long enough. It is time for us to rest. Be on the lookout, replied gently, turning to meet Star's gaze. Buello observed Star, whose once pristine and fair armor had become coarse and weathered. The brilliance of the starlight dimmed. Star had aged, while Buello remained largely unchanged. They both understood that their journey was nearing its conclusion. With a smile, Star suggested, then let us pause here. They sought a beautiful sandy beach by the sea, constructing a house with a courtyard. The courtyard was adorned with a golden dome, woven as if crafted from the cup of the sun, resplendent and exquisite. Within the courtyard, they cultivated the forbidden sunflowers, blooms that ordinary folk could not possess. Only royalty was deemed worthy. Yet, to them, these flowers held no extraordinary allure. Be on the lookout, cherished flowers. While Star would spend her days seated in the courtyard, gazing through the window at the vast ocean. The courtyard, filled with sunflowers, emitted an aura of illusion, invisible to the common eye, which would never approach this sacred place. However, on this day, an unusual event transpired. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed from outside, signaling a visitor. Who are you? Buello inquired. A voice responded from beyond the courtyard, respectful and humble. I come to pay my respects to the noble Queen of Stars and the Divine Messenger. I am a poet and scholar from the Queen's former homeland, the city of divine servants. My name is Tito. Buello replied, we did not extend an invitation to you. The visitor responded, I beg your pardon for my presumptuousness. If I have offended the Queen and the Divine Messenger, I shall take my leave at once. Star lifted her head. It has been long since anyone has visited us. Let him enter. A young tri-leaf man stepped inside, offering the highest of courtesies to the two. Star asked, how did you find us? The young poet answered, I did not intentionally seek you out. I merely chanced upon this place and saw the sunflowers. No one but royalty could possess such things. How could the noble and extravagant royalty reside in a place like this? I surmised that it must be the legendary Queen of Stars and the Divine Messenger Buello who dwell here, hence the radiant blooms. Star remarked, you are quite perceptive. The poet replied, no, I believe this is the design of fate. Fate has brought me here, and it has ordained that I meet you and the Divine Messenger. Star inquired with curiosity, do you believe in fate? The poet nodded earnestly. I believe that all is predestined, just as the 23rd verse of the Laidlick Oath proclaims. And as Yeshel would ultimately lose the crown of wisdom. Tito hailed from the city of divine servants, having been born decades after the queen's departure. His mother was a concubine of the royal bloodline, the Schillen family. He bore the blood of wisdom and power, though he could not awaken it himself. Yet he could see through superficial illusions. His name, Tito, signified map, as his grandfather had crafted the first map of Hussein, encompassing the 4 kingdoms and the entirety of the world known to the tri-leaf people. Born into such a distinguished lineage of scholars, he chose not to follow in the footsteps of cartography, but sought to become a poet instead. To this end, he departed from the city of divine servants, wandering through the great kingdoms, lingering at the sites of historical events. Why aspire to be a poet? Star asked. Tito shook his head. In cartography, I cannot surpass my grandfather. In scholarship, it is difficult to exceed my father. Only by becoming a great poet can I be remembered by the world. I wish to possess my own narrative, to claim my own achievements and legacy. Star nodded, a sincere response. Have you penned any great verses? Tito replied, I am in the process of composing an epic about Hussein. I have written of Yeshel and of Arli. Now, I only await your story. The aged Star smiled, sitting up straighter. Can I also be inscribed in your epic? A former king who brought an end to Hussein, a figure who severed the lineage of Yeshel, a protagonist in the tumult of royal strife. Tito replied, let future generations judge what is right and wrong. My task is merely to record history. Thus, I believe it is fate and divine guidance that have led me here to encounter you, the young poet stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, the Queen of Stars could not help but sigh indeed. The notions of right and wrong are beyond our control. She ceased her resistance, sharing the tales of her life, the legends, her glory, her suffering and choices, as well as her laughter and happiness. The poet occasionally posed questions, and Star answered with candor. As the sun set, the poet finally rose, respectfully thanking the Queen of Stars. Thank you, Your Majesty. Star replied, I am no longer a queen, nor Your Majesty. Tito the poet responded, in my heart, you shall forever remain the noble Queen of Stars. The young poet departed, promising to return the following day with his draft for the Queen's review. Buello, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke. I wonder what sort of tale he will weave. Yet it feels unlikely to be one of joy. Star, unperturbed, replied, history is always heavy. Epics and myths are seldom filled with mirth. Our story, our joy, is known only to us, and that is enough. Upon concluding her words, Star, having maintained her seated posture for too long, could no longer endure it. I am weary. Age has caught up with me. I can no longer sit for long. Once, I wielded a sword and fought Arli in a life-or-death struggle. Buello lifted Star gently. Allow me to assist you inside to rest. That night, a sudden tempest arose. Star awoke abruptly, calling out, Buello, where are you? Buello answered, I am here. Star reached out, finding Buello, and finally felt at ease. Buello, I just had a dream of a dark place, like the mythical abyss. I fear that after my death, I may be cast into such a realm. Buello shook his head. How could that be? Fear not. Even in death, I shall remain by your side. I am the messenger of the divine, the sovereign of dreams. In the realm of dreams, I will forever accompany you, reliving our adventures and journeys, time and again, without end. A radiant smile of happiness illuminated Xing's face as she recounted the delightful tales from her journey with Bolo, sharing the moments that lingered most vividly in her memory. As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished, transforming into indistinct murmurs. Xing clutched tightly to Bolo's golden cloak, and Bolo leaned in closer, straining to catch her words. Yes, I know, I remember. I remember it all. In the end, Xing released her hold on his golden cloak, her face adorned with a contented smile. However, Bolo's expression abruptly froze, as if he had heard a jarring sound, akin to something shattering within him. Chapter 59. The Awakening of Dreams. The following day, the poet Tito arrived at the seaside estate with a bone tablet inscribed with the writings of high sense, his heart brimming with anticipation as he awaited the judgment of the star upon his poetry. Alas, as he pushed open the door, he was not greeted by the presence of the star, but rather by the sight of the queen lying in eternal slumber amidst a sea of flowers. Tito stood frozen in shock. The star lay quietly among the blossoms, while the divine messenger, Bolo, embraced her at the center of the floral expanse, surrounded by sun cups that swayed gently, as if to console him. The queen of the stars, dead? Tito uttered those words in disbelief, then fell to his knees in a state of panic, kissing the ground. He bore witness to the passing of a sovereign and the last king of high sense. Bolo sensed Tito's distress and, gazing at the star's closed eyes, spoke to him with a calm demeanor. There is no need for fear. All must eventually fade, including the Queen of Stars. His voice resonated ethereally, seemingly echoing within the minds of those who heard. The divine had declared that even the sun in the heavens would one day extinguish, and the universe inexorably approached its demise. Who, save for the great deities, could dare to seek true eternity? Tito was not unfamiliar with this sentiment. It was also recorded in the Oath of Ridleki, a tale every Trian who grew up in the kingdom of high sense had at least heard, if not memorized. As Bolo continued to hold the star, he suddenly revealed a fissure that had appeared on his face, akin to a shard of shattered pottery. Tito's gaze darted to Bolo's visage, panic-stricken as he inquired, "Great Messenger Bolo, what has happened to you?" Bolo, lost in the scene of the star's demise, only then became aware of the crack that had formed. As he touched his face, he wore an expression of dawning realization. He finally understood the sound of shattering he had heard the previous day. Gradually, his countenance shifted from confusion to solace, ultimately tinged with sorrow. That was an expression not befitting a dream sprite, nor should it belong to Bolo. "It appears my dream has awakened." In that final moment, Bolo discovered another secret of the dream sprites. Their power stemmed from dreams, or rather, from their very souls. They possessed pure hearts and a protracted lifespan, drifting between reality and illusion on an interminably joyous journey through dreams. When their hearts became tainted or they relinquished their dreams, that marked the moment of awakening. And with awakening came the inevitable conclusion of their existence. Bolo had intended to return to the divine, but he found himself unable to stand. His dream was disintegrating, the dream sprites fading like wisps of smoke alongside it. He turned to Tito and suddenly asked, "Have you completed your epic of high sense?" Tito, flustered, produced his bone tablet and presented it to Bolo. "It is finished. I came today to seek Her Majesty the Queen's review. However, I truly did not foresee this." Bolo, with kindness in his tone, inquired, "May I take a look?" Tito nodded. "Of course, Great Messenger Bolo." Bolo took the thin stack of tablets from Tito's hands, examining the inscriptions of the Epic of High Sense. His gaze swept over the text, recognizing that the narrative commenced with the tale of King Ysir and the expulsion of the Trians from the divine promised paradise. Upon encountering some thrilling passages, he even joined in recitation. King Ysir sought the mercy of the divine. The compassionate deity bestowed the sun cup. Even though the god cast out the lineage of the firstborn from the divine paradise, the divine still watched over the progeny of Ridleki. Yet this entity, named the sun, also served as a warning to the people of the high sense kingdom. Its power resembled that of the sun above. It can nurture life, yet it can also bring calamity. Alas, King Ysir failed to comprehend the deity's mercy and meaning. Flipping through the tablets, the star's presence began to emerge, along with his own name. Bolo's movements softened, and his gaze slowed, meticulously observing each line, even every character penned by Tito. Finally, when the last tablet was turned, Bolo lifted his head and smiled. This is beautifully written and quite fair. There is no embellishment, no praise, yet neither is there disparagement. It is a true reflection of my story with the star. Upon hearing such commendation from the divine messenger, Tito was overcome with emotion. I am unworthy of such praise from you, great messenger. Bulo continued, would you care to write a tale about the legacy of Ridleki? The origins of high sense and the epic of the Triads, concerning the great deity Yin Shen and the myths of Ridleki, the very roots of our existence. And the covenant between gods and men? Tito leaped to his feet, his pupils not merely widened, but trembling with excitement. He yearned for this, dreamt of it incessantly. Yet he doubted his ability to accomplish such a feat. He was merely a scholar from the kingdom of Starlo, not one of the legendary heroes or noble scions of the early kings. After his initial exhilaration, hesitation clouded Tito's eyes. How could I possibly achieve this? The truth has long been buried in the dust. We possess no record of what transpired back then. I have never even set foot in the divine paradise. Nor do I know the visage of the city of the divine. He could conjure 1,000 reasons to justify his inadequacy. Blo urged Tito. Then go behold the true land of divine gifts. Pay homage to the immortal relics left by the King of Wisdom. Visit the temple in Ridleki built for the gods to seek their presence. Tito stood stupefied, trembling uncontrollably. He took a few steps forward, instinctively reaching out to the divine messenger Blo. But then, feeling as though he were trespassing upon a forbidden realm, he quickly withdrew his hand, shaking it in denial. His gaze evasive. How could this be possible? I am but a humble mortal. Yet within him burned a flame ignited by Blo's desire. Blo affirmed, you can do it. Do you not believe in fate? You did not arrive here by mere coincidence. You have said that destiny has brought you to me and the star. Nothing is random. Everything has been predetermined. As if echoing Bolo's sentiments, Tito found himself stating, it is all the divine's guidance. Tito's heart harbored a myriad of reasons to doubt his capabilities, but Blo had given him one reason, a reason he could not refuse. A reason potent enough to compel him to sacrifice everything. Blo chuckled, excellent. Tito, go seek the legendary divine paradise. I shall leave something to guide you toward the realm of the divine. Journey to the pyramid temple and seek an audience with the eternal Yin Shen. Then, offer my final gift to the deity. Chapter 60. The true holy grail. The ethereal starlight emanated from Polo, expanding outward as a portal of countless luminescent hues engulfed both Polo and the entire Sun Cup garden. Cradling star, Polo began to ascend gently, swirling through the air and creating ripples and waves. The scene resembled a celestial sea, with the galaxy enveloping them. Ultimately, both Polo and star faded into the halo, transforming into stardust. Tito, clutching the bone plate of his Epic of Yin Shen, pursued them, his gaze lost in the heavens, murmuring, Queen of Stars, Lord Polo. The ground lay in desolation, the resplendent garden vanishing alongside the queen and the divine envoy. The air faintly echoed Polo's last sigh, lamenting, alas, I could not behold the divine one last time. Forgive me, O deity, I can no longer accompany you on your journey. True to Polo's words, he would descend into an eternal dream alongside Star, where they would be forever united. Tito stared vacantly at the sky, watching the radiance wane, when suddenly, a golden beam descended from above, landing before him. He lowered his gaze, kneeling to gently cradle the object. Could this be the Holy Grail? Polo's essence and all his power coalesced into a resplendent golden chalice, adorned with dreamlike patterns, bearing the marks of sun and stars. The Holy Grail contained the very essence of dreams and the core coordinates of all dream powers. It was the foundation of dreams, the supreme force of their essence. Tito peered into the chalice, where starlight rippled. He beheld the silhouettes of the Star Queen and the divine envoy Polo, entwined like celestial bodies, traversing the endless sea of sunflowers in the garden of the Sun Cup. Then he witnessed magnificent dreams, grand and resplendent, emerging and dissipating within the golden chalice. At last, the brilliance receded, and the golden chalice began to rust, transforming into a weathered relic. Had it not just revealed its miraculous power, no one would discern its true nature. Yet Tito slowly comprehended the significance of what he held. It was akin to the legendary mother of all, Sally's conch, or the wisdom crown of the wise King Lydlik. This was a supreme artifact. The poet's hands trembled violently as he felt that merely touching this object was an act of sacrilege. He raised the Holy Grail high above his head. Lord Polo, is this the gift you offered to the divine? How could I, unworthy, Present this supreme artifact on your behalf. Can I truly fulfill your request? The flower known as the Sun Cup, referred to as the Holy Grail by the Tri-Leaf people, was unworthy of such a name. As the sovereign of all Sun Cups, it was the artifact forged from Polo's very being. This was, indeed, the true Holy Grail. Tito carefully stowed away the Holy Grail, his heart swirling with myriad emotions. Words failed him, and he could only record his thoughts. The poet Tito took up a jade-like stone chisel and inscribed the final chapter of the Epic of Hinsai upon the bone plate. The shining stars extinguish with the passing of the queen, and the fairies born of dreams cease with the shattering of beautiful dreams. The kings of your lie buried in dust, yet the legacy of Hinsai endures. However, the epic is no more, and the myth has been lost in the passage of time. Only faith remains eternal. The tale of the divine envoy and the star queen has reached its conclusion. In the Sky Temple, the city of divine servants, the poet Tito returned with his grand opus. The queen opened the path to the temple for him. Within the majestic palace, he prostrated himself before the many priests of the Star Kingdom, presenting the intricately carved epic of Hinsai to the noble queen. May the legacy of Hinsai endure, and may the faith in Hinsai remain eternal. The young reigning queen, seated upon her throne, exhibited a look of astonishment after reading the poem inscribed on the stone plate. Even as the third-generation queen of the Star Kingdom, descended from the Shuren family, she had only vaguely heard tales of the past Hinsai. This was her first encounter with such a complete and vivid rendition of the epic of Hinsai, rich in detail. It contained foreboding fatalism, the divine will that transcended all. There were desires for power, the greed of original sin, and the fervor of faith. The clash between the exalted wise king and the cursed artisan leader, the intermingling of kings, power brokers, priests, and divine envoys created a tapestry of intertwined destinies. One figure after another converged into a grand epic. Truly, it was a magnificent poem. They said you traversed the 4 realms to complete this work. Tito humbly replied, only by witnessing the footprints of kings can one depict true history. The queen curiously inquired, I have heard that you encountered the Star Queen and the divine envoy Polo. Tito did not conceal the truth. Indeed, I beheld the Star Queen and the envoy. The queen immediately rose. What became of them? Tito knelt, declaring, Your Majesty, the stars have vanished, yet dreams endure. Silence enveloped the palace. Having completed the epic of Hinsai, Tito became a sought-after figure in the city of divine servants. His verses sung by countless admirers. The nobles of the Star Kingdom took pride in inviting him to their banquets, while priests flocked to him, seeking his works. His name reached beyond the Star Kingdom to other realms, where nobles and even kings extended invitations for him to visit their lands. He had surpassed his father and grandfather, achieving the stature of a renowned poet. Yet, none of this brought him satisfaction. Tito stood upon the steps of the Sky Temple, gazing at the sea of clouds and the world beneath. He questioned himself, Tito, you have achieved much. Why does your heart still feel hollow? He had attained enough success to relish honors he had never known before. Yet, he could only label it success, not greatness. He yearned to be a great poet. Tito's ears resonated once more with the words of the divine envoy Polo. Tito, seek the legendary realm of the gods. I have left something that will guide you to the divine kingdom. Go to the Pyramid Temple and pay homage to the eternal Hinsai. A sudden gust reignited the flames within Tito's heart. The embers surged, unstoppable. Tito abruptly turned, gazing toward the city of the divine. His eyes pierced through mountains, lakes, deserts, and the boundless ocean, beholding the divine realm adorned with blooming sunflowers. I shall compose an even greater epic. No, a myth. It shall be titled, The Ode to the Wise King. Chapter 61. The Quest for the Hall of Deities. The poet Tito prepared for his journey, meticulously placing his belongings into an intricately woven oval net bag that could be slung across his back. Among his possessions was the ancient map of the Yin Shen navigation route, a cherished family heirloom, which he deemed essential for his expedition. With this map, Tito could circumvent perilous areas and maintain his sense of direction. Following in the footsteps of his ancestors, he embarked once more on the path of return. He also packed a sword bestowed by the queen, forged from the shell of the colossal rock beast, and was ready to confront the denizens of the abyss if necessary. Taking a deep breath, Tito felt an unexpected wave of relaxation wash over him, dispelling the tension that had previously gripped him. It was time to set forth. A shadow materialized at the doorway, dimming the light in the room. Tito halted, sensing immediately who had arrived. Father. His father called out sternly, Tito, it is not too late to reconsider. I have no regrets, Tito replied resolutely. But his father countered, when you plunge into the abyss, when you face death, when you lose everything, you will realize how laughable that declaration truly is. Once you embark on the quest for the divine realm, these are the trials you shall inevitably encounter. Stop. You have surpassed both me and your grandfather. What more do you seek? Tito paused, lowering the woven basket he held. He seemed to waver, and his father perceived this hesitation. The father's tone softened as he urged Tito, the Ysel route has long been abandoned. That ancient navigation tablet of yours is now obsolete. The seas are filled with the creatures of the abyss, monsters obstructing the path to the divine. Moreover, the gods have cast a curse upon us. We can never return to the paradise promised by them. You cannot surmount these chasms and reach the hall of the deities. Tito, undeterred, slowly placed the woven basket upon his back. His movements were deliberate, yet steady, mirroring the resolve that now filled him. It is precisely because of the dangers and the extraordinary that greatness arises. Some are born as kings, others as priests of the gods, and some possess extraordinary wisdom. Yet I was born to inscribe the most magnificent chapter in this world. This is my mission, my destiny. Father, you will perish, his father warned. I am prepared for such a fate. Someone must sacrifice for the pursuit of greatness, mustn't they? Fury ignited within his father as he pointed an accusing finger at Tito. You are exceedingly arrogant. Do you consider yourself greater than King Ysel? He perished in the quest for the divine realm. What makes you think you can achieve what he could not? Tito met his father's gaze, shaking his head. No, it is the people of Hinsai who have become forgetful. The descendants of King Redliki have long lost their faith. We have forgotten our past, our ancestors. I do not seek to accomplish something greater than King Ysel. I merely wish to rediscover our history, our origins, and etch it into memory. Tito walked past his father and stepped into the street. Many within the city had already learned of Tito's impending journey to seek the divine realm and gathered to bid him farewell. They crowded along the sides of the street, watching as Tito emerged from his home. The crowd erupted in cheers, surrounding him. Lord Tito, are you truly setting out to find the divine realm? It is said that a messenger of the gods has guided you, opening the gates to the divine kingdom. Is that true? Lord Tito. As he navigated through the throng, excitement rippled among the people, who bombarded him with questions. Tito remained silent, smiling warmly at them until he reached the gates of the city of divine servants, where thousands had gathered. Lord Tito, please return safely. With a wave, Tito began his ascent along the steep path of the holy mountain. Departing from the city of divine servants, he would traverse the towns and villages of the Starry Kingdom before embarking on the Ysel route at the coastal city of divine descent. Wherever he went, he incited fervent excitement. Everyone knew his name, aware of his tale, and many had heard of his quest for the divine realm. Some scoffed at his audacity, while others admired his courage to challenge such a monumental goal. The city of divine descent, a once magnificent city, had now faded from its former glory, much like the kingdom of Hinsai. The lord of the city inquired of Tito at a banquet. I am familiar with your story. I hear you are embarking on an even greater journey? Tito nodded. I intend to seek the divine realm. Laughter erupted among the guests, none believing Tito could achieve such a feat. They deemed him merely a fool courting death. Their gazes were filled with pity and mockery, akin to watching a frog oblivious to the vast sky above. Unfazed, Tito surveyed the assembly and proclaimed in a robust voice, is it truly admirable to forget our past, to forsake our ancestors? We were once masters of land and sea, the offspring of the gods. Now, having lost the ocean, we are left only with the land. Ultimately, we have forgotten even our past glories and memories. Ascending to the height of the banquet, Tito raised his voice. This journey of mine is to reclaim all that we have lost. Our glory, our faith, our origins shall be eternally inscribed upon stone and within our memories. Let all future generations remember that we hail from the divine realm, that we were once the glorious children of the gods. His words left the room in stunned silence. The lord of the city of divine descent rose and bowed to Tito. May you be blessed, great poet. May the strength of Hinsai forever protect you, and may you have a safe journey. Tito arrived at the secluded spot once inhabited by the divine beings Bolo and Xing, gazing out at the sea. As night fell and the stars appeared, the divine cup in his woven basket suddenly emanated a radiant glow. In a mystical vision, he saw a light stretching toward the horizon, guiding him forward. Is that the hall of the gods? He pondered as he leaped into the sea, feeling no discomfort. They were, After all, once a part of the ocean's life. As he drifted further away, he glanced back at the shore. The beacon of the city of divine descent merged with the starlight, shining brilliantly. Chapter 62. The Darkness of Lightless Yin Shen Channel. Tito surged forth from the ocean's depths like a mermaid, capturing an ancestral fish. His journey progressed smoothly. He had departed from the coastal waters controlled by the Tri-Leaf people, entering the heart of the Yin Shen Channel. This realm was now within the domain of the abyssal depths, a territory belonging to the grotesque creatures that emerged from the deep-sea trenches. Along the way, he encountered numerous troubles and challenges, even facing the patrolling shrimp knights at the borders of the abyssal depths. Yet he adeptly navigated these dangers through his prior preparations and quick wit. Tito was a master planner, which greatly aided his expedition. Islands. Clutching the fish, Tito suddenly noticed an island on the horizon. He retrieved his stone tablet map and located the island's position, a site once occupied by the Tri-Leaf people's abandoned town. Many years prior, this island had been a gathering place for them. Intrigued, Tito, an epic poet, felt akin to a famished soul eyeing a lavish feast upon witnessing these ancient remnants of civilization. As he approached the isle, he perceived something unusual. The island was dotted with stone pillars, each tethered to an unknown object. Upon closer inspection, Tito gasped in horror. The pillars were adorned with the remains of corpses, unmistakably those of the Tri-Leaf people. This is bad. He turned to flee, but ripples stirred the water behind him. The poet abandoned his retreat and dashed ashore. Aware of the approaching threat, he unsheathed his sword, preparing for confrontation. Retreating into the water would only lead to demise. Remaining on land offered him a glimmer of hope. His courage and strategy were commendable, yet he was not a warrior, and what he faced were the bloodthirsty denizens of the abyssal depths. One after another, these creatures surfaced, their elongated tails creating splashes as they surged toward the island's edge. Rather than attacking directly, they drew Tito's attention, while others skillfully cast a net, ensnaring him and rendering him powerless. It's over. Tito, accustomed to the brutal deeds of these monsters, felt the weight of despair. The soldiers of the abyssal depths rummaged through his belongings, encircling him in silence. Their long tentacles brushed against one another, indicating a form of communication. Tito surmised they were deliberating on how to eliminate him, or perhaps how to consume him. How did the Yin Shen people end up here? They must have lost their way. The sword forged by the Leviathan was not an ordinary weapon. Instead of slaying Tito, the creatures opted to take him captive. Tito was transported into the abyss, where amidst a jumble of reefs and ancient vessels, he beheld a city beneath the waves, resembling more of a nest than a metropolis. There, he encountered the ruler of this underwater realm. Sunlight filtered through, refracting within the colossal stone edifices, where a creature reclined on a stone pedestal, observing him with curious eyes. Tito suddenly realized these beings were not as he had envisioned. Their gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Tri-Leaf people. Perhaps, when they regained their wisdom, they ceased to be monsters. But what then were they? Surely, they could not be akin to us, mere humans? I am the Lord of the Sao region of the abyssal depths. Speak your identity and purpose, Yin Shen intruder. The voice resonated directly within Tito's consciousness. He recognized that this creature possessed both intelligence and power, a descendant of the cursed kings who once bore the bloodline of Elian's divine gifts, many of whom had awakened their powers through the ages. Tito remained silent, yet the creature could perceive his thoughts. Your name is Tito, a poet, no less, with the blood of Yin Shen royalty coursing through your veins. The lord of the creatures grasped Tito's belongings, his gaze fixated on the bone tablets, oblivious to the faint glow emanating from a decayed chalice at the bottom. Is this your work? Tito grew frantic, fearing the loss of the divine chalice. He struggled forward, bubbles escaping his mouth, faintly uttering, "Return it to me." In that moment, Tito realized his grave mistake. He had contemplated the wisdom and power, and the creature might have gleaned the chalice's existence from his thoughts. He desperately attempted to suppress any notion of the chalice, striving to empty his mind. Though it was too late. Strangely, the creature made no move, instead focusing entirely on Tito's written verses. It seemed as though an unseen force obscured any knowledge of the chalice's presence from the creature's mind. Tito endeavored to engage with the creature telepathically, redirecting its attention to his written poetry. I am a poet, preparing to seek the fabled land of divine gifts. I plan to compose a grand myth, one that encompasses the legend of King Lydlik. This tale is not solely about the Yin Shen. It also intertwines with your ancestors and origins. The Lord of the Abyssal Depths regarded Tito, seemingly assessing the sincerity of his words. No one has ever laid eyes on the land of divine gifts. It is merely a myth. The Lord appreciated Tito's poetry, admiring his eloquence. Simultaneously, he desired Tito, with royal blood, to remain with them rather than pursue the divine land. Stay? I can spare your life, even make you one of the Abyssal Depths denizens. Here, you can craft verses for us, chronicling our stories. Having resided in the Sal region of the Abyssal Depths for nearly a month, Tito spent his days carving frescoes within the palace. At times, he composed verses praising the Abyssal Depths, inscribing them upon columns and structures. The Lord was preoccupied daily, not consistently monitoring Tito's thoughts or intentions. One fateful day, Tito finally found an opportunity to escape with his belongings. However, he had not fled far when a squad of Sal's monstrous soldiers pursued him. In the ocean, these bloodthirsty beings swiftly detected Tito's scent. He was recaptured. This time, he had truly angered the Lord. So you wish to escape? Have I been too merciful? Or do you hindsight not grasp the meaning of gratitude? Tito remained silent, yet the Lord could discern his inner voice. I do not belong here. I have my own mission. The Lord's arm, sharp as a spear, swung forth, sending torrents of water and Tito's blood cascading. Ah! Tito wished to cry out. But beneath the waves, opening his mouth only resulted in water flooding in. He knelt in agony, hands pressed against his eyes, as darkness enveloped his world, the water searing his wounds. He struggled in torment, unable to utter a single sound. The Lord leaned close, his voice echoing within Tito's mind. Have you ever encountered the bottomless abyss? You fancy yourself a poet? Yet, the verses you write about us lack soul, a stark contrast to your epic of hindsight. Without experiencing our fears and sufferings, how can one compose a flawless poem about us? Tito, come and immerse yourself in our anguish and dread. The darkness is so profound that not even a glimmer of light penetrates. The Lord extends his arms. Welcome to the forsaken realm. The Lord no longer casts a glance at Tito, commanding his soldiers, cast him away to the Isle of the Dead. Chapter 63. Descending into the abyss of despair, it was still that island, where irregular stone pillars bore the bound corpses of the trifoliate people. Their skeletal frames, shattered and decayed, exposed desiccated organs, resembling grotesque, sun-dried meats. Tito was hoisted by two soldiers of the abyssal realm and carried ashore. His body battered and lifelessly thrown onto the ground. He murmured incessantly, words unclear and incomprehensible to the abyssal folk. It matters not. It matters not. This is all the guidance of fate. I shall not perish. I shall find the divine paradise and stand before the great to seek audience. For everything is preordained. He recited the oath of Lydelki, for only through this could he momentarily forget his wounds and the stark reality of his lost sight. The deity proclaimed. In solitude, the divine created the wise King Lydelki. From Lydelki's solitude, the trifoliate people were born. Thus, races began, kingdoms were established. The deity spoke. The two abyssal soldiers, their appendages entwined, rummaged through Tito's backpack, seeking valuables. The sword gifted by the queen of the Starfall kingdom had long been taken by the lord of the abyss. And several stone tablets inscribed with the epic of hints had also been removed, leaving only blank bone plates and seemingly useless scraps. What is this? One soldier lifted a corroded cup, examining it closely, then raised it before his companion in inquiry. What a worthless item. His comrade dismissively waved a hand, sending the cup crashing to the ground. Crash. The divine cup was discarded upon the earth. Tito heard the sharp sound, and suddenly, as if struck by a bolt, he reacted. That unmistakable clatter of the divine cup dropping was familiar to him, despite his blindness. Ignoring all else, Tito lunged toward the sound, yet was firmly restrained by the two soldiers. Return it to me. Return it to me. The monstrous soldiers hoisted Tito and bound him to a stone pillar, a method traditionally employed by the abyssal realm to leave the trifoliate people to perish under the relentless sun. Return it to me. One soldier forcefully slammed Tito's head against the pillar, silencing him at last. After binding Tito securely, the soldiers departed. As darkness gradually enveloped the land, Tito sensed that no one would pay him heed any longer and began to stir. Following the sound he had heard earlier, he realized that the soldiers had not taken the divine cup. Moreover, this sacred relic lay directly beneath him. He shifted his restrained knees, bending towards the divine cup in an attempt to touch the artifact. In the darkness, he fumbled until a series of delicate clinks reached his ears. I found it. He rejoiced, withdrawing his foot with vigor, preparing to place it before him to pray. With this divine artifact, hope remained. He might yet commune with its will and beseech the gods through it. However, as he retracted his foot, it trembled slightly, and the cup, which had not been firmly secured, slipped from his toes. It tumbled onto the stones, clattering down towards the sea. Splash! The divine cup fell into the water with a soft sound, reminiscent of a death knell. Tito froze momentarily, then his body convulsed violently. He struggled against his bonds, yearning to dive in and retrieve the divine cup. Ah! He trembled and roared in fury, yet could not break free. Though he could not see, he felt the cup drifting away with the waves, slowly receding from him. That sensation was akin to being cast aside. Little did he know that it was fate that had abandoned him. He wished to scream, his voice dwindling until it resembled a mere hiccup, convulsing with despair. Ugh. He felt like a pitiful jester, toyed with by fate, utterly powerless. When true terror and despair descended upon him, he felt so fragile. Blood seeped from his eyes, mingling with tears, as Tito had never before experienced such despair. No matter the trials faced in foreign lands, nor the myriad dangers he had confronted, nor the derision of countless onlookers, no matter that he had lost his sight, he had always retained his fighting spirit. Yet now, he had lost the divine artifact bestowed upon him by the emissary of the gods, Bolo. He had lost his direction and the key to the divine realm. Bound on the Isle of the Dead for 3 days, Tito felt his blood nearly exhausted, the fierce sun beating down upon him, as if to evaporate the last drops of moisture and blood within. There was no predetermined fate. He was no chosen one, merely an ordinary mortal. Indeed, he realized he was far from the steadfast resolve he had once expressed to his father. He uttered, "I do not regret." But in this moment, he felt regret. Ha! Tito, you are overly arrogant, blind to your own limitations. Who are those worthy of ascending to the divine hall? The wise kings of 2 generations, the initial king Lidelki and the great Yesel, the mother of life, Sally, and the divine emissary, Buello. Those who seek the divine lands. Who among them does not possess noble blood and status? Who is not a hero who shaped eras and inscribed their names in history? Who do you think you are? How could an insignificant being like you achieve what even King Yesel could not? He questioned himself, answering as well. Is this truly the guidance of fate? Where is this so-called guidance? Tito, you know full well that these are the hollow proclamations of mortal beings asserting their righteousness. Yet you utter them with such grandeur. People deceive themselves. Is this not a choice of your own? Suddenly, he cried out to the gods. O Divine One, if you can truly hear my plea, please save me. Save me. No one responded, only death awaited him. In that moment of impending demise, a phrase from the Oath of Lidelki unexpectedly resurfaced in his mind, one he had recited countless times, yet never truly comprehended. Lidelki, I am the god who created you, and you are their king. Just as Tito succumbed to silence, welcoming his end, an aged abyssal being, whose form had begun to wither, ascended the island. Wearing a stone helm that concealed his visage, from his waist, a netted pouch contained the very divine cup that had plunged into the sea. Chapter 64. The exiled people of the abyss who? Tito had lost his eyes, and his ears had become exceedingly acute. An old man on the brink of death. The aged denizen of the abyss responded to him. The elder, adorned with a stone helmet, might as well be referred to as the stone-helmeted elder. He produced a decayed cup, which bore no apparent uniqueness. Your belonging. Can you tell me why it matters so much to you? Or does it hold some special significance? Perhaps if I understand, I might set you free. The other party had evidently observed him for quite some time before approaching. Tito weakly raised his head and inquired, Who are you exactly? The stone-helmeted elder replied, I am an exiled old man, a creature of wisdom. Possessing a wisdom that granted him authority, Tito, despite his naivety, could not regard him as an ordinary being. Are you also a denizen of the abyss? Why do you refer to yourself as a creature? The elder's words were imbued with indifference, or perhaps the sagacity born from enduring life's hardships. When I was born, I was merely a creature from the depths. They are different. They were born as denizens of the abyss. Tito offered a rather ambiguous response. This is something that bestows upon me purpose and guidance. The elder released Tito, providing him with some water and food. Tito finally caught his breath. After resting in the cool shadows beneath the island for a night, he gradually returned to normalcy. He retrieved the divine cup from the stone-helmeted elder's hands, and the moment his fingers touched it, a light illuminated the dark world. The radiance that the divine cup guided remained, even though he could see nothing else. He rose, listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves and the wind howling through the stone columns. In the absence of sight, he found himself able to contemplate his existence more profoundly. Why had he come here? What did he truly desire? Ultimately, he resolved to set forth once more. He carefully stowed the reclaimed divine cup into his backpack, alongside several broken bone plates and his carving knife. The stone-helmeted elder observed him and asked, "Despite your condition, are you still intent on seeking the land bestowed by the gods? What drives you to take such steps?" Tito immediately grew wary. "Do you know what I am searching for?" The elder chuckled. "I overheard your conversation with that young lad." Tito replied, "You know the lord of the Serra territory?" The stone-helmeted elder responded, "He is my great-grandson." Tito was taken aback. "Then why were you exiled?" The elder paused before laughing heartily. "The denizens of the abyss differ from the Hijans. We revere strength and disdain weakness. We reproduce swiftly, yet the food in the sea is limited, and our techniques for nurturing ancestral fish fall far short of yours. Moreover, you occupy the most bountiful coastal waters, the most suitable habitat for ancestral fish. The elderly denizens of the abyss serve no purpose. Upon reaching a certain age, they depart their homeland, venturing into the sea to fend for themselves. Even if reluctant to leave, they are cast out by their kin." Tito asked, "So you were exiled? By your own people?" The stone-helmeted elder replied, "In this cruel world, survival is not easily attained." Clearly reluctant to continue this topic, he regarded Tito with interest. "You have yet to answer me. Why do you feel compelled to seek the land bestowed by the gods? Even without your sight, why persist so ardently?" Tito pondered for a moment. "Do you comprehend the significance of a mission?" The elder was momentarily taken aback. "I do not quite understand." Tito chuckled, his laughter mocking his former self. "In truth, I do not understand either. I once spoke beautiful words merely for the sake of it. However, when one speaks them often enough, one begins to believe in them. I proclaim that all is destiny, that all is divine guidance, and ultimately, I attributed every mistake and fault to the deities. I yearned to become a greater poet, craving the applause of others. I longed for my name to be inscribed in history, for every future generation to know me." The stone-helmeted elder inquired, "Then what is a mission precisely?" Tito reflected, asking himself, "What is a mission?" This time he provided a response, offering himself an answer. "A mission is not a supreme glory, nor is it divine guidance. It is the desire to act in a certain way, the conviction that I ought to do so. Previously, I did not comprehend. I believed that everything in this world was predestined. Yet, in losing everything, I suddenly understood. I finally grasped why the divine spoke that phrase to Laidiki." The stone-helmeted elder listened intently, seemingly captivated by this notion, for he too was lost, searching for answers like Tito. "What phrase?" Tito faced the sea once more, shouldering his pack anew. "The deity said to King Laidiki, 'I am the god who created you, and you are their king. The divine created all things in life, yet bestowed wisdom solely upon the three-leaf people. For wisdom is the power to transcend fate. It is the miracle of creation.' From that moment, the deity relinquished control over the fate of the three-leaf people. From that time forth, the deity allowed them to forge their own history. A smile, or perhaps relief, adorned Tito's face. Yet we cannot let go. We cannot endure the deity's release. We do not believe we can create history, for we are truly too insignificant. However, the divine believes that we, in our smallness, can create miracles." Tito took a step towards the sea, the water engulfing his feet. "I no longer yearn for anything. I no longer await the arrangement of fate or divine guidance. For I am creating history, crafting a history that belongs to me. This is my mission." Upon hearing Tito's words, the stone-helmeted elder experienced an inexplicable shock. Without fervent passion or grandiloquent rhetoric, the plain articulation struck at the very core of his being. He sensed that the answers he sought lay within this moment. He stood, gazing at Tito's departing figure, and called out, "Tito, do you truly believe there is a deity?" Tito remained silent, yet the stone-helmeted elder hurried after him. "Let me accompany you. I too wish to witness what the realm of the divine is truly like. I also wish to know if we were once the favored children of the deities." Tito continued to refrain from responding, but the elder persisted. "The path you tread leads through the capital of the kingdom of the abyss, the former city of Yeser. Without my guidance and assistance, it is impossible for you to traverse that territory." Tito turned back. "Are you certain you wish to reach the land bestowed by the gods? The divine may not welcome a sinner into their paradise." The stone-helmeted elder replied, "That is my concern." Tito plunged into the sea, and the aged denizen of the abyss followed him into the depths. Two peculiar companions, a forsaken sinner of the divine and a poet stripped of sight, embarked together on a journey to seek the land bestowed by the gods. Chapter 65. The lost history floating upon the surface of the night sea. The elder in the stone helmet beheld a radiant glow emanating from the water, a delicate light cascading across the waves, captivating in its allure. This illumination did not arise without cause. It served as a beacon, guiding the denizens of the abyss. Astonishingly, amidst the expanse of ocean devoid of reefs or islands, a lighthouse emerged, a towering structure piercing the surface, adorned with a luminous stone. The elder regarded the lighthouse with a sense of nostalgia and melancholy, murmuring, "It has returned." Tito, unable to perceive anything, followed closely behind the elder, inquiring, "What lies ahead?" "The capital of the abyssal realm, once known as the city of Yesser," the elder replied. "It was constructed by the second wise king Yesser, the progeny of the great Lydriki. This city stands as the oldest in the world." A horrifying scar traversed Tito's face, and he leaned forward, yearning to witness this legendary underwater city for himself. This was his first arrival here, or perhaps the first time in many years that a member of the Tri-Leaf tribe had set foot in this place. "Could you describe what Yesser is like?" Tito implored. The elder cast a glance at Tito, sensing the profound longing etched upon his visage. He chuckled softly, turning to gaze in the same direction as Tito, as if they were both admiring the breathtaking spectacle together. Legends tell that it was founded by Yesser's companion, the colossal being known as Nini, capable of housing thousands of inhabitants. Within its walls lay the palaces once inhabited by Yesser, grand and imposing, with floors paved from stones quarried from the edge of the abyss, dark and polished. Towering above the sea was the Yesser Great Tower, a marvel beyond imagination. One of the stone tablets inscribed with the ancient script of the Lydriki kings was still venerated within the temple of the deity Yin Shen in the heart of the city. Merely hearing about it stirred Tito and Apos' blood with fervor. "Ah, what magnificent ruins! This place bears witness to the glory of ancient kings and chronicles the brilliance of the divine age." At this juncture, a flicker of despondence and regret crossed Tito and Apos' face. "Alas, it stands before me, yet I cannot behold it." After a brief silence, Tito abruptly turned to the elder, asking, "With so many abyssal folk here, why do we not circumvent this place?" The elder replied, "The path you must traverse lies through the depths of the abyss. Only by crossing that dark, silent chasm can one reach the hall of the divine, and this is the only route, the shortest." Tito pressed further, "How do you know this? Do you know where the divine land lies?" The elder shook his head, "I do not know, yet I am aware that others have sought it. Many have ventured across that abyss in search of the fabled divine realm. Unfortunately, it is but an empty void." The elder fixed his gaze upon Tito. "I hope this time you will discover that place. Do you believe I can find it?" Tito asked. "My instincts tell me you shall," the elder affirmed. "Do you believe in fate?" Tito inquired. "Nay, it is merely the intuition of an old man." The elder guided Tito beneath the waves to an area strewn with large fragments of stone, littered with ominous remnants. This was the site where stones had been discarded during the construction of Yesser, a place seldom visited by patrolling soldiers. At dawn, the patrols would yield a window of opportunity for us to pass through. The elder reclined upon an irregular stone, curling into a ball. "For now, we shall rest here." Tito found it difficult to sleep. The jagged surface of the fractured stone beneath him felt like an uncomfortable array of pebbles and pits, akin to consuming gritty sand. He tossed and turned, only to suddenly realize that the surface he leaned against bore not mere depressions, but inscriptions. He sat up abruptly. "What is this? It appears to have writing." Tito looked toward the elder, who understood his thoughts without a word. It seemed to be a fragment of a once grand stone tablet, an unfinished relic discarded here. The elder transmitted his knowledge into Tito's mind. As Tito's fingers traced the engravings, he discerned the name of King Yesser, and the inscriptions detailed his tale. Overcome with excitement, Tito realized this was a half-carved tablet containing the history of King Yesser. He read along the tactile lines, realizing that this narrative was anything but ordinary. The engravings depicted the moment when King Yesser first accompanied his father to meet the divine, receiving the identity of the divine priest, alongside the scene of the colossal being. Beside the hall of the divine stood a maiden, possessing the beauty of the divine race, yet wielding the terrifying power of the giant king. Prince Yesser humbly entered the divine hall, following the great Lydriki king. There, he encountered the eternal deity. What a magnificent presence! A being transcending the ages, commanding the very laws of time, radiated a brilliance akin to the stars, enveloping the prince in a blinding light. State your name. The divine voice resonated. At this juncture, Tito trembled with exhilaration, glancing toward the elder, gesturing animatedly. This is what I seek. This is the knowledge I yearn for. I have finally found it. Our lost history of the Hensai. I must record this. I shall ensure it is passed down through the ages. Tito procured a bone tablet and his carving tool, meticulously inscribing the inscriptions from the tablet, fearing the omission of even a single word. Before this relic, he was like the most devout of worshippers. The elder, observing quietly, allowed him to continue, resting peacefully. Yet, suddenly, the tranquil seabed erupted into commotion as activity stirred in the vicinity of Yesser. The soldiers of the abyssal realm, patrolling the waters, began to move erratically, converging upon the location of the elder and Tito as if they had uncovered something of significance. Surround this area and search diligently. The abyssal folk communicated through their sensory connections, relaying commands. Word has it he has returned. The former king seeks to reclaim his throne. A knight of the grotesque shrimp rode forth upon a monstrous creature, accompanied by dozens, even hundreds of abyssal soldiers, transmitting commands and signals with cunning authority. The bloodstone glimmered, proclaiming the return of the former king. We must find him. He shall not set foot in the capital. The echoes of mental waves reached the hidden Tito and the elder, reverberating within their minds. Chapter 66. We are not monsters within the chaotic stone forest. Where boulders lay piled upon one another, Tito, cautiously placing the transcribed bone plates into his backpack, suddenly turned to the elder with the stone helmet. He had heard the words of the peculiar knight from the kingdom of the abyss, and now, only he and the elder remained in this place. Are they speaking of you? Without waiting for a response, Tito asserted, You are the former king of the kingdom of the abyss, are you not? Tito had long speculated about the elder's identity, and now, he recalled the earlier words spoken by the elder, particularly the phrase, I have finally returned, which further confirmed his identity. You also mentioned that you are the great-grandfather of Lord Sarah. If that is the case, you are not only their king, but also the founding monarch of this kingdom. The elder did not confirm nor deny his assertion. Tito rose to his feet, realizing the true identity of the aged denizen of the abyss before him. He felt an overwhelming shock. He had not anticipated that this individual was a king, a founder of a dynasty. Yet, he was not only exiled by his own kin but was also cast down from the throne by his children and former subjects. The reason for his exile was not due to famine or an inability to sustain a sufficient populace, but rather because he had grown old while still clinging to the throne. The elder's expression was calm, as he remarked, Even the once great King Lydlik ultimately met a sorrowful end. The once mighty King Yesel could only perish in the abyss. When all splendor fades, what remains is but ashes. What do my honors and pains amount to in comparison? Tito could not see the elder's countenance, yet he could discern the weight of experience in his voice. He too had once possessed a legendary tale, having once sat upon a throne. Yet, Tito was unaware of the time when he stood upon the platform in the city of Yesel, proclaiming to all denizens of the abyss that they were no longer monsters, that they would establish a kingdom. Had he ever imagined that he would face such a fate in his old age? Increasing numbers of soldiers from the kingdom of the abyss gathered, searching amidst the underwater vegetation and rubble for their traces. The elder, with Tito in tow, seized the opportunity to evade their pursuit, skillfully maneuvering around them from another direction. Tito queried the elder, knowing the danger here, Why did you still come? The elder gazed at Tito and replied, You know very well that searching for the divine gift will lead to death. Yet, you still seek it. The elder turned away, continuing his steps. You seek the divine gift, while I seek an answer. We are both willing to pay the price for our pursuits. Tito was taken aback, and a smile crept onto his face. He finally felt that the elder was indeed a true companion on this journey. The two maneuvered through the throngs of seekers, acutely aware of the elder's familiarity with the area, as he deftly navigated the paths of the patrolling soldiers. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the patrols were continuously diverted to the rocky terrain, facilitating their passage through the waters surrounding the city of Yesel. Tito pondered if this was part of the elder's scheme, for he was indeed a former king. They skirted the base of Yesel city, traversing the underwater expanse beneath the soldiers, just within the shadowy areas of their sight. However, as they were about to leave the realm controlled by the kingdom of the abyss, hundreds of its denizens suddenly descended from the heights of the sea, encircling the blind poet and the elder. It seemed they had anticipated the arrival of the two, deliberately lying in wait. "Father, you have returned." A tall denizen of the abyss adorned with a black crown stepped forward, exuding a formidable aura. The elder regarded him with a sigh. "Allow us to pass. I do not return to reclaim the throne, nor do I wish to engage in battle." The king of the abyss shook his head. "Father, you are aware of the rules. They were established by you. You taught me that this world is cruel. A king may sacrifice anyone for the sake of the realm and the survival of all. You also told me that the denizens of the abyss require a strong and ambitious king to lead them into the future. You stated that only one person may sit upon the throne, and within the royal city, there can be but one king. Now, you have entered the domain of kings." The elder fell silent, and after a long pause, he spoke. "Rules are made by men, and men are subject to change." He added with a smile, "Perhaps the rules I established in my youth were flawed." However, the young king was unconvinced, clinging to the truths he had learned in his youth. He believed only in the words spoken by powerful rulers, not in the words of an aged, fallen elder. "Then let the wrong be righted. Kings do not err." The soldiers of the kingdom of the abyss parted, encircling the two, yet refraining from advancing. These soldiers merely barred the old king from entering the city. However, having already stepped into the realm of the royal city, the established rules of the kingdom of the abyss must now be upheld. A battle must commence between the old and the young king. The victor shall reign, while the vanquished shall be exiled. The elder and the younger engaged in combat, reminiscent of their previous struggle for the throne. Their wisdom and abilities, unenhanced by the pollen of the sun's cup, proved of little consequence in this confrontation, relying instead upon the formidable physiques and martial prowess inherent to the denizens of the abyss. Contrary to all expectations, the young king found himself at a disadvantage from the very onset. Though the young monarch was stronger and more powerful, the elder's combat skills were more refined, allowing him to evade and counter every strike with ease. Within just a few exchanges, the elder had the young king on the ground, his crown dislodged. The elder brandished his arm, akin to a piercing spear, poised to strike through the chinks in the young king's armor, yet he suddenly halted. With a mere exertion of force, he could have slain this rebellious son and reclaimed his throne. Yet, he withdrew his hand. The young king finally comprehended that his previous challenge had been allowed by his father, who had intentionally permitted him to ascend to the throne. "Why?" the young king questioned, bewildered by his father's decision not to eliminate a son who defied him, a traitor who dared to challenge his authority. The elder regarded his son. "We are not monsters. My child, we were once human, once cherished by the gods and King Lydlik, dwelling beneath the halls of divinity. As humans, we cannot live like monsters." The son looked on in confusion. "I do not understand what you are saying." The elder replied, "One day, you will understand." With that, the elder turned and walked away. He relinquished the opportunity to reclaim his throne, for it held no significance for him now. The elder and the blind poet departed from the city of Yesel, heading towards the unfathomable abyss. Chapter 67. The divine gifted land and Answer's two figures glided across the ocean, traversing the cursed abyss of the deep sea, a place that filled the hearts of all tri-leaf people with dread. Even the denizens of the abyss shunned this realm, fearful of being cast back into the eternal void by the gods. Below them lay an unfathomable trench leading to the ocean's deepest depths, a dark world resembling a gaping maw, as if they were fleeing from the jaws of the most terrifying creature imaginable. Tito surfaced, utilizing the power of the divine cup to survey his surroundings. Though his eyes could not see, the light guiding him towards the divine gifted land remained ever present. "That way. We must go that way." The elder in the stone helmet trailed behind, moving at a significantly slower pace, appearing somewhat sluggish. Tito could even hear the irregularity in his breathing, which conveyed a profound sense of weakness. The poet sensed something was amiss. "You were injured." Cracks marred the elder's chest shell, indicating he had indeed sustained injuries, though their severity was not apparent at first glance. The elder himself seemed unconcerned. "I am older now. I am not what I once was. Even the slightest collision is becoming burdensome. This body has grown as fragile as sand." The shells of the abyss dwellers become increasingly brittle with age, in stark contrast to the tri-leaf people, whose bone armor hardens with time, eventually resembling stone. Tito expressed his concern. "Is it serious?" He had never anticipated caring so deeply for the well-being of an abyss inhabitant, let alone forging a friendship with a king of the abyss. The elder paused to catch his breath. "It is not too serious. Let us press on. They submerged once more, navigating through the azure waters of the abyss. Days passed. Guided by the divine cup, the two continued through the vast ocean, devoid of any landmarks. No islands, no settlements of Hinsei, nor ruins could be found. They were uncertain of their location or how far they had drifted from the deep-sea abyss. They could only ascertain that their direction was correct, yet the whereabouts of the divine gifted land remained a mystery, as did the time it would take to reach it, or if they could reach it at all. Both were utterly unaware. The elder in the stone helmet had grown too weak to proceed. His injuries were far more severe than he had let on. As he swam, he began to sink towards the ocean floor. Tito suddenly grasped the elder, lifting him onto his back. "I shall carry you." The elder remained silent for a moment before uttering two words, "Thank you." The two supported each other as they continued onward. Tito became the elder's staff, while the elder served as Tito's eyes. As dusk fell, they glided slowly through the golden sea. Sunlight filtered through the water's surface, imbuing the two with warmth and hope. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the golden horizon. At first, they paid it no mind, but as they drew closer, the shadow grew larger. The elder finally discerned its nature. It was an island. He pressed down on Tito, his pupils widening in astonishment. What a wondrous island it was, refracting resplendent light under the sun's embrace. From a distance, it appeared to be pure gold, sacred, holy, and imbued with an eternal shimmer. Has it appeared? It truly has. Tito was momentarily stunned, then quickly grasped the significance of the moment. Really? Is it truly, right ahead? The poet's voice trembled with excitement. He had journeyed from the celestial temple, traversing countless distances and overcoming innumerable challenges. Was he finally reaching his destination? The elder's excitement surpassed that of the poet. He gazed at the island, incessantly speaking. The divine gifted land, it truly exists. The gods, they really exist. The two quickened their pace towards the divine gifted land. The water grew shallower, and they gradually emerged from the sea, stepping into the realm of the divine. Tito, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Pray tell, what is the divine gifted land like? Is it as beautiful as the legends suggest?" The elder lifted his gaze from Tito's shoulder, finally comprehending the nature of the golden sight before them. It was an endless sea of flowers. He had never beheld such a breathtaking scene. A surge of strength coursed through him, causing him to break away from the poet and surge ahead. The flower sea swayed, parting to create a path, welcoming the arrival of the poet and the elder. The sun's cup blooms, just as you spoke, an endless expanse of floral beauty. Tito responded with enthusiasm. The accounts from the celestial temple are indeed true. Priest Schroeder truly witnessed the divine gifted land. The elder tilted his head back, gazing towards the center of the boundless flower sea, where he finally spotted the pyramid temple. A colossal dreamlike bubble enveloped the grand pyramid, countless colorful illusions cascading over it. With wisdom and power, he projected his voice outward, striving to convey the wonders he beheld, more akin to expressing the tumult of his own heart. A temple, a pyramid, and the temple of the inside deity. The divine remains here. The gods still stand tall. Tito, too, ventured forth, drawn by the scent of the flowers. A powerful force emanated from his consciousness, reaching out to the surroundings. He sensed the environment, not through sight, but through feeling. The ground, the flower sea, the stone tablets, the ruins, images projected directly into his mind. The divine gifted land. I see it. It is breathtaking. The elder turned to Tito, noticing the change within him. The bloodline of King Lydlik flows fervently within you. Congratulations, poet. You have awakened the wisdom and power. As they traversed the path cleared by the flowers, they beheld the divine gifted city, along with the stone tablet standing before it. The poet eagerly approached, his mental energy sweeping over the tablet, immediately revealing its engravings. Look, this is a monument erected by your ancestors, the son of King Lydlik, Prince Enz, and Prince Bound. It recounts their tales, detailing the founding of Enz City and Bound City. The elder approached the stone tablet, tracing the patterns with his hands. He knelt, cradling his arms before him, paying homage to his ancestors. After Tito finished reading, he moved past the stone tablet. He yearned to enter the divine gifted city and seek an audience with the great Ensai. However, the elder halted, prostrating before the tablet, unable to rise, nor daring to venture further. Tito turned back, calling to the elder, "Will you not ascend? Did you not wish to come here for answers?" The elder lifted his head, gazing at Tito's face, a smile blossoming unexpectedly. Tito had never imagined that a smile from an abyss dweller could be so serene and peaceful. No need. I have found my answer. With those words, the elder fell silent. Hey, hey, Tito called out to the elder, but received no response. The nameless king had passed away. The wind stirred the waves of the floral sea, causing the sun's chalice, which had once cleared the path, to withdraw one by one, submerging him within its depths, rendering him invisible. The poet stood in a daze. Until the very moment of his demise, he remained oblivious to the name of the ancient man in the stone helmet, and was equally ignorant of the answers he sought. Chapter 68. The returning wanderer Tito gazed at his friend, engulfed in a sea of flowers, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. A sense of melancholy and regret mingled with a profound joy for the old man in the helmet, who, in the twilight of his life, had found the answers he had long sought. Such a fate could indeed be deemed fortunate. As the sun's last rays faded beyond the horizon, Tito turned and set forth towards the temple. The old man had discovered his truth, yet Tito's own mission remained unfulfilled. As darkness gradually enveloped the land, he trod upon the fractured stone path. La 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 la, la 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 la. From afar, a melodious song floated toward him, as clear and delicate as the tinkling of wind chimes. Ethereal beings clad in resplendent golden robes danced upon the breeze, alighting beside Tito. They bore lanterns, illuminating the path ahead. Who are you? Tito inquired, intrigued by these enchanting creatures. Upon perceiving their resemblance to the divine messengers, he began to fathom their origins. We are dream fairies, guardians of the divine flower garden. The gods have sent us to escort you, the esteemed poet Tito of high sense. The fairies, having never encountered an outsider, circled around him curiously, engaging in a jubilant dance. Astonished, Tito mused, the gods know of me? The dream fairies giggled in response. The gods are omniscient. Under their guidance, Tito traversed the ruins of the city nestled within the flower sea. Arriving at the foot of the pyramid, there, he beheld the statue of Lydric, crafted by the hands of the second generation of the wise king, His Royal Highness Yesel. This monumental figure, a paragon of wisdom, stood sentinel beneath the divine pyramid, eternally guarding the passage to the realm of the gods. As Tito tilted his head in admiration, a look of awe graced his face as he ascended the steps. A colossal dream bubble enveloped the entire pyramid. Passing through it felt akin to entering another world. Diverting his gaze from the statue, he found himself amidst the realm of dreams. Countless colorful rainbows spun above the bubble, reflecting a myriad of beautiful dreams. There were scenes of snow, golden wheat fields, summer night forests, and soaring through the clouds, all splendid visions beyond the ken of mortals. Gazing upward toward the apex of the pyramid, he noted numerous statues of the Triad people, each holding aloft a flame to illuminate the sacred path. Step by step, he embarked on the pilgrimage once tread by Lydric and Yesel, now retracing their journey. At last, he stood before the temple, where stone columns bore intricate carvings, enigmatic designs that seemed to hail from a realm of deities. The grand metallic doors of the temple radiated golden light, the entire edifice infused with an air of opulent antiquity. Cradling the divine chalice, he crawled into the temple, kneeling as he advanced. Upon reaching the temple's heart, he gradually lifted his gaze. Atop the altar sat the Mother of Life, the colossal queen of monsters, Sally, said to possess the visage of a deity. The moment Tito laid eyes on her, he trembled uncontrollably, despite her appearance as an innocuous girl. The terrifying aura that surpassed all monsters was indelibly etched into the blood of every Triad person. To the right of the altar rested an exquisitely beautiful dream fairy, lounging upon a lavish white chaise, cradling a dream egg as a pillow, reveling in the ocean of dreams. He witnessed the power of dreams, as myriad entities birthed from the dreamscape, seemingly inheriting the divine ability to create. Beside the altar knelt a statue of Lydric, their ancestor, the origin of all wisdom. As chronicled in legends, Lydric had ultimately perished before the gods, eternally accompanying the god of high sense within the temple. Finally, he beheld the ancient power of the stars cascading from the altar, the radiance evoking the weight of time, as if time itself paused in deference to divine will. He dared not gaze any longer, fearing that a direct look at the deity would lead to his utter collapse. O great God of high sense, please accept the humble faith of your devoted subjects. Your messenger, Bolo, has returned to eternal silence upon the shores of the city of divine descent. Amidst the shattering of dreams, guided by the divine messenger, I have embarked on the path back to the land bestowed by the gods. At long last, I stand before you." The deity raised a hand, causing the chalice, which Tito held aloft, to gently drift and rest upon the altar, cradled in the deity's grasp. The god reclaimed the chalice, seemingly indifferent, yet fixed their gaze upon the poet Tito, uttering a singular inquiry. "Tito, do you still believe in fate?" Tito fell silent, as if pierced through the heart by this question. It seemed to rend him asunder, for the divine gaze appeared to penetrate his very essence. After a moment of contemplation, he bowed his head and replied, "I believe, for fate lies within our grasp. Hence, I shall no longer await its arrival, but rather forge my own destiny." The deity smiled, a smile that instilled profound reassurance in Tito, a mark of the supreme high sense approval. When Tito departed the divine chamber, the deity held the chalice aloft, and after a lengthy pause, exhaled a sigh. Buello. The gods permitted Tito a brief respite in the land bestowed upon him, a moment to fulfill his own myth. At the foot of the temple, amidst the sunflowers in the divine city, he meticulously sought traces of history left behind. Upon a stone tablet, he uncovered ancient tales, while in the ruins, he discovered further evidence of the legends. Within the primordial marsh of their ancestors, he beheld the blessings of the gods that had enabled the Triad people to forge their future. Standing before a collapsed palace, he pondered whether this was once the Palace of Wisdom, which had crumbled due to Ensi's fratricide. Several dream fairies accompanied him, guiding his path while seeking playful companions. Indeed, in this fallen palace, he cautiously explored and stumbled upon fragments of the Lydric script. The poet was overcome with exhilaration, as if he had unearthed the most precious treasure in the world. It is a script tablet. The dream fairies, however, perceived his excitement as madness, gathering to whisper amongst themselves, "It's merely a broken stone. He treats it as a treasure. He must be mad." In the innocent eyes of the dream fairies, these remnants were but worthless stones, and they could not comprehend the Triad people's history and lost glory. They would never grasp the yearning that Tito and his kin felt to reclaim these remnants. Kneeling before the Palace of Wisdom, Tito tightly clutched the broken script tablet, tears streaming from his blinded eyes, tears of both joy and regret. Chapter 69. The Ode to the King of Wisdom in the days that followed. The poet began to compose verses in a well-preserved residence for the guards within the palace of the King of Wisdom. Tito utilized a stone door as a table and repurposed broken columns as stools. Outside the window, the sea of sun cups swayed gently in the night, leading to the horizon where the azure sky met the ocean. As the night breeze caressed his face, he caught a whiff of the floral fragrance and instinctively turned his gaze outward. Leaning against the window, he allowed the scent of the blossoms to envelop him. To his astonishment, he realized he was truly in a land bestowed by the divine. He had indeed set foot on the pilgrimage steps traversed by King Lydiki and King Yesel, and had encountered the deity of Insa. It felt almost dreamlike. He rummaged through his backpack, discovering that his supply of bone tablets was insufficient. He carefully erased some less significant content with a carving knife and inscribed new words in its stead. Seated by the window, he began to reminisce and contemplate the experiences that had shaped his journey. He recalled the ruins of the kingdom of Hinsai he had initially passed through, the underwater villages he had explored along the way, and how those once glorious sights infused him with the emotion and strength to pen his grand verses. The tribulations of the Sera territory had cleansed him, revealing the purpose of his existence. The inscriptions he had seen on the steel in Yesel City became the foundation upon which he would craft his mythos. The awe and exhilaration he felt upon arriving in the sacred land left him in a state of reverie. He erupted with fervent passion, feeling an array of emotions simmering within him, yearning for expression. Day after day, on this particular night, beneath a sky adorned with countless stars, he engraved his final piece upon the bone tablet, the Ode to Lydiki and Epilogue. The first king of wisdom, having met his demise due to his son's betrayal and the queen's death, concluded his illustrious life before the deity. He bequeathed the throne to his most exceptional son, Yesel, along with his vow and covenant with the divine. But the deity, enraged by Lydiki's death, was disappointed by the treachery of the three-leafed people. With each stroke of his knife, he etched the events of the past into his verses, simultaneously chronicling them upon the historical pillars of Hinsai. The deity reclaimed the promised land, casting all three-leafed people from the sacred domain. The divine erased their memories of the promised land, ensuring they could never return to that paradise of grace. Even upon reaching the shores beyond the divine realm, They could only wander the seas forever, unable to set foot upon the island of the gods. Tito pondered and ultimately added a final line. The deity withdrew his blessings, yet also released the fate of the three-leafed people. The end of the age of divinity heralded the dawn of civilized history. Tito set down his carving knife. He had finally completed his myth, reclaiming the lost memories and glory of the three-leafed people, destined to become an eternal ode celebrated by all. The stories of the past would be known, revealing their origins and the reasons for their existence. This was the power of words, the immortal allure of the script birthed by King Lidiki. I have succeeded. I have succeeded. He repeated these words as if reciting a dreamlike mantra. He pushed through the sea of sun cups, wandering amidst the ruins of the sacred land, eventually halting beneath a pyramid, where he offered his reverence to the temple. One clear morning, the poet Tito shouldered his pack and set forth. Within his pack lay not only the original manuscript of the Ode to the King of Wisdom, but also two replicated stone tablet versions. Additionally, he had salvaged a precious fragment of Lidiki's inscribed stone from the collapsed Palace of Wisdom. Though merely a shard, it was an invaluable treasure to the people of Hinsai. A group of youthful dream fairies drifted by from the Flower Sea, surrounding the second-tier dream fairy, Hela. Tito recognized this enchanting being, the one who navigated dreams at the right hand of the deity, with the vast dream bubbles of the divine temple extending from her essence. Tito had encountered the divine envoy before. To him, all dream fairies were messengers of the gods, yet it was evident that the one before him was different. She was powerful and beautiful, possessing miraculous abilities beyond his imagination. Hela regarded Tito with earnest curiosity and inquired, "Your spirit is remarkably pure, even purer than that of a dream fairy. What is the reason for this?" The dream fairy was intrigued. Unlike Bolo, she embodied the duality of stillness and motion. Yet both shared a pair of innocent eyes. Having heard the tales of the three-leafed people, she could not comprehend how beings born with intense desires, greed, and bloodlust could possess a spirit akin to that of a dream fairy. Tito responded, "The human heart is subject to change. It can become tarnished by sin and transformed through trials." The dream fairy pondered his words and nodded in understanding. With a wave of her hand, a radiant object materialized upon the surface of the sea. This was a gift from the dream fairy Hela to Tito, a sailboat crafted from metal, its white sails billowing majestically in the wind. Tito had never encountered such a vessel before. "What is this?" he asked. "It is a sailboat, a type of vessel," she explained. "It harnesses the power of the wind to navigate the seas. With it, you can traverse the ocean and effortlessly return to the shores of your homeland." As Tito absorbed the dream fairy's explanation, he instantly grasped the significance of this craft. While the three-leaf people could swim freely in the ocean, crossing vast distances required immense physical exertion, necessitating frequent pauses. The sailboat would conserve his energy and time, much like how humans, though capable of walking, require vehicles for efficient travel. Grateful for the divine envoy's gift, the dream fairy taught him how to maneuver the sailboat, and then Tito set sail into the distance. The solitary figure aboard the ship, alongside the billowing white sails, gradually vanished on the horizon of the sacred land. The dream fairy Hela returned to the temple, carrying the stone tablet of the poem gifted to her by the poet. "God," she exclaimed, "he has departed." Kneeling before the deity, she presented the stone tablet, upon which was inscribed the Ode to the King of Wisdom. The dream fairy Hela inquired, "God, is the story truly as such?" The deity did not respond directly but remarked, "The same stone, viewed from different perspectives, reveals varied shapes. Some perceive it as round, others as square, and still others as triangular. This is merely the myth of the three-leaf people." Chapter 70. The Great Journey. The poet navigated swiftly across the surface of the sea, feeling as though he was racing alongside the waves and surging with the tides. His hand brushed against the sailboat, and for the first time, he comprehended the essence of metal, a creation of such hardness, smoothness, and flexibility. During his travels, he had once encountered a stone that emitted a similar luster, leaving him to ponder whether a connection existed between the two. As he touched the white sail, a fabric reminiscent of silk and remarkably pure, he found it beyond his imagination. It had the potential to yield myriad creations, igniting various ideas within him regarding its uses. If Hinsai possessed such material, could it herald a new era? The poet sighed at this thought, realizing that perhaps only divine power could forge such wondrous artifacts. The spirits of dreams indeed wielded ethereal strength, A sea that would typically require days to traverse was crossed by the poet in merely 2. Upon passing through the abyss once more and arriving at the ancient waters of Ysel City, he encountered the denizens of the abyss again, soldiers patrolling the waters. This time, Tito did not hide. Instead, he boldly stepped forward, yearning to meet the king of the abyssal realm, for he had words to impart. A group of abyssal beings, armed and vigilant, surged from the depths, encircling Tito's sailboat, led by a peculiar shrimp knight. They regarded the vessel with suspicion, uncertain of its nature. Simultaneously, the shrimp knight recognized Tito, the blind poet who had traversed Ysel City alongside the previous king of the abyss. Tito addressed the shrimp knight, declaring, "I wish to see your king." Endowed with wisdom and authority, he communicated directly with the abyssal folk through his mind. Given Tito's connection to the former king, the shrimp knight dared not obstruct him and promptly relayed the message to the capital. Tito stood at the bow of the sailboat, awaiting the king's arrival. Before long, numerous abyssal beings emerged from the depths, forming a formidable assembly that surrounded him and his boat. At last, the crown-wearing king of the abyss appeared before him. "It is you, the blinding sigh," the king exclaimed. "Where is he?" His gaze shifted to the interior of the vessel, searching for another shadow. Tito understood he inquired about the Stonehelm elder and replied, "He accompanied me to seek the divine gift. We embarked together to the paradise promised by the gods. He sustained injuries and perished just upon reaching the divine hall. We were fortunate, albeit with a tinge of regret." The king's expression transformed in an instant, first shock, then confusion, ultimately culminating in a flicker of sorrow. "He is dead?" He feared the return of the elder, but felt an indescribable grief at the news of his passing, as if a gaping void had opened within his heart. The blind poet nodded solemnly. "He died. He succumbed in the land bestowed by the gods, eternally returning to the garden of the divine." The king of the abyss queried, "Did he utter anything before his demise?" The poet reflected, recalling the serene visage of the Stonehelm elder. He declared he had found the answer. He then gifted the king a meticulously inscribed tablet, the Song of the Wise King, and continued, "You hail from the age of divine gifts, the progeny of King Lydlik and his son, Insi. Just as your father spoke, you once possessed the love of the gods and King Lydlik, dwelling beneath the divine halls." Tito paused, speaking earnestly, "You are not monsters. You are humans." The king of the abyss, holding the stone tablet, remained silent for an extended moment. Eventually, he gestured for the abyssal folk to clear a path, allowing him to depart. Tito raised the sail and steered his vessel away. As he passed through the borders of the abyss, none dared to impede his small craft. He sailed once more past the Isle of the Dead, even catching sight of the brutal Lord Sarah, who, along with his soldiers, observed from a distance. Reluctant to approach or offend, they exchanged glances, and Tito sensed the shock etched upon Lord Sarah's face. The Lord never anticipated that the naive and obstinate poet would truly reach the divine hall and pay homage to the shared deities of the Hingsai and the abyssal folk. Outside the city of divine descent, the fishermen spotted an extraordinary sight breaking the waves, causing a stir of panic in the village, as they feared some monstrous creature emerged from the depths. Shortly thereafter, a messenger rushed into the city of divine descent. "He has returned. He has returned." The poet, having returned from the land of divine gifts, brought treasures bestowed by the divine messenger. The city erupted in excitement as countless individuals emerged from their homes, gathering in the streets. Among them was the former lord of the city, who, upon receiving the news, led a throng out of the city of divine descent to the shoreline. Just as Tito docked his boat, the residents and nobles encircled him, each gazing in disbelief, questioning the veracity of his monumental achievement. The Lord hurried over, brimming with excitement, placing a hand on Tito's shoulder. Have you truly found it?" As his words left his lips, he beheld the poet's sightless eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless. The Lord's fervent words faltered, replaced by a hint of melancholy. "It seems you have endured much." Tito, unperturbed, replied, "It is precisely through these experiences that I reached the divine hall. They bestowed upon me courage and motivation, leading me to the land of divine gifts and enabling me to complete the Song of the Wise King." Turning back, Tito ascended the sailboat. "This is the treasure granted by the divine, capable of harnessing fierce winds to traverse the seas. It is by its grace that I swiftly crossed the depths of the abyss and returned from the land of the abyss." He raised the tablet inscribed by King Lydlik high above his head. "What is this?" The onlookers were puzzled, but the Lord, being of royal lineage, immediately discerned its significance. Tito nodded and addressed the crowd. This is the stone tablet, hand-carved by King Lidlick, hidden beneath the Palace of Wisdom. No one could doubt Tito's journey to the land of divine gifts any longer. All knelt before the stone tablet, as if on pilgrimage. Chapter 71. The secrets left by the poet at the foot of the sacred mountain. Countless individuals gazed into the distance, eagerly awaiting the return of a certain figure, having long been informed of the news. When a weary procession appeared at the end of the desolate land, the crowd erupted with excitement, rushing forward to greet them. They welcomed the approaching caravan from afar, parting to kneel on either side of the path as it passed. Kissing the ground, they recited the oath of Ridliki. Their voices entwined in fervent prayer, enveloping the scene in an extraordinary tranquility. Among the escort of the weary travelers stood the blind poet Tito, cradling the sacred Ridliki stone tablet in his hands. The guardians surrounding Tito halted their steps upon reaching the foot of the sacred mountain, allowing him to ascend the path to the temple of the sky alone. As he set foot on the first step and looked upward, his mind could not perceive the lofty scenes ahead. Yet, memories of the place surged within him. Before him loomed the majestic city of divine servants and the towering temple, framed by a cerulean sky and billowing white clouds. The poet felt an overwhelming sense of ease, exhaling deeply as he whispered to himself, "Ah, I have finally returned." The pilgrim's stairway was lined with guards brandishing long spears, standing vigil on either side, leading up to the highest peak of the city of divine servants, where they knelt on one knee with hands clasped over their hearts. The kingdom of Starfall had orchestrated a grand ceremony to honor the poet's return from the land bestowed by the gods, alongside the arrival of the Ridliki stone tablet. Step by step, the poet ascended, entering the city of divine servants where all knelt in reverence. Upon entering the temple of the sky, even the queen and priests bowed their heads in humility. He placed the broken stone tablet within the temple, accompanied by his completed hymn to the King of Wisdom. These would become sacred relics of the temple of the sky, passed down through generations. As he set down the sacred items and turned around, the priests who had knelt rose to their feet. The Queen of Starfall, who also served as the chief priestess of the temple of the sky, approached him with her staff and offered her blessings. "Honor be upon you. This is a great journey, and all shall remember your deeds. You shall be immortal alongside your legendary epic. Tito, what do you desire?" Tito shook his head gently. "No, your majesty. What I sought has already been attained throughout this journey. I merely hope for the hymn to the King of Wisdom to resonate widely, that all may sing this poem. I wish for the people of Hussein to know whence we came and why we exist. I hope all shall remember our glory, and the gifts and strength bestowed upon us by the divine." The Queen of Starfall replied, "This great poem, the myth of Hussein and the Ridliki king, shall undoubtedly endure in the realms of Hussein and beyond." Tito nodded, bidding farewell to the queen and the once mighty priests, harboring no desire to partake in the festivities, and returned directly to his home. Within, his aged father sat upon a stone bench, gazing outside. Upon hearing the commotion, he sprung to his feet, then feigned calmness as he sat down again. Yet, all was witnessed by Tito's perceptive spirit. Tito could envision the countless nights his father had anxiously awaited his return. Tears filled Tito's eyes in an instant. "Father." The elderly man stood to meet Tito, gently tracing the scars on his face. "You have finally returned. It seems you have endured much suffering." Tito nodded. "Father, you are correct. When I fell into the abyss, when faced with death and the loss of everything, I once claimed I would not regret it. How foolish that now seems." The young poet smiled at his father. "I did regret it. I even railed and wept, revealing my shame." The elderly father remarked, "Yet you emerged from suffering." Accomplishing this seemingly impossible feat, the poet rose and embraced his father. Sunlight streamed through the door, casting shifting rays and shadows as the sun moved across the sky. Soon, the moon appeared outside the window, and the city transformed from clamor to tranquility. The cycles of day and night continued, the furnishings of the house changing several times over. The poet transitioned from calling another father to having a child address him as father. Leaning over his desk, he began to etch something into a thin bone tablet with a carving knife. This was not poetry, but an account of his journey's experiences. He had written of myths, epics, and heroes, but ultimately he inscribed a tale that belonged solely to him. Within this story were the tyrannical Lord Sarah, the wise Elder Stonehelm, the king of the abyssal realm, the land blessed by the gods adorned with sunflowers, and the resplendent sacred halls enveloped in dreams. Within this narrative, He pinned secrets he had never shared with anyone. His journey had not solely been to seek the land bestowed by the gods, but also to escort the divine artifact, the Cup of the Gods. A dozen thin bone tablets were strung together. On the first he inscribed 4 characters, Tito's travelogue. He placed it carefully upon the shelf brimming with bone and stone tablets. At that moment, a group of children burst into the room, rushing towards Tito. "Father, tell us your story." Tito scooped up a child and sat at the table. "Well then, let us speak of the most beautiful creatures my father has encountered. In legend, there existed a peculiar being of divine semblance. In the halls of the gods, the messengers of the divine were ethereal beings known as dream spirits. They possessed miraculous powers, capable of conjuring one's desires from the realm of dreams." The children's eyes widened in astonishment as they exclaimed, "Can anything be summoned?" Tito nodded. "Indeed, anything can be summoned. They are the messengers of the gods." The children inquired, "How might we find the dream spirits?" "I wish to bring forth what I see in my dreams." The poet stood, cradling the child, while the others followed in eager pursuit. The dream spirits have names, their true names. When you dream, calling upon their true names may allow you to behold them. Have you not heard the tale of the divine messenger Boro? When the Star Queen called upon Boro's name, the messenger descended. The children clustered around the poet, clamoring with questions. "How can we discover the names of the dream spirits?" Tito remained silent, his gaze fixated on a sun cup blooming in the flower pot in the corner, a precious gift from the queen. Suddenly, he recalled the moment he encountered the divine messenger Boro amidst a sea of flowers, and he smiled. As time flowed like a river, the great poet Tito, who had once reached the divine halls, passed away. Among the people of Hussein, a legend began to circulate. Some claimed that the poet Tito had not only obtained the Ridliki stone tablet from the land bestowed by the gods, but had also acquired something far more precious. He had uncovered a secret about the divine land, a revelation of monumental significance. Some said the great poet concealed everything within a mural. Others believed he had hidden the secret within a poem. Yet, some asserted it was an unpublished manuscript, a chronicle of the poet's journey to the land bestowed by the gods. Whoever can uncover the secrets left behind by the great poet shall be rewarded in ways beyond imagination. Such revelations possess the power to transform epochs and pave the way for the future. Chapter 72. The Power of the Divine Cup at the Pyramid Temple. Light streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors within the temple, where the drapes danced gently in the breeze. The deity, Yin, stood still, not gazing at the external scenery, but rather at the divine cup cradled in his hands. Memories flooded back to him, thoughts of Bolo and Lydlik, as well as the moments when he possessed a corporeal form, waving to friends and sharing laughter in blissful camaraderie. Behind him, a young girl held a pot of flowers, circling closely as if to perpetually share the fragrance of her beloved blooms with the god. Suddenly, the deity spoke, addressing Sally. "Sally," Lydlik declared, "I am eternal." He claimed that mortals, regardless of their gains, ultimately face loss. Only the eternal God can possess everything. Yet, why do I still feel the pangs of incessant loss? Ian often found himself conversing with Sally, perhaps because only someone devoid of wisdom and self-awareness could serve as his confidant. Sally offered no reply. Instead, she inched closer to him, leaning against him slightly. A faint smile graced Ian's face, though it was uncertain whether it stemmed from genuine warmth or the absurdity of calling out to Sally while engaged in soliloquy. Afterward, he fell silent, his consciousness drifting into a state of reverie. He felt as though he had fused with the sunlight, becoming an immobile specter of light, akin to an overexposed glimmer captured in a photograph. As a being existing beyond the confines of time and space, the concept of time acted upon him like a film he could manipulate at will. He slowed his perception of time, and the outside world unfurled like a swiftly advancing slideshow. Clouds intertwined with the moon, while the sun and crimson twilight danced around. Tides surged and receded, rain alternating with sunshine. In the divine garden, blooming with the flowers of the sun cup, the number of dream fairies multiplied from a mere dozen to dozens, and then to hundreds. The garden grew increasingly animated. The dream fairy, Gila, descended from the pyramid, surrounded by a swirling mass of dream fairies. They formed neat rows, and Gila counted them, calling out their names. Each time a new dream fairy emerged, she repeated the process. 1, 2, 10, 100. At last, the count reached 100. A flicker of joy illuminated Gila's serene visage, though she continued her tranquil pace back to the temple, her body swaying slightly, betraying her delight. Approaching the deity, she gazed up and proclaimed, God, God, the time has come. The ephemeral light, akin to a photographic blur, stirred. In the span of this reverie, 200 years elapsed. Hela observed the god awaken and continued, Lord Bolo, the dream world seeds within the divine cup, now number 100, alongside the divine descent technique you discovered. All three conditions have been fulfilled. Yin replied, that is still too few. He referred to the number of dream fairies. Hela recognized her impatience, but yearned for the deity to awaken sooner. His words left her momentarily at a loss. Yet the god continued, however, we can attempt it once. Hela nodded eagerly, responding, I shall make the arrangements at once. Within the expansive temple, the deity stood upon the altar while Hela nestled at the foot of the statue. Resting upon the dream egg, hundreds of dream fairies clad in golden robes gathered, their garments interlinked as if hand in hand, singing joyous melodies. The power of dreams radiated from them as they ascended, one by one, into the dream egg, vanishing from reality to enter the realm of dreams. Hela's dream bubble expanded, growing larger and larger. The edges of the dream transcended staircases, surpassing the divine city and reaching the shores. Eventually, it enveloped the entire divine realm, culminating in a dream bubble that shimmered with vibrant hues, adorned with splendid visions. It was poised to transcend the dream bubble and metamorphose into a new existence, becoming fragments of the dream world. Yet, all of this necessitated a vessel to bear them. Without such a carrier and coordinates, the dreams remained mere illusions, devoid of roots. Are you prepared? Asked Yin. The fairies, nestled in slumber upon the dream egg, nodded in their dreams. Grasping the divine cup, Yin unleashed its full power. With a thunderous roar, the entirety of the divine realm encased in the dream bubble began to warp, gradually dissolving into the ethereal. Ultimately, it vanished. The dream bubble descended into the divine cup, merging with the dream world seeds left by Bolo, thus giving birth to a dream world. This was the power of the divine cup. It could draw all mature dream fragments into the dream realm, summoning each dream to manifest and create an illusory kingdom of dreams. The divine realm faded, transforming into a part of the dream world, an entity suspended between the realms of illusion and reality. The dream fairies, having just vanished from reality, reappeared, entwined in the air around the temple, still singing their cheerful tune. From the altar, the shadow of the deity called out, projection, descend. Gradually, Yin's shadow solidified, its once ethereal outline becoming increasingly radiant, illuminating the entire temple in blinding white. Celestial bodies, akin to stars, pressed in from the cosmos, and his power materialized. Time began to stagnate, even spiraling into chaos. In some places, time accelerated dramatically, while in others, it flowed backward. The dream world resounded with violent tremors, on the brink of collapse. As it approached its breaking point, the radiant light emanating from the altar began to wane. Yin relinquished his descent. It is still too soon, he lamented, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He had longed to step into the dream world, even if he could not enter the realm of reality, simply to feel the wind, the rain. To inhale the scent of flowers would suffice. Yet the entire universe repelled him. Even the peculiar domain between illusion and reality could not accommodate his will. Hela knelt before Yin, exclaiming, God, it was my impatience. Yin understood it was not her fault. He too wished to try. It is not your error. There is no need for haste or fear, Hela. One day, success shall be ours, merely a matter of time. Hela looked up at the deity. Have you already glimpsed the future? Yin lowered his gaze to her, responding, there is a merit to eternal existence. As long as a possibility for success exists, one can wait indefinitely, even until the end of time. His words were spoken lightly, yet Hela trembled at their weight. The deity bore no fear or trepidation. Yet she perceived an overwhelming darkness and despair, an unfathomable sorrow beyond her imagination and description. The dream spirit Shira addressed the deity, saying, the realm of dreams is still too feeble to encompass the divine will. The power of dreams requires the support of life and Apos' memories to flourish. Let the dream spirit clan emerge from the land bestowed by the gods and grant the gift of dreams power to the Tri-Leaf people. The divine blessing will enable their civilization to thrive even more robustly. The deity, Yin, gazed at Shira and remarked, while power can indeed propel a civilization towards greatness, it can equally lead them to ruin. The dream fairy Shira responded, O divine one, I firmly believe that the world and civilization will inevitably progress towards a brighter and more beautiful future. Chapter 73. The Dream Realm. The heavy metallic doors of the temple swung open, and the ethereal figure of the deity emerged. Flames ignited one by one from the statues of the three-leafed beings flanking the steps, cascading down from the apex of the pyramid, illuminating the entire pathway with a golden radiance. The deity gazed upward, surveying the external world that had transcended the realm of reality, transforming into a domain where illusion and truth intertwined. The islands of the divine land no longer nestled by the seashore. Instead, they floated amidst an enigmatic void, resembling a colossal island suspended in the air. Beside the deity stood the dream fairy, Hera, who accompanied the god step by step down the pyramid. Upon reaching the precipice of the divine land, the deity revealed the artifact of dreams, the cup of divinity. The rusted cup shed its grime, uncovering intricate patterns of the sun and stars, exquisite and opulent. As the deity cradled it, the cup erupted with a brilliance akin to the sun. The light enveloped the deity, causing the dream fairy to shield her eyes from its blinding glare. As the radiant luminescence gradually cascaded over the floral expanse of the cup and the city of divine blessings, ultimately illuminating the temple atop the pyramid. The entire divine land basked anew in sunlight, transitioning from darkness to daybreak. The sun gradually ascended from the deity and Apos' grasp, rising toward the dream sky. Its brilliance bathed the entire dream realm, transforming the sky into a cerulean expanse, clear and pristine. The dreamscape stabilized completely, as long as the cup of divinity remained intact. This dream world could endure eternally. Boloro, you truly are the sun, the deity exclaimed with a smile, yet the dream fairy could discern no mirth in his tone, only an overwhelming sense of melancholy. The composition of the dream world was peculiarly intricate. If it were to be deemed illusory, the life within, the floral sea of the cup, the islands of the divine land, and the temple of the pyramid could all be considered real. Conversely, if it were to be regarded as real, the other elements of this realm could easily be deemed illusory, leading to the conclusion that this domain itself might be a mere illusion. Reality and falsehood intertwined. What is real can become false, and what is illusory can materialize into reality within this space. The dream fairy Hera addressed the deity. What shall we do next? The power of the dream world did not simply emerge from thin air. It was essential to allow the dream fairies to step beyond the divine realm, enabling the three-leafed beings to harness the strength of dreams. Without the memories of the three-leafed beings to underpin it, the dream world would struggle to grow more potent. The deity shook his head, informing the dream fairy that another path existed to achieve their aims. Although it would take more time, it could still be accomplished. Dreams do not belong to any single individual. Every sentient being endowed with wisdom is entitled to their own dreams. Dreams arise from wisdom, and wisdom in turn nurtures the garden of dreams. The deity extended his left hand, removing the crown of wisdom from his right-hand finger. With a flick, the ring spun and expanded. The crown emanated a cool silver luminescence, ultimately transforming into a moon before the eyes of the deity and the fairy. The sun of the dream realm receded, while the moon slowly ascended into the sky. The once cerulean firmament deepened in hue, enriched by the moon's glow. The two artifacts of wisdom and dreams upheld the entirety of the dream world, the sun and moon of dreams. Thus, it was time for the stars to emerge. The deity pointed a finger toward the heavens. With his gesture, radiant stars appeared in the profound night sky, encircling the moon above. These stars adorned the celestial expanse, embellishing the realm of dreams. The dream fairy gasped. It is the dreams of the three-leafed beings. Enlarging the stars revealed that each was a dream belonging to a three-leafed being. Through the power of the crown of wisdom, the dream world became interconnected with the dreams of all three-leafed beings. Whenever they dreamt, a faint starlight would illuminate the sky of the dream realm. Yet, upon awakening, these dreams could not be taken away, remaining eternally within this world. Consequently, every time the three-leafed beings dreamt, they would find the experience overwhelmingly vivid. Yet upon waking, they often forgot their dream memories, left with only a vague impression. This was because the memories of their dreams had become nourishment for the expansion of the dream world. Hera rejoiced at the deity's foresight and wisdom, feeling profound respect for his prior anticipation of these events. This is splendid. As long as the three-leafed beings endure, the dream realm shall continue to flourish. The dream world was thus divided into three layers: the dreams of mortals, represented by the endless sea of stars above; the dream bubbles, which were the dream eggs of the dream fairies, that upon hatching would open a portal between the sea of dreams and the deeper realms of the dream world, serving as the gateway from the real world to the dream realm; and the dream fragments, which evolved from dream bubbles that had consumed memories and dreams, merging aspects of reality into the dream world, manifesting as a dream fragment straddling the line between illusion and reality. For instance, the divine land itself was a vast dream fragment. In the floral expanse of the cup, the dream fairy Hera sat at the center of a bloom, recounting tales to a gathering of small dream fairies. One of the little dream beings suddenly posed a question. "Lady Hera, what is the world of the three-leafed beings like? Have you ever visited their realm?" Hera smiled at them. "Though I have not set foot in the world of the three-leafed beings, I can certainly take you to witness their existence." A corner of Hera's cloak unfurled, grasping the speaking dream being and lifting it into the air. One by one, the dream fairies joined hands, forming a circle as they spiraled toward the sky of the dream realm. "Behold, this is the world of the three-leafed beings." The vast expanse of dream stardust revealed images of the three-leafed beings' realm. Some of these dream stardust particles were newly born, while others were remnants of dreams from long ago. The dream fairies frolicked joyously amidst the sea of stardust, their eyes wide with wonder at the dreams of the three-leafed beings. "Do they not have metal?" inquired a dream fairy adorned with a beautiful metallic pendant. "Do they not possess lovely scarves like ours? Can they not craft exquisite hats?" Another dream fairy, wearing both a scarf and a hat, observed the world of the three-leafed beings from its perspective. "Can they not wield fire?" A dream fairy holding a lantern also noted the disparities she perceived. Hera enlightened them. "These are all gifts from the deity, bestowed upon us from the dreams of the divine." As they traversed the sea of stars, Hera suddenly spotted a vibrant bubble, a dream unlike any other, a splendid reverie belonging to the dream fairies. Within this dream, the scene unfolded in the divine hall, featuring her much younger self from 2 or 3 centuries prior. This was a dream she had once experienced, a fragment of her own memory, which she still revisited frequently. The innocent dream fairy stood at the deity and Apos' feet, sharing her newly acquired name. The deity inquired, "Hope? Why choose this name?" The dream fairy replied, "I cherish this word, and I hope my existence may bring hope and light to this world, just as the deity has bestowed wisdom and life upon it." Chapter 74. The final chapter in the Starry Kingdom. There exists a quaint coastal town by the name of Tito. Nearly 2 centuries have passed since the illustrious poet Tito breathed his last, and his progeny, entangled in a tumultuous struggle, quietly departed from the city of the divine servants to establish their lineage here. This serene locale served as the last refuge of the divine messenger Bolo and the Queen of the Stars, and the descendants of the great poet Tito, guided by his chronicles and memories, found solace in this place. They founded a village, aptly named after Tito. A century later, this village blossomed into a town, attracting numerous outsiders from the Hinsai people, gradually flourishing in prosperity. Unlike the typical coastal fishing villages, this town gained renown not for its fishing industry, but for the exquisite art of bone carving and stone sculpting. A multitude of artisans, all servants and subjects of the Tito family, resided here, meticulously crafting the epic bone scriptures and stone tablets of the Hinsai epics, the Ode to the Wise King, and the Oath of Lydlik, which were then distributed across the Starry Kingdom. Nobles, merchants, and bureaucrats from the city of the divine servants and various towns within the Starry Kingdom took pride in displaying the bone scriptures and stone tablets produced in Tito, showcasing their devotion to the divine. The once great poet Tito could scarcely have envisioned that his descendants would forsake the ancestral craft of cartography and the art of poetry, relying instead on the epics and myths bequeathed by their forebear to sustain their noble splendor and lavish lifestyles. These noble descendants have subsisted on the legacy of the illustrious poet for over a century, and it appears that, barring unforeseen circumstances, they could continue to thrive on Tito's renown and the grandeur of their ancestry for centuries to come. On one fateful day, Tito welcomed a merchant caravan. The town was adorned with towering castle-like edifices, encircled by a formidable 2-meter-high stone wall, with a slender stone gate at its entrance. Observing the caravan through a small window, a voice inquired, "What brings you here?" The leader of the caravan, a 3-leafed man clad in white bone armor, exuded an air of nobility. "We are a merchant caravan from the kingdom of Samo, journeying from afar for the epic bone scriptures of Tito, hoping to procure some for the nobles back home. The observer scrutinized him with a glint of greed in his eyes. All caravans are required to pay a tax before entering the town. The leader, evidently prepared, produced a handful of bone coins and several stone coins, which prompted the observer to signal for the gates to be opened, granting the entire caravan entry. The merchants took refuge in the town's inn, weary from their long journey, and retired early. However, as night fell, the caravan members stealthily emerged from the courtyard, whispering to one another as they drew their weapons. They traversed the streets, armed with bone spears, stone hammers, and nets, heading towards the castle of the Tito family. They were not mere merchants, but a cadre of well-trained soldiers. To add to the intrigue, the caravan leader was revealed to be a high priest, wielding divine powers. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly snapped the necks of several guards stationed at the castle gates. With a single push, he flung open the castle doors and led his soldiers inside. A massacre ensued within the Tito family stronghold. The grand hall was strewn with corpses, its walls adorned with sacred imagery and the watchful gazes of bygone kings, bearing witness to the brutal carnage, sin, and avarice. Before an opulent long table, a corpulent three-leafed man, seemingly incapable of walking without assistance, found himself at the mercy of the caravan leader, who pressed a rua's sword against him, one foot planted upon his hand. "Speak. Where is it?" The patriarch of the Tito family, bewildered, stammered, "What are you referring to? I truly do not know." The caravan leader reiterated, the final chapter left by the great poet, chronicling the secrets of the divine realm. It was evident that the entire caravan had orchestrated this scheme, targeting the last legacy of the esteemed poet Tito. With his hand pinned, the patriarch writhed in agony. "I genuinely do not know. The Tito family has never possessed such things. I have never even heard of them." Despite employing mind-reading abilities, the caravan leader discovered that the Tito patriarch was indeed ignorant of any such knowledge. In utter despair, he gazed at the man before him. 2 centuries have passed, and you have not only forgotten the glory of your ancestors, but have nearly severed all ties to the traditions and secrets of a wretched, degenerate brood. You tarnish the noble name of the great poet. As the patriarch gazed at the raised rua's sword, he emitted a piercing cry. To slay the descendants of the great poet, the illustrious Tito family will surely invoke retribution. The starry kingdom will not spare you, nor will Her Majesty the Queen. The caravan leader sneered. The great poet Tito is indeed inviolable and sacrosanct, but his glory belongs solely to him. You, who shamelessly proclaim yourselves as the descendants of saints, dare to claim any honor or brilliance. What are you? You possess royal blood, yet have produced not a single priest in a century. To be so decayed and debased, do you even deserve to bear the name of the great poet Tito? With that, he thrust his sword into the gaps of the bone armor, piercing the body of the corpulent man, who convulsed briefly before falling silent. From the outset, the caravan leader had no intention of leaving any survivors. He held contempt for those who besmirched the name of the great poet, yet he understood the considerable influence of the Tito family's reputation. Despite having been marginalized and oppressed by the Sky Temple and the royal bloodlines of the Starry Kingdom for generations, the mere title of descendants of saints signified the potential for trouble. Leaving any loose ends could spell doom for him. Even his companions dared not guarantee his safety. Search. In the records left by the 3 sons of the great poet Tito, it is said that before he ascended to the realm of the divine, he sent his eldest son here to seek the hidden sanctuary of the Queen of Stars and the divine messenger Buello, concealing all his secrets within. That place must surely be here. The caravan leader led his men in a thorough search, ultimately discovering an anomaly on a wall in the castle's underground storage. Found it. The wall bore a simple star-patterned engraving, unadorned and unremarkable. His companions began to feel along the wall, knocking and tapping, but found nothing. Nothing at all. The caravan leader mused. It must be a phantasm conjured by the sun cup. He extended his hand toward the wall, and to everyone's astonishment, the once stalwart wall began to distort and rotate, revealing a hidden passage. With a thunderous rumble, dust swirled as the stone tiles of the floor crumbled away, opening a pathway deep into the earth. The group ventured down this passage, and gradually, a faint golden glow illuminated the darkness ahead. What is this? As they drew nearer, they were astonished to find that the underground chamber was filled with blooming sun cups. The flowers of the sun cup unfurled, their ethereal blossoms swaying gently in the air, with pollen wafting through the space, casting a luminescent glow. It was a sight to behold, resembling a scene from a beautiful dream. The sun cups. How many of them flourished in this hidden sanctuary? Beneath the Tito family's domain lies an expanse known as the Sea of Suns. Although they are filled with excitement, each member suppresses their emotions. Each blossom of the sun cup holds immeasurable value, not only for the ordinary tri-leaf people, but also for the nobility. However, with their purpose firmly in mind, they recognize that the phrase priceless pales in comparison to what they seek. Deep within the floral sea lies a treasure bequeathed by the great poet Tito, an object of desire for the royal bloodlines, who covet it with longing. For it is a supreme artifact, intertwined with the divine, concealing the secrets of the realm of the gods within its epic narrative. Chapter 75. The great poet and the bone manuscript. Beneath the castle lay a vast cavern. A band of fearsome three-leafed warriors, armed and resolute, advanced cautiously, drawing ever closer to the thicket of sun cups, their breaths growing more hurried with each step. Once unflinching veterans of countless battles, they now bore the anxious demeanor of novices stepping onto the battlefield for the first time. Their hands gripped bone spears and stone hammers tightly, and they swallowed nervously, glancing back at their comrades, exchanging silent encouragement through their interlocking gazes. They were approaching the greatest secret of the Hinsai, the final resting place of the saint who ventured into the realm of the divine, the illustrious poet Tito. They were about to unveil the enigmatic legacy left by the great poet Tito, a mystery shrouded for centuries. Indeed, they were delving into the secrets belonging to the divine. This exhilarating prospect ignited their passions, yet it also enveloped them in profound anxiety and trepidation. Their eyes aligned with the golden chalice of flowers. Within the subterranean cavern, they beheld a quaint courtyard, a hidden abode nestled behind the sun cups. The radiant glow emanated from the garden, flowing forth like a river of light. It was the very dwelling once inhabited by the star and the queen of the void. All held their breath, turning their gaze to their leader. Indeed, it is real, proclaimed a tall, three-leafed warrior, bone spear in hand, pointing toward the structure amidst the floral expanse. We have found it. Our fortunes are made. The battle-hardened soldier wielding the stone hammer envisioned his path to nobility. The merchant leader, however, was no ordinary man. He possessed deeper knowledge. In an instant, his pupils dilated, and his expression turned vacant. His mouth opened and closed as he finally uttered, "This is the resting place of the divine messenger Bolo and the queen of the void." A site of mythical significance. It marks the beginning of the Saint Tito's pilgrimage, the origin of the ode to the king of wisdom. Turning to his followers with a smile, the merchant leader declared, "Welcome, my friends, to the birthplace of myth and epic." They erupted in jubilant cheers, quickening their pace. Yet, the floral expanse reacted to their movement, swaying in unison. Suddenly, the beautiful sun cups unfurled their gaping maws, lunging toward them, transforming the serene scene into a chaotic frenzy. The merchant leader, foreseeing the impending danger, promptly scattered a special bone powder over his companions. Instantly, the sun cups fell silent, as if they could no longer sense their presence. They traversed the flowered expanse and arrived at the arched courtyard, stepping through the stone portal. Their hurried steps came to an abrupt halt as they stood before the garden, frozen in place, gazing into the depths, wary of proceeding further. For there, they beheld the remains of the great poet Tito, embraced by a profusion of sun cups at the center, with a vessel behind him shimmering with silver light. The once pristine white sail was now tattered and soiled, yet this only deepened the aura of antiquity and solemnity emanating from it. A sense of the sacred enveloped the floral realm, casting a veil over the hearts of the trespassing three-leafed warriors. The poet lay peacefully against the vessel, his head tilted as he entered eternal slumber, cradling the final chapter he had penned. The moment the bone manuscript came into view, it captivated all eyes. For 2 centuries, legends and speculations had circulated among the Hinsai. Everyone sought the great poet's ultimate secret, and at this moment, it was finally confirmed. The great poet Tito, Saint Tito, the last to enter the divine realm and behold the gods, cradled within his embrace the final chapter, the fabled bone manuscript. A chorus of voices erupted, each louder than the last. "And the sacred vessel, do you not see? That is the sacred vessel," they exclaimed. "It is a treasure bestowed by the divine messenger, said to be the supreme relic extracted from the depths of dreams." Some recited tales they had heard since childhood, how the great poet commanded the winds, traversing the land of demons, unimpeded by the wicked. The crowd swelled in excitement, yet none dared to advance further. Finally, The merchant leader approached cautiously, kneeling before the sacred vessel and the great poet's remains, humbly bowing his head. "Great Saint Tito, forgive my intrusion. My sins are unforgivable. Yet, our kingdom yearns for the secrets you have left behind, for the power of legend itself. All is for the return to divine radiance. All is for the restoration of divine glory." He averted his gaze from the saintly remains of Tito, lowering his head and extending his hand toward the bone manuscript, yearning to extract it from the poet's grasp. However, as his fingers brushed the manuscript, the unexpected occurred. The great poet Tito's remains instantly turned to ash, the fragments swept away by an unseen wind. The floral expanse stirred, and the sun cups released their pollen into the sky. In the heavens, an image manifested, a mythical being clad in golden robes, bearing a divine visage, cradling a female three-leafed warrior amidst a swirling galaxy. All heads turned skyward, enveloping the kneeling leader. He gazed upwards at the apparition, witnessing the image of the divine messenger Bolo and the queen of the void. To his astonishment, the great poet Tito had not forgotten this scene, imprinting it within the sun cups until his last breath. At that moment, the nameless wind, which had lifted the ashes, morphed into the specter of the great poet. A haunting, ethereal voice resonated through the air. "Ah, it was my dream, awakened." The shadow of the poet followed the swirling galaxy, vanishing alongside the divine messenger Bolo and the queen of the void above the floral expanse of the sun cups. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, captivated by the breathtaking spectacle, the entire cavern resonating with an eerie stillness. With a resounding crash, the cavern began to collapse. A massive wave surged forth, engulfing all in its path, sweeping everything away. Amidst the tumult of waves and whirlpools, the merchant leader grasped the bone manuscript. He glanced anxiously back at another precious artifact, the sacred vessel. The merchant leader understood the significance of the sacred vessel. It was a unique treasure, a relic from the divine realm, its mysteries and powers unknown. Yet, in that moment, he could only watch helplessly as the sacred vessel, a divine treasure, was swept away. The silver vessel swallowed by the roaring waves, disappearing into the depths of the sea. Above ground, the tranquil town of Tito was jolted awake by the deafening roar. Water erupted from the earth, gushing forth in torrents. Startled townsfolk and craftsmen rushed out, gazing toward the castle. "What is happening? What in Andapos is going on? Look, it has fallen." The grand castle, once towering and majestic, now lay in ruins, crumbled into a heap of debris. The Tito family spent over a century, with generations tirelessly expanding, to create the magnificent castle that stands today. Yet, its disappearance could occur in the blink of an eye. Chapter 76. The true name of the divine messenger at dawn. The first rays of the sun emerged on the horizon. A solitary figure crawled out from the beach, clutching a set of bone tablets tightly in his hands. His gaze fixed on the distant town of Tito. The realization struck him: everyone was dead. A group had embarked on this arduous mission, and he was the sole survivor. Though the three-leaf people could endure beneath the water's surface, his companions had perished, crushed or trapped by the collapsing ground. Even he had narrowly escaped, and despite being a high priest, he could not withstand the earth's overwhelming force. His palm brushed over the inscriptions on the bone tablets, and the tension that had gripped him dissipated in an instant. Thank goodness, he had managed to bring the tablets with him. No matter how many lives were lost, as long as he secured this artifact, it would all be worthwhile. He sprinted forward, as if someone awaited him in the distance. However, midway through his flight, he suddenly halted. A complex expression flickered across his face before he regained his composure. In that fleeting moment, he made a decision. He retrieved a bone plate and swiftly perused its contents. The text was sparse, and before long, he had comprehended the secret left behind by the great poet Tito. A look of enlightenment dawned on his face, yet he felt an unexplainable shock. So it was true. The secret left by the great poet was the existence of a dream fairy capable of manifesting any vision. Untying the cord binding the bone tablets, he dismantled the last piece of the bone manuscript and resecured the tablets. The chief traversed the coastline until he reached a cluster of rocks. Behind the rocks stood a tall male of the three-leaf people, adorned in immaculate bone armor, with the emblem of Ru etched on his forehead, signifying his extraordinary status. He was not merely a noble, he was likely a prince, for only someone of such rank could command the mighty Ru beasts. The chief approached and humbly knelt, presenting the bone tablets. "Your Highness, this is the bone manuscript left by the great poet Tito. For 2 centuries, it lay dormant beneath the castle of the Tito family. And today, it has finally returned to the world. Now, it belongs to our volcanic kingdom. The prince eagerly accepted the tablets, glancing at them before exclaiming, "Indeed. The branches of the Tito family did not deceive us. The great poet truly left behind the final chapter. Aha! The secrets that the Starry Kingdom could not retain. The treasures it could not possess, now belong to the volcanic kingdom. The 4 royal bloodline families, Sherluin, Samo, Sealer, and Hosen, representing the stars, deserts, oceans, and volcanoes, embodied the most beautiful and powerful aspects of the world and were blessings bestowed upon the children of King Ridlick. They established the kingdoms of Starry Kingdom, Samo Kingdom, Sealer Kingdom, and Volcanic Kingdom. The merchants masquerading as traders from Samo Kingdom were, in fact, soldiers of the Hosen family from the Volcanic Kingdom. The chief, leading them, was a priest of a noble lineage. The prince inquired, "Why the commotion? Were you not instructed to exercise caution? Where are the others?" The chief replied, "They are all dead." "Are you certain they are all dead?" The prince pressed. "Quite certain," the chief affirmed. He nodded, "though it may not be perfect. The fact that you have obtained the bone manuscript of the great poet is commendable. You have fulfilled your mission, and upon your return, glory and rewards await you." As the prince concluded, he began to stow away the bone tablets. Suddenly, he lashed out with his bone whip, striking at the merchant chief unexpectedly. The chief reacted swiftly, parrying the whip with his ruse sword. With a deft maneuver, he spun the blade, sending 3 bone spears aimed at him flying. His exceptional combat skills and preparedness saved his life. The merchant chief turned and fled, not daring to utter another word, nor question or curse. He had anticipated that his fate would be grim for having slain the saintly Tito family. Seeing the chief retreat, the prince disregarded any risk of exposure. He activated his intellect and pressed his finger to his forehead. A low hum resonated as the ground quaked beneath, indicating that a terrifying behemoth stirred below. He was summoning the Rue Giant. Over the years, the royal bloodline families had solidified their understanding of the most potent forms and cultivation methods of the Rue Giants, with the volcanic kingdom specializing in nurturing the burrowing worm forms of these creatures. The merchant chief ran desperately, but after only a few hundred meters, he heard a commotion behind him. Turning back, he beheld the ground heaving and the approaching giant, despair etched on his face. He had not anticipated that the prince would dare summon the Rue Giant so close to the city of divine descent, and now it lurked nearby. He knew he could not outrun the beast. His only hope lay in a singular desperate act. He knelt and recited the true name of a powerful divine messenger. As revealed in the great poet Tito's last chapter, the great poet had proclaimed that by uttering the messenger's true name, one could commune with her will and connect with the divine realm, the guardian of the garden of gods, the divine envoy of the dream realm. "O fairy of dreams named Hope, I fervently beseech you to grant my prayer." As he uttered the name in a peculiar cadence, an unusual wave rippled through the air. No one could hear the name spoken, for it resonated more as a communion of consciousness than as a sound wave. Yet, he received no response. The Rue Giant had arrived, its tendrils emerging from the earth to ensnare him, lifting him high into the air. The immense force twisted his legs, shattering them into a tangle of pulp. Blood gushed from his mouth, yet his eyes bore no resentment or bitterness. Perhaps he had sensed his fate from the very beginning. He gazed at the Rue Giant rising from the earth and the prince standing atop its head. "I believed I could seize the legendary final chapter of the great poet Tito and wield its power to change the era. Even if it meant slaughtering the saintly family, I could still achieve great deeds. Rather than allow a horde of maggots to possess this divine gift, I sought to accomplish what my predecessors could not." Alas, the end came swiftly. The prince looked down at him coldly. "Do you think you are a king? A mere branch of the royal line. Your mission is to guard the royal family. Glory and achievement will forever belong to the king, not to you." The chief chuckled and replied, "Your Highness, is the power we acquire through such means truly sanctioned by the divine? Perhaps that is why I have suffered such consequences. Yet, it is also fated that you shall not attain it." No sooner had he spoken than the tendrils of the Rue Giant pierced through his chest. His Royal Highness, the prince, not only sought to conceal the massacre he commanded against the St. Tito family, but also wished to keep the news of the great poet's final verses being in his possession from reaching others. It had come to an end. There were no volcanic kingdoms coveting the divine gifts of the St. Tito family. Rather, it was merely a caravan from the kingdom of Samo that, driven by greed for the brutality of the Tito family, slaughtered the entire clan. However, What the prince did not anticipate was that, although the leader had perished, his final words had transcended the mortal realm. They traveled along the ethereal starlight, arriving in the realm of dreams. Simultaneously, they unveiled the secrets contained within the great poet Tito and Apo's sacred writings for all to witness. Chapter 77. The Gateway to the Divine Realm Dream World. Within the exalted temple of the divine in the land bestowed by the gods, the supreme deity of the tri-leaved people, Yin Shen, has merged into the statue and succumbed to slumber. Unless awakened or an unforeseen event transpires, the deity shall traverse time in this manner. As he articulated, he awaits the moment of his true descent amidst eternity. The dream demon Hera and the king of fusion monsters, Sally, stand guard on either side of the divine hall, when suddenly, the dream spirit, nestled on the ornate stone bench to the right, feels an unusual sensation during her sweet reverie. The sun of the dream world flickers gently, and a voice from beyond the dream realm resonates in her ears. Guardian of the divine garden, celestial envoy of the dream kingdom, O fairy of dreams named Hope, I humbly beseech you to respond to my prayer. The dream spirit's eyes flutter, and she murmurs in a dreamlike state. This is the first time someone has called her true name. Instinctively, she responds to the call. It is as if someone is beckoning her, prompting her to turn reflexively. She traces the voice through the dreamscape, and the fragments of the dream swirl with her power. Ethereal starlight rises from the sea of flower cups, transforming into a resplendent ribbon that unfurls. A grand portal opens to the dream world, casting its projection upon the mortal realm. She finally glimpses the one who is summoning her. On the coastline, a tri-leaf controller named Rue has just slain another tri-leaved individual, merely for a tome of bones. The dream demon, resting upon her dream egg, furrows her brow in slumber. She opens her eyes, exuding the languor of one just awakened. One tri-leaved person has taken the life of another. Indeed, their world is rife with slaughter, sin, and avarice. But why? The dream demon, with her innocent musings, ponders the world of the tri-leaved. Is it due to the scarcity of resources and sustenance? Or is there another reason? She chuckles. If they were as we are in the divine realm, lacking for nothing, perhaps they would not commit such transgressions. Can it be that all could join hands in joy and smile, just as we do? Little does she know that through the gateway of dreams, she is peering into the outer world, allowing it to glimpse the divine realm. She remains unaware of the repercussions her actions may bring upon that world. The dawn of the city of divine descent bears little change from centuries past, save for a touch of the passage of time. The same walls, the same structures, the same merchants and nobles plundering wealth from workshops and fishing grounds, alongside the villagers lined up daily at the city gates. It is as if time has been perpetually cyclical here. The tri-leaved citizens await outside the city, and the languid gatekeeper, yawning, opens the gates, allowing the commoners to queue orderly for entry. No pushing. Taxes for entering the market. Amidst the bustling clamor, some notice the sky has taken on a halo of colorful hues. It is beautiful. Many tri-leaved people turn to gaze at the sky. The citizens who have just stepped outside also look up, having never witnessed such a vivid display of colors, which swiftly spreads to occupy the entirety of the sky above the city of divine descent. What is that? The halo expands into a colossal doorway, or perhaps a passage to another world. The clouds swirl with the dreamlike starlight, revealing the visions beyond the halo. Everyone finally discerns what it is. The ethereal and resplendent dream sun appears like an oil painting suspended at the horizon. The boundless sea of flower cups sways in the wind. Their blooms open to the sky, as if singing a sacred melody. The fragmented ancient city bestowed by the gods, the towering statues, and the crumbling palaces bear witness to past glory and brilliance. Majestic pyramids and exquisite white tri-leaf sculptures stand aloft, illuminated on either side of the steps. At last, there stands the temple, the abode of the divine, towering above all. In an instant, the morning's clamor is muted, as if a button has been pressed to silence. Everything halts. The expressions on every face freeze in shock and disbelief. Even the illiterate common, tri-leaved people recognize the sunlit flower sea before them. It is the sacred land spoken of in the traveling bard's song of Lydlik, the holy sanctuary pledged in the oath of King Lydlik. Hey, do you see that? Within a grand classical castle in the city of divine descent, a noble stares blankly from the window, nudging the servant beside him. The servant, dumbstruck, gazes at the sky, entirely oblivious to the inquiry, or perhaps incapable of sensing the question posed beside him. It is only with the collective shout of the crowd at the city gates that silence is broken. It is the land of the gods. That is the realm of the divine. A tidal wave of voices overturns the city of divine descent. Thousands rush from their homes, converging upon the streets. Some kneel, reaching skyward, as if to embrace the domain of the gods or to cradle the eternal throne of the divine high. Great Hinsai, have you returned to the realm of Hinsai? A miracle. This is a miracle. The gaze of the divine descends once more upon the city of divine descent. We are once again under the watchful eye of the gods. Here lies the true sacred ground, the origin of the descent of the gods and King Lydlik. The starting point of creation, the dawn of myth and epic. Some sing aloud the Lydlik oath, walking along the streets, proclaiming as they go. The gods say. The king declares that only the divine is eternal. They dance and gesticulate as they walk. Frantic, yet there exists an ineffable piety. Some ascend the lighthouse, believing that such an act might bring them closer to the divine. The sky above the city of divine descent has opened the gateway to the dream world, and the realm of the gods is projected before all the Tri-Leave people, spanning generations, one era after another. Ever since the Tri-Leave were cast out of the divine garden, the descendants of Lydlik once more witnessed the divine realm beyond myth and epic. That realm stands in another world, accessible only through a phantom doorway across the sea of clouds and the sky. It is so beautiful, yet so sacred. It perfectly aligns with their imaginings and expectations of the divine world, that unimaginable might and power, simultaneously incomprehensible, yet deepening their faith in the greatness and omnipotence of the God inside. The Tri-Leave people, both within and outside the city of divine descent, have descended into madness. Though the appearance of the divine realm is but a fleeting moment, dissipating with the dreamlike starlight, countless individuals chase through the streets and across the land, as if in pursuit of that vanishing starlight, ever following it towards the hall of the divine. Chapter 78. Tempestuous waves. One of the protagonists behind all these events, the prince of the volcanic kingdom, stood in astonishment before the secluded rocky shore, gazing at the emergence of the divine realm. Unlike the others in the city of divine descent, he possessed a clearer understanding of the reasons behind this occurrence. He witnessed as others knelt in prayer to the divine realm, at which point the gates to the divine kingdom appeared in the sky. Only when everything faded did the prince lower his head. He could not contain his wild laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, so it is. How extraordinary." With the bone scroll clutched in his hands, his eyes sparkled with desire. The gates of the divine kingdom concealed the secret to unlocking its mysteries. St. Tito, the illustrious poet who penned the ode to the King of Wisdom, had kept this secret buried for 2 centuries. The prince began to read the final chapter left by the great poet, Tito's Travels. Starting from the moment the poet met the Star Queen and recorded the epic of Hinsai, to the guidance received from the divine messenger, Buello, he soon realized that the poet's journey was meant to escort a divine artifact, which allowed him entry into the divine kingdom. Through trials and tribulations, he traversed the abyssal realm alongside a king. The prince entered the Hall of Divinity, encountering the Life Mother who controlled all, and the Dream Fairy capable of conjuring everything from dreams. Some tales he had heard, others were entirely unfamiliar. At last, he arrived at a different scene, the moment the great poet was to depart from the divine realm. The text recounted, "I asked the divine messenger, can we also possess such power? It could perhaps alter the future of all Hinsai." "Even so," the messenger replied, "I sense that our future lies within. Perhaps one day, when you again step into the divine realm, the gods will bestow power upon you. All originates from divine grace, and all returns to divine will." A shiver coursed through the prince as a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that the secret left by the great poet was this? When someone once again approached the divine realm to meet the great Hinsai deity, the gods would grant them the power of dreams. If the Tri-Leave people could harness the Dream Fairy's enchanting ability to create wondrous artifacts, it would be enough to overturn the existing order and transform the entire Hinsai kingdom. He felt that all secrets lay hidden within the final pages. Eagerly, he turned to read further, consumed by an insatiable desire to uncover this ultimate secret: how to meet the divine beings, how to locate the divine realm, and how to pass through the gates of the divine world. However, he sensed something amiss. Upon flipping the bone plate, he found it incomplete, missing a crucial page. The prince stood momentarily in shock, then spiraled into frenzy. He pored over the scroll, desperately searching for that lost final page. Where was it? The last chapter was gone. Suddenly, The image of the merchant leader's demise flashed in his mind, along with the words spoken to him. Perhaps this is why I suffer the consequences. The leader, bloodied and grimacing, had remarked, but fate decrees that you shall not possess it. The prince finally understood the weight of those words. The precarious balance between gaining everything and losing everything brought a burning sensation to his eyes. In his fury, he tore the remnants of the leader's body to shreds, yet could not find what he sought. Cursed, cursed, cursed. He stealthily retraced the merchant leader's path, rummaging through every corner, but found nothing. The administrative residence of the city of divine descent was the side hall of the second generation of the wise king, Yesel, while the main structure served as the palace of the Star Queen, where she sometimes resided during her inspections. At that moment, a group of noble officials stood before the palace, bowing to the recent miracle that had descended upon them. As the spectacle dissipated, everyone arose, exhilarated. The miracle had reappeared. Were the gates of the divine kingdom once more opening to them? The divine realm manifested again in the light of dawn, perhaps signaling the dawn of a new era. The noble officials speculated, each lost in their thoughts. They viewed this as a divine revelation and a mark of favor. Yet, none considered that this was merely a result of someone establishing contact with the guardian of the gates to the realm of dreams. The lord of the city of divine descent addressed the crowd from his elevated position, urging, "Quickly inform Her Majesty the Queen. This is a divine gift and a glory for our city." Cheers erupted, as this honor would serve as the cornerstone for their return to the center of power. However, at that moment, news arrived from outside the city. "My lord, an armed merchant convoy from the kingdom of Samo has invaded Tito town, slaughtering the Tito family and collapsing the entire castle into the earth." The lord was momentarily stunned. "What did you say?" Soldiers rushed into Tito town, seizing control of the bustling settlement and sealing off the Tito family's castle. Witnessing the tragedy, the noble officials of the city of divine descent sighed and shook their heads. The Tito family's main lineage was utterly extinguished. It was said that the line established by the great poet Tito's second son had also come to an end, leaving only the offshoot founded by the third son. The legacy and titles of the saintly family would likely fall to them. Many of these officials envied the Tito family's offshoot, suddenly inheriting the unexpected glory. For the title of saint carried weight above mere nobility, demanding respect from all kingdoms. Yet, the lord of the city of divine descent perceived the situation differently. Why would these people attack the Tito family? Why did the divine realm's visage reflect in the heavens? What an uncanny coincidence that these events transpired simultaneously. The lord immediately connected the dots. Could it be that the legends were true? He ordered a thorough investigation of every nook and cranny, even summoning high-ranking priests of equal status within the city. If this was merely a merchant convoy seeking riches through slaughter, he would mourn the scene and focus primarily on pursuing the wanted merchants. However, this was an entirely different matter. He needed to understand the entire process. He was determined to turn the place inside out to validate his suspicions. The priests stationed in the city of divine descent arrived, their spiritual energy sweeping beneath the ground. The illusion created by the sun's cup had been disrupted, revealing unusual signs. Soon, they excavated the underground scene, uncovering a hidden cavern filled with corpses. More importantly, they discovered vast quantities of sun's cups floating within. They also found remnants of the Star Queen and the divine messenger Buello. The lord of the city of divine descent turned pale, his voice trembling. "Quick, inform Her Majesty the Queen. The relics of the illustrious poet Tito have been stolen, robbing the starry kingdom of the divine gifts bestowed upon it." The news spread like wildfire, soaring across the wild expanse of the land. It swept past the pristine holy lake, reaching the celestial temple shrouded in clouds. As I approach this moment of publication, a wave of anxiety washes over me. For most readers, the act of publishing feels akin to receiving an award and delivering a speech. However, for authors, this moment is reminiscent of a gallows. The lead up to publication is typically fraught with restlessness, weakness in the knees, twitching limbs, and ultimately, a complete paralysis that only subscriptions and votes can alleviate. Each month, I witness my fellow authors grapple with this affliction, and now it is my turn. Dear readers, I implore you for assistance. Chapter 79, Sweet Dreams and Human Hearts in the Realm of Dreams. The fairy Gila gathered her companions before the ancestor Fishmarsh, demonstrating a newly acquired dream magic she had mastered over a decade ago, the art of pottery. This divine technique granted her the ability to create snow and ice, oil, metals, and glass, all of which she had proficiently mastered. While ice required water, oil necessitated fish and insects, and metals demanded ores. The sole material needed for pottery was simply earth. La 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 la. The gifts are emerging. Gila tapped on a mound of soil, and a swirl of dreamlike starlight erupted, transforming the earth into exquisite, snow-white pottery in the blink of an eye. Among the creations were half-height ceramic statues, intricately crafted yet lively figurines, and beautifully painted ceramic plates, each a unique masterpiece. "Wow, how beautiful!" exclaimed the little fairies, their eyes wide with admiration. "Gila, you are amazing." The surrounding fairies could hardly contain their excitement as they rushed forward to select their favorite gifts. A smile graced Gila's lips, her heart brimming with satisfaction. She relished the joy she brought to others. Their happiness amplified her own. "Gila is so incredible. She can create anything," one little fairy exclaimed, gazing at her with adoration. "When will we be able to conjure our desires like Gila?" Another newly born fairy held up its colorful ceramic figurine, beaming with delight. Gila led the little fairies into a sea of flowers, some of them floating upwards, swirling around her in joyous circles. "When you turn 100, you will be able to choose your own dream egg. At that time, you will practice dream magic and manifest your own creations," Gila assured them. Immediately, the little fairies chimed in. "Those elder fairies have dream eggs too, but their creations are so disappointing." Other fairies, floating like petals in the floral expanse, chirped in agreement. "Yes, yes. They turn out so ugly, nothing like Gila's beautiful works." Most of the little fairies adored Gila, for she resembled a mature and composed sister. Unlike the other elder fairies who reveled in childish antics, they eagerly reported to Gila how the older fairies played tricks on them. Last time, Xiao turned a metal pendant into a terrifying bug, and they even conjured a dreadful monster statue to scare us. Those elder fairies are the worst. At that moment, a few elder fairies poked their heads out from the flowers' sea, indignant at the little fairies' criticisms. "How are we bad? We are doing splendidly," they protested, eyes wide with defiance. "It's you who lack appreciation." Some even stuck out their tongues playfully. The age gap between the elder and little fairies was vast. Yet their personalities were strikingly similar. They were all simply children at heart. Chaos erupted among the dream fairies, turning the divine garden into a cacophony. The elder fairies, possessing dream eggs, were second-tier fairies, but their magic was not a direct divine bestowal. Most lacked the talent of Gila and were disinclined to study. After so long, they still had not mastered the dream magic, and their creations were often scorned by the little fairies. At that moment, a mischievous little fairy broke away from the crowd, peeking curiously into the temple. It had heard the elder fairies speak of a fearsome monster dwelling within, and its curiosity piqued. It longed to glimpse this legendary creature. Upon surveying the temple, it quickly spotted the mother of life, Sally. Ah, how terrifying! Yet, simultaneously, it noticed beams of light radiating from the statue of the god inside, causing the little fairy to pout. The golden cloak billowed in the wind as it floated down from the temple into the divine garden. "Gila, Gila, the god has awakened." Gila paused for a moment. The god had not slept long, so how could he awaken so soon? This was inconsistent with the divine schedule of recent times. Nevertheless, she felt joy. She feared the god might fall into a deep slumber like last time, which lasted centuries. If that were the case, even with her lifespan far exceeding that of the three-leafed beings, she would scarcely have the chance to see the god. In the divine hall, dream fairy Gila hurried to the god's presence. She beheld the recently awakened deity. Though delighted, she refrained from expressing her joy as the other dream fairies did, instead conveying her feelings through her gaze. She adjusted her splendid cloak, standing tall and straight before the deity, bowing respectfully. "God, why have you awakened so soon?" Though the god had been in slumber, his subconscious remained attuned to the happenings outside, recording everything that transpired. "Gila, did you open the door to the dream world?" The dream fairy felt a tinge of embarrassment. As the dream world was just beginning to take shape, it was her first time assuming the duty of guarding its gates. Yet, she would not deceive the god. "God, a three-leafed being called to me through the verses of the poet Tito, summoning me by my true name. I merely caught a glimpse of him in the dream, just a fleeting glance." The god gazed at her, and after a lengthy silence, spoke. "Do you realize? That single glance you took will bring immense disaster to the world of the three-leafed beings." The dream fairy was taken aback. Her understanding and imagination could not fathom what this meant. How could a mere glance cause calamity? When had she acquired such formidable power? Yet, the goddess' words were undoubtedly true. She felt as though she had committed a grave error, stammering, "I simply heard someone call for me," and glanced at him. "God, I am merely a dream fairy with the power to dream. My eyes do not possess the divine force to bring about disaster." The god did not chastise Hela, but instead stated, "Hela, you are kind-hearted. However, you, born from sweet dreams, do not comprehend the human heart." The god imparted wisdom. All evil and greed, with a mere utterance in the name of the divine, can be unleashed without restraint. A single declaration for the glory of the god can lead thousands to their demise. To you, it may seem but a fleeting moment from the divine realm to the mortal world. Yet to the three-leafed beings, it represents power, glory, and dominion, the very essence of their desires and pursuits. Chapter 80. The Road Home in the Sky Temple, beneath the statue. A female triad knelt with her hands clasped in prayer under the throne of the deity and sigh, her eyes shut tight in sincere devotion. Suddenly, a priest from the Sky Temple burst into the sanctuary in a state of agitation, interrupting her supplications. "Your Majesty," she exclaimed, identifying herself as the 10th High Priestess of the Sky Temple, a member of the royal lineage of the Shuren family. Throughout generations, the strength of the Xinglua kingdom had steadily grown, with its populace numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The queen appeared visibly perturbed by the intrusion during her divine communion. "This is a sacred place. Who permits such disturbances? Do you not realize this is an affront to the divine?" The newcomer, trembling with fear, knelt down, silenced by the queen's wrath. Yet, the queen understood that such an audacious breach could only occur in the face of a matter of utmost importance. Stepping out of the temple, she approached the columns in the corridor. "What has transpired?" The junior priest of the Shuren family produced a bone tablet, stating, "A message has arrived from the city of divine descent." The queen rose, her expression shifting dramatically as she scanned the tablet. To her shock, the composed Xinglua queen uttered two words in disbelief. "What?" The inscription revealed that a merchant caravan claiming to be from the kingdom of Samo had infiltrated Tito town, slaughtering the sainted Tito family. Concurrently, a portal had opened above the city of divine descent. However, this was not the most alarming news. What followed from the Lord of the City of Divine Descent truly unsettled the queen. After the massacre of the Tito family, the Lord discovered their burial site deep beneath Tito town, alongside the remnants left by the divine envoy Bolo and the Star Queen, an ancient refuge. Even more shocking was that the theft of the Saint South resting place coincided with the opening of the gateway to the divine realm. The Lord of the City of Divine Descent was unequivocal. Someone had absconded with Saint Tito's relics and used them to unlock the entrance to the divine kingdom. The bone tablet read, "A portal to the divine realm has opened above the city of divine descent, beyond which lies the land promised by the gods and the city of divine gifts. The eternal pyramids and temples manifest amidst the starlight, as the divine once again reveals the path home. Your Majesty, all originates from the secret left by Saint Tito. This is the supreme glory belonging to the Xinglua kingdom, a divine gift exclusive to us. And this gift has been plundered." The queen, initially overwhelmed with excitement, was soon consumed by fury. Her exhilaration stemmed from the revelation that Saint Tito had bequeathed the means to access the divine realm. Yet the realization that someone had indeed opened the portal filled her with dread. What did this imply? It suggested that the divine had granted tacit approval, permitting the triad people, once fallen to the dust and soil, to enter his realm, allowing them a return to the land promised by the gods. Though the nature of this approval remained unclear, whether it indicated a single individual being allowed to tread upon his domain and cleanse the sins of the triad people, or whether it permitted the spirits of the triad to return to his sanctuary after death, no longer wandering the desolate earth, the queen's fury was palpable. This treasure of the Xinglua kingdom had been stolen. Lowering her hands and relinquishing the bone tablet, she gazed into the distance, murmuring, "The secret left by Saint Tito." And the road home. Home. The very mention of this word sent a chill surging from her heels to the crown of her head. She felt as if her bloodline was echoing with the voices of her ancestors, their hopes and aspirations hidden deep within the essence of the triad people. Subsequently, she extended her hand towards the sacred lake, resolutely invoking her most potent divine arts. Divine art, consciousness projection, from the depths of the sacred lake. A titanic beast surged forth, the queen's consciousness merging with the formidable root creature, its gaze directed outward as it gradually ascended from the water's depths. "Go forth, mighty beast of the skies." Retrieve for the Xinglua kingdom and the Shuren family what is rightfully ours. The art of consciousness projection, once a technique of the Star Queen, had evolved into a mainstream practice among the priests. Though it lacked the transformative illusions attained through the sunflower, its practical application remained formidable. High priests wielded the power to control and command beasts from vast distances, utilizing this ability for intelligence gathering and assassination. More crucially, while they originally communicated with their beasts through intellect and authority, often encountering limitations, consciousness projection allowed for a seamless integration, as if they were one with the entity they commanded. Particularly for those of royal bloodlines, their consciousness projected within the Ru creature enabled them to swiftly strike and dominate any city within their realm from the capital. The sacred lake resounded with a grand, hollow roar, not that of the Ru creature, but rather the sound of air being displaced, the winds stirring. This was a flying beast, its massive umbrella-like form unfurling as it ascended into the skies. The creature's span reached over 100 meters, its delicate membrane translucent enough to reveal the clouds and sun beyond. The seven-headed Ru creatures now under the control of the Hinsi people had undergone 2 or even 3 cycles of rebirth, while their power had not fundamentally transformed. The density of their divine lineage had intensified, rendering their size and control increasingly formidable. In the cities surrounding the foot of the sacred mountain, the citizens of the Xinglua kingdom gazed upward at the majestic beast soaring above the sea of clouds, bending low in reverence and chanting, Ru, Ru. They understood that the appearance of the Ru creature symbolized the queen herself, as well as the will of the kingdom. After this momentous event, the queen swiftly descended from the sky temple to the city of divine servants. Within the royal palace of the city of divine servants, the queen seated herself upon an ornate, intricately carved stone throne. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting patterns across the chamber where the ministers of the Xinglua kingdom stood humbly at her sides. The events unfolding in the city of divine descent had equally astonished the nobles of the city of divine servants and the priests of the sky temple, who traditionally held themselves as the servants of the divine, with religion often overshadowing the realm of the kingdom. The gravity of such miraculous occurrences was of utmost importance to them. Your Majesty, the Tito family has been slaughtered. We must pursue this matter to the end. It must have been the kingdom of Samo. They betrayed the Shuren family and the Star Queen in the past, and now they come to steal what belongs to us. The vile Samo family has not changed their wicked ways over the years. One after another, voices rose, most of them from the Shuren family. The enmity from centuries past remained fresh in their hearts, despite the passage of time. They had once been the rulers of Hinsi. The queen remained notably composed. A merchant caravan from the kingdom of Samo? I believe it is not so simple. She immediately commanded, gather the troops and dispatch them to the city of divine descent, Stone Forest City, and Sun City. Monitor the movements of the kingdom of Samo, the kingdom of Sealer, and the volcanic kingdom closely. After so many years, the gates of the divine realm have opened once more, and the family of Saint Tito has been annihilated. I sense that greater upheavals are yet to come. Chapter 81. At any cost outside the city of divine descent, the concealed rocky shore lay unchanged. The prince of the volcanic kingdom knelt before the Rua behemoth, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. He clutched the final chapter of the great poet and Apo's work, his heart bleeding with anguish. If it were possible, he would willingly exchange everything he possessed for that last page. Without it, all he had achieved thus far would be rendered utterly futile, akin to weaving a bridal gown for another. His hatred for the one who betrayed him was profound. Had that person not returned to the volcanic kingdom with glory and everything intact, but rather risked staying here, perhaps matters would have been different. After a prolonged wait, the Rua behemoth, in its worm-like form, suddenly convulsed violently, flesh ripping open to reveal a multitude of eyes that spun wildly before finally focusing on the prince. Astonishingly, the foolish Rua behemoth began to speak. Divine art, consciousness projection. Its voice, initially coarse and peculiar, gradually transformed into the hoarse timbre of a middle-aged three-leafed being. It was the king of the volcanic kingdom reaching out to his son, transmitting his will from thousands of miles away in the capital. The prince knelt, conveying all the details of his mission to his father. The king and Apo's voice revealed no trace of emotion, only authority and command. At any cost, if necessary, I shall dispatch another Rua behemoth to assist you. Our people in the city of divine descent will also obey your orders. This, You know how crucial this is for us, for the three-leafed beings and for Hinsai. You must secure that final bone tablet. Do you hear me? The king and Apos' tone was unyieldingly stern, bordering on harsh. Vis, the prince, was well accustomed to his father and Apos' strictness, mirroring that same expectation upon himself. I shall return victorious, he vowed. Only the conqueror deserves all, to bask in the glory and revel in applause. The king of the volcanic kingdom replied with satisfaction. I await your triumphant return in the capital. Once the conversation concluded, Prince Vis promptly entered the city of divine descent to orchestrate the next phase of his plans. Within the city, in a humble abode beside the waterway excavated by Usail, the prince summoned the kingdom's influence and operatives, including several merchants, bureaucrats, nobles, and a mid-ranking military officer responsible for the city and Apos' defense. Keep a close watch on the city lord and any developments within the city. Simultaneously, exhaust all means to locate a specific item. Amidst hushed whispers, one inquired, Your Highness, what exactly are we searching for? The prince refrained from revealing too much, instead producing a fragment of the travelogue of Tito, declaring, We seek an ancient bone tablet that resembles this one precisely. In short, we must investigate all ancient engraved tablets that have recently surfaced within and around the city of divine descent. In Tito town, a young craftsman named Stan trudged toward the town's outskirts, burdened with a load of stone and bone tablets inscribed with text. To his dismay, he discovered the entire town had been cordoned off, soldiers encircling Tito town and denying entry to anyone. Stan, whose name signifies stone, undoubtedly inherited his craft from his father, a master engraver. His full name was likely Stan Tito, a descendant of the Tito family. However, commoners among the three-leafed beings bore no surnames. Only true nobles could claim such lineage. Over the centuries, the Tito family had seen many descend into commonality, losing their noble status and relying on their craftsmanship for sustenance. What has transpired? The young craftsman was clearly unaware of the calamity that had befallen Tito town. He delivered his carved works monthly and was stunned to hear an elderly man's words from outside the town. They are all dead? So now, no one is accepting anything. The elder nodded. All are gone. No one is in charge now. You need not bring your goods here anymore. Take them to the market in the city of divine descent. You can fetch a better price there than here. In order to survive, the young craftsman had no choice but to head towards the city of divine descent. En route, he stumbled upon a section of withered rope. Continuing forward, he tripped into the sand, but in doing so, unearthed a bone tablet. What is this? He deduced it to be an aged artifact, and as a craftsman of engravings, he felt compelled to retrieve it. Upon reaching the marketplace within the city of divine descent, he laid out his crafted works, including the epic of Hinsai and Hymn to the Wise King, while examining the bone tablet he had discovered. Holding it toward the sun, he scrutinized the inscriptions. Lacking the mental acuity of those endowed with wisdom, he could not merely glance over the text and memorize it. The characters had become slightly obscured with age, yet some remained legible. Messenger of the gods. What is this? A figment of someone's imagination? The young craftsman, being of the Tito lineage, was literate, yet he struggled to comprehend one particular symbol. It appeared strange, as if its pronunciation had been etched alongside it. The moment he laid eyes on it, he felt a resonance within his consciousness. Hope, Hyen, Hira? No matter how he pronounced it, it felt wrong. None are correct. Perhaps it should be read like this. Just as he was about to vocalize the peculiar phonetic, he found the words lodged in his throat, refusing to emerge. It was as if this name belonged to a realm beyond mortals, one that could only be summoned by those endowed with the power of wisdom and the blood of legends. Stan instantly sensed something amiss. This sensation led him to realize that the object in his possession was far from ordinary, igniting an insatiable curiosity to decipher its inscriptions. A throng meandered through the marketplace, particularly lingering before vendors selling bone artifacts, as if in search of something specific. One individual halted before the young craftsman, observing him as he read the inscriptions under the sunlight. Where did you acquire that? The question was barely out before the individual pressed on. How much? The young craftsman swiftly concealed the bone tablet in his load. This is not for sale. The man signaled, and immediately others closed in around him. Realizing the impending danger, Stan abandoned his precious find and fled. Don't run. Capture him, he is a thief. The pursuit ensued, and Stan dashed to the edge of the marketplace. Meanwhile, Prince Vis of the Volcanic Kingdom, alerted to the situation, hurried in that direction. Utilizing his mental prowess, he navigated swiftly between rooftops, soaring through a significant portion of the city of divine descent with reckless abandon. Give it to me. He conjured divine magic, hurling stones at Stan. The sheer force of a single hit could prove fatal. Yet, just then, a counterforce of mental energy intervened, shielding Stan from the impending danger. The stones were repelled by this formidable force. Another triskill figure appeared atop the wall, a high priest of equal stature. The chaos here drew the attention of the chief priest of the inside temple in the city of divine descent. Ever since the heavens reflected the realm of the gods, everyone in the city of divine descent has been on high alert, reacting to even the slightest disturbance. It was none other than His Highness Prince Vishosen of the Volcanic Kingdom, an unexpected arrival in the city of divine descent. I had the honor of meeting His Highness during the envoy's visit to the Volcanic Kingdom when the Sky Temple's priesthood was dispatched. Prince Vis, unsurprisingly, acknowledged the recognition. It was only natural for a prominent figure to be recognized among the illustrious royal families of the four great kingdoms. Yet, he showed no courtesy, immediately unleashing his divine powers upon his adversary. Bone spears flew from his hands, piercing toward the opponent. Kill. The chief priest of the inside temple did not flinch either. He leaped from above to shield Stan, willingly engaging Prince Vis in combat. A fierce struggle erupted between the two high priests over a shard of bone, while more individuals rushed towards this unfolding confrontation. Chapter 82. The Sky Behemoth and the Burrowing Demon Worm. The high priest of the Insa shrine arrived accompanied by several guards, while Prince Weiss had a dozen subordinates already poised for action. Meanwhile, the market guards rushed out to assist the high priest, and a passing patrol squad unexpectedly sided with Prince Weiss, raising their weapons against the shrine's priests. Chaos ensued, with both sides embroiled in a fierce battle that painted the marketplace in blood. The two senior priests engaged in a fierce duel, their destructive power astonishing. Their might swept through the streets like a tempest, wielding all manner of weapons, be it stones or any other objects. Even a mere basin of water could serve as their instrument of death. In the blink of an eye, over 20 corpses lay sprawled upon the ground. In terror, Stan cowered in a corner, clutching his head with trembling hands, tightly grasping the unassuming bone shard he had found on the road. He never anticipated that his simple discovery would entangle him in such a horrific event. The high priest of the Insa shrine was unyielding, growing bolder with each clash. His booming voice echoed throughout the street, addressing Prince Weiss directly. Your Highness, this is the city of divine descent, the domain of the Schillen family, not your Hosen family and Appos' volcanic kingdom. Was it not you who orchestrated the massacre of the Tito family? What drove you to commit such an unforgivable sin? What could possibly compel a noble prince to raise a blade against the descendants of the great poet? Can you enlighten me, Your Highness? Prince Weiss remained silent, unwilling to offer an explanation or engage with his adversary. His sole desire was to reclaim the final chapter that rightfully belonged to him. At that moment, a large contingent of armed regular troops arrived at the marketplace. Upon witnessing this, the prince of the volcanic kingdom retreated, not in defeat, but to regroup and gather a stronger force. The regular troops pursued but were intercepted by the high priest, who could not be restrained. More pressing matters demanded attention. The high priest and his soldiers shielded the bewildered Stan as they hastened down the boulevard. Utilizing his wisdom and the power of telepathy, the high priest gleaned all he wished to know from Stan's consciousness. At the side of the Ysir Palace, the city lord anxiously awaited the priest's arrival. Have you found him? How did you manage it? The lord's eyes gleamed with astonishment as he beheld the young artisan and the bone shard in his possession. You are of the Tito family? Stan nodded, too intimidated to utter a word. The lord's pupils sparkled as he gazed at the relic Stan held. However, as his fingers approached the bone, they recoiled at the last moment. He realized that this artifact was not merely a treasure left by the great poet, but a source of calamity capable of annihilating all within the city of divine descent. To possess such an object within the city was akin to burying an imminent volcanic eruption beneath the earth. Even the city lord felt a profound sense of dread. In the struggle for the last chapter left by the great poet and the secrets leading to the realm of the divine, he could scarcely imagine the lengths to which others from rival kingdoms might go. Observing the young artisan, who bore the blood of saints, and the final chapter left by the great poet, the city lord's mind raced with thoughts, leading to a decisive resolution. He addressed the high priest of the Insa shrine. Immediately, send him and the last chapter of the great poet to the Sky Temple to present them to Her Majesty the Queen. No delays are permitted, he added sternly. ensure his protection. This is a gift from the Tito family to Her Majesty, and a divine blessing for the kingdom of Xinghua." Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby. The ground trembled as a terrifying burrowing demon worm emerged, its gaping maw emitting a wailing sound towards the heavens. To the astonishment of all, atop the creature stood a familiar figure, the recently departed Prince Weiss, returning with unparalleled speed. The city lord reacted swiftly, but his speed paled in comparison to the urgency of Prince Weiss's desire to seize the final chapter. Upon seeing the monstrous beast, he exclaimed, "The Ruck Behemoth." He could hardly fathom that Prince Weiss had brought the Ruck Behemoth with him, obliterating all his plans in an instant. The sight of the burrowing demon worm instilled terror in the hearts of everyone present, fear and trepidation seeping into their souls. Even at a distance of several hundred meters, the mere presence of the behemoth compelled them to retreat involuntarily. This was a fear ingrained in their very blood, an embodiment of the behemoth's unparalleled might over centuries. No one, whether a commoner, soldier, mortal, or priest, nor even the powerful high priest of the Yinsa shrine, could muster any resistance against the behemoth, rendered as insignificant as ants in its shadow. Prince Weiss cast a cold gaze toward the Ysir Palace, declaring, "Mortal beings, tremble before the mythic behemoth. Surrender what is rightfully mine, or face death." The behemoth roared as it charged toward the Ysir Palace, crushing the streets into deep ravines, toppling stone buildings along its path. Many unsuspecting three-leaf people were mercilessly crushed into a gruesome mass of bone and flesh. As the behemoth bore down upon the palace, the sky suddenly darkened. The once bright sunlight was obscured by an incomprehensibly massive entity, and slender, transparent tendrils extended downward from the heavens. A fierce wind swept through the city of divine descent, prompting all to look up, only to behold a colossal creature resembling a jellyfish, its vast umbrella-like form casting a shadow over the Ysir Palace. The sky behemoth collided violently with the burrowing demon worm, causing the entire city of divine descent to tremble. The sound reverberated throughout the city, and many unstable structures collapsed in an instant. This was a clash between the volcanic kingdom and the kingdom of Xinghua, a contest of the forces of sky and earth. The voice of Her Majesty the Queen of the Kingdom of Xinghua resonated from within the sky behemoth, echoing throughout the city of divine descent. "Weishosen, who grants you the audacity to wreak havoc within my kingdom?" The prince of the volcanic kingdom felt no reverence for the queen. "Courage? I seek the secrets left by Saint Tito, the path to the realm of the divine. What is courage worth? What price is too great?" Weishosen roared defiantly, commanding the burrowing demon worm to challenge the sky behemoth. For the sake of this bone shard, they were willing to shatter the peace that had endured for centuries, even if it meant igniting war. Chapter 83. Destined not to obtain the sky leviathan of the Shiluan family and the burrowing demon worm of the Hosen family, a pair of mythical beings from the same lineage, each representing a distinct evolutionary form, are presently engaged in an unrestrained struggle within the city of divine descent. It seems they seek to establish who is on the rightful path of evolution. The inhabitants of the city are paralyzed with terror at the sight of these colossal monsters, thousands fleeing their homes, clutching their belongings as they rush towards the city's outskirts. The southern exit is blocked. A surge of people throngs the south, where chaos erupts at the city gates, leading to stampedes and brawls. "Quick, head north." Shots 1. Changing direction. The monsters have obstructed the city, rendering escape impossible. Yet, turning back, they are met with the sight of the titanic Luha creature battling fiercely in the center of the thoroughfare. "Oh God, is this your divine punishment?" cries someone, cradling the lifeless bodies of loved ones amidst the shattered streets. "Cursed be the volcanic kingdom. Why would the gods bestow such monsters upon us? Why does such horror exist in our world?" Yet they fail to realize that when the gods granted the Luha creatures, it was with the hope that the Tri-Leaf people would harness their power to construct their own cities, utilizing the strength of the Leviathans to forge their homeland. The cities of the God-given land, such as Ysail City and the City of Divine Descent, were all established through the might of the Luha creatures. It was the Tri-Leaved people themselves who wielded this power to slaughter their own kin. At each city gate, the congestion is overwhelming. Cries of despair, wails of anguish, and roars of fury echo through the streets. The burrowing demon worm tears through the earth, leaping to bite into the sky leviathan, tearing a significant chunk from its flesh, causing a rain of thick, translucent blood to fall from above. The sky leviathan retaliates with howling winds, its myriad tentacles binding the demon worm, preventing it from burrowing once more into the ground, striving to drag it from the depths. The demon worm thrashes its massive form, crushing everything in its path. With a thunderous clash, the two Luha creatures finally drag the battlefield into the heart of the Ysael Palace. This ancient and magnificent edifice crumbles under the tumult. Even the once proud monument of the Ysael code shatters into fragments amidst the chaos. Prince Wisho-san, born of royal blood, shows no concern for the lives of the citizens nor for the palace erected by the Ysael king. Their feelings towards the Ysael king are conflicted. Some revere him greatly, while others disdain him. The palace established by the Ysael king vanishes beneath a cloud of dust several meters high. Queen Xinglua witnesses this devastation, and the sky leviathan momentarily halts in its movements. She is thoroughly enraged. The roar of the sky leviathan and Apos' winds carries her fury, unmasked in her words. Hosen family, you have destroyed the palace left by the Ysael king, the grand relic of the Xian Sai. Are you still Xian Sai people, descendants of the Ladaliki king? Wisho-san scoffs. Was it not your Shiluan family that ended the Ysael dynasty? What pretense is this? Who killed King Ali? Who brought the Xian Sai kingdom to its end? It was you, the Shiluan family. Ha ha ha. Do you still believe that this city of divine descent is your rightful inheritance? Did the Ysael family ever grant you this palace? Wisho-san, without a hint of reverence for the ancient king, bellows with laughter that reverberates throughout the city of divine descent. Yet, deep down, the prince holds no awe for this bygone monarch. For his ancestor is another offspring of the Ladaliki king. Better off without it. The Xian Sai king has long ceased to exist. What purpose does this palace serve? The burrowing demon worm gnaws through the sky leviathan's tentacles, while the leviathan's sharp appendages pierce into the demon worm's body, inflicting horrific wounds. The battle rages fiercely, appearing as a life-and-death struggle. However, both creatures remain fixated on the panicking crowd, where the city lord and the high priest of the divine temple, surrounded by an entourage of guards, protect a young man clutching a fragment of bone. In their clash, the burrowing demon worm desperately tries to close the distance, while the sky leviathan's tentacles firmly restrain it, preventing its advance. Finally, the sky leviathan relinquishes its hold. Seizing the opportunity, the demon worm swiftly burrows into the earth, approaching the group from below. Yet, before the demon worm can emerge, the sky leviathan glides overhead, opening its vast maw. Come up. The whirlwind of suction from the leviathan engulfs the people, drawing them into its gaping mouth. The sky leviathan envelopes them within its air sac and ascends into the sky. In a mere conflict, neither creature could outmaneuver the other. One could soar into the heavens, while the other could delve into the depths. However, the stakes have changed. As they vie for the final chapter left by the great poet Tito, whoever seizes it first claims victory. Wisho-san, merged with the burrowing demon worm, bursts forth from the ground, gazing upwards at the ascending sky leviathan, realizing his defeat. Though the sky leviathan has retrieved the people and obtained Tito's bone fragment, it does not depart, instead extending its tentacles to strike at the demon worm. Sensing impending danger, Prince Wisho-san quickly deduces the source of his unease. Oh no! The second giant from the Sky Temple is approaching. With 7 Luha giants in total, the kingdom of Xinglua, the Samo kingdom, and the volcanic kingdom each possess 2, while the weakest, the Soleil kingdom, has but 1. With this realization, Wisho-san does not hesitate. He commands the demon worm to burrow deep into the earth, leaving behind a terrifying chasm before vanishing without a trace. Several dozen kilometers from the city of divine descent, the burrowing demon worm breaks through the desolate terrain. The prince releases the creature's grasp on his flesh, stepping onto solid ground. Here, not far from Tito Town, he can see the flourishing settlement from above. Wisho-san gazes at Tito Town in the distance, retrieving his own fragment of bone. The joy he felt upon acquiring it now morphs into profound resentment. What have I truly obtained? Or have I lost everything? Wisho-san's mind echoes with the haunting phrase, destined not to obtain. He finds himself reciting it involuntarily, with each repetition deepening his loathing. Destined not to obtain. Destined not to obtain. His hatred for the deceased who uttered those words reaches an unprecedented intensity. He has never harbored such animosity towards anyone. This phrase is the most venomous he has ever encountered. Damn it, you wretched being, it is all your fault. It is all your fault. Yet, no amount of fury or madness can alter the reality. Defeated, he turns away, embarking on the path of departure. He foresees that upon his return, he will be met not with cheers and glory, but with scorn and ridicule. The kingdom of Xinghua. All is not yet concluded. Chapter 84. The vessel to the divine realm, the colossal creature of the skies, appeared almost ethereal. Its semi-transparent body allowing those ensnared within its gas-filled sack to feel as though they stood amidst the clouds at unimaginable heights, witnessing the world beyond its form. The clouds flowed beneath the creature's gossamer membrane as the young artisan Stan traversed the boundless sea of clouds aboard this aerial beast. In awe, Stan's pupils widened, momentarily vacating all thoughts. The surreal beauty before him seemed the exclusive domain of deities. Was it truly a sight a mere mortal like him could behold? Below, the untamed earth rushed past, leading to a vast expanse resembling a lake at the end of the world. The sacred lake? Before the sacred lake rose a mountain, alongside a temple that flickered in and out of view amidst the clouds. And there stood the holy mountain, the Sky Temple. Though he had never before laid eyes on the Sky Temple, in that singular moment of revelation, he comprehended why the aged devotees of the city of divine descent journeyed tirelessly to this hallowed site, seeking to meet their end at the foot of the holy mountain, to rest forever in the sacred waters under the gaze of the divine. A thought suddenly surged within him. Should my demise come, I too wish to perish here, at the feet of the gods, just like King Radaliki. At last, the sky creature descended upon the city of divine servants. He floated gently to the grand plaza before the palace, joining the city's lord and the high priest of the temple events as they advanced into the magnificent palace. Yet, as they approached the entrance, he hesitated, daunted by the prospect of entering. The high priest of the temple events kindly addressed him. Fear not. Step inside. Young man, Her Majesty the Queen awaits your presence. Stan, taken aback, stammered, the Queen? The Tito family had hailed from the city of divine servants, once one of its most illustrious lineages. Yet, this was his first visit, his inaugural encounter with Her Majesty. Anxious yet exhilarated, he entered the palace, standing before Queen Xinghua, awkwardly mimicking the ceremonial etiquette of others, clearly a rustic youth. Great Queen. Yet, the Queen showed no disdain. Rather, she regarded him with curiosity and inquired, "What is your name?" "Stan," he blurted, then hesitated before repeating it, this time adding his surname. "Though merely a commoner, unworthy of a family name," he declared. "My name is Stan Tito." The lord of the city of divine servants interjected. He is the descendant of the great poet, the fortunate child destined to uncover the final chapter. This is a guiding of fate, a divine decree. Indeed, the Queen acknowledged. The final glory, after all, would ultimately belong to the illustrious Queen Xinghua. As she gazed upon the young man, realization dawned upon her. Now she understood why the Lord had insisted on bringing this youth when delivering the last chapter of the great poet Tito. Only in this manner could the Sherluin family rightfully inherit the legacy left by Saint Tito. "You are remarkable," she pronounced. Stan Tito felt a surge of fervor. He could not fathom why he was held in such high regard. Yet, for the first time, he sensed his worth and necessity. In the days that followed, Stan Tito underwent rigorous training in noble etiquette, even receiving personal instruction from the high priest of the temple events. He finally grasped the significance of the relic he had discovered, a sacred artifact left by his ancestor, the great poet Tito, inscribed with the path to the divine realm. However, uncertainty gripped him. How would his ancestors perceive him should he relinquish their heritage? The priest discerned his turmoil and remarked, "How do you know that it was you who found the relic, rather than the relic choosing you? It brought you to the Sky Temple, desiring to present itself before Her Majesty. It embodies the will of the divine, and no one can defy the destiny ordained by the gods." Fixing his gaze upon Stan, the priest earnestly declared, "Stan, fate is not something you choose. It is fate that chooses you. This is why you stand here now." Upon hearing the priest's words, Stan felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. If this was the will of the gods, he was willing to embrace his role as the chosen one. On a bright, sunlit morning, rays of sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the floor. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Stan Tito ascended the steps of the Sky Temple. He carried the relic, stepping into the sacred space. Just as his ancestor had once offered the stone tablet and the hymn to the King of Wisdom at the altar beneath the statue of the divine. Before the most powerful assembly in the kingdom of Xinghua, he knelt before Queen Xinghua. "Great Queen Xinghua, the earthly representative of divine will. All glory belongs to you and the great gods." The queen raised her scepter, pointing it towards the artisan Stan. descendant of Saint Tito, from this moment forth, you shall be known as Stan Tito, the heir to the will of the great poet Tito. With a single decree, the queen established Stan's identity, propelling him from the status of a lowly artisan to the zenith of the noble class within the kingdom of Xinghua. Meanwhile, the capital of the volcanic kingdom lay ensconced within the caldera of a dormant volcano, upon which loomed the terrifying creature, the Ru. Amidst the murmurs and pointing fingers of the crowd, Prince Yisi Hosen traversed the corridor leading to the throne room, where he encountered his father, along with several uncles and brothers. His father, seated upon the throne, bore an expression of utmost displeasure, while his brothers below regarded him with schadenfreude. The once favored Prince Yisi had committed a grievous error, one that would surely cost him his father's trust and possibly even his claim to the throne. This spectacle delighted others. The king's icy gaze fell upon the prince. How dare you return? What promises did you make to me? I entrusted you with the earth-boring worm and the dark agents of the city of divine descent, and this is how you repay me? Yisi Hosen knelt. Though the kingdom of Xinghua has obtained the final chapter of the great poet, they have merely acquired the means to open the gate to the divine realm. We have not yet lost, your majesty. The king paused. What do you mean? Yisi Hosen continued. Opening the divine realm is but the first step. The skies above the city of divine descent have also once opened the gateway to the divine. What then? Who could enter? He raised his head, standing tall. I know how to access the divine realm. The king's expression shifted. How do we enter the realm of the divine? The prince replied, a vessel, a ship bestowed by the divine messenger. He produced the travelogue of Tito, exclaiming with fervor, all is inscribed within. Everything lies concealed in the burial ground of Saint Tito. The deity who stood beside Ince, alongside the Mother of Life, once granted a ship to Saint Tito, a vessel sailing from the divine realm to the mortal world. Your Majesty, our efforts have not been in vain. Without this ship, none shall enter the divine realm. In the palace, all stood up, including the king of the volcanic kingdom. The holy vessel. Suddenly, everyone grasped the situation and began to connect the dots. The divine envoy Tito had inscribed a timeless chapter from the realm of the gods, simultaneously steering the divine messenger away from the land of deities. Within his final chapter, he documented the means to unlock the gates of the divine realm. Thus, he must have also left behind the method to enter that sacred domain. In unison, the crowd exclaimed, that is the vessel to the divine kingdom. Yis Hosen nodded, casting a glance at his father. Indeed, great king, I am willing to seek out this holy vessel that leads to the divine realm. In this world, only I possess the ability to find it. Chapter 85. The fading starlight. The entire city of divine servants, including the holy mountain, had recently engaged in the ritual of purification, where thousands knelt in reverence before the celestial temple, their voices uniting in a resounding hymn to the oath of Raidlik. Within the celestial temple, Queen Xinghua knelt anxiously before the divine, preparing for the ceremony to open the gates of the divine realm. Young Stan Tito stood behind her, his demeanor somewhat reserved as he noted the queen's tension and pressure. Your Majesty, do you also experience fear? Upon hearing Stan's words, the queen felt a sudden lightness. Of course, how could one not feel awe in the presence of the great deities? As a descendant of the royal bloodline of Raidlik, and a saint who returned sacred artifacts from the realm of the divine after the Age of Gifts, as well as a scion of the great poet Tito, at this moment, only they could stand beneath the statue of Insai, meticulously carved by King Ysael. Even the priests of the celestial temple could only position themselves before the outer corridor. Once the preparations were complete, Queen Xinghua lifted the bone tablet and began to chant the verses left by the great poet. As she recited the final lines, invoking the connection to the dream world, she prayed for the response of the fairy guarding the gateway to that realm. O fairy of hope, guardian of the divine garden, I earnestly beseech you to respond to my prayer. Hila, I implore you to open the gates of the divine realm and welcome back the long-absent child of home. As Her Majesty spoke the true name of the fairy, the sky above the holy mountain transformed instantly. Colorful, dreamlike starlight inexplicably gathered in the heavens, swirling and flowing amidst the sea of clouds. This ethereal brilliance seemed to emanate from a rift in another world, cascading forth. Witnessing this spectacle, the city of divine servants erupted in fervor. It has come, ardent followers cried in succession. It approaches. The devotees of the city bowed fervently. As if the louder they struck the ground, the more devout they became. The gates of the divine realm were on the verge of opening. Before the temple, the priests were in a frenzy. They had previously been unable to witness the miracle in the city of divine descent, and now they were participants in the grand event. All eyes were raised, eagerly anticipating the climactic moment. However, the sky was filled only with dreamlike starlight, and the gates of the divine realm remained closed. At last, the dreamlike starlight extinguished. It faded. It faded. The entire city of divine servants transitioned from excitement, clamor, and agitation to a profound silence. The inhabitants gazed vacantly at the sky, their expressions blank. The priests before the temple froze, their hands raised in midair, having forgotten to lower them. Queen Xingluo's, witnessing the vanishing starlight and the clearing sky, found it difficult to accept. Why? Why has this happened? The queen was not merely at a loss. She was filled with dread. Is it that the divine reject my faith? Or have I erred in my actions? The queen stumbled backward, nearly falling to the ground. Stan Tito steadied her, and the priests of the celestial temple quickly gathered around. Perhaps we are missing a crucial element, Your Majesty. We have only obtained a fragment of the last chapter from the Age of Greatness, while the Saint Tito left behind an entire tome of poetry. The priests speculated. Perhaps only when the poet's verses are whole will they serve as the key to the divine. Is it truly so? The queen questioned. It must be. The priests affirmed. In an era devoid of divine edicts, they could only rely on conjecture to discern the will of the divine. Deep down, they may have known it was likely a misstep from the outset, yet they remained unable to restrain their relentless pursuit. It seemed an unseen force propelled them forward, akin to moths drawn to a flame. That force could be faith, desire, or something else entirely. Days later, a colossal rock beast suddenly appeared at the border of the Xinglua kingdom. Although it manifested only once, it sent ripples of alarm through the kingdom and Appos, borders. The armies of the Volcanic Kingdom and the Samo Kingdom began to mobilize, one encroaching near the Sun City, the other by the Stone Forest City. Both nations were poised for conflict, as though preparing to wage war against the Xinglua Kingdom. However, it appeared that the Volcanic Kingdom and Samo Kingdom had yet to finalize their agreement, with Samo Kingdom merely dispatching a single ruck beast as a show of intimidation. The Volcanic Kingdom had not even sent a ruck beast, instead amassing nearly 10,000 troops outside Sun City. Yet all sensed a significant shift in the situation. Any minor action among the nations could potentially shatter the fragile balance and peace maintained for centuries. In the dream realm, at the floating island's edge, a dream fairy gazed upward at the shimmering starlight. In the reflected visions, she beheld the terrifying calamities befalling the city of divine descent, where two ruck beasts wielded their might as if a natural disaster had descended upon the world. She witnessed the army of the three-leaved people advancing to the border, with towns and villages emptied as they fled. As foretold by the divine, her unintentional opening of the gateway to the dream world had brought disaster to countless three-leaved people. And this was merely the beginning, not the end. The dream fairy was engulfed in fear and sorrow. How could this be? I truly did not wish for this. At the edge of the void island, she curled up in a corner, lamenting, I am a terrible villain. No, I am worse than a villain. A group of small fairies surrounded Gila, appearing quite anxious. Lady Gila, please do not cry. If a fairy weeps, she shall perish. Gila buried her head in a flower cup, wishing to conceal her face, resembling an ostrich hiding its head. A multitude of small fairies hurriedly gathered at the temple. But the Mother of Life, Sally, glared at them, sending the group scattering. Yet one small fairy managed to rush in, kneeling before the divine. Lady Gila is dying. Great deity, please save her. A radiant light surged throughout the temple, enveloping the ground in a white glow that spilled beyond its confines. The sorrowful dream fairy, hiding at the island's edge, sensed something and turned to behold a beautiful sight. A beam of light descended from the heavens, akin to a star falling to the earth. Amidst the blossoms, the divine strolled gracefully. The deity approached the island's edge, standing beside Gila and gazing toward the boundary of the dream world. Gila trembled with fear. God, am I to perish, like Lord Buello? The divine chuckled softly. Do not fear. A dream fairy's tears do not bring death. To weep signifies the goodness of the heart. Tears are not a sign of ugliness, but rather a manifestation of beauty. Only when the heart is dead and fallen does the dream shatter. The dream fairy Gila protested. But it is because I opened the gateway to the dream world that all this has come to pass. The deity reassured her, Gila, if you believe you have truly erred, strive to make amends. Do not remain here weeping. Be a courageous soul. Chapter 86. I wish for you to remember me. The celestial sea of dreams diverges from the starlit expanse of our reality. It lacks the profound antiquity of the cosmic ocean, yet possesses an enchanting essence unique to itself. If the cosmic sea is an ancient myth, then the dreamlike sea is a whimsical fairy tale. In the uppermost realm of this dreamscape, a fairy flits gracefully, circling the dream moon while perusing one dream after another. The dreams at this pinnacle are freshly birthed, still tethered to the tri-leafed beings, signifying they are dreams in progress. She is poised to meet certain individuals and seek elusive answers. Soon, she encounters the very person she yearns to meet. The dream fairy intrudes upon this dream, where she finds Stan Tito. Stan's dream unfolds within an ancient stone palace, its walls adorned with inscribed tablets of text, and the columns etched with exquisite verses. He squats against a wall, laboriously chiseling poetry into the stone. Alas, he is but a craftsman, not a poet. He can only repetitively carve the verses of others, narrating tales that are not his own. The dream fairy approaches him. "Ah, the fortunate scion of the travels of Tito, did you instigate this discord?" Stan Tito turns to behold the dream fairy, Hera. "They say I am the chosen one of destiny, yet I remain uncertain of its truth. However, if this is indeed the case, then it is destiny that incites the conflict, not I." Hera gazes at Stan, perceiving not a living soul, but rather a marionette. Despite inheriting the title of the Tito lineage and basking in the glory of saintly ancestry, he still lacks a sense of self. He is merely a pawn in the hands of fate. Once, your ancestor Tito approached the temple, offering his devotion and poetry to the divine. The deity inquired, "And Apos, do you still believe in destiny?" "And Apos," Stan Tito rises and asks the dream fairy, "How did the great poet respond?" Hera replies, "He declared, 'And Apos, destiny lies within our grasp. I no longer await the arrival of fate, but rather seize the reins to forge my own destiny." Upon hearing this, Stan Tito feels as though struck by lightning, sinking into contemplation. Yet, in the very moment of his reflection, the dream abruptly shatters. Hera departs from Stan's dream, soaring along the dream moon, soon discovering another's dream nearby. This tri-leafed being's dream starkly contrasts with Stan's. Hers is the city of divine servants upon the holy mountain, yet unlike reality. A portal to the realm of dreams opens within the skies above the holy mountain. She rides upon a sky beast, accompanied by many, soaring towards this celestial gateway, yearning to step into the kingdom of the divine. This individual is none other than Queen Xinghua. "Fly, Queen Xinghua, fly." She feels an insurmountable distance from the divine hall. As though deep within her heart, she harbors doubts about her worthiness to approach the divine. In her moment of desperation, a voice emerges from behind. "Why do you pursue this? What do you truly seek?" Queen Xinghua turns, somewhat bewildered, and replies, "We merely desire the deity's response. We simply wish to return home." The dream fairy contemplates this, departing from the dream once more. In the dead of night, in two separate chambers within the city of divine servants, two figures awaken from their dreams in succession. Queen Xinghua rises from her stone bed, hastily making her way outside. She traverses through the columns, searching for a shadow of someone. What dream did I just experience? There was a person, a woman. No, she was not human. Who could she be? Meanwhile, Stan Tito, suddenly awakened, gazes blankly as if someone imparted a significant message to him. The great poet Tito conversed with the divine. "No, how could I dream of this?" They both vaguely remember the visions from their dreams, for only the dreams that are fully realized remain in the dream realm. Those abruptly interrupted or prematurely awakened dreams dissipate into the dream world. Thus, tri-leaf beings occasionally recall fragments of their dreams upon awakening. The deity, observing the dream fairy kneeling before him, speaks without her uttering a word. "You still wish to bestow the power of dreams upon the tri-leafed beings, do you not?" Hera, aware that her thoughts cannot escape the notice of the great deity, has never sought to conceal them. "Deity, you need to amplify the realm of dreams, while the tri-leafed beings require the strength of dreams and your guidance. Perhaps this could alter the course of their civilization, and you might descend upon this world sooner." The deity is indifferent, caring not for the pace of events, desiring only an effective means to achieve his ends, and he generally shuns unnecessary actions, rather than disliking excess. He despises upheaval and unforeseen occurrences. "Do you do this merely to rectify your past mistakes?" The dream fairy lowers her head, questioning her own heart. After a moment's reflection, she suddenly smiles, looking up at the deity. "Not solely for that reason. I am also filled with trepidation." "What do you fear?" The dream fairy recounts a time when the deity slumbered for centuries. "Deity, Do you not realize how interminable time can be? 200 years for you is but a fleeting moment. Time, before you, resembles a breeze slipping through one's fingers. For us, it is akin to a roaring torrent. The fairy gazes up at the deity, her eyes curved with emotion. For Hera, 200 years constitutes a significant portion of her life. Throughout that protracted period, she could only wander before the temple, awaiting your awakening with hope. I fear that if I wait indefinitely, by the time you awaken again, I may have vanished into the annals of time. Upon uttering this, the dream fairy immediately retracts her statement, adopting a more affirmative tone. No, it is not fear. It is a destiny that is meant to unfold. The dream fairy bows her head, hands clasped together. Divine One, you once stated that for the stars, the origins and demise of civilizations are but fleeting moments. The birth and death of life are mere glances. I often ponder, as I am destined to fade away within this brief span of time, will I leave behind any traces? At the very least, during my existence. Allow me to do something for you. She rises, stepping forth beneath the divine altar. Deity, I wish for you to remember me, just as you do the likes of King Redleaky and Lord Burrow. Chapter 87. The era of giants approaches its end within the temple. The deity gazed down at the dream fairy, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally uttering, Rydlick, Bulo, and you as well. All of you indulge in trivial pursuits. However, he continued, what do you wish to do? The dream fairy, Sheila, spread her arms wide, rising gracefully like a petal, radiating starlight from her very being. She gradually became translucent, and an ethereal dream egg began to float upward. The dream bubbles within the egg transcended into fragments, merging with the dream world, causing the dream egg to lose its primary function as a vessel. Yet, Sheila concealed within it the dreams bestowed upon her by the divine, the very powers that originated from dream magic. This distinction set her apart from other dream fairies and explained her extraordinary strength. God, this is the dream you have granted me. The dream fairy beheld the exquisite visions, and despite having gazed upon them countless times, each encounter left her spellbound. They were breathtakingly unique, creations only a great deity could conjure. They represented the essence of divine magic, the ultimate truth and laws of this world. Such dreams should not belong solely to her. They ought to be shared with all sentient beings. They should not merely illuminate her path, but should serve as hope and light for the world. Suspended in midair, the dream fairy articulated her deepest wishes in a melodic chant. O God, let them become the flames that ignite the world. From the dream egg, the divine dreams ascended, casting a radiant light across the sacred realm and the dream islands. They slowly ascended into the sky, traversing the celestial sea of dreams before eventually merging with the dream sun. In that moment, the true form of the dream sun revealed itself, the divine artifact, the Holy Grail. The dreams of the deity and the Holy Grail fused, transforming into a series of symbols or sigils upon the chalice's surface. These included the icy power of frost, the art of white pottery, and the fiery essence of iron forging. All these were the powers and origins of dream magic. As the divine dreams and the Holy Grail united, the entire dream world began to transform. Rain fell upon the dream realm, soon giving way to snow. Frost formed in the primordial fish marsh, ultimately solidifying into a thick layer of ice. Before the temple, Sheila, cradling the empty dream egg, observed the changes she had brought to the dream world. Without the divine dreams, she was now merely an ordinary second-tier fairy. The deity inquired, do you intend to bestow the powers of dream magic upon the Trifolium people in this manner? Sheila nodded. The Trifolium people's wisdom, at their second tier, grants them the ability to project their consciousness, a power derived from the divine descent of the Star Queen. Previously, they utilized this projection to control life and command the colossal Lu monsters. They too can entrust their consciousness to the dream world, allowing it to project the powers of dream magic upon them. Thus, they would also wield divine magic, enabling them to create iron, pottery, oil, and various other materials. A glimmer of longing sparkled in Sheila's eyes, her pupils reflecting the vision of a beautiful world she imagined. In this world, nothing was lacking. It possessed everything. Everyone could coexist amicably, and each individual could attain happiness. Furthermore, upon their demise, their consciousness would eternally return to the realm of the divine, becoming the starlight of dreams in the heavens, returning to their homeland. The deity asked, for their sake, are you willing to relinquish this? Sheila replied, God, this is not a relinquishment. It is what you have bestowed upon me, and one day it shall return to you. Sheila continued. King Rydlik once said, all that we acquire will ultimately be lost on the day of decay. No matter how much you grant me, I cannot retain it. Eventually, these gifts will fade and return to the great God. My lady Sheila, do you intend to venture into the realm of the Trifolium people? Wow. I've heard their world is frightful. Yet, I also hear it's quite fascinating. I have no desire to go. This garden is our home. My lady Sheila, please do not go. Here, we are sheltered by the divine, while the outside world is perilous. A group of little fairies surrounded Sheila, incessantly inquiring about her intentions. Some were curious, while others were reluctant to let her go. Sheila looked at her companions and said, yes, I must venture outside briefly, but I shall return swiftly. The dream fairy prepared herself to depart the dream world for the realm of reality. She sought to rectify her past mistakes while also wishing to bring her hope and light to the mortal realm. More importantly, she intended to enhance the divine's power over dreams. As she arrived at the temple, ready to embark, she asked the deity, God, what kind of person is capable of wielding the power of dreams? The deity countered her question, what do you believe qualifies a person for such power? Sheila responded, certainly. It is one with a pure heart, a devout believer in the divine. The deity shook his head. You desire everything, yet relying solely on devout believers will not suffice. Only those who wield power, those who can determine the course of civilization and history, can effectuate the changes you seek. However, to master the power of dreams, they too must pay a price. The dream fairy inquired, what is the price? Yin replied, only those willing to forsake the power of the fusion creature and their kingdom are deemed worthy of the dream's strength. In conclusion, the deity spoke in a calm tone, uttering words that instilled a sense of fear in Sheila. The power I granted Rydlik was not meant to be used in this manner. This statement heralded the inevitable conclusion of the era dominated by fusion creatures, as the age of dream magic was about to dawn. The dream fairy began to comprehend the need to relinquish the destructive power of the fusion creatures and instead bestow the creative power of dream magic. To end war and devastation, and to usher in creation and civilization. A door opened before the temple, revealing an endless sea. The dream fairy, bolstered by preparation and courage, felt a wave of fear and anxiety wash over her as she stepped through the portal. Turning back, she saw the deity watching her, which brought her a sense of reassurance. Then, she stepped through the light gate. As a report on the performance, the first 24 hours yielded over 10,000 subscriptions. Initially, the editor and I estimated around 8,000 to 9,000 based on the first few hours' expectations, so we wish to strive a bit harder. Typically, I am quite lackadaisical about seeking votes and rankings, but yesterday I made an effort and managed to turn things around slightly. Last night, some assisted me in sending red envelopes, while others helped garner initial subscriptions in the group, and I am grateful for everyone's support. Thank you all for helping me fulfill this wish. I will endeavor to write this book well. I haven't and Apos. He slept well these past few days, so I will only write one chapter tonight. Tomorrow, I will focus on completing the next chapter, and it will likely be finished around 2:00 and Apos. Clock for tomorrow and Apos. Release. Everyone, please rest early. Chapter 88. The prince in search of the sacred vessel on the lofty hills. Wes Hosen gazed into the distance with his followers. One side of the grand road led to the sun city of the star realm, while the other stretched towards the sea. A serpent-like procession of soldiers, armed with weapons and war hammers, departed towards the horizon, the dust raised by their march obscuring their shadows beneath the blood-red glow of the setting sun. They fought for their king, for the Hosen lineage. The entire realm of Hinsai was enveloped in madness due to the Saint Tito and his final chapter. The four noble bloodlines yearned for the divine power bestowed upon them, chasing after the legendary force that could fulfill all wishes. The Star Realm sought to forge an alliance with the Sela Kingdom, promising to share the divine power and the glory of entry into the realm of gods. Meanwhile, the Volcanic Kingdom and the Samo Kingdom formed a coalition, jointly exerting military pressure on the borders of the Star Realm, even dispatching the mythic creature, the Earthworm Behemoth. Both factions were driven by their desire to possess a fragment of the final chapter. Perhaps even Saint Tito could not have anticipated that the tale he recorded, neither an epic nor a myth, would wield more enchantment than his Hinsai epic and ode to the wise king, compelling countless souls to march to their demise in pursuit of its allure. Wes Hosen's face bore no trace of the pride and arrogance he once held. Instead, it was marked by deep concern. though he had pulled himself back from the abyss through his dazzling performances and stirring speeches. He was acutely aware that a second failure would lead to a dreadful fate. The struggles among the royal families were far more brutal than the average person could fathom. Victors claimed everything, while the vanquished lost all, even their lives. Especially for him, the prince previously first in line for succession, the cost of failure would be excruciatingly steep. A truth etched clearly throughout the annals of the kingdom's history. He had no path of retreat. He must find the sacred vessel. It is time to depart, Your Highness. One of his followers reminded him. The earthworm behemoth slithered like a serpent across the desolate land, advancing toward the sea. A crown-like ring of bony protrusions encircled the head of the earthworm behemoth, with Weshosen and his followers ensconced within. As they set forth, Weshosen vowed to himself, I must find the sacred vessel. I must become king. His follower, Heniel, observed Prince Wes and spoke with unwavering assurance. Rest assured, Your Highness. You shall indeed succeed. Although Weshosen harbored distrust towards his brothers, he placed great faith in Heniel, even considering him a brother. Though he was the son of the king of the volcanic kingdom, he was born of a concubine, a mere illegitimate child. Yet, he was no ordinary bastard. He possessed the wisdom of royal lineage, which led Weshosen to accept him into his fold. A man of formidable strength and noble blood, who posed no threat to his status, provided Weshosen with a sense of security. Weshosen clapped Heniel on the shoulder, saying, Fear not. When I ascend to the throne, I shall make you my chancellor, granting you authority second only to mine. Of course, he added, you must first prove yourself as my sharpest blade in the thicket of challenges ahead. Heniel smiled. You know, I do not concern myself with such titles. I merely believe that your ascension to kingship will herald a great enterprise. Weshosen, upon hearing this, felt no joy. Rather, a scowl crossed his face. You ought to know, I detest being refused. When I offer you something, it is simply for you to agree. I wish for you to become chancellor, and you shall. Heniel offered no rebuttal, merely stating, Your Highness, your will is my guiding path. I am but your sword and shield. Wherever you point, I shall follow. Weshosen nodded in satisfaction. The group advanced toward the sea, for he had already devised a plan. The sacred vessel had plunged into the depths of the sea from the caverns beneath Tito town. Thus it should lie silent in the waters outside the city of divine descent. He had previously bribed a lineage of fish nobility residing in the city of divine descent, and their enslaved fishermen had been scouring the nearby waters for the sacred vessel for nearly a month, yet no trace had emerged. It was merely rumored that someone had glimpsed a silvery light drifting into the distance on a moonlit night, reflecting a radiance akin to starlight. This suggested that the sacred vessel had likely departed from the resting place of St. Tito and sailed into the deep sea, a territory claimed by the abyssal folk. Weshosen fell into contemplation. O sacred vessel, are you retracing the illustrious voyage of St. Tito? Sunlight cascaded from above, penetrating the sea's surface to illuminate the underwater city. A terrifying shadow descended from the ocean's expanse, shattering the tranquility of this submerged realm. Swathes of darkness surged forth from the depths, glancing anxiously upwards. It was the behemoth of the volcanic kingdom, the mythic earthworm. The sound of splashing echoed as the abyssal folk stirred, their tails propelling the waters. A dreadful aura descended, instilling panic among the abyssal folk, rendering them as frantic as headless flies. This maritime territory belonged to the Salera domain of the Abyssal Kingdom, a city at the frontier of their realm. Once, this underwater city had been a humble town of the Hinsai Kingdom, a place where the great poet Tito had once resided, a fact chronicled in the final chapter that Weshosen had procured. Yet now, it had been transformed into an alien metropolis, devoid of any trace of Hinsai architecture. Riding upon peculiar shrimp, the knights of the Abyssal Kingdom burst forth from the city, led by a female denizen of the Abyss, the Lord of Salera. Her robust physique, powerful arms, and sharp spear projected a fearsome presence, even more so than her male counterparts. She cast her gaze upon the earthworm behemoth, focusing intently on its massive head. Although she had never laid eyes upon the creature, she had heard tales of its existence. It is the behemoth. Hinsai people, this place does not belong to you. Leave at once. The abyssal folk, like the prince, were incapable of uttering words, yet this one clearly possessed the power of intellect. The prince too communicated with this female abyssal being through his own wisdom. However, he regarded these abyssal folk with disdain, adopting an air of superiority in both posture and tone. Kneel and surrender, you wretched and pitiable creatures, and I shall spare you. I grant you the privilege of servitude, a supreme honor bestowed upon you by the Hosen family. Wes Hosen was prepared to leverage these abyssal folk in his quest for the sacred vessel, a mere band of monsters. To spare their lives would be an act of his mercy and compassion. Yet the female abyssal lord of the Salera family could not accept his pity, nor did she comprehend the notion of Hosen family honor. The Knights of the Abyss were instantly incensed. Pitiful and contemptible Hinsai, you shall pay for your arrogance. Wes Hosen laughed. Pay a price? By your hand. It appears you insects have forgotten the might of the behemoth. Do you not recall how you were driven back into the abyss in days of yore? His Highness the Prince extended his finger towards the underwater city of the burrowing demon worms, commanding them to devour their foes. The Knightess of the Abyssal Realm rallied her soldiers to confront the threat, summoning their courage in the face of the Rua behemoth. This bravery was a testament to the indomitable spirit and fierce bloodline that coursed through the veins of the abyssal folk. Fear not, she urged, for the behemoth is devoid of wisdom. Once we eliminate that individual, the creature will descend into chaos. The Tri-Leaf people had long departed from the depths of the ocean, so long that they seemed to have forgotten the existence of the abyssal folk. Likewise, the abyssal inhabitants had not waged war against the Hinsai for an eternity, causing them to lose all recollection of the terror that the Rua behemoth once inspired. Chapter 89. Your arrogance is truly disgusting. Thousands of soldiers from the abyssal realm surged forth fearlessly, skillfully evading the writhing tentacles extending from the burrowing demon worm under the leadership of the female abyssal knight. Yet, in the midst of this chaotic exchange, 3 or 4 dozen fell lifelessly. In that fleeting moment, the female knight felt the formidable power of the burrowing demon worm. Her expression shifted dramatically, her pupils dilating in terror. This was not a cumbersome behemoth. It possessed an extraordinary agility and strength. Scatter, form flexible formations, and search for vulnerabilities. Through the communion of wisdom and authority, the female knight's command resonated across every corner, her soldiers acting as extensions of her will. However, to Weisshausen, this was a mere trifling matter. The history of Hisense was rife with conflicts and wars, each underscoring the invincible might of the giants. They epitomized the pinnacle of life and power, disregarding all techniques and flamboyant displays. Wherever they tread, ruin and calamity followed. Burrowing demon worm, obliterate them. Weisshausen commanded with a wave of his hand. The burrowing demon worm opened its ghastly maw, emitting a terrifying roar. Invisible sound waves rippled outward from the ocean depths, unleashing a violent turbulence. In an instant, thousands of abyssal citizens were swept away as if they were leaves caught in a deluge, their bodies scattered in disarray. Particularly, the hundreds of soldiers closest were left with their innards shattered, lifeless in an instant. This power, while trivial against giants and priests, was nothing short of a slaughtering weapon against ordinary folk. Witnessing this devastation, the female abyssal knight's eyes filled with fury. Damn it, Hisense, you shall pay dearly for this. Her steed was instantly obliterated by the shockwave, yet she pushed forward, defying the sonic assault. Her visage contorted in rage, her entire being radiating power. Dozens of black bone darts erupted from her grasp, transforming into fleeting shadows that spiraled towards the giant's head, reaching Weisshausen. Caught unawares, she genuinely posed a threat to him. Psychic energy. The prince was taken aback, not by the adversary's strength, but by the revelation that the abyssal realm had mastered the means to access advanced priesthood. Divine art, psychic shield. An invisible psychic field deflected the black bone darts, extinguishing the glimmer of hope in the female knight's eyes, plunging her into despair. At that moment, Weisshausen comprehended a pivotal truth: the Sun Chalice. You have acquired the Sun Chalice that flows from the resting place of the great poet, and with it, attained second-tier authority. Amidst his astonishment, he felt a flicker of joy. He had finally traced the holy vessel's path. Indeed, it was drawn towards this location. The Sun Chalice, a supreme divine artifact revered across nations, was cultivated solely within the sacred grounds of the royal capital, the Sunflower. It was inconceivable for the abyssal citizens to possess such a relic. Moreover, it was evident that the adversary had awakened their second-tier authority, manifesting wisdom as tangible psychic energy. This revelation conjured memories of the Sun Chalice blossoms from the resting place of the great poet, recalling how the holy vessel had sailed towards the ocean, accompanied by a fragment of the Sun Chalice. This discovery prompted Weisshausen to temper his approach. He resolved not to slay the female abyssal knight, but rather to capture her alive, seeking to extract the origin of the Sun Chalice from her lips. Perhaps he might also glean the whereabouts of the holy vessel. The abyssal citizens, undeterred and relentless, suffered grievous losses yet perceived no glimmer of victory. The 100-meter-long horror of the burrowing demon worm, its incredible regenerative abilities, and its transforming tentacles, sharp as blades, alongside the invisible yet lethal destructive sound, enveloped them in despair. The female knight seethed with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. Confronted with the overwhelming might of the rook giant, she was once again reminded of the terror lurking within her bloodline. Retreat, all of you. Retreat to the depths of the sea. High above, Weisshausen mockingly observed the fleeing abyssal citizens, as the burrowing demon worm swiftly pursued the female knight, cornering them into a trap. Go, capture the monstrous lord of the abyssal realm. Weisshausen commanded, dispatching his subordinates and followers to seize the female knight. He feared the giant's overwhelming strength, capable of crushing these frail ants with a mere touch. Yes, your highness. 2 priests and a dozen robust rook guards leapt from the giant's back, as he surveyed the vast ocean, witnessing thousands of abyssal citizens fleeing in panic before him. The overwhelming sense of dominion washed over him. In that moment, he felt as though he were a deity. This sensation was akin to that of the rulers of the 4 royal bloodlines, their immense power enabling them to look down upon all, disregarding any opposition to their will. Some found their essence and direction within power, while others succumbed to its corruption. At that instant, his brother Henier suddenly looked up at him. Amidst Weisshausen and Appos' momentary distraction, a rook sword pierced his chest from behind. You, Weisshausen gasped, turning to face Henier. Without hesitation, Henier cruelly plunged his fingers into the gaps of Weisshausen's facial armor, shattering the mask and extracting the bone from his forehead. The very mark of rook that governed the mythical beasts. Blood gushed forth, engulfing Weisshausen in excruciating agony. Henier's once serene smile twisted into a malevolent grin, his mouth opening wide in a reckless display, as if unleashing a pent-up release of fury. The remaining 7 or 8 guards were stunned at Henier's betrayal before swiftly converging to protect their prince. Yet, with a mere gesture, Henier sent them sprawling. Simultaneously, bone spikes pierced their bodies. Weisshausen staggered to the ground, howling in torment. He gasped, bubbles escaping his mouth, speaking amidst the pain, momentarily forgetting to wield his wisdom and authority. Underwater, his voice was inaudible, but Henier understood his inquiry. Why? Weisshausen, grappling with the betrayal, questioned his bond with Henier, whom he had promised a position of high office upon his ascension to the throne. He could not fathom why, despite his treatment, Henier would turn against him. Henier's once tranquil eyes now brimmed with hatred, no longer concealed, as if he could no longer suppress it. Why? Because I despise you. Henier, the Blackmire, look at the name your king has bestowed upon me. In your eyes, I am but a mass of black sludge, a stain beneath the Hosen family. I shall demonstrate to you, to your king, and to all the Hosen lineage, that even as a wretched mire, I will become the abyss that devours the entirety of the Hosen family. He leaned close to Weisshausen's ear and whispered, Do you understand? Your lofty demeanor is truly repugnant. In a fleeting moment, Weisshausen recalled another figure, the one who had opened the gateway to the realm of the divine. Overcome with rage, he exerted every ounce of his strength to roar, You rebels. However, Heniel paid no heed to his words, forcefully extracting his own rook sword from within Weisshausen and delivering a swift kick that sent him plunging beneath the waves. Perish, Hosen family. Prince Visser. Heniel's sudden betrayal caught not only the trifoliate people off guard, but left the entire denizens of the abyss of Sarah in a state of shock. Heniel gazed at the bone of the forehead in his hand, adorned with the intricate and mysterious rook imprint. What of royal bloodlines? What of being descendants of King Leidlich? The true sovereign is one who wields the power of the giant beasts. With that, he swallowed the bloodied forehead bone in one swift motion. Heniel seized the burrowing demon worm but did not spare a glance at the abyss dwellers. Instead, he commanded the creature to eliminate all the trifoliate present, before steering it away from the waters. From the very beginning, he had no intention of seeking any sacred vessel, nor did he plan to elevate Weisshausen to the throne. He harbored his own schemes and ambitions. Chapter 90. Encountering the divine messenger from the realm of the gods emerged a dreamlike fairy, crossing the luminous gateway to descend upon the earthly plane. She strolled upon the surface of the ocean, her golden, resplendent cloak sweeping across the water, creating ripples that danced in her wake. This marked her inaugural venture into the world beyond the divine realm, having been born at the feet of the deities and ever since, existing in their presence. Gazing at the boundless sea, her heart momentarily filled with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. La 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 la, la la. She leapt into the air, gliding over the ocean's surface, serenading the waves with ethereal, tranquil melodies while performing the beloved dance of the fairies. The outside world was vast and breathtaking, yet sadly devoid of her companions to hold hands with. Hee hee hee. When the gods turned their gaze away, she fully liberated herself, resembling the other little fairies. However, she suddenly pondered whether she had been too restrained in the presence of the divine. Perhaps dancing before the gods was indeed a delightful prospect. How splendid it would be if the gods could witness my pirouettes over the ocean's expanse, even if it evoked a touch of shyness. As she flitted across the water, she abruptly lifted her head to gaze into the distance. She sensed the presence of a colossal creature, a Rua beast, not far from her, and recollected the purpose of her departure from the divine realm. Yet, the dreamlike fairy felt perplexed. How could a creature of fusion appear in this place? This was not the realm of Hindsight, but belonged to the denizens of the abyss. The starlight ushered in the winds, and she hastened toward that direction. Soon, she beheld lifeless bodies drifting upon the sea, the blood of the abyssal folk staining the waters. Releasing a pungent odor, she witnessed slaughter and betrayal. A being named Heniel, a three-leaved man, plunged a Rua sword into the body of his brother, sharing the same bloodline, and mercilessly kicked him into the depths of the ocean. Perish, you, prince of the Hosen family. For the first time, the fairy beheld such a scene. The naked sins and evils of the three-leaved men laid bare before her. Heniel commanded the ground-drilling magic worm form of the Rua beast as he traversed the ocean. Standing alone atop the creature's head, he gripped the sword, its blood washed away by the sea. Initially, he stared into the distance, his expression tranquil, as if the recent horrors had never transpired. Or perhaps, he thought, as long as he cleansed his hands of blood, nothing ever existed. Before long, he could no longer contain his laughter, shielding his eyes with his hand as if attempting to conceal his mirth, that reckless, unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. For the first time, Heniel felt such exhilaration. He, a mere black mire beneath the Hosen family, had consumed their most vital air. Moreover, he had seized one of the two fundamental cornerstones of the Hosen family throne, the ground-drilling magic worm. Dreamlike starlight descended upon the ocean, and an ethereal voice echoed across the waters. The newcomer inquired, "Three-leaved man, how can you embody both benevolence and purity, yet also such malevolence and ugliness? You have committed the crime of fratricide. Why, then, can you still laugh so freely?" The dreamlike fairy began to doubt whether these rulers, these possessors of wisdom and power, could truly harness the essence of dreams. Or was it as the gods had said, that all their endeavors were naught but futile and devoid of significance? Heniel turned around, beholding the exquisite being amidst the dreamlike starlight. The figure walked upon the sea as if the most beautiful essence of dreams had materialized in this world. A beauty and sanctity beyond the reach of myth and mural. It was the first time he had encountered such an existence. If he was the black mire of the depths, then she was the moon and stars of the heavens. "Who are you?" The dreamlike fairy responded. "I am the messenger of the divine, a dreamlike fairy." In a moment of clarity, Heniel emerged from his stupor. He recalled the fairy's earlier words, a smile escaping his lips involuntarily. "Dreamlike fairy, Saint Tito has said you are born from beautiful dreams, representing the virtuous facets of humanity. You dwell beneath the feet of the deities, residing in their realm. Is this true?" The dreamlike fairy nodded. "Indeed, it is true." Heniel replied, "Look, you are so fortunate. You possess everything from birth, the most wonderful things in the world. You have never experienced our suffering, our despair, our hatred. Why then must we be compelled to embody kindness and beauty?" The dreamlike fairy was taken aback. She had never considered such perspectives. The intricacies of the three-leaved men were far more complex than she had imagined, and the realm of humanity was not a fairy's dreamlike garden. Heniel did not wait for her response. "Then why has the messenger of the gods descended upon the mortal realm? Are you here to enact divine punishment upon me?" The dreamlike fairy replied, "The gates of the divine realm are about to open, paving the way for the three-leaved men to return. Meanwhile, the gods will bestow upon the three-leaved men the power of creation, reclaiming the power of destruction." Deep within her heart, she hesitated to grant the power of dreams to such individuals, though only those who wielded power could become agents of change and revolution. Yet, she yearned to select a different person to become the bearer and custodian of dreamlike power. Nevertheless, she inquired, three-leaved man, who has committed the crime of fratricide, "Are you willing to relinquish the power of the beast?" Heniel asked, "And what would I gain in return?" The dreamlike fairy responded, "In relinquishing the power of destruction, you shall receive the power of creation. Let go of the dark heart, and you shall embrace the light of hope. The gates of the divine realm will open to you, and at the moment of your passing, someone will come to escort you, transforming you into one of the stars of the divine kingdom." Heniel contemplated for a moment before rejecting her proposal. "No, whether it be the power of destruction or the power of creation, both are forms of power. Why should I abandon the power I already possess for an unknown one?" The dreamlike fairy replied, "Loss and gain are not within your control. Scion of King Lydlik, everything you possess is not truly yours. It is merely bestowed upon you by the gods. Your life, your wisdom, your strength, and even the fusion beast power you believe you possess are but transient gifts from the divine." The fairy gazed at Heniel, saddened by his fallen state and darkened heart. Yet, she did not coerce him to surrender the power of the beast. Only those who willingly relinquished the power of destruction could qualify to receive the creative forces of dreams. "Heniel, you shall ultimately age and lose everything. Only the realm of the divine is eternal. One day, you shall regret the choice you have made today." The young Heniel knelt humbly, bowing to the divine messenger. "O representative of the divine, forgive your humble and short-sighted follower. I cannot envision such a distant future. At this moment, I only wish to pursue my present." With the starlight as her companion, the messenger of the divine departed, for he was not the one she sought. Heniel then rose, suddenly feeling the Rua mark on his forehead burning intensely. He gazed into the ocean, where his reflection lay, and was startled to find that the mark of Rua had faded slightly.